The male students paled with terror. Don't. We have other value. Don't kill us. Teacher Liang cares about us the most. She wouldn't just stand by and watch us die. If you want to attack Zhang Yi, we can lead the way. Hong Lian turned and walked away irritably. Lock them up. Give them more time to think about what use they are. If they really can't think of anything, then when we set out, we'll chop off their heads as a sacrifice to the flag. Qing Ding hurried to her side. Perhaps we could try. She asked, try what? He leaned in with an eager expression, whispering in her ear. These are Liang Diet students, and Liang Diet is now one of Zhang Yi's subordinates. Maybe their relationship is really strong. He continued to chatter on, while she listened with a cold expression to Qing Ding's rambling. We don't know how strong Zhang Yi is. We could use these students as hostages and pretend to negotiate with him. We can use this to gauge his strength. Hong Lian hesitated, still feeling uneasy. Do you think these useless students are enough to threaten Zhang Yi or Liang Diet? So, Hong Lian raised an eyebrow, her smile cold and contemptuous. Don't be stupid. What era are we in? This is the apocalypse. Only people with value are worth bargaining for. She scoffed. Just one look, and you can tell they're useless. Who would pay for them? Even that Liang Diet they mentioned can't be that foolish. Qing Ding bowed respectfully. My great leader, you must understand that not every woman in this world is as rational as you. Perhaps their Liang Diet is a soft-hearted woman? Moreover, I believe that if they were able to live near Zhang Yi's shelter, it proves that Liang Diet truly can't abandon them. His words gave her pause. She considered this. You're saying their teacher, Liang Diet, is a saint? He replied, I only hope she is. That way, we'll have an opportunity. After careful thought, Hong Lian instructed him, send someone to contact Zhang Yi, then put collars on those students and throw them into the underground prison. Qing Ding lowered his head. As you command. The next day, in the luxurious dining room of Zhang Yi's house, everyone was enjoying a sumptuous meal. Liang Diet spoke. Zhang Yi, I want to go to the other side for a bit. He simply replied, oh, all right. Come back soon. He reminded her, it's cold outside. Don't let yourself get cold. She blushed at his words. Liang Diet picked up a bag of food and quietly left. He watched her go, eating and thinking. What would Liang Diet do when she discovered her students were completely gone? Zhang Yi speculated slyly. But with her personality, she can't just ignore it. He stuffed the rest of his hamburger into his mouth. I hope she doesn't cause me any more trouble. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to ask her to leave this shelter. Liang Diet, carrying the bag of food, left and headed towards the luxurious mansion. She opened the door and gasped. Fearfully, she looked inside at the dark, empty space. Where did everyone go? Liang Diet anxiously speculated. Could they have been captured by some powerful force? She ran outside, looking around everywhere, but found no one. They've really been taken. She uneasily made a decision. I can only ask Zhang Yi for help. Liang Diet quickly rushed back. Their disappearance can't be a coincidence. If someone really did take them, then their target must be me. She ran as fast as she could, tense and urgent. I can't let them die because of me. She ran straight to his room and burst through the door, bending over, breathless and exhausted. Zhang Yi, who was leisurely playing a game, asked, what's wrong? Liang Diet quickly reported in a panic. Zhang Yi, something terrible has happened. My students, they've all disappeared. Connie gasped. What? Disappeared? Henin asked fearfully. How could this happen? All of them. More than 10 people are gone. Connie quickly guessed. Could they have gone out to search for supplies and food? Liang Diet shook her head anxiously, her voice filled with panic. I've searched everywhere, but there's no sign of them. Zhang Yi, I suspect those forces have reached out here. Zhang Yi pondered thoughtfully. That's certainly a possibility, but I don't understand why they would want to take your students. Liang Diet stammered, flustered and reluctant. When he asked, could it be a former enemy of yours? She fearfully mumbled, I don't know. I've taught at the Tianqing Academy for 3 years and haven't made any enemies. He stepped closer to her. Don't worry about that for now. Worrying won't help. We need to calmly think of a solution. She lowered her head, looking dejected. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Let's investigate around the shelter and see if any strangers have been near the front area. See if there are any clues. Zhang Yi grabbed the remote and turned on the flat screen on the wall, checking the surveillance cameras. Confirming no strangers have appeared recently is also good. The footage, with its multiple camera angles, was fast-forwarded. After reviewing it, Zhang Yi gave a troubled analysis. This is troublesome. We don't know who did this or what their purpose is. This has put us completely on the defensive. Liang Duyet sighed and sat down, taking off her coat. The wind howled outside. He slowly offered his deductions. Although we now know there are 4 major organizations in Tianhai City, we can't completely rule out the actions of smaller, unknown forces. For us, it's almost impossible to proactively do anything, but whoever took Liang Diyet's students definitely has a plan. Han and Connie both nodded in agreement. He suggested, therefore, I think we should wait. It's possible they'll contact us. Liang Diyet, angry and confused, clenched her fists. But what value do I have for someone to scheme against? I don't remember offending anyone. He spoke frankly. This issue is very complicated. But if they took your students, who else would they be targeting besides you? Duong Mat and Kan Ni, dressed provocatively, sat beside him, also taking the matter seriously. Of course, I'm just presenting one possibility. Liang Diyet looked disheartened at his words. She dejectedly clasped her hands together, filled with worry. Zhang Yi placed his hand over Liang Duyet's clasped hands. He offered optimistic and comforting encouragement. Liang Duyet, don't worry. Your problem is my problem. Hearing this, she blushed, touched by his words. He sincerely took both of her hands in his, reaffirming with certainty, I promise you I would take good care of those students for you, and I won't go back on my word. Just trust me, and I will definitely take action. Liang Diyet, shy and embarrassed, avoided his gaze. Okay, I'll listen to you. He thought to himself triumphantly. Finally, those complications are resolved. Kan Ni and Han helped her leave. Kan Ni then sat beside him in the spot Liang Diyet had just vacated. Zhang Yi, is it one of those factions planning to attack us? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, that's right. Duong Mat worried. We haven't even had a few days of peace, and now the fighting is starting again. He chuckled coldly that you're wrong. It's not war disrupting our peaceful lives. Zhang Yi, feeling frisky, slapped Duong Mat's bottom, making her blush crimson with embarrassment. He gave a flirtatious glance that it's us using war to exchange for a brief period of peace. In the apocalypse, war and killing are the normal state, not peace. Zhang Yi, enjoying himself, put his arm around the 2 beautiful women. Kan Ni asked curiously, if it's just 2 factions attacking at the same time, we can probably still defend ourselves, but is it possible all 4 of them will join forces? No. He raised an eyebrow. If that's really the case, then it might be a bit troublesome. Kan Ni anxiously asked him, you don't care about Liang Diyet? He said coldly. Care? Care about what? She angrily and anxiously questioned. You don't have any feelings for Liang Diyet, or are you saying you've never had feelings for her? Zhang Yi coldly explained. I admire her a lot. If she can become a trustworthy friend, that would be great. His eyes suddenly turned dark and frightening, his face darkening, filled with murderous intent and cold calculation. But before that, she has to overcome this immediate obstacle. First, Zhang Yi discussed the plan with Xian Lei and Uncle Vu. He instructed, the current situation is just like I said earlier. Everyone should be prepared. Ko Guang frankly said, ever since we killed the Evolve from the Chao Wu base, I knew this battle was unavoidable. Xianlei scratched his head and sighed dejectedly. It's so troublesome. Can't those guys just stay put? Isn't living in the apocalypse good enough? Why must they fight over territory? Zhang Yi pointed at himself confidently and smugly. No matter the era, there will always be those with ambitions who want to gain more power. Once their survival goals are met, their desires will surely expand infinitely. Not everyone is like us, wanting nothing. From a safety perspective, only by eliminating all threats around us can we truly be safe? Not to mention them, even if I discovered another small armed group nearby, I would eliminate them. The two listened attentively. He optimistically reassured them, but there's no need to worry too much. Everything is within my plan. Xianlei was surprised. Zhang Yi clenched his fist tightly, certain of victory. We just need to show them our strength. Let them understand that we are a tough nut to crack, and they naturally won't dare to encroach on us again. Keguang laughed loudly. In short, let's fight. Our good days are all thanks to our fists. Anyone who dares to disturb us will beat them until they surrender. Xianlei sighed dejectedly. At this point, all we can do is fight. Suddenly, Uncle Vu heard something. He shouted, "Someone's coming." He sensed it too. It's a car. All three of them quickly ran upstairs. All three looked out from the observation point. Zhang Yi looked at the car and recognized it. People from the Duong Thin base. Why is there only one car? Are they scouts or messengers? Zhang Yi used a sniper rifle to observe the enemy. He noticed the car had two soldiers in the front, driving quickly towards the house. The driver, while swerving the speeding car, took out a gun and fired a shot backwards. An arrow with a red cloth tied to its tail flew swiftly and embedded itself firmly into the stone wall. He locked onto the target. Want to leave? The bullet shot straight into the rear left tire, causing the speeding car to come to an abrupt halt. It flipped over, rolling several times on the cold snow. Zhang Yi and Keguang jumped from above, leaping down. He landed gently, gun in hand. One soldier crawled out first and tried to pull the other one out. Quick! The others are about to catch up. Hoa Hoa ran after him, and he quickly closed in on them. Seeing the situation, the soldier who escaped first ran off, abandoning the other, who was half-trapped in the car, reaching out for help. Zhang Yi took cover behind the flowers and aimed. The bullet ripped through the running man's knee. Blood spurted from a wound, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Zhang Yi looked arrogantly at the two captured men. They don't seem to be evolvers. Both men simultaneously bit down hard on something in their mouths. A liquid flowed from their mouths, and they bled to death. Zhang Yi watched coldly. Suicide. Uncle Vu pinched the cheek of one of the men, forcing his mouth open. Poison capsules hidden between their teeth. Many scouts do this to avoid capture and interrogation. Zhang Yi sighed. Clever, but if they're just going to die like this, I'll never know their purpose here. Xianlei ran over, holding the red-tasseled arrow he'd shot earlier. He shouted, "Boss, they left this. Take a look." Zhang Yi raised his hand in alarm, shouting, "Stop! Don't touch it." Xianlei suddenly realized, "Oh no, I forgot the arrow might be rigged." Zhang Yi ordered, "Slowly put the arrow down." Xianlei anxiously knelt down, slowly lowering himself and carefully placing the arrow on the ground. Zhang Yi yelled, "Back away." Simultaneously, he activated his spatial ability, drawing the arrow into his spatial dimension. Surrounded by various weapons and modern equipment within his space, he examined the arrow. A war message? Or do they want to negotiate? He opened a spatial portal and stepped back out. He pointed at Xianlei. "Throw those gloves away. Get a new pair." Xianlei startled. Xianlei quickly ripped off his gloves and flung them away. "Get lost." Disgust was evident on his face. In the infirmary, Zhang Yi handed the arrow and the piece of paper he'd removed from it to Connie. Both were carefully sealed in bags. Check them for poison. Connie took them, speculating. If they sent a message, they probably wouldn't use such tactics, right? Zhang Yi was firm. Better safe than sorry. The moment you let your guard down is the moment they'll strike. Uncle Vu arrived with Xianlei and added, "On the battlefield, any carelessness is paid for with your life." We learned that lesson the hard way. Connie carefully put on gloves. She dropped a strange blue liquid onto the arrowhead. The liquid immediately turned green, and a corrosive sizzling sound was heard. It's poisoned. Zhang Yi remained impassive. Never let your guard down against the enemy. They're always looking for ways to take our lives. Xianlei stood behind him, clutching his arm, sweating profusely, his face pale. Connie covered the arrow and the paper with a container. I figure they might try something like this. After all, Every kill counts. She looked serious. There's writing on it. Do you want to see it? He asked, what is it? Strange characters were written on the red paper. Han concluded, it's an address. If I'm not mistaken, we can contact the Duong Thin base through this address. He asked, is it safe? Han teased, brother, do you think having me here will be dangerous? Zhang Yi said happily, well, that's good. I know Han is very capable. She beamed at the praise. Liang Diet frowned with concern and asked, does this also mean we can now confirm that the people from Yangsheng base were the ones who took my students? Zhang Yi calmly affirmed, if nothing unexpected happened, it's definitely them. There aren't that many coincidences in this world. Ms. Liang urged, okay, then quickly contact them and see what they're really up to. He silently speculated, their goal is definitely negotiation and probing. He continued his thought. Zhang Yi shouted, all right, let's talk to them. He had already formulated a plan in his mind. I need to get some intel from them too. He cautioned Ms. Liang, but Liang Diet, there's something I need to make clear to you first. I understand your desire to save your students, but negotiating with them isn't child's play. It's extremely dangerous. She looked startled. He emphasized, if we reveal any weakness, they will attack us without hesitation. So you can watch from the side, but you cannot show any concern for your students. Do you understand? She stiffened, tense and uneasy. Liang Diet resolutely shouted, okay, I agree. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the living room. Han put down the laptop and turned the screen towards everyone. A voice came from the other end. Hello. Zhang Yi said sternly, hello. This is Zhang Yi. The voice said, wait a moment. You're Zhang Yi, the leader of the organization around Tujia Town and Yun Kiet Manor. He coldly asked, and who might you be? Hong Lian on the other end showed clear disdain that I am the leader of a Yangsheng shelter. Hong Lian. She questioned in an annoyed tone. Zhang Yi, the people I sent to the Hong V Materials factory, were they killed by you? He retorted, the people who abducted someone from Tujia Town last night were yours, weren't they? Hong Lian angrily replied, so you're admitting it then? Zhang Yi continued, which means you really did do it. She was shocked, her eyes widening in horror. You dare kill my people? You've got some nerve. No one in Tianhai City dares to lay a hand on our Yangsheng base. Zhang Yi, you're courting death. Hearing this, he responded indifferently. That sounds familiar. The last person who said that to me was turned to ashes. Then he asked, all right, you might even know his name. It was Chun Hainian. Hong Lian roared, do you take me for a 3-year-old? She scoffed. The Shishan base was destroyed because of that missile. You're taking all the credit for yourself. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? Zhang Yi asked. Then why don't you consider why there was a missile attack on the Shishan base in the first place? Hong Lian probed suspiciously, mobilizing and using a missile just based on you, a warehouse manager. He said coldly, don't waste your energy probing. Do you think I'll tell you? Zhang Yi sternly warned her. I just hope you can face reality in the future. Stay away from me. If I could kill one group of your subordinates, I can kill a second. And return those students you took, or I won't spare you. He threatened. Hong Lian furiously roared. You arrogantly threatened to annihilate us? Do you even have a strength? If you're truly that powerful, then the entire Tianhai City would already be your territory. She angrily continued her threats. Believe it or not, I'll kill all those students right now and send their bodies back to you. Zhang Yi coldly replied, don't do anything stupid. He continued, those people hold no value to me. You killing them won't affect us. Hong Lian regained her composure and replied, that's not what it sounds like. I sense you're somewhat concerned about their lives. Looks like I've drawn a good hand. Hearing this, Zhang Yi fell silent. He sighed and finally said, all right, let's talk. What do you want in exchange for their release? She replied, well, I haven't thought about that yet. Seeing him relent, Hong Lian smirked triumphantly. Let me think about it. She sat down and calmly stated her conditions. Zhang Yi, you killed my cousin and his soldiers. Now your people are in my hands. If you want them back, you'll have to trade with the supplies you possess. She continued excitedly. I know the initial Hua Nan warehouse supplies were all in your hands. I don't want much, just half. Give me half the supplies, and we can call it even. From now on, We'll stay out of each other's way. How about it? Hearing this, Zhang Yi was displeased. He irritably refused, absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Hong Lian calmly replied, then the only option left is war. You know, there are also people from the Chao Vu base. Do you really think you have the strength to fight against two bases simultaneously? Zhang Yi scoffed derisively. So that's what you think. I just want to tell you, you know nothing about our true strength. If you're really looking to die, then come and get it. In front of Uncle Vu and Xian Lei, he provoked Hong Lian. If you have the guts, use your full force, and I'll obliterate you. Zhang Yi calmly negotiated, but you don't need to target those students. They're useless. I hope you can return them to me. She pressed her advantage. Unless you accept my conditions, this is non-negotiable. Hearing this, he angrily retorted, don't push it too far. Those students are precious to the woman I love. If you dare to harm them, I will make you pay dearly. Liang Diet by his side was extremely worried. Provoked, Hong Lian said, the more you say that, the less likely I am to release them. I'll even torture them cruelly, making them wish for death but unable to find it. Zhang Yi smiled slyly, thinking, hurry up and kill those students. Do you know how much trouble I'm going through to put on this act? The laptop screen then displayed the message. The other party has disconnected. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, this is outrageous. If you have a problem, come at me. Why take it out on those innocent students? Then Zhang Yi left, resolutely deciding, I can't be passive anymore. We're leaving immediately for the Yangsheng base to rescue them. He went over and reminded everyone, this trip to the Yangsheng base is different from our attack on the Xishan base. We don't have the advantage of timing, location, or popular support. So don't come. This has nothing to do with you, and I don't want you involved. These words shocked everyone in the room. Connie rushed forward to stop him. Zhang Yi, don't be impulsive. Going there now won't save them, and you'll likely get dragged in too. Duong Mat held his hand and advised, that's a force no weaker than the Taesun base. Plus, they're prepared. You're just walking into a death trap. Xian Lei exchanged a look with Zhang Yi. Boss, that's enough. Any more, and it'll be over the top. He let go of their hands and sighed in frustration. They're going too far. They completely disregard us, snatching Luong Diet's students right under our noses. Zhang Yi slammed his fist on the table angrily. I promised Luong I'd help her look after these students. She awkwardly tried to comfort him. Zhang Yi, please calm down. This isn't your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's me for not protecting them better. Luong Diet spoke resolutely. You've done your best. Thank you for being willing to help, but this has nothing to do with you all. I don't want to involve anyone else. He looked at her, bewildered. Seeing her walk away, Zhang Yi asked in confusion, Luong Diet, what are you going to do? A flicker of sadness crossed her face to find some peace of mind. Connie asked anxiously, she wouldn't be thinking of going to rescue them herself, would she? Zhang Yi propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Did I not convince her just now? His face paled. Xian Lei clapped him on the shoulder cheerfully. Boss, your acting was actually pretty good, but it was a bit too fake. He sighed, exposing him in front of everyone. The problem is the righteous indignation in your words. Who'd believe that? Zhang Yi conceded easily. Fine, at least I showed my support for her. Uncle Vu shook his head, adding, you can't be blamed for this. None of us here, except Luong Diet, have any connection to those students. He then explained further, besides, they're all a bunch of lazy good-for-nothings. Keeping them wouldn't help us, it would just be a burden. Zhang Yi turned to Han Han and said, anyway, everyone understands the situation. All the defensive measures we prepared a few days ago are in place. Just be aware that we're very likely facing a war next. Connie looked towards the door and asked worriedly, but what about teacher Luong Diet? He sat down and appealed to Han Han and Connie. Both of you go and try to talk some sense into her. Don't let her do anything foolish. Meanwhile, in her room, Luong Diet was meticulously cleaning her sword. Connie nudged Han Han and knocked on the door before entering. Luong Diet noticed them and called out, Connie, Han Han. Connie spoke up, Teacher Luong. Han Han asked sadly, you die for them, but you can't live for Connie and me? She clutched Luong Diet's hand and pleaded, "Teacher Luong, we need you." Kan Yi added, "Teacher Luong, we can't lose you. Think about it. Han Han and I are ordinary people with no special abilities. If we face any danger in the future, we'll need you to protect us." Hearing this, Luong Diet paused. She said desperately, "But I can't watch others die." Han Han quickly persuaded, "Aren't they still alive now? The reason they've been able to survive until now is because your brother has feelings for you and is willing to help them." She said with tears in her eyes, "So you don't need to be agitated. We still have to discuss things with the Yang Sheng base, so please wait a little longer." After careful consideration, Liang Diet agreed. "All right, that's all we can do for now." Connie pushed Han Han out into the hallway and asked, "Han Han, does Big Brother really like Ms. Liang?" She laughed cheerfully and said, "Fake. I tricked her. With someone like Ms. Liang, the hardest thing to deal with is her emotions. She gets confused when she cares." Han Han said confidently, "How else could I convince her to stay?" Connie said in surprise, "Wow, you're playing games with Ms. Liang." Han Han said calmly, "I'm doing this for her own good. She's too foolish, wanting to die over a disagreement." Suddenly, Han Han's expression turned serious. "But if she can stay at the base, it's a good thing for both you and me. Brother Zhang Yi won't feed idlers." These words made Kan Ni's face turn pale, and she flinched, saying, "That's true. I also have to make myself more useful." Seeing the two return, Zhang Yi said, "I understand. You've worked hard." He smiled cheerfully. "The effects of the medicine are kicking in as expected." Hong Lian said leisurely, "According to those students, Zhang Yi's subordinates also have several espers. If we bring them all under my command, the overall strength of the Yangsheng base will greatly increase." Tan Din excitedly suggested, "Given the current situation, it seems that their compromise is only a matter of time. We can quickly take action to seize Zhang Yi's forces. Otherwise, other organizations might make a move." She waved her hand dismissively in a rush. "It's better to do a thorough investigation before deciding when to act." Hong Lian calmly analyzed the situation. "The enemies around us are not just one. Once we deploy troops to attack Zhang Yi's shelter, the other three factions could launch an attack on us. They're like tigers eyeing this oil refinery." Tan Din's face flushed red with frustration, "But the opportunity will be lost. If we miss it, this piece of fat meat might be divided up by others." She said calmly, "I'd rather do nothing than make a mistake. Everyone is watching the Yangsheng base now. If any mistakes happen, we'll all die." Tan Din lowered her head and complied, "Yes, I'll obey your orders. So what should we do next?" Hong Lian said confidently, "Since Zhang Yi cares so much about those students, let's add fuel to the fire." Then she ordered, "Send someone over there to teach them a lesson, then send the video back to Zhang Yi. Also, investigate his situation thoroughly. Don't miss any suspicious information." He acknowledged the order. "Yes, leader." At this moment, Tan Din held a whip and sneered arrogantly, "It's time to properly entertain our guests." The person behind her excitedly recorded with a phone. The students were all terrified, their faces pale. He whipped them repeatedly, and they collapsed in pain. Suddenly, one person foamed to the mouth and fell limp. The person behind him asked in a panic, "What happened?" Next, they kept vomiting. Tan Din was surprised to realize, "Poisoned? He's poisoned." Seeing this, he was extremely terrified and panicked, asking, "How could they be poisoned? What happened?" Tan Din immediately pulled out her phone from her pocket. Upon receiving the notification, Hong Lian angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What? Poison?" She anxiously inquired, "Can they still be saved?" Watching the doctor examine them, he awkwardly explained, "The doctor diagnosed that the toxins in these people's bodies have accumulated for a long time. Someone has been slowly poisoning them." Tan Din recounted, "If this were in the past, if there were better treatment conditions, there might have been a chance to save a life. Wait a minute." Suddenly, he thought of something, his eyes widening in alarm as he cried out, "We're screwed. We've been tricked. These dying people we captured, it's all part of Zhang Yi's plan to borrow a knife to kill." Hong Lian was bewildered and didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Tandin immediately explained. These people were chronically poisoned, then deliberately left in Tujia town, using Gaonwen's satellite phone as bait to lure us over. It's all a plan. Her heart in turmoil, she asked, why do this? Using a bunch of poisoned, useless people to scheme against us. Suddenly, Tandin realized something and stunned, speculated. Or is it that Zhang Yi's people wanted to kill these students, but it wasn't convenient for them to do it themselves? Hong Luyan angrily slammed the table and ordered, while they're still alive, record a video and send it to Zhang Yi. Then she said with a bit of smugness, if the poison on these people wasn't administered by him, we'll take this opportunity to fleece him a bit. On this side, in the luxurious house, Han Han called out, Zhang Yi, come here for a moment to the control room. Come to her. Tandin appeared on the screen. Zhang, 1 day has passed. I wonder what you've decided. She urged him with a gloating tone. I'm contacting you today to give you a gift, to encourage you to make a quick decision. Seeing the video of them being tortured, he asked, are they all still alive? Tandin scoffed arrogantly and replied, they're alive now, but it's hard to say how long they'll last. My leader, Zhang Yi, has changed his mind. Keeping these useless people around is just a waste of food and water, so it's better to return them to you. 1 ton of food per person in exchange. He responded unhappily. It's not that it can't be done, but I have to confirm that those people are still alive. Then Zhang Yi sighed, feigning helplessness. Otherwise, I'll hand over my supplies to you, but only to receive a pile of corpses in return. Wouldn't that be a bit unreasonable? Tandin said unhappily. You've already seen them. They're very much alive. Hearing this, he immediately retorted, this is just a recording. I want to see living people. Bring me over there to see them right now. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with determination as he stated firmly, as long as I can confirm that they are all alive, I will immediately arrange the supplies for you. He impatiently refuted. The Yangsheng base wouldn't engage in such pointless deception. We have no use for the lives of these people, so why would we kill them? Your worries are superfluous. Zhang Yi calmly asked from the other side of the screen. If that's the case, then why can't I see them? Tandin said irritably. Mr. Zhang, I don't sense any sincerity from you. Before she could finish, Zhang Yi hung up. He flipped a switch on this side and announced they're dead. Han Han couldn't help but be surprised. How did you do it? Zhang Yi casually revealed. I added a little something to their food. She said cheerfully, that's great. This time, no one else will be implicated. He patted her head and instructed, prepare teacher Liang mentally over the next 2 days. Don't let that silly woman overthink things. She smiled brightly and said, actually, you explaining things yourself will be much more effective than me. Hearing this, Zhang Yi seemed a little surprised. You mean I should explain it to her? Han Han continued, it'll definitely be very useful. Killing someone requires using the knife of emotions. He immediately reminded her, this silly trait is contagious if not handled well. Right, remember to keep this call confidential. Don't tell anyone. She readily agreed, don't worry, I understand. On Hong Lian's side, Tandin reported to her, everyone is dead now. We've lost our leverage against Zhang Yi. Hong Lian, frustrated, made a serious decision. In that case, aside from war, there's no other choice. 2 days later, a new message arrived. Zhang Yi saw the severed head of a person on the screen. Hong Lian stood before their severed heads and declared arrogantly, blood for blood, tooth for tooth, Zhang Yi. This is just the beginning. Soon, I will have your head and the heads of your friends hanging on the execution platform of the Yangsheng base. He sipped his tea as he listened. Zhang Yi calmly remarked, they're finally dead. Consider it a clean ending. Han Han sighed regretfully. It still ended up like this. Seeing her reaction, he asked doubtfully, didn't you hate these people the most before? Aren't you happy they're dead? Han Han replied emotionlessly, I can't say I'm happy or sad. I really hated them and wish they would disappear from this world sooner. She said dejectedly, but actually seeing them all dead, I still feel a little sad. Han Han's face darkened, her voice filled with fear that I'm so worried that one day my head will be hanging up there too. Zhang Yi noticed her fear and thought to himself, it's understandable. A girl her age, no matter how mature, would be shaken by such a sight. He held her close and comforted her. Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let Han Han die. Because I won't die, you'll definitely be able to live well. Hearing these words, her face flushed with embarrassment. No dialogue. Han Han's eyes teared up with happiness. It's so good to have you here. As tears streamed down her face, she thought to herself, I definitely won't hold you back. I'll become someone useful to you. Zhang Yi then picked up the memory card and decided, next, I'll show this to everyone. Han Han said reluctantly, but seeing this, Teacher Liang might break down. He reassured her, don't worry, I've not only prepared her mentally, but also practically. Zhang Yi handed her a bottle of medicine. Put this in her coffee and have Teacher Liang drink it. Han Han asked curiously, what is this? He replied, it's a calming agent. She took the bottle and examined it carefully. Everyone, gather in the living room. Zhang Yi has an announcement. The content of this video may be a bit gruesome. I hope everyone can prepare themselves mentally and not get too agitated. Liang Diet looked at him questioningly, understanding in her heart that the video was sent from the Yangsheng base and therefore related to her students. Zhang Yi used the remote to play the video. What assaulted Liang Diet's eyes was a series of severed heads of them. She was deeply shocked, her eyes wide with horror. They were all dead. Liang Diet abruptly stood up, her whole body stiff. They were truly all dead. Seeing her unstable state, Connie worriedly said, Teacher Liang, what's wrong? Yang Mi anxiously asked, are you alright? Liang Diet lost all her strength and fainted. Connie exclaimed in shock, Teacher Liang, are you alright? Zhang Yi coldly said, it's fine. I've already given her a tranquilizer. She'll be fine after some rest. Seeing this, Uncle Vu sighed. Teacher Liang is truly a dedicated and responsible teacher. This incident must be a huge blow to her. I hope she can see past this and not fall into despair. Then he went over to help her up. Time heals all wounds. Love can too. After taking Liang Diet back to her room, Zhang Yi turned and instructed Kanin and Han Han, take good care of her these next 2 days. Help her process her emotions. He then reminded Connie, keep giving her tranquilizers these next few days to stabilize her emotions. It's better to let her rest in bed for a few days. Don't let her wander around. Connie replied, understood. His gaze became firm. A battle with the Yangsheng base is unavoidable. It's possible the Chaovu base will join forces with them and attack us together. Facing 2 large bases simultaneously, the defensive pressure will be immense. Everyone, stick to the plan. Hold the first line of defense. Once the first line is breached, retreat to the shelter. Everyone nodded in agreement. A few days later, someone walked through the snow. Jianhua kept walking, letting the cold wind lash against him. Suddenly, he saw a large house surrounded by walls. Jianhua used his ability to probe inside, sensing a powerful energy within the house. He realized with shock it was. Jianhua immediately thought of him. Besides that person, there was actually another Esper this powerful in the world. It was the Grand Commander of the Bai Shui cult with the Wang Qi ability. He muttered to himself in bewilderment. Could it be that he's the god's right-hand man? Jianhua's face paled as he thought in terror. My ability allows me to see the life force and potential of all things, to see those with Esper talent and those who haven't awakened yet. At this moment, he thought in a panic. The Bai Shui cult's ability to expand and recruit followers is also here. The Esper energy within is exceptionally profound. That Zhang Yi actually possesses such powerful abilities. Having made this discovery, he needed to quickly report to the cult leader and the high priest. Thinking this, Jianhua turned and left. In the Yangsheng base office, Huairen stood rigidly at attention and introduced himself, reporting to the leader, my name is Huairen. I was the director of the Yuan Zhanlong Security Company. I participated in the shelter project at the Van Quyet estate. Zhang Yi's project was also once under my management. I built a safe house for him. Hearing this, Hong Luyan was stunned. She asked in bewilderment. Are you and that Zhang Yi very familiar? He replied, not really. Just a simple landlord-tenant relationship. Huiren calmly continued. However, he currently lives in a place I'm very familiar with. Hong Luyan, surprised, probed. Is there something different about it? Tell me. After listening to his explanation, she pieced things together. No wonder they were able to withstand the Western Mountain Base's attacks for over a month and emerge unscathed. Then, Hong Luyan smiled brightly and said, so it was a shelter you built. That explains everything. Huiren explained clearly. The Western Mountain Base couldn't take that shelter, but our Yangsheng base can destroy it. Leader, please allow me to handle this. She then asked, you know the shelter's weak points, don't you? Recalling the house's renovation, Huiren said, Zhanlong Security Company is the best brand in the country. They wouldn't cut corners on someone else's house. But because we built it, we understand the structure and materials relatively well. His eyes narrowed with determination as he clenched his fist. As long as our large operating vehicles can reach the house, we can cut through the walls. Hong Luyan nodded in agreement. All right, you'll come with us on this operation. If you do well, I'll promote you to lead a squad. Huiren saluted respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, leader. She interrupted. However, there's one thing I still don't understand. Hong Luyan casually probed. Even if the shelter is sturdy and uses special materials, it can still be breached with professional tools. If that's the case, the Western Mountain Base could have destroyed it even with explosives. Why didn't they? A cunning glint appeared in her eyes. Hong Luyan speculated. Could it be that Zhang Yi and his allies are so powerful that even the Western Mountain Base couldn't handle them? She picked up her phone and said seriously, if it's truly that dangerous, we can't let our Yangsheng base shoulder the burden alone. We need to involve other factions. Hong Luyan spoke into the phone with a confident smile. This way, we not only share the risk, but also prevent them from sneaking an attack on our base while we're occupied. That Zhang Yi fellow is not simple. He was able to hold off the Western Mountain Base for so long, eventually leading to their destruction. Ding Hai listened silently on the other end. She continued, neither of us dares to confront them alone. Why don't we cooperate? What do you think? He chuckled cunningly and laid out his strategy. Just the two of us might not be enough. If we're going to do this, let's drag everyone into it. Hong Luyan responded enthusiastically. We're thinking alike. Hong Luyan said confidently, as long as we join forces and persuade the others to join us, it'll be easy. I'll talk to the Tombo base. You handle the Bai Shui cult. No problem, right? Standing on the deck of his ship, Ding Hai readily agreed. He stated his desires. We operate at sea year-round, and those toys are useless to us. It's just that a lot of food has been taken from our warehouses, and we hope you can provide a bit more fuel at that time. At the Qingba Steelworks, amidst the biting snow, Wayne tore off a piece of steamed bun and sneered, looking at Supervisor Tun and Workshop Manager Lu chain up like dogs, their bodies filthy. He tossed a piece of the bun between the two men. They barked and lunged at it, fighting over the food. Watching them fight like dogs, Wayne laughed mockingly. Workshop Manager Lu, Supervisor Tun, you're quite skilled at being dogs. Making you act like humans before was truly a Weichake waste. A Qingba subordinate entered and reported, Boss, the woman from the Yangsheng base is looking for you. He asked in surprise, Hong Luyan, that woman is looking for me? What does she want? They replied, she says she has something extremely important to discuss with you. Wayne jumped down and said casually, all right, then let's go see what she wants. Outside, Wayne's daughter was happily playing with Lele. Seeing him come out, she called out. The little girl ran over excitedly. Dad, picking her up, he said gently, didn't I tell you? Don't come out unless it's necessary. It's too cold outside. If you really want to come out, wear your hat and scarf. The little girl said in her childish voice, it won't be very cold. It's very warm inside the steelworks. Wayne said caringly, if you catch a cold, you'll suffer. He put her down and instructed, play with Lele for a bit. Dad has some business to attend to. I'll come play with you later. Wayne's daughter drew on the snow with a stick. Lele, this is one. This is two. Lele barked in response. In the Qingba base office, Qingba's subordinate waved. "Boss, she's been waiting for you for a long time." Sitting down, he said, "Look at you, talking as if no one can wait by the phone all day. I just had something to do. What do you want? Just say it directly." Hong Lian, on the screen, said tentatively, "The Western Mountain base has been destroyed. I wonder what your thoughts are at the Qingba base." Wei Nin calmly replied, "The Western Mountain area in the northeast borders us. I don't think you're interested in that side." He continued, "On the contrary, their base is so large, no one could take it all in a short time. So why don't we discuss how to divide it?" Hong Lin said unhappily, "That's easy to say, but there's a problem right now. There's a very powerful force occupying the original territory of the Western Mountain base. If we don't eliminate it, it's dangerous for any of us to go there." Hearing this, Wei Nin casually cleaned his ear. She continued, "My people and Ding Hai's people have been killed by him." He asked doubtfully, "There's such a formidable figure in Tianhai City?" Wei Nan asked, puzzled. Not only did they take a bite out of the Western Mountain base, but they also dared to attack two large bases at the same time. Hearing this, Hong Luyan fell silent. The information wasn't false. On the screen, Hong Luyan announced, "We've investigated. They're not a large force like us. It's a relatively small group, but an elite team. There are quite a few evolvers among them, and they're very powerful. They rely on a shelter comparable to a military bunker. Even a Western Mountain base couldn't capture them." Hearing this, Wei Nin stroked his chin thoughtfully. He said sternly, "If their strength is truly that formidable, we can't just rashly attack them. Traveling a long distance to fight a battle outside our own territory, we'd be at a disadvantage before we even start." Hong Luyan replied, "That's why we're inviting you to join us in subduing them." She immediately proposed, "Our Yangsheng base and the Chaowu base have already discussed it. If you agree, we'll launch a joint attack. Once the three of us reach an agreement, the Bai Shui cult will also need to mobilize their forces. Then, the four of us will join forces. After defeating them, we'll divide the entire Western Mountain and Lujiang areas. What do you think?" As soon as Hong Lian finished speaking, Wei Nin carefully considered. Initially, there was that big commotion with the Western Mountain base. "Is this the same force you're talking about?" He chuckled slyly, a thought suddenly occurring to him. The Western Mountain base had such a strong military force, yet they couldn't break through their defenses. "Can we?" She seriously reminded him. "The person who originally built that shelter is at our Yangsheng base. I naturally have a way to break through their defenses and get inside." Hearing this, Wei Nin calmly said, "I need to think about this further. I also need you to provide me with intelligence on that shelter." Hong Luyan decisively laid out the benefits. "That's no problem. You can take your time to think it over. This is a highly profitable opportunity for your Qingba base. You definitely won't regret it." The call ended, and a document popped up on the screen. He controlled the mouse and clicked Translate. After reading the document, Wei Nan was extremely surprised. "It can't be such a coincidence, can it?" From the side of the Bai Shui cult, Konya asked in astonishment, "Great Dharma Lord, what were you just saying?" Jianhua hurriedly persuaded, "Cult leader, I am loyal to you, loyal to the Bai Shui cult. Please believe every word I say." Before her astonished gaze, he explained clearly, "Inside that mysterious shelter, there's a powerful evolver comparable to you. Perhaps he is the right-hand man of the divine being, someone who can help you achieve great things." Kongi dismissed him. "I understand. You've worked hard. Great Dharma Lord. You may go and rest now." Jianhua dejectedly left. She turned to Ji Xian and said, "The situation has changed." He propped his chin in his hand, deep in thought that it seems everyone has underestimated the strength of Zhang Yi and his team. Ji Xian was filled with confusion and doubt that if that's the case, even if the four of us join forces to attack that shelter, we might not be able to conquer it. Then, he resolutely made up his mind. However, if we can join forces with Zhang Yi against the others, the situation will be very favorable. A message popped up on his phone. He picked it up, thinking with puzzlement, "Wei Nan? We haven't been in contact since graduating high school. He's still alive." Seeing his greeting message, Zhang Yi was surprised that he's not dead yet. Seems like he's somewhat capable. Zhang Yi casually replied, I'm doing well. How about you? Wei Nin readily responded, It really is you. You're alive. I never would have guessed. You've changed so much. He continued, but I'm not doing too bad myself. I'm the director of the largest steelworks in Tianhai City now. How about that? Zhang Yi was suspicious. Isn't the largest steelworks in Tianhai City the Qingba Steelworks? Wei Nan is the director there. Zhang Yi immediately texted back, You're the boss of the Qingba base now. Wei Nan replied, Typing is troublesome. You know I'm not well educated. Let's just talk on the phone. The call came through and Zhang Yi immediately answered. Zhang Yi chuckled and asked excitedly, Boss of the Qingba base, isn't that Xing Tian? What? Did you change your name? Wei Nan said wearily, I thought the name Wei Nin wasn't imposing enough, so I changed it. Doesn't Xing Tian sound much more impressive? Zhang Yi's lips twitched in exasperation after hearing this. Zhang Yi smiled inwardly, thinking, suddenly gained powers and shot up in the world, trying to gain confidence by changing his name. Then he calmly asked, Tell me, what's the reason for suddenly contacting me? Wei Nan replied, I was hoping to reminisce with you about the old days. Wei Nan casually reminisced. Remember back in school, I was just a nobody, unlike you, handsome, popular with the girls, and with good grades too. He sighed. Who would have thought I'd have a day like this, right, old classmate? Zhang Yi smiled gently and asked, We can reminisce later. I'm a curious person, so why don't you just tell me your purpose? Wei Nan agreed. All right, let's get down to business then. He sat up straight and said, Zhang, didn't you kill people from the Yangsheng base and the Chaowu base? Now they've decided to deal with you. Wei Nan's voice became serious and somber. And to be safe, they've also called on me and the Bai Shui cult. If the four of us really launch a joint attack, I'm afraid you're in trouble. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. For factions, he thought, a wave of unease washing over him. If that were the case, the pressure he faced would double. Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, So you're here to declare war? Wei Nan replied leisurely, Old classmate, what era are we in? There's no such thing as declaring war anymore. If I really wanted to join them in attacking you, I would have launched a surprise attack already. Then Wei Nan revealed his purpose. I came to you this time, firstly to reminisce, and secondly, out of respect for our past, to negotiate with you. Zhang Yi probed, How do you want to negotiate? Let's hear it. Wei Nan replied, Our Qingba base doesn't have any grudges against you. I can stay out of this fight, but you need to offer me satisfactory terms. A greedy glint appeared in Wei Nan's eyes. If you want us to stay out of this, you'll need to give us at least 10,000 caddies of food. Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. 10,000 caddies? Zhang Yi's face darkened in disbelief. Is this the confidence of a poor student? 10,000 caddies, that's 5 tons. Just a few random shells in his warehouse held more than that. Did he really think that was a lot? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi became quite amused. Zhang Yi calmly said, Let me think about it. That's a lot of food. Give me some time. Wei Nan readily agreed. All right, I'll give you one day to think it over. No more than that. He set a deadline. Give me an answer by noon tomorrow. Think it over carefully. Zhang Yi sneered and replied, Understood. We'll leave it at that for now. Zhang Yi hung up the phone and leaned back with a sigh. 10 tons of food wasn't much to him. He could give Wei Nan some from the Shishan base's recovered supplies. Suddenly, he remembered something and smiled brightly. Right, there was also that pile of uneaten canned food from Tu Min's warehouse. That stuff was the heaviest, full of liquid. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed as he propped his chin in thought. Could he be trusted, though? He carefully calculated. He could agree. He'd give a portion as a deposit, and after the battle, if the Qingba base's performance was satisfactory, he'd give the rest. Zhang Yi stood up, resolute. He'd prepare for the worst, and then fight the fiercest battle. Only by shocking all the forces in Tianhai City could he negotiate for peace. Everyone gathered in the living room. Han spoke up. I think the situation isn't as bad as we imagine. These 4 major forces appear to be united, but in reality, they're also wary of each other. Only the Yangsheng and Chaowu bases have conflicts with us. the Bai Shui cult, and the Qingba base were both dragged into this. Uncle Vu and Swan Loi nodded in agreement. Uncle Vu seriously analyzed the situation. Our biggest weakness is our small number. If there are too many opponents and we divide our forces, we'll be at a great disadvantage. Zhang Yi replied, we can rely on the front line for the first round. He continued to explain, the area around the shelter isn't open. Behind us are two low mountains forming a natural barrier. Add in the slippery snow, and they won't be able to easily attack from the mountains. Zhang Yi drew a long line on the map. So will mainly face the front, roughly a 120-degree arc, and our firepower is also mainly distributed in this area. Our goal isn't to defeat them, but to repel them, to make them acknowledge our strength and allow us to control our territory. Everyone listened attentively while observing the map. Zhang Yi concluded, after the battle, I'll negotiate with them and make the area around the shelter a no-go zone. Swan Loi worriedly said, but even if we're facing 3 factions at the same time, the pressure will still be immense. He scratched his head in frustration, guessing our first line of defense will probably be broken quickly and we'll have to retreat to defend the shelter. Our strongest defenses are the shelter itself and your dimensional door. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Swan Loi raised a question. With so many attacking at once, and with various attack methods, what if they have a way to breach the shelter? Han Han, sensing his fear, reassured him. Swan Loi continued his worried analysis. After all, the Yangsheng base controls a large amount of fuel resources. They can use a lot of large-scale equipment. There might even be awakened with special abilities. Zhang Yi confidently pointed to himself. You don't need to worry about these issues. If we encounter them, I'll handle it. Hoa Hoa sensed something outside and bristled, yowling. Zhang Yi turned sharply, surprised. Something's approaching. Zhang Yi saw a dark figure in the distance. He grabbed his gun and walked resolutely outside. I'll go take a look. Hoa Hoa jumped onto his shoulder. Late at night, with snow falling, Zhang Yi stood inside the house observing through binoculars. The view zoomed in on a mysterious cloaked figure. He thought, going out in this kind of weather, regardless of their background, they can't be treated as an ordinary old man. Turning around, Zhang Yi said, he must be a superhuman, just don't know which faction he's from, or what his purpose is for coming here. Uncle Vu, seeing this, said in a panic, I know him, he's the great Dharma Lord of the Bai Shui cult, Zhao Jianhua. I met him back when I was in Shao Kai Nak Lock. Kan Yi, beside him, was also bewildered. The Bai Shui cult? Were they sending someone here for now? As far as I know, the Bai Shui cult and the other major factions in Tianhai City have never been on good terms. Han Han added from behind, if we want to break their alliance from within, the Bai Shui cult is our best breakthrough point. Zhang Yi replied, I don't have any good feelings towards anything that's no different from an evil cult. She said, but if they have value to be exploited, we might as well make contact. Zhang Yi then instructed, Fatty, you go out and talk to him. Turn on your microphone. I'll tell you how to talk to him. Swan Loi refused. Boss, I'm the weakest among us. It's not appropriate for me to go. Zhang Yi firmly stated, under icy conditions, your abilities are at their strongest. Don't worry. With us here, we won't give him any chance to touch you. He held a pistol and continued, if he makes any strange moves, I'll shoot him dead immediately. Swan Loi agreed. All right. Then he stepped outside, accompanied by Zhang Yi's voice. Go out. Don't let him get close to the perimeter. Avoid letting him discover our position. Facing the other person, Swan Loi warned, stop. Don't come any closer. Jianhua inquired, I am Zhao Jianhua, great Dharma Lord of the Bai Shui cult. You must not be Mr. Zhang Yi, are you? Uncle Vu said, this old man seems to be able to see through other people's talents. He came looking for me before. I refused him. He was the one who helped Li Jian awaken his superhuman abilities. Zhang Yi was suspicious. Looking for me, he said, that's indeed a very useful ability, especially when combined with the blessings used by their cult leader, Yuan Kongya. It's truly a delightful combination. Then Zhang Yi continued to instruct, ask him what he wants to see me for. Swan Loi then said, our boss isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. He continued, you can say whatever you have to say here. He can hear our conversation. Manhwa thought in surprise, this person is so cautious, he won't even show his face. Then he said loudly, I have come here following the cult leader's orders. I have an important matter to tell Mr. Zhang Yi. 3 days from now, the 3 major bases, Yangsheng, Chaowu, and Qingba, will join forces to attack your shelter. The great Dharma Lord continued, these shameless and vicious warlords actually harbor murderous intentions, plotting to destroy such a beautiful home. He didn't stop there. They even wanted to see my master into joining their attack. The Bai Shui cult has always revered and served the divine, sowing love and peace in the world, and therefore strongly opposes this idea. Amicably, Jianhua proposed, therefore, we hope to cooperate with Mr. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, here we go, here we go. Just as we thought. He imagined them both concealing weapons behind their backs and thought, the 4 major forces of Tianhai City are constantly fighting amongst themselves. There's no real unity or cooperation. As long as the price is right, they're ready to betray each other at any moment. A good idea struck Zhang Yi. He mused, the more divided they are, the greater our chances of winning this fight. Outside, Xian Loi said, oh, so what you're saying is, you might withdraw from this operation and not join the attack against us. Jianhua replied, if that were all, how could it be considered cooperation? He said, the creed of the Bai Shui cult is love and peace. We resolutely fight against all evil forces. We hope to cooperate with you to deal with the remaining factions. The great Dharma Lord continued, our Bai Shui cult, like you, has no background or backing. The other factions fear our rise. He continued his persuasion. Like you, we are also pressured by other forces struggling for survival. We should cooperate and resist the tyranny of those organizations. Speaking for Zhang Yi, Xian Loi said, if you want to cooperate, what can you offer to prove your sincerity? Jianhua replied, our cult leader knows that Mr. Zhang Yi is a cautious man. Without sufficient sincerity, there's no way you would trust our Bai Shui cult. Fumbling through his belongings, he added, therefore, I brought you the sacred artifact of the Bai Shui cult. I believe you'll understand our sincerity. Presenting a small box, Jianhua said, this is the sacred artifact of the Bai Shui cult, the Ice Soul. Stepping back cautiously, Xian Loi asked Ice Soul, what does this thing do? He explained, the function of the Ice Soul is very simple. It can help people unlock their spiritual essence and become espers. It can also delve deeper into their potential, making espers even stronger. Zhang Yi continued listening. Mr. Zhang Yi, I think you've been in Tianhai City long enough. You can't possibly be completely unaware of this. Song An said, do you think I'll believe your lies? This so-called Ice Soul is actually from where he was hidden. Fatty whispered the real information to him. The other side continued, their words intended to sway him. The Ice Soul is a sacred artifact. It has absolutely no side effects. Previously, the 4 shelters in Tianhai City have all requested it from us. Surprised, Zhang Yi said, what? All 4 major bases have used it. Turning, he urged Han Han, check the data. Han Han replied, there are indeed records regarding this. She said, the Shishan base had the earliest espers, 2 of whom awakened their abilities through the Ice Soul. It was precisely because of this method of implantation and unlocking esper abilities that they began researching modified humans. Han Han continued, according to the Shishan base report, this so-called Ice Soul is likely cells extracted from a human body. Zhang Yi asked, does this thing have any side effects? Han Han replied, according to the records, the 4 major bases have all requested the Ice Soul from the Bai Shui cult to create espers. These cells don't inherently contain any harmful substances, and it's impossible to control the implanted person through the cells. She added, the reason the Bai Shui cult has been able to grow to its current size is likely due to using the Ice Soul to secure their survival. Han Han said, if the records are true, then the ice soul is undoubtedly a good thing. Zhang Yi pondered. So people can become espers without near-death experiences, and it can even stimulate an esper's potential. Does this thing really exist? Zhang Yi then asked, can ordinary people use this thing? He also thought, I don't believe there's such a good thing. Even if there is, there will definitely be side effects. Jianhua said, its effects vary depending on a person's potential. We've tried it, and while there are occasional exceptions, the effects on ordinary people are minimal. He continued, handing something to the other person, therefore, it's best used on suitable espers. Xian Loi said, aren't you afraid we'll refuse to cooperate with the Bai Shui cult? I mean, aren't you being a bit too forthright? The Great Dharma Lord replied, regardless, the outcome of the major powers' joint attack on you cannot be changed. He continued, even if we can't reach an agreement, having you become stronger and kill more people from the other factions wouldn't be a loss for us. Xian Loi thought, this old fox is quite the strategist. Zhang Yi said, I understand that you want to use us to weaken the other major bases. But what exactly is your plan? He replied, when the time comes, we'll pretend to attack your shelter along with them. Xian Loi listened intently as he continued. Of course, we'll put on a show without actually contributing much, feigning an attack nearby and waiting for them to expose their weaknesses. Jianhua added, then we'll stab them in the back. Zhang Yi thought, waiting to reap the benefits, huh? He's laying it all out for me. He said, I understand. If what you're giving us actually works, then I'll agree to this proposal. The other side replied, I believe you won't be disappointed. He continued, we've shown our sincerity, Mr. Zhang Yi, so you should also show some sincerity. Zhang Yi replied, we're fighting the hardest battle. What more do you want? Zhang Yi listened carefully as the other person continued, you misunderstand. We don't need supplies. We only hope that if we win this battle, the Bai Shui cult will be allowed to preach in your territory. He said for the Bai Shui cult, having more people bask in the glorious light of the absolute God is our lifelong wish. Zhang Yi thought, preaching, how fitting of their style. Isn't that just recruitment? Zhang Yi replied, as long as we can successfully repel the enemy, your condition is not a problem. Jianhua added, then we will respectfully await your reply. Looking down, Zhang Yi calculated, now, the Qingba base is remaining neutral, and there's a chance to keep them out of the fight. The Bai Shui cult wants to cooperate with me and backstab the other factions. He chuckled. The situation is getting more and more interesting. Xian Loi, standing near the door, asked, Boss, what do we do with this thing? Zhang Yi, standing nearby, replied, don't worry. Go to the side door. Channeling his magic into the box, he probed it. In his mind's eye, the contents of the box appeared. Zhang Yi thought, there are no signs of foreign objects or danger. The two men observed the mysterious box. He slowly opened the box. The object inside was revealed. Zhang Yi exclaimed, is this the ice soul? Zhang Yi wondered, could the ice soul really be a simple key to help people unlock esper abilities? He shook his head and said, what a joke. I don't believe there are such good things in this world. Zhang Yi closed the box and continued, if it was just the people from the 4 major bases using it, that would be fine. But the problem is that the Great Dharma Lord used it on Li Jian. He put it away in his spatial storage and thought, in this apocalypse, everyone is dangerous. Everyone is thinking about how to make themselves stronger so they can protect themselves. Who would selflessly help others? Sitting in the house, Zhang Yi pondered just 2 ice souls and the chance to create 2 espers. Such a great temptation. It would be a lie to say, I'm not tempted. Suddenly, he turned around and saw everyone sitting around him, startled. Yami asked Zhang Yi, those 2 ice souls, are we going to use them? Zhang Yi replied, you all heard about the ice soul just now. It can help people awaken esper abilities. He said, the 4 major base organizations have already used it, and so far, no side effects have been discovered. Zhang Yi continued, but I'm still not at ease. I've never believed that good things fall from the sky. He stated his viewpoint. You all need to think carefully. With these 2 ice souls, if I take one out to use now, the first person will have to act as a guinea pig. Suddenly, something caught Zhang Yi's eye. Yang Mi volunteered, I'm willing to try. Others also agreed in unison, but Zhang Yi said, your will is the most resolute, so I've decided to give you one of the ice souls to use. Yang Mi embraced him joyfully. That's great. Thank you, Zhang Yi. She said, Zhang, thank you for giving me such a good opportunity. Zhang Yi replied, silly, my love for you is as deep as the ocean. Who else would I take care of if not you? Meanwhile, he thought, since this is an experiment, naturally, the choice must be someone whose loss wouldn't be too devastating. Her volunteering saves me a lot of trouble. Then Zhang Yi said, all right, let's continue discussing the battle plan. My thinking is, forget about the possibility of these two forces becoming temporary allies. Anyone is untrustworthy and extremely likely to betray us. He continued, so we still have to be prepared to face all four forces. But if anything unexpected happens, Zhang Yi added, then let our shelter become their burial ground. A while later, Zhang Yi was preparing Yang Mi as she lay ready on the bed. He placed a jade green ice soul on her forehead. The ice soul quickly absorbed into her forehead, surprising and bewildering her. Countless tendrils unfolded from the ice soul, enveloping Yang Mi's face. Those tendrils quickly melted into the skin around her face. It began to take effect, and Yang Mi's body was drenched in sweat, seemingly very uncomfortable. Zhang Yi said, Kair, you're in charge of watching Yang Mi and preventing her from experiencing any abnormalities. Inject her with a certain dose of muscle relaxant and tranquilizer. Kair anxiously replied, I understand. I'll go get the medicine right away. Zhang Yi comforted her tenderly. Silly, did you really think I didn't let you use the ice soul because I cared about her? I was afraid of the ice soul's side effects. That's why I didn't let you use it. A mixture of shyness and joy filled Kair as she replied, so that's what you were thinking. Zhang Yi added, never trust anything given by strangers. In the apocalypse, any carelessness could cost you your life. He continued, Kair, you're an extremely important doctor on our team, even more important than the Espers. Yang Mi urgently needed to prove her worth. She responded, I understand. Zhang Yi thought to himself, as long as she obediently listens, that's fine. No need for any unnecessary thoughts. Lying down and listening to the phone conversation, he heard the question from the other side. Hello, Zhang, have you thought it through? Zhang Yi said, I've thought it through. We can cooperate, but I want to change the method of cooperation. The other side asked, oh, how do you want to cooperate? He continued, based on the amount of food you mentioned, I'll give you double, but you have to participate in this battle. The other side refused. You want me to help you? Absolutely not. Wei Nan said, the Qingba base has always stayed out of conflicts. I don't want to fight with you, and I certainly can't afford to offend 3 other factions at the same time. Zhang Yi added, no, I don't need you to fight anyone. I just need you to bring your people over and pretend to attack. Xing Tian asked, have you brought my people over for a show? Zhang Yi, what are you really up to? He replied, you don't need to worry about what I'm doing. Just know that we don't have conflicting interests, and we certainly don't have any grudges. Zhang Yi said, as long as you bring your people to put on an act, I'll double the food for you. Will you take this job or not? He thought, how can I refuse such a good deal? But what is Zhang Yi's purpose? Just to put on a show? Then Wei Nan replied, all right, how can I refuse such a good offer? You have to deliver the food as a show of good faith. He thought, anyway, agreeing won't cause any loss to my people, and it's free food. He continued, I'll give you 1/3 as a deposit. After the job is done, you'll get the rest. All right, tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, we'll meet at the old Shishan base location for the exchange. Zhang Yi replied, okay, it's a deal. Then he put down the phone after the deal was done. Mapping out his plan, Zhang Yi said, for now, it seems like cooperating with the Qingba base and the Bai Shui cult is the best option. But in the worst case scenario, they betray us, and we'll still end up facing the attack of 4 major factions. He continued, at worst, we'll just abandon the 2 above-ground levels and retreat to the more fortified underground defenses. That's the worst possible outcome. Zhang Yi resolved. If it comes to that, I need to make those guys suffer heavy casualties. Suddenly, a loud banging came from outside the door. Zhang Yi, Yangmi, she's changing. He hurriedly said, let's go see. The two of them ran towards Yangmi, who was undergoing a transformation. Yangmi breathed a sigh of relief and said, Zhang Yi, I succeeded. Seeing Yangmi struggling on the bed, Zhang Yi thought, if Han didn't have any adverse reactions, then it seems like it's alright. He pondered, could I have been overthinking it? Even if 4 major bases confirmed that the ice soul is safe, are there really no side effects? Approaching her, Zhang Yi asked, how do you feel now? What was the awakening like? Yangmi closed her eyes and focused on her feelings. Then she brightly replied, as expected, I'm only destined to be a housewife. Yangmi said, my ability is feast. I can make food that helps others recover their energy. She continued, it really is a support type ability. That's good. I'm not very good at fighting anyway. Zhang Yi added, this is a very useful ability. We won't have to worry about using up too much energy during battles. Turning around, he said, Car, help her untie the ropes. Zhang Yi continued, tomorrow, after you've recovered, show everyone what you can do. Yami replied, okay. Holding her, he thought, that great Dharma Lord was right. The effectiveness of this thing really is determined by individual potential. Zhang Yi pondered, Yangmi's potential is only this much. Even after awakening her ability, it's just a support type. It feels a bit similar to Li Jian. The next day, he spoke on the phone, come over now. The meeting place has been changed to Zhujia Town in Lujiang District. The other side asked, your territory? Zhang Yi replied, I'm the one about to be besieged, not you. It's not wrong for me to be cautious. You don't suspect I have ulterior motives towards you, do you? The other side said, fine, whatever you say. Zhujia Town it is. Zhujia Town, where snow covered the rooftops. The pickup truck moved along the snow-covered road. Zhang Yi threatened, if we go down, we'll take you with us. Let's see if your Qingba base in Tianhai City can survive then. Weinan laughed it off. Zhang Yi, you underestimate me. Let me tell you, Xing Tian, rely on righteousness to get by. Xing Tian was confident in himself. Humph, just you wait and see. Beside him were Lak and his daughter. He also denied it. Well, if that's the case, then that's best. I don't want to see bloodshed between old classmates. Let's go, he said, and they all ran off quickly. Chun Lei, Chu Vayu, and Zhang Yi returned to the vehicle. Now come, he said, let's go. We need to prepare for battle. He Guang replied, I'm just worried about the food for the white-eyed wolves. If they betray us, we'll suffer a huge loss. Hua lay lazily on him. They won't. They probably wouldn't dare. Even though it's been more than 10 years, Xing Weinan's personality hasn't changed much. He's too arrogant. He won't easily take advantage of the chaos to turn against us. He'll risk everything to gamble with me now. Everyone got into the car. Zhang Yi added, he's already tasted the sweetness. Compared to fighting us, he'll choose to do nothing. That's the most profitable strategy. Once the 3 of them were inside, he continued, of course, we can't completely rule out the possibility of betrayal. In short, we should be prepared for all possibilities. The car sped off across the snow. Back home, Kara reported, Zhang Yi, I mastered how to use my ability. Come and try the food I made. He praised her. Oh, you become so proficient so quickly? Only you could do that. Zhang Yi said, it looks like you've all tried Chef Yang's cooking. Kara smiled brightly and said, that's right, boss. Someone said, Sister Yang's food is amazing. She said it has a kind of magic that invigorates you after eating it, filling you with energy. Zhang Yi pondered this, thinking, judging by her ability, her food probably isn't just effective for those with powers, but for ordinary people as well. Quite useful, actually. Suddenly, he noticed Liang Yu looking at him with her arms crossed. He walked to the kitchen and asked Yangmi, is Teacher Liang okay eating your food? Of course, she replied, but it's only natural. Eating my food replenishes energy, boosts morale 100-fold, and can even dispel negative emotions. She then pushed a bowl of soup towards him. Zhang Yi, you should try some too. He complimented her, it smells delicious. I'm sure it tastes great. He then secretly let Hua Hua try some. The cat lapped it up enthusiastically. Seeing this, he thought, seems like there's no problem. And then he started eating the soup. His face flushed as he ate. Delicious. Hua Hua beside him begged for more. After finishing, he asked Zhang Yi, does the effect of your ability-infused cooking wear off over time? She replied, I haven't tested that yet, but I have noticed that the food I cooked just now seems to have a stronger effect. Hearing this, he became even more excited that I'll handle the storage. From now on, prepare a large quantity of this food, preferably something convenient, like energy bars. He was already scheming that if we store Yang Mi's food in the dimensional space, we won't have to worry about the effects wearing off. This is equivalent to having consumable items that can restore our abilities and potential energy at any time. The next day, Xiao Honglian spoke on the phone. Have your people arrived? The voice on the other end replied, everyone's in position, Commander Xiao. Rest assured, Qing Ting came to report. When we set off this morning, a flagpole suddenly fell over at the gate. Honglian scoffed at him that you're quite superstitious. But Qing Ting countered, no, it's not superstition. I'm just a little worried, and that feeling's getting stronger. He explained a large-scale battle like this is a first since the apocalypse began. We've never assembled so many forces to fight a battle that could determine the fate of the Yangxing base. Honglian dismissed his concerns that a small shelter with less than 10 people. Even if they're all powered individuals, what can they do? Working together, wiping them out will be a piece of cake. She reassured Qing Ting, don't worry. There's no way anything unexpected will happen. Tianhai City doesn't have any force that can withstand a combined assault from the four of us. He solemnly voiced his opinion. I'm just afraid the other families aren't reliable. She just laughed that of course they're not reliable. Those guys are all bloodthirsty degenerates. They'll pounce as soon as they smell blood. Honglian said with relish, we're all the same. We all love to bully the weak, especially when the prey is so fat and vulnerable. Who could resist such a temptation? Qing Ting agreed with her words that I think so too. After all, in terms of strength, we have no chance of failure. Xiao Honglian added, you're just too tense. After we win, we'll have a good drink. Then you'll understand the joy of victory. He finally relaxed that you're right. I guess I'm just too tense. Cut to the shelter. Zhang is answering the phone. The attack time is 2 p.m. Understood. In a flash, the four people and Hua Hua the cat were outside the shelter. Zhang, he said to Liang Yu, you can borrow this for now. He tossed his sword to her. Then he addressed everyone that I'm not a martial arts expert, and close combat isn't my forte. But I can be more effective providing support from the rear, utilizing the dimensional door and my hunting abilities. Zhang Yi encouraged them. You're the powered individuals fighting on the front lines. The shelter will provide maximum support. The three of them responded in unison, understood. He then returned to the shelter and started giving orders to Yang Mi and Kar. Prepare to treat the wounded. Yang Mi, you rest well and focus on making as much powered food as possible to help us restore our abilities. He continued, Xin, all frontline firepower deployment is under your control. My firepower control points are complex. Ordinary people can't manage them simultaneously. Also, there might be people inside who are his helpers, or at least neutral forces. You need to fire based on my commands. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, she gave a sinister smile. She was incredibly excited. Finally, I can kill the enemy myself. This will be magnificent. Zhang Yi, Xin will be your best assistant. Zhang Yi exclaimed, all right, now, everyone return to your positions. The enemy could arrive at any moment. They nodded, reassured by his words that don't be too tense. This battle could end quickly or could drag on. If a string is pulled too tight, it's more likely to snap. Then they started heading upstairs. Zhang Yi went up to the attic. This view, a perfect sniper spot. Thinking this, he retrieved his sniper rifle from his dimensional space. He also grabbed several boxes full of ammunition. He gave an order through his headset. Xiao AI, open the front window. Zhang Yi reasoned, there are two things I need to do. First, before the battle starts, eliminate as many of the enemy's regular soldiers as possible. Second, use my dimensional ability to provide maximum support and defense for those fighting outside. He observed the three of them through his binoculars. He meticulously planned to minimize casualties. Once these two tasks are complete, I will decisively abandon the first line of defense and have everyone retreat to the shelter. After a while, the enemy arrived. Zhang Yi informed them, everyone pay attention. The enemy has appeared about 5 kilometers out. Enemy vehicles sped across the white snow, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hai assessed the situation and laid out his strategy. The others don't seem to have arrived yet, so let's halt here. We'll secure this advantageous terrain first, so our artillery can have a clear shot at the shelter. Tin Quan mocked our fortifications, using ice to build defenses. A bit clever, but ultimately ineffective. That kind of thing can't withstand an artillery barrage. He spoke to Hai. Furthermore, the existence of that ice will actually become an environmental advantage for us. They'll never expect it. Hai replied calmly, this will be an effortless conquest, not even a real war. He continued, his tone unconcerned. However, I'm quite interested in the people inside that shelter. If they survive, I might consider putting them to work for me. The other man chimed in, that would be their greatest honor. At that moment, the enemy set up their artillery. Before the Yangsheng base personnel could react, they were greeted with a lead shower. Someone nearby reported enemy attack, and then he too was met with a second volley of lead. Hai ordered his men, everyone prepare yourselves. Find the enemy. They began to weave their way behind the vehicles, but they too were caught in the hail of bullets, a torrent of lead raining down on them. One of the lucky survivors stammered, What happened? Hai continued to give orders. There's a sniper. Find him and eliminate him. Looking through his binoculars, a man wondered, where is that fire coming from? He looked in another direction. What's going on? Why can't we find the sniper? Before he could locate the sniper, he met his end. Irritated, Hai said from inside his vehicle, taking my men for target practice? That arrogant fool. He then used his ability. From afar, Zhang Yi observed, ice-type ability seems similar to 2 maps power. He scoffed, how long can you maintain that kind of power? You're the ones attacking. I don't believe you won't move. Zhang Yi smiled sinisterly. I just need you to expose yourself for a moment. Just a moment. Hai strained to use his ability. The snow offered no cover, and even though he used his power to control the snow and fog to temporarily obstruct vision, it wasn't a long-term solution. The distance to the Van Kiet estate was still considerable. Hai said to Tin Quan, our top priority is to find that sniper hiding in the shadows. Without hesitation, Tin Quan pointed, the sniper must be over there. So those shots came from the shelter. Hai was shocked. That place is over 3 kilometers from the shelter. His ability can reach that far and eliminate so many of our men so easily. He considered his options carefully. Continuing would only lead to more casualties. Having reached a decision, Hai ordered Tin Quan, tell the convoy to retreat. The other forces haven't arrived yet. There's no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Just pull back out of the sniper's range. He yelled to his subordinates, retreat. Immediately, the vehicles began to turn around. They hadn't driven far before their tires were shot out. Because they were driving so fast, the tires came off immediately after being hit. The people inside the vehicles panicked. They were terrified and didn't know what to do. The vehicles had stalled. What could they do? They screamed desperately, don't leave us behind. Find a way to save us. Once we leave the snow and smoke, we'll become sitting ducks. Hai gave the order, slow down, let the soldiers in that vehicle get across. They bolted from a vehicle to save their lives. However, they were all picked off. A few lucky ones managed to make it to another vehicle. Someone in the front cursed, damn it, our armor is too weak. It can't stop these anti-material sniper rifles. An unlucky soldier, having just reached the vehicle, was hit. Hai ordered through the radio, move out, increase speed. If they are wounded, leave them behind. They're unlikely to survive anyway. Tin Quan felt helpless that if this continues, who knows how many more he'll kill. I'll go over there. With that, he jumped onto the roof of the vehicle and flew towards the rear. Transforming into a giant to act as a shield, he gradually grew larger, blocking the incoming hail of bullets. Bullets pierced through, causing Tin Quan pain. Even though his ability could neutralize most physical attacks, the feeling of pain was still real. On the other side, Zhang Yi continued to calmly fire. He observed the enemy through a scope that they're running. Looks like they're waiting for reinforcements before trying to advance again. Zhang Yi thought, but no matter who comes, they better be prepared to face my sniping. Someone asked him, Zhang Yi, what's the situation with them? He explained, I've killed dozens of them. After that, they all retreated. They're probably waiting for reinforcement from other factions before launching another attack. Swan Loi was incredibly surprised that you've killed dozens of them. Wow, as expected of the boss. You're too strong. He relaxed and replied, it's nothing special, just basic operation. Then he explained, long-range sniping and defense are my strengths. If they manage to break through my sniper fire and reach our lines, it's up to you guys to stop them. He put his hands behind his head, if necessary. I can use my divine power to take out a few espers, no problem. Swan Loi praised him. Then let's see if they have the skills to survive the boss's sniping. On Din Hai's side, he was alarmed by his subordinate's report that has so many casualties. The subordinate reported, not only that, one vehicle is completely wrecked and 3 others are severely damaged. It'll be extremely difficult to drive them back. He was frustrated. How could this happen? Such an unfavorable start. There's actually such a powerful Esper in their team. That Zhang Yi. This doesn't make sense. Din Hai pondered grimly. Could it be that an Epsilon-level Esper has appeared in Tianhai City? He muttered to himself, if you want to hone a specific skill to the highest level, there will inevitably be deficiencies in other areas. No one can be perfectly well-rounded. Then, he confidently asserted, therefore his close combat skills must be a weakness. Din Hai instructed his subordinates, so, once we get close to the shelter, we can use blind spots to avoid his fire. Tin Quan spoke up, leader, the enemy sniper is too terrifying. We can't directly attack from the front. After careful consideration, Din Hai proposed a plan. I think we should take a detour, even if it's longer, to avoid him. Tin Quan immediately replied, launching an attack from this position seems pretty good. There's likely enough cover here to avoid being shot. Din Hai praised him. That's a good idea, but we don't need to rush into action. Let's find cover first. Tin Quan questioned, find cover. Tin Quan countered, haven't we already been discovered? What's the point of hiding now? Din Hai retorted angrily, we shouldn't be the only ones suffering at the hands of that sniper. Let them experience what it's like to be hunted prey. At this moment, another convoy arrived. A hapless soldier, hit by a bullet, cried out, my hand, my hand. Xiao Honglian, hiding behind a vehicle, yelled quickly, find that damned sniper and eliminate him. How dare he ambush us in this place? He's tired of living. A werewolf unleashed its power in response. An Esper from the Yangsheng base fiercely countered the attack. Looking through binoculars, someone exclaimed, oh, finally a decent opponent has appeared. He was astonished from such a long distance. Zhang Yi smiled cryptically. A bullet flew towards him, but the Esper managed to deflect it. He then proceeded to block the subsequent shots. The Esper thought uneasily, even with my Esper-enhanced body, directly withstanding this barrage is too much. Then, looking toward the convoy, he said, almost ready. A large cannon was erected. It was immediately fired at high speed, flying straight towards where Zhang Yi stood. Zhang Yi used his powers, thinking they even brought heavy weaponry. This is getting a bit interesting. The large shell was sucked into a void. A soldier on the other side wondered a dud, but before he could react further, it flew back towards him. The soldier hiding behind the vehicle yelled, return fire. Keep firing. Red vehicles launched a continuous barrage of artillery fire. However, there was no movement from the house. The projectiles even flew back. They all yelled, "Not good." The Esper, unafraid, shouted, "I'll handle this," and leaped into the air to deflect the incoming missiles. Fortunately, all the missiles exploded behind their vehicles. He landed back on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Xiao Honglian furiously ordered retreat. They threw smoke grenades in all directions as they retreated. The grenades began to release smoke, gradually concealing the convoy. Zhang Yi, observing the scene calmly, remarked, "Why does everyone who comes here want to leave so quickly?" So, as I was aiming, I thought, I can't let these guests leave without a proper welcome. A barrage of bullets flew towards them like a storm. Hong Lian stroked her chin thoughtfully, "Got a sniper with exceptional abilities, and they also have the power to deflect incoming projectiles." She muttered to herself, "Can't determine if it's one person or two, but either way, both abilities are terrifying." Hong Lian looked at her soldiers. "I finally understand how just a handful of them managed to hold off the West Mountain base for a whole month." Qing Ting spoke up from behind her. "Commander, what are our next steps?" A direct assault could force a breakthrough, but we're still 7 kilometers from the Yun Quan estate. She replied, "We don't need to advance further. It's best to let the other groups go first. Let them draw the sniper's fire and drain their Esper abilities." Qing Ting said, "I'll tell them to hold their positions and await orders." Hong Li made a call. "Waiting Hai, where are you now?" Ding Hai sat anxiously in the car, speaking in his phone. "Oh, we're almost there. Have you arrived yet?" Hong Lian listened intently and prevaricated, "Not yet. We're quite far out, so we'll probably be the last to arrive. But we won't be late for the appointed time. We'll talk more when we meet up." Both of them wore sinister, smug expressions. They shared the same dark thought. Let them have a taste of that sniper's bullets. Zhang Yi, with a look of disdain, saw through their scheme. "Just a few casualties, and you're already running? Are you trying to pull another fast one?" Chun Lei communicated through his earpiece. "Boss, if there's a chance to take out an Esper, we should prioritize that. We're on the front lines, so it would lessen the pressure on us." Zhang Yi understood. "Oh, I'll do my best, but don't get your hopes up too high." He looked towards the stone wall with its protective barrier. Against Espers who have survived this long, especially beastkin and enhancement types, the effectiveness of bullets is pretty low. Zhang Yi boasted arrogantly, "Only weak opponents allow my strength to multiply." He analyzed the situation with a hint of worry that I intentionally let them discover my projectile deflection ability. That way, they'll be wary of using heavy artillery. He regained his confidence as he surveyed the battlefield. This way, the first line of defense can hold out longer. After all, it's difficult to breach a 10-meter thick ice wall without heavy artillery. A dangerous aura of killing intent emanated from him as he speculated, "I wonder who will be next." He peered through his scope, observing the distance. Zhang Yi spotted the Bai Shui sect among the approaching crowd, that I won't waste my bullets on them. He aimed and gave a serious command. "The Bai Shui sect has arrived. Now, excluding the Qingbo base, all 3 factions are here." Uncle Yu asked with some concern, "Weren't the Bai Shui sect and the Qingbo base supposed to be our support? What if they join the assault? Do we kill them or not?" Zhang Yi, still aiming, replied firmly, "If they approach the defense line, kill them without hesitation." Ji Guang sighed in relief. "Good, I understand. That simplifies things a lot." He pulled back the tarp, revealing the hidden weapons underneath. Ji Guang waved his hand, signaling the entire army. "If Zhang Yi and his group can withstand a few waves of attacks, and we're down the other 3 factions, we'll attack from the rear." He's cunning. If Zhang Yi can't hold them off, we'll have no choice but to break our promise and join the fight against them. Wolf-drawn sleds sped across the snow-covered ground. Wei Nan, with a smug look, rode alone on a sled at the front. Looking through his binoculars, he said, "Without my order, no one is to attack Zhang Yi's shelter. Today, we're mainly here to watch the show." Hong Lian sat in her car, talking on the phone that everyone's almost there. "So, according to our original plan, we'll attack the shelter from all 4 sides. The four-way call continued, with Wei Nan speaking up. We plan to attack from the rear of the shelter. Ding Hai asked suspiciously. The back of the shelter is against a bare mountain. Are you planning to climb over it? Wei Nan smirked. Precisely. That's how we'll catch them off guard. The front is yours. We'll take the rear. He thought to himself, I'm just here to watch the show. Going around back means you won't see me slacking off. Ding Hai, seeing no problem, agreed. All right, the frontal assault is left to the three of us. Hong Lian then spoke up. Right, we noticed a very skilled sniper when we arrived. You'd best be careful. She continued. Also, they have an Esper who can deflect artillery fire. So, think carefully before using heavy weapons, or you'll only hurt yourselves. Ding Hai chimed in. Oh, I wanted to mention that too. We've suffered quite a bit on this end because of that. The other two voices on the call responded in unison. Yeah, got it. Hong Lian added, all right, let's agree on a time. 2:30, we attacked from all sides simultaneously. Across the thick blanket of snow, the assembled forces advanced towards their target. Han Han announced, Zhang Yi, there are enemies appearing behind a mountain. Through the surveillance screen, Zhang Yi quickly identified them. Zhang Yi scoffed, oh, it's them. Don't worry about those guys. They're probably just planning to slack off. Sighting down his scope, he continued, the enemy has appeared. Prepare for battle. Countless vehicles charged forward at breakneck speed. The occupants brandished their weapons, ready for combat. Zhang Yi yelled, attack. Han Han pressed a button. Dozens of cannons burst through the walls. A barrage of artillery fire rained down as a defensive measure. The roar echoed through the snowy air. Aimed directly at the oncoming vehicles, the shells caused explosions one after another. Ji Guang cried out in alarm. Cannons, tanks, and artillery. My God, where did they get all these weapons? Huh? Looking at the fierce scene outside, Hong Lian thought, these heavy weapons, the entire Tianhai city, only the West Mountain base possesses them. Her face darkened with confusion. Could it be that they plundered the West Mountain base's arsenal? How could they possibly achieve this? Her face pale, she grabbed the communicator and ordered, disperse immediately and commence counterattack. Trying to maintain her composure, she firmly reassured, this defense line is nothing but an ice wall. Break it and we can push through. As long as we can get close to that shelter, we win. Outside, another barrage of artillery rained down, causing even more casualties. Wei Nan, looking down from above, couldn't help but be stunned. I've always wondered how Zhang Yi dared to confront so many forces at once. Turns out he had a trick like this up his sleeve. He signaled, brothers, open fire. Make a big racket, but be careful not to shoot at people. A man beside him questioned, Old Wei, are there even any people around here? Shaking his head, the other man, Xing Tian, chided, just fire when you're told to. So much fei useless talk. Just don't hurt anyone, understand? He confidently rambled to himself, I, Xing Tian, am a man of my word. We took their stuff, so we have to be dedicated. Unless Zhang Yi is defeated, we won't kick him while he's down. The flames of battle raged fiercely, a scene of unprecedented devastation. Hong Lian urgently reported, this isn't working. We miscalculated the firepower positions of this shelter. Ding Hai calmly suggested an alternative. We need to combine forces and break through their outer defense line. Hong Lian continued, most of their firepower must be concentrated here, and they're short on manpower. Once we break through the line, they'll be completely vulnerable. Hearing this, Ding Hai quickly responded, you provide covering fire. I'll take care of it. She urgently replied, understood. Then she loudly ordered the entire team, commence suppressive fire. Coordinate with the Chaowu base to attack the ice and snow defense line. Ding Hai, his body encased in icy armor, jumped out of the vehicle. He leaped forward like a frog, finally burrowing into the ice. The sound of vehicles continued above, while Ding Hai continued to move within the ice. Suddenly, a loud boom erupted, and the ice wall shattered, sending artillery tumbling down. Wei Nan, witnessing this, was taken aback. Ding Hai stood triumphantly amidst the debris he had created. He grinned. In the world of ice and snow, I am king. Ding Hai bellowed, charge. The entire group, weapons in hand, surged forward through the broken ice wall. Ding Hai calmly slammed his hand against a section of the remaining ice wall, shattering it instantly. Zhang Yi, while taking aim, thought, Wei Ding Hai's abilities are far superior to Fatty's. Without wasting any more time, he signaled begin the operation. Ding Hai, sensing something coming, froze. He was then blasted off his feet by an unseen force. Unable to react, he exclaimed, to actually be able to break through my ice bone armor. As Ding Hai stealthily descended beneath the snow, Chun Lei spotted him and shouted, Fatty Sue. From nearby, Map used his internal energy to lift the ice slab Ding Hai was using to descend. With lightning speed, Ding Hai leaped from the ice slab. Liang Diet charged towards him, attacking with incredible swiftness. One successful strike left a long gash on Ding Hai. Clutching the wound, he thought, unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's shelter harbors such a powerful close combat expert. But Ding Hai immediately turned away, inwardly pleased that my objective has been achieved. At the same time, a wave of his allies surged forward, breaching the crumbling ice wall. Chun Lei intervened. Liang Duyet, don't be impulsive. Zhang Yi, seemingly calmer, spoke up. Just hold the breach, the two of you. Let her go. The enemy horde fiercely attacked. Someone sternly warned, the bigger players are still behind us, so be careful. Their alien is coming too. Hong Luyan grabbed a flask of liquor and gulped it down in one go. She then unleashed a skill, spewing a massive torrent of flames with a deafening roar. In moments, the wall, unable to withstand the intense heat, melted completely. Hong Luyan roared out a command. Victory is just ahead. Charge! Her subordinates swiftly obeyed. From within, Chun Lei used his power to fire sharp ice shards at Hong Luyan's forces, trying to keep them at bay. Hua Hua quickly moved to assist, roaring angrily, creating a sonic wave. The sonic wave struck the soldiers, causing them to cry out in pain. My ears. Uncle Vayu appeared, wielding two six-barreled guns, his body laden with ammunition. He braced himself and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the oncoming attackers. Several soldiers, caught off guard by the exploding rounds, were killed instantly. Meanwhile, Liang Diet was also busy, her sword flashing as she cut down enemies, but they continued to charge fearlessly. Suddenly, a powerful attack struck towards her. Fortunately, she nimbly dodged. Then, with a swift motion, she blocked the attack with her sword. The attacker, Yang Sheng's mutant, stepped forward angrily that you're cutting down my men like vegetables. That's not very nice. Liang Diet remained silent, a chilling aura emanating from her. A terrifying and powerful energy surged around her. The mutant, taken aback, grinned, licking one of his fangs. Interesting. He quickly became serious, crouching low to prepare for another attack. Liang Diet, wary, also adopted a defensive stance. He lunged at her with incredible speed. His claws were mere inches from Liang Duyet's face. She didn't dodge. Instead, a murderous glint appeared in her eyes. Liang Duyet's sharp blade sliced off both of his hands. He stared in stunned disbelief at his bloody stumps. Blood sprayed everywhere. Liang Duyet's expression remained cold and impassive. Before he could react, she moved past him, her sword flashing several times, severing his head. The mutant died instantly, his body falling in pieces. Nearby, Uncle Vayu's six-barrel guns glowed red-hot, firing continuously as if about to explode. Suddenly, something from afar hurtled straight towards Uncle Vayu's position and crashed down. He didn't have time to react before Jingguan, from behind, used that thing to tie him up tightly. Uncle Vayu struggled with all his might, trying to break free, but it was completely impossible. Jingguan, behind him, gloated, even shotgun blasts can't pierce my body, you still want to struggle. Just then, Hua Hua appeared out of nowhere, roaring towards Uncle Vayu and Jingguan. The roar, accompanied by a piercing sonic wave, caused Jingguan intense pain, his ears bleeding. He cursed furiously, "Damn beast." Uncle Vayu seized the opportunity, mustering his strength to break free. He grabbed Jingguan, punching him squarely in the face. He was about to land a few more blows when an order rang out. "Everyone retreat. Return to the shelter." Liang Diet, still wielding her sword and eager to continue fighting, was also called back. "Liang Diet, same goes for you. You can't take revenge alone. Be rational." She calmly lowered herself, holding the severed head of the mutant under the terrified gazes of the enemy. Then, carrying the severed head, she turned and returned to the base. Zhang Yi, observing from the wall, saw that everyone had assembled. In the distance, the Bai Jiao Shui cult members were still observing the battle. Seeing them still watching, he scoffed, "Still watching, are you?" He then gave the order, "Han Han, aim all remaining firepower at the disrespectful Bai Jiao Shui cult." Han Han obediently replied, "Yes, sir." And then, all the machine guns on the wall turned towards the Bai Jiao Shui cult. Ji Xian struggled to withstand the barrage of bullets. He stammered, trying to curse but failing to form words. "Zhang Yi, you trapped." He quickly changed his tone and pleaded for peace. Let's call a truce." After the firing stopped, Ji Xian took the lead and commanded, "Cultists, listen up. Follow me in an attack on the shelter." The people behind him, hearing this, charged forward aggressively. Suddenly, a smoke grenade appeared. It released a thick cloud of smoke. The smoke quickly enveloped Zhang Yi's base. Uncle Vayu and the others had returned to the base. He asked anxiously, "Zhang Yi, what do we do now? Do we abandon the 2 surface levels and hide underground?" He calmly turned and replied, "What's the rush? The shelter's defenses aren't easily breached." Suddenly, loud noises startled him. Looking down, he saw a bulldozer slowly approaching. He surmised, it seems this is their trump card. He quickly retrieved boxes of grenade from his spatial storage and instructed, "The rest of you, go to the first floor and wait." Holding 2 grenades, he smirked, "Have a taste of this." With that, he threw both grenades towards the oncoming crowd. A loud explosion erupted, followed by a raging inferno. He declared triumphantly, "Did you really think you could win just by breaking through the first line of defense? How foolish." He threw more grenades as he continued, "This shelter is my greatest advantage." Explosions boomed continuously, and several people below had already perished. Suddenly, he noticed the person driving the bulldozer, guessing that's Wu Huairun. Understanding dawned on Zhang Yi. He exclaimed, "So they had this trick up their sleeve. No wonder they were so confident in attacking me." The thrown grenade hurtled towards the yellow bulldozer, when suddenly Jingguan appeared out of nowhere, his form gigantic. The grenade struck him, but didn't explode. It was repelled. It then detonated in mid-air, Jingguan nimbly dodging the blast. He returned to his normal size and laughed triumphantly, confident in his position as the deputy chief of the Chao base, Chun Jingguan, the rubber-skinned mutant. Meanwhile, the bulldozer was quietly changing direction, heading towards Zhang Yi's shelter. The machine pressed against the wall and began drilling. Hong Luyan shouted orders. "Spread out. Attack from the flanks. Cover his line." Inside Zhang Yi's shelter, an alarm blared. "Warning! Warning! Warning!" The shelter wall was being subjected to high-temperature cutting. The damage level of 0.001% surprised him. Zhang Yi, worried, yelled, "Keep cutting! Wu Huairen has started his move. Xiao AI, how long until they break through?" He quickly received a response. Based on the current rate, it will take 1 hour and 29 minutes to penetrate. Down on the first floor, the wall was also groaning under the bulldozer's assault. Chun Lei anxiously spoke into his communicator. "Boss, should we retreat?" Zhang Yi replied, "Not yet. Wait a little longer." Outside, Ding Hai and Hong Luyan, seeing this, thought triumphantly, "We're about to break in." Hong Luyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought, even with heavy losses, as long as we get Zhang Yi supplies, it'll all be worth it. Suddenly, a man covered in explosives appeared. He rushed forward, grabbing two people running ahead. A massive explosion erupted, flames and smoke billowing outwards. As the dust settled, there was nothing left in front of them. Hong Luyan and Ding Hai were stunned. She stammered. What happened? Where did the explosion come from? Ding Hai's radio crackled to life. It's the Bai Shui Jiao fanatics. They're all strapped with explosives, coming here to die with us. Ding Hai exclaimed. What? He spun around, glaring at the Bai Shui Jiao members, gritting his teeth. Those damned bastards. They're using this opportunity to attack us. Meanwhile, Ji Xian was hovering in the air, two vehicles suspended behind him by his power, a group of zealous followers below. He smirked, looking down at Ding Hai with disdain. Then, with a sudden exertion of power, he hurled the two vehicles towards Ding Hai and Hong Luyan. The two quickly reacted, intercepting the vehicles. Ji Xian lowered his gaze, addressing them. Xiao Hong Luyan, Wei Ding Hai, you two damned wretches. You finally met your match. He laughed. Yuan Luan roared. You're all going to die. From this day forward, Tianhai City is no longer a place where you can strut around. The battle between the two sides erupted, explosions booming continuously. Zhang Yi watched the entire scene from above, momentarily stunned. He chuckled coldly. We can close the doors and beat the dogs now. On the first floor, Uncle Vayu, Chun Lei, and Liang Noyet were replenishing their energy with the available food. The door slowly opened, and Uncle Vayu's group charged out, weapons in hand. Vainam, observing the situation from above, was sweating with worry. How could the Bai Shui Jiao suddenly betray them? Could it be they had a secret agreement from the very beginning? After pondering, he became smug. Lucky. Now I've gained a huge advantage without having to do anything. He then laughed triumphantly, a murderous glint in his eyes. With them fighting like this, won't the largest base in Tianhai City become ours? The Qingbo base? A moment later, Uncle Vayu and Xian Lei were attacking Hong Luyan and Ding Hai's people. Ko Luong and Hua Hua were also engaged in constant battle with the enemy on another front. Zhang Yi was calmly sniping from above. He aimed at someone below. Thinking it over, he fired a bullet imbued with spatial power. The person hit instantly lost their head, silencing those nearby. Unable to contact Vainam, Hong Luyan trembled with rage, cursing, that bastard Vainam is playing dead. Ding Hai, equally furious, exclaimed, that damned traitor. He's definitely betrayed us too. He roared out an order, retreat. They're colluding from three sides behind us. We won't make it if we don't leave now. She was unwilling, grinding her teeth in disbelief. Impossible. Why would the Bai Shui Jiao and the Qingbo base cooperate with Zhang Yi? After a moment of complaint, she barked into her radio, full retreat. Having given the order, Hong Luyan took a swig of liquor. Boom, boom. She spewed forth another massive burst of flame to clear an escape route. The flames slammed into those around her, burning several people to a crisp. Exhausted from using her power, Hong Luyan let out a long breath. With an escape route opened, she and Ding Hai seized the opportunity and charged forward. The two of them fought and killed several people as they went. She yelled while fighting, "Get out of my way!" Their vehicles were speeding away. Huainam, inside the bulldozer, had to get out. He worried, not good. They're all gone. Who's going to cover me? Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced Huainam's head, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. Zhang Yi, having fired the shot, sat perched above, smugly thinking, did you think I'd spare you? Meanwhile, Ji Xian was celebrating with his Bai Shui Jiao followers. He raised his hand. We've won. Zhang Yi, from his vantage point, observed the celebrating Bai Shui Jiao members. He pondered, these cultists are truly terrifying. They'll likely be a future threat. He stepped back inside to continue thinking. The Bai Shui Jiao are all fanatical and unafraid of death. It's definitely not worth sacrificing my own team members to kill them. Having reached this conclusion, he called Vainam. You can come over and take the remaining supplies. The voice on the other end replied, wait a moment. We still have other matters to attend to. Puzzled, Zhang Yi thought, Other matters? Confused, he hung up and went out to meet Uncle Vayu and Shinlei. He walked over and clapped Xianlei on the shoulder, praising him. All right, everyone, we've won. The other two looked over, happy to hear his voice. Zhang Yi also walked over and patted Ko Luong's shoulder, but she remained serious and unhappy. He offered words of comfort. It's all right, it's over now, and you've avenged your students. Hearing these words, she froze. Then, exhausted, she fainted. Zhang Yi quickly caught her, looking at her with some concern. He gently placed her on the ground and observed her complexion. Seeing something was wrong, he quickly picked her up and ran, muttering, "This crazy woman." Looking at Ko Luong's beautiful face, now smeared with dirt, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had just rushed into the battle alone. Her survival was a stroke of luck. A moment later, he carried her into Connie's research room, shouting in a panic, "Connie, quickly prepare for surgery." Startled by the sight of the two, Connie calmly retrieved her medical kit and approached them. While cutting Ko Luong's clothes, Connie reassured her, "Hold on, Teacher Luong." Zhang Yi went out to the courtyard to wait. Folding his arms, he shouted, "This battle is over. You can leave now. From now on, the territory of the West Mountain Base belongs only to me, Zhang Yi." He waved his hand dramatically, addressing the Bai Shui Jiao members before him. "Without my permission, none of you can approach." Ji Xian, after hearing these words, obediently bowed his head and replied, "Thank you for helping us win this war. According to our agreement, except for missionaries, no one from the Bai Shui Jiao will approach this area." He and those around him respectfully expressed their goodwill. "We hope that in the future, the Bai Shui Jiao and you can coexist peacefully and respect each other." Zhang Yi replied with a cold laugh, "Oh, that's a given. After all, I am a pacifist." After hearing this, the Bai Shui Jiao members left with peace of mind. Zhang Yi's eyes followed them thoughtfully. He thought to himself, initially, the Bai Shui Jiao couldn't rapidly expand because several large bases held them back. Looking at them, he wondered, now that those restraints are gone, to what extent will they expand? He then sighed, "Perhaps I've unleashed a monster, but I have no other choice now." Afterwards, Zhang Yi went to the three corpses. The three espers had become empty shells. Kneeling on one knee, he looked at the bodies and muttered, "What's going on? Could they have been absorbed by someone?" Zhang Yi considered absorbing their abilities. Such a fierce battle, there shouldn't be anyone specifically going around finishing off these espers. "I'll bring them back first." Then he turned to the two people beside him and said, "Let's go. We're going back. It's time to get some proper rest." Hoa Hoa immediately jumped onto his shoulder, nuzzling its soft fur against him. Gently stroking its head, he said, "Look at you. After that rampage, you're covered in blood." Then the three of them walked into the house together, arm in arm. Let's go. Let's go back and get some proper rest." Meanwhile, in another location, numerous vehicles were parked on a snowy expanse. Sitting in a car, Ding Hai slammed his fist against the dashboard in frustration. "Bai Shui Jiao, Hin Thien, those bastards betrayed us." Hong Luyan, beside him, was equally indignant. "Hin Thien, just how much did Zhang Yi offer you to betray us?" Seeing her reach for the communicator, he stopped her. "Don't be impulsive." She frowned and asked, "Really?" He softly explained, "The Xingtian group didn't actually launch an attack against us. Those guys are fence-sitters. They've never truly joined the fight." He pondered thoughtfully. "So, I suspect they took some benefits from Zhang Yi, then stayed out of the conflict, not helping anyone." He clenched his fist and continued, "Those guys have always acted cautiously, unwilling to risk themselves. If they can gain advantages without fighting, they'll be very happy." Hong Lian said incredulously, "What about the agreement between us? He broke his promise, causing us serious losses. What about that?" He sighed and said helplessly, "Right now, both of our major forces have suffered heavy losses. Going after Xingtian now, do you think it's possible? Them not kicking us while we're down is the best outcome." Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound came from outside. It was Xingtian riding a wolf, shouting, "Xiao Hong Lian, Wei Dinghai, what are you two rushing off to do? Hong Luyan angrily stepped out of the vehicle. Xing Tian, you didn't honor our agreement to attack Zhang Yi's shelter. Now you're running over here, what do you want? Xing Tian replied with a mocking laugh. What I want to do? Isn't it obvious? You two are wealthy and influential overlords. It's not too much for me to collect a little toll, is it? Ding Hai, unable to tolerate this, also stepped out and said directly, Xing Tian, I don't understand. If you had joined us in continuously attacking Zhang Yi's shelter, we could have divided the entire West Mountain and Lujiang areas between us. Xing Tian just picked at his ear as Ding Hai continued to question him. But why did you choose to help neither side? Did you know Zhang Yi's true strength all along? He waved his hand dismissively. The reason is very simple. The Qingba base doesn't have as many vehicles and resources as you two, nor the long-reaching power to manage them. Xing Tian chuckled and shrugged. Even if we won this battle, I wouldn't be a match for your two large bases when it came to dividing the territory. So, Zhang Yi offered me 10 tons of food, and I happily agreed. He looked at the two frowning figures and continued. All right, now let's talk about the toll. Xing Tian gave a dangerous smile. How much are you willing to pay for passage? Meanwhile, at Zhang Yi's base, a table full of food was set. Everyone's worked hard. Let's have a celebratory feast today. Everyone quickly gathered around the table and picked up their chopsticks. Zhang Yi ate heartily and with gusto, replenishing his energy. In the medical room, Kan Yi took off her mask and said to him, the surgery is finished. Zhang Yi placed some food on the table and asked her, how is it? Is Liang Yu's injury serious? She finished her glass of water and said, the wound was deep, but I've stitched it up. Liang Yu was lying on the bed with a respirator. Kan Yi continued, she's an enhancement type Esper. Her physique is superior to ordinary people, and her recovery speed is very fast, so there's no major danger. She sighed with a hint of envy. Being an Esper is so convenient. Zhang Yi jokingly pinched her face. But in times of danger, your medical skills are needed to save lives, aren't they? At the same time, elsewhere, the members of the Bai Shui Jiao were gathering. Ji Xian reported, cult leader, thankfully, there were no casualties. Under the protection of the snow god, we achieved a great victory. Hong Lian wasn't happy to hear the continued report. The raiders from the Chao Wu and Duong Thin bases suffered heavy losses at our hands, severely crippling their strength. From now on, they'll hardly pose a threat to our Bai Shui Jiao. She stepped forward to support him, saying joyfully, you've worked hard, High Priest. The Divine One will not forget your contributions. Ji Xian then brought up the matter of their own losses. It's just that we also lost many loyal followers in battle, including the two Divine Fathers, Lam Fai and Man Tungwen. Hong Lian placed her hands on her chest. They haven't left, they've returned here. I can feel their presence. Ji Xian said respectfully, may every departed one be with the Lord. She clasped her hands together, excitedly declaring, now, nothing can stop our expansion. I want the light of the snow god to shine in every corner of Tianhai City. Hong Luyan became even more enthusiastic, and then the whole region, even the whole world. The snow god must become the only true god. Bai Shui Jiao will shine forever. The other followers echoed, Bai Shui Jiao will shine forever. 1 week later, at Zhang Yi's base, Kan Yi, Han Han, Hai Mai, and Duong Mat sat around a table playing mahjong. Nearby, Kan Yin and Xian Lei were playing video games, while Zhang Yi and Uncle Vong played Chinese chess. Xian Lei saw Luong Noyet walk out and paused his game to ask, Teacher Luong, are you feeling better? She nodded in response. Then she turned away, leaving him puzzled. Kan Yin patted his shoulder and explained, don't mind her, Teacher Luong has been like this for the past few days since she woke up. Zhang Yi made a move in his chess game and said, her mental state has changed. Leave her be. It doesn't seem like anything serious. Then he stood up and stretched. To summarize the current situation, Duong Thin and Chao Wu Base, after suffering heavy losses, won't be making any big moves for the time being. Xing Tian and the Qingbo Base gained a significant advantage, and by Shuejiao can now spread their teachings in Tianhai City without fear. He walked over to the window and continued. The current situation can be considered our victory, and we don't even need to worry about any minor actions in the short term. Suddenly, Zhang Yi pressed closer to the window, wondering, am I missing something? Outside, there was only snow. Zhang Yi was puzzled. It seems too clean. He recalled the scene of corpses scattered in the snow. How could the bodies be gone? He remembered them being there yesterday afternoon. He took out his binoculars from his spatial storage. Could they have been cleared away? Zhang Yi looked carefully through the binoculars, becoming even more incredulous. They were nowhere to be found, not even buried by the snow. The bodies had truly vanished. Zhang Yi recounted what he saw outside to everyone. I observed the footprints on the ground. It's highly likely they left on their own. Duong Mat leaned against Kan Yi, who said fearfully, Zhang, don't joke about this. It's too scary. Xian Lei also asked worriedly, Boss, did you collect all the bodies and then deliberately joke with us? Zhang Yi retorted, I didn't want to believe it either, but the reality is right in front of us. You can go see for yourselves. Then he laid out the next plan. Everyone finish eating first. Afterward, you can all follow me outside. We'll see what's really going on. I found their footprints. As long as we follow them, we're bound to find some clues. Everyone replied, We'll listen to you. Afterward, on the snowy plains, Zhang Yi's vehicle followed the footprints. He was driving when he saw the tracks disappear at a hole. Everyone got out of the vehicle and quickly approached the ice hole. They looked down into the deep pit, carefully observing for a moment. Xian Lei asked, puzzled, What in the world is this? Why would those corpses run to this place? Uncle Wang speculated. Could it be that there's a mutant who can control corpses? Liang Yu looked back at the footprints and guessed, but being able to control thousands of corpses to walk this far, if such an ability truly exists, it would be terrifying. Xian Lei shuddered at the thought. Could it be a dangerous, violent outbreak of the dead? Zhang Yi spoke up. I'd rather hope it's that kind of situation. He chuckled and said, You wouldn't actually think that there really are such things as zombies, would you? And that they could pose much of a threat to us now. He knelt down to examine the footprints. Besides, it's not scientific. In this temperature, the bodies would have long been frozen solid. How could they possibly walk like normal people? Uncle Wang looked around and said, For some reason, I feel a bit familiar with this area, like it's a station. Then he remembered, I know where this is. This neighborhood, I've stayed here before. It's called the Shirtsu residential area, and the place beneath our feet is the Shirtsu subway station. Zhang Yi speculated, I understand. So that means these dead people actually entered the subway tunnels through the station, right? Liang Yu was still doubtful. If that's the case, does it mean there's something controlling these corpses inside the subway tunnels? Uncle Wang cautiously asked for Zhang Yi's opinion. Zhang Yi, how should we handle this? Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering Uncle Wang's speculation. If there really is someone who can control corpses, then they definitely control more than just 1,000 corpses. The number could be unimaginable. He continued, such a person, if they become our enemy, would be very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Zhang Yi finally spoke. Let's not worry about them for now. We haven't had any conflict with them, so let's not actively provoke them. Zhang Yi led everyone away, instructing, After we leave this place, no one is to go near it again. Liang Yu was still worried about the dark hole, and asked him, So, we're going to leave this unknown thing here? Zhang Yi smiled slyly. Leave it. After all, even if something goes wrong someday, I won't be the one with a headache. At the Yuelu residential area, where large apartment buildings stood close together, a man in a red hooded cloak was respectfully greeted by the residents. Greetings, esteemed Grand Preceptor. He pointed his staff at the group and solemnly declared, Li Jian, the snow god has granted you power. It seems you've learned to use it well. Li Jian respectfully replied, Praise the snow god, praise the omnipotent cult leader. I thank you, Grand Preceptor, for allowing me to receive the cult leader's blessing. Now we can survive. The Grand Preceptor, in a cheerful tone, continued to persuade the residents of the residential area. Now, I have good news for you. You have the cult leader's approval. You can come with us to the Heavenly Phoenix Zone and live with the cult leader and all the other cult members. Li Jian, hearing this, asked in a slightly bewildered tone, Heavenly Phoenix Zone? The Grand Preceptor immediately reassured him. Don't be afraid. It's a paradise in this apocalypse. All the members of our snow god cult are there. Without pausing, he continued to sing its praises, painting a beautiful picture of the residents' future, a future not far off. That place will become a utopian society, unaffected by the apocalypse. You have been chosen. You are qualified to live there. The Grand Preceptor then spoke to Li Jian privately. Also, I mentioned you, Li Jian, to the cult leader. She greatly admires your abilities and believes they are indispensable to our snow god cult. So, as long as you come with us, you and your family will receive special care. Li Jian was stunned upon hearing these beautiful promises. He couldn't help but kneel down, joyfully praising the great snow god, and the cult leader Li Jian is willing to dedicate his meager strength to the snow god cult. The Grand Preceptor, skilled in winning people over, gently told him, "Get up, bring your family and your belongings, and follow me back to the snow god cult's camp." A few hours later, at the snow god cult's area, a rather large area with well-built houses close together, forming a small town, as the residents arrived, the Grand Preceptor quickly ordered Li Jian, "Li Jian, follow me. The cult leader wants to meet you personally." But Li Jian hesitated and asked, "What about my wife and son?" He immediately replied, "Don't worry about that. They will naturally be taken care of." Li Jian's wife, hearing this, also stepped forward and urged him to be summoned by the cult leader personally is an honor. "Go, we'll wait for you here." Reassured, Li Jian followed the Grand Preceptor deeper inside. When he was led to a courtyard, there was an altar on a raised platform, where Yuan Kongya, clad in a red cloak, stood with her back to him. Li Jian was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, the cult leader is a woman, seemingly aware of his thoughts. The Grand Preceptor standing beside him explained, God is omnipresent and ever-changing. Their form is determined by the heart of the believer. Therefore, there's no need to be concerned. Li Jian clasped his hands and bowed. Greetings, cult leader. I am Li Jian. I survived thanks to your grace. Kongya approached him amicably and patted his shoulder. Very good. The Grand Preceptor has told me about your strength. From now on, you are the divine protector of the snow god cult. Li Jian quickly knelt, declaring his loyalty. I am willing to give everything for the snow god cult. She seemed quite satisfied with his oath and turned around, ordering, follow me. The two walked together to a giant tree, its branches stretching out in all directions. Its sheer size made Li Jian gape in astonishment. Kongya explained, this is the sacred tree of our snow god cult. Its roots can reach hundreds of meters deep into the earth, absorbing nutrients, and then it bears fruit. Its fruit is our most important food. As she spoke, she plucked a bright red fruit from the tree and held it out to Li Jian, asking him solemnly, this is the hope for our survival. Would you like to try it? Li Jian accepted the fruit from Yuan Kongya, hesitating only briefly before taking a decisive bite. It was a large bite, even more surprising. As soon as he finished eating, he felt his body brimming with strength, the feelings of hunger and cold completely vanishing. She promptly assigned him a task. Li Jian, your mission is to use your strength to care for this sacred tree. The stronger and more mature it grows, the more nourishment we can provide for the cult. Li Jian solemnly accepted the order. I will obey your command, cult leader. He stood beneath the sacred tree, taking a small knife in his hand. He then decisively cut the tip of his finger, letting the flowing blood drip onto the trunk of the sacred tree. Immediately, the entire tree began to glow, and countless vines sprouted from its trunk, growing longer and longer. Yuan Kongya, while using her ability to heal the wound on Li Jian's finger, instructed him, "From now on, you must use your blood to nourish the sacred tree every day. This is your glorious mission." Back at Zhang Yi's shelter, everyone was gathered in the training room, diligently working on their physical conditioning. Chun-Lei sat panting on the floor, his mind constantly replaying the fact that Teacher Liang and the boss had the ability to absorb powers. He recalled that the mutants who attacked the shelter before had varying levels of strength. He resolutely stood up, preparing to continue training, constantly reminding himself, "I can't keep going on like this. Otherwise, every time I fight, I'm just temporarily relying on a miracle." Zhang Yi, seemingly understanding his thoughts, suddenly approached him and said, "Powers become more refined with use, but the most important thing is to use your head." He carefully instructed Chun-Lei, "If we consider powers as weapons, besides increasing the weapon's power, you also need to have the brains to control it. A small stone thrown by an expert is more effective than a sword swung by an ordinary person." Chun-Lei immediately understood these words. He had been too preoccupied with the strength of his own abilities. But when the boss killed Ling Feng, he hadn't relied on overwhelming power, but on intelligence and strategy. He firmly resolved, "I can't absorb the powers of other mutants, so I have limitations. But if I can develop my own abilities to their fullest potential, I might not necessarily be weak." 1 month later, snow on a tree branch fell due to some disturbance. At the Shishan base in the wasteland, the ice and snow-sealed door was forced open by a powerful force, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter. From within the tightly sealed base, a horde of zombies slowly emerged. At the same time, inside the living room of the shelter, Zhang Yi and Xin were sitting on the sofa. She was reporting the situation of the military bases to Zhang Yi based on current intelligence. The Qingbu base is still maintaining a steady defense. They have no intention of outward aggression and are quite content with their current territory. Zhang Yi sat on the side, sipping tea and listening attentively to Xion's words. The Chaowu base, after the defeat of their 5 armies, their leader Wei Dinghai suffered serious injuries. So they are prioritizing defense, constantly shrinking their defense lines, which has even led to the rise of other armed forces within their territory. The Yangsheng base's dominance remains stable, having forcefully suppressed several rebellions. Within the territory, right now, she's reporting on the red-robed snow god cult members who are spreading their beliefs and recruiting followers everywhere. She's clearly reporting back to Zhang Yi about their activities. The Snow God cult is arguably the biggest beneficiary of that battle. Their membership is skyrocketing, potentially exceeding 10,000. Zhang Yi raised his hand, momentarily stopping Xion from continuing, and asked with a puzzled tone, "They're frantically recruiting followers, but what are they relying on to sustain them? Not every follower can become a useful soldier or laborer." He lowered his voice with a hint of disdain. Could it be that Yuan Kongya actually sees himself as some kind of savior? Xion offered a different perspective. "Actually, there's another possibility." Zhang Yi, intrigued, replied, "Tell me more." She seriously presented her thoughts. "It's the apocalypse now, even more difficult than times of chaos. Usually during these times, the world order undergoes tremendous changes." She reminded him worriedly, "You don't have any ambitions. You just want a peaceful life, which is fine, but the powerful figures of other factions might not think the same way." Xion returned to the topic of the Snow God cult, using her own reasoning to speculate. The Snow God cult, through spreading their beliefs, has rapidly become the largest force in Tianhai City without even resorting to force. She pointed to a map showing the distribution of armed bases, then to the scattered red dots representing Snow God cult members, and continued her explanation. Once they have enough followers and their doctrines are widespread enough, then even the 3 major bases, or even some of us, could be assimilated. Based on her analysis, she finally concluded, in other words, someone within the Snow God cult wants to rebuild faith amidst the chaotic apocalypse and become a new god. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi responded with a hint of disbelief. That idea sounds a bit laughable. Xin tried to convince him. Trust me, this is absolutely no laughing matter. People in desperate situations will grasp at any chance of survival. But Zhang Yi remained stubborn. I acknowledge your reasoning, but times have changed. He exhaled, explaining dismissively. Just having a large number of people isn't enough to dominate everything. Faced with other major factions possessing modern weaponry, they still can't gain an absolute advantage. Xin persisted in her argument. What if they utilize Yuan Konya's blessing ability, awakening a large number of abilities? This question gave Zhang Yi pause, but he eventually responded calmly. Ability users are just slightly stronger humans. I've met plenty of ability users, and the number of truly powerful ones worth being wary of is negligible. Xin, seizing the opportunity to flatter him, exclaimed with admiration in her eyes, "You say that only because you are incredibly powerful now." Zhang Yi was amused by her words, but in the end, he made a decision. We need to deal with the snow god cult more cautiously. Suddenly, strange noises came from outside, and Zhang Yi looked out inquisitively. Someone's here. He saw a large group of people slowly approaching. He quickly stood up and ordered, "Shao AI, notify everyone in the shelter to assemble in the living room immediately and equip themselves." Immediately after, he turned and left, not forgetting to order Xin, "Check outside, see if something has appeared." Xin looked out at the dense crowd outside and wondered, where did all these people come from? She couldn't help but worry and ask herself, why are there so many people here? Could it be that other forces have joined forces to attack? Inside the living room, Zhang Yi carefully observed the situation outside with binoculars. Uncle Yu, having just arrived, hurriedly asked him, "Zhang Yi, are we under attack?" Through the binoculars, a group of zombies could be clearly seen slowly approaching. This startled Zhang Yi, causing him to stammer. "Corpses, they've really appeared." Liang Yu, also holding binoculars, observed the situation outside and said to him, "These bodies, couldn't they all have crawled out from the West Mountain base?" Zhang Yi asked in surprise. "How did you figure that out?" She immediately pointed out to him. "Look closely. Some of the bodies are still wearing the uniforms of the West Mountain Base soldiers. They are all from the West Mountain Base, especially civilians from the Fourth Life warehouse." Liang Yu's words were directed at a group of zombies still wearing tattered uniforms. Zhang Yi still felt puzzled. "It's strange, isn't it? It's clearly the freezing period, yet the bodies aren't frozen and can still move." Xin pushed the wheelchair over and offered her explanation. "It's possible that some kind of virus has been released." Zhang Yi seemed to agree with this idea and continued. "Fortunately, it's just a few corpses that look a bit scary, but explaining them as hosts parasitized by a virus is also difficult to explain." He pulled out several guns from his space and ordered everyone, "Let's go. Let's eliminate these guys who can't even rest in peace. Remember, to kill zombies, you have to hit them in the head." Ka and I, seeing the gun in his hand, excitedly pleaded, "Big brother, give me that gun. Let me fight too." Zhang Yi tossed her a gun and carefully instructed, "Stay close to me and be steady when you shoot. Don't accidentally injure our own people." She happily agreed. "Okay." Quickly, everyone gathered outside the building. Uncle Yu took the lead, charging forward with a shovel. Zhang Yi hurriedly stopped him. "Uncle Yu, using a gun is more direct." But Uncle Yu responded forcefully, "It won't work. Let's conserve ammunition." Liang Yu also quickly charged forward with her sword. Meanwhile, Ka and I was competing with Chun Lei, "Brother Chun, let's see who can kill more zombies." He confidently replied, "I'll definitely win. I've been handling guns for months longer than you." With that said, the two fired their guns, the bullets piercing through the foreheads of two nearby zombies. They fell back, but quickly sat up again. Uncle Yu and Liang Yu just happened to arrive from behind, one slashing, the other stabbing, quickly taking down the zombie. But at that moment, the zombies roared in unison. Immediately afterward, they increased their speed and charged forward. In an instant, they surrounded the two. A shout of "Careful!" rang out as the zombies all bared their teeth and lunged towards the two. The horde of zombies aggressively charged towards Uncle Yu. He yelled, "Get out!" and swung the shovel in his hand, cleaving the nearest zombies in two. Half of one zombie fell to the ground, then immediately got back up and crawled forward rapidly. Chun-Lei and Ka and I were terrified by the severed half of the zombie that was wriggling towards them. What kind of monster was this? Why couldn't it be killed? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi opened a dimensional portal right in front of the other zombies, causing them to stumble in before they could react. Seeing this, Chun-Lei rejoiced. Great. Luckily, we have the boss's dimensional door. We can use this to deal with all these brainless corpses. But just then, the zombies chasing behind suddenly stopped in front of the portal. Their reaction immediately made Zhang Yi suspicious. Corpses were mutated dead bodies. They shouldn't have intelligence, but they were able to sense danger and stop. This was completely illogical. Looking at the zombies continuously surrounding Liang Yu and Uncle Yu, he thought, could there be a mutant who can control corpses like last time when the soldiers' bodies disappeared for no reason? He thought, almost understanding everything. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. He opened the dimensional portal again and pulled out a tank. Then he gave orders to Liang Yu and Uncle Yu through the walkie-talkie. Uncle Yu, Liang Yu, listen to my command. On the count of 3, both of you jump with all your might towards the sky. After saying that, he immediately climbed into the tank. That I still can't control this thing very well myself, but Uncle Yu and I taught you how to blow it up. Uncle Yu and Liang Yu both responded understood. As Zhang Yi started counting 3, 2, both of them jumped point 1. As soon as the command was given, they were already high in the air. Immediately, a shell fired from the tank, carrying a fierce flame, incinerating the zombies right below Liang Yu and Uncle Yu. When they landed, they turned and ran towards Zhang Yi, leading the group of zombies behind them. Meanwhile, he had jumped out of the tank. He pulled out a flamethrower from the dimensional space and urged the two, hurry, they're about to catch up. Zhang Yi aimed at the right moment and shot a stream of fire forward. The fierce flames quickly hit the zombies in front. They immediately turned and fled, their bodies still ablaze. Their action surprised Zhang Yi once again. How are they running away? He frowned, now certain of his guess. Now one thing can be confirmed. These corpses are definitely being controlled by someone behind the scenes. Standing in front of the charred zombies, Zhang Yi told his group his deduction. The controller behind the scenes, after realizing it was difficult to kill us, chose to flee to preserve these corpses. Liang Yu found his conclusion hard to believe. I really can't imagine how a person can control thousands of corpses at the same time. She looked at the pile of zombies in front of her and analyzed the situation with Zhang. Why, at the same time, these bodies can't be killed even after being frozen and decapitated. With such formidable power, he could completely rule Tianhai City. After all, corpses are the most common thing outside now. Faced with Liang Yu's reasoning, the rest of the group nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi, still intently observing the zombies, voiced his opinion. They needed to figure out what these things were and who was controlling them and how. He threw the remains of the recently destroyed zombies out of his interdimensional space and told everyone. The interdimensional space can absorb them, proving they are indeed corpses and not some unique pre-existing creature. He still found it hard to believe, but they were still moving, which was beyond imagination. Zhang Yi pulled several flamethrowers from his interdimensional space and ordered Chun-Lei, burn these things clean. At least now we know they can be burned to death. When the group returned to the shelter, Yang Mi, upon hearing about the situation outside, panicked. Moving corpses? There must be ghosts. Ka and I immediately comforted her. It's hard to say. With this kind of thing, it's better to believe it exists than not. Maintaining a healthy fear is best. Zhang Yi seriously affirmed to everyone, someone is definitely controlling those corpses. He explained to them, those corpses knew to avoid my dimensional door and even knew to run away. These are signs of intelligent beings. So there must be a superhuman secretly attacking us. Faced with his reasoning, everyone seemed to agree. Ka and I then wondered, but why would they attack us? Xin also felt puzzled that we've never offended anyone. If we're talking recently, only the Chaowu and Yongxing bases have grudges against us. But Ka and I still couldn't understand. But if they had this kind of power, wouldn't they have used it during the battle? Why wait until now? Zhang Yi, also unable to figure it out, shook his head slightly and replied, something this sudden isn't easy to understand. In any case, let's stay inside the shelter. It's very safe here. Those corpses can't break in. He then turned to give instructions. Xin, pay close attention to the other factions these next few days. See if this phenomenon is only happening to us or if it's happening all over Tianhai City. She immediately agreed. Leave it to me. He turned to the others. Uncle Yu, Liang Yu, carefully examine everyone's bodies to prevent them from being injured by those things. Both of them immediately agreed. All right, we'll cooperate with the investigation. Zhang Yi reassured them. Relax, it's not that I suspect you. It's just for everyone's safety. He turned to Ka and I, there's something I need you to do. She immediately understood. You want me to study the corpses? Zhang Yi nodded, stating his intention. I need to determine whether these things actually have a virus in their bodies or if they're being controlled by a superhuman's ability. Zhang Yi said seriously, if it's a virus, it will become a disaster covering all of Tianhai City. No, even the whole country, even the whole world. Ka and I listened in horror as he continued. But if someone is controlling them from the shadows, it means there's an existence in Tianhai City that we didn't know about before, something extremely terrifying. She fearfully threw herself into his arms. No matter the outcome, it was terrifying. Seeing this, he comforted her, saying there was no need to overthink. They didn't have the energy to worry about the outside world. Gently stroking her face, he softly said that their priority was to protect themselves. As long as their shelter was safe, they could always live well. In the infirmary, Kan Ni's hand emitted a green light, and the arm on the table twitched. She gasped, it's a miracle. He stood behind her, worriedly reminding her, you have to be careful. We still can't confirm if it's a virus or not, and we don't know how infectious it is. She calmly replied, it's all right. We still have plenty of time if the current danger is only at this level. We can handle it easily. She added with confidence, after all, our armed forces are the strongest in Tianhai City. Bringing the specimen to the microscope, Ka and I continued. However, if this corpse outbreak occurs within other factions, especially that snow god cult, it will be incredibly terrifying. A fierce battle was raging at the Yongsheng base, with the sound of gunfire everywhere. Something was spewing fire, incinerating everything. Hong Lian thought, there are just too many corpses. A soldier jumped down beside her and called out, leader. He placed a container on the ground. She quickly opened it and checked. It was full of alcohol. Scooping up a spoonful, Hong Lian drank it down without hesitation. She continued to breathe fire, the flames this time much larger than before, incinerating everything. Landing with a thud, she said, what are these things? They're definitely not ordinary corpses. Hong Lian sternly ordered the soldier behind her, go investigate how they appeared. Is someone controlling them from behind the scenes? At the Chaowu base, chaos also reigned, with explosions everywhere. Ding Hai spoke up. Where did these things come from? Could they be nurtured by some faction in Tianhai City, or perhaps an underground force we haven't discovered yet? Meanwhile, at the Snow God cult headquarters, people sat around a burning fire, eating red apples. A group of people emerged from the smoke. Two guard called out, where are you coming from? Do you need our help? A horde of zombies suddenly appeared, causing everyone to scream, monsters! 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 The zombies frantically attacked the villagers. Cries of, help me! Help me! Echoing out. The Snow God cult members watched in horror. They raised their guns and shouted, don't falter! The cult leader will protect us. Then they immediately fled, towards the cathedral. The zombies pursued them. The group managed to run through the city gates, but some were left behind. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, flames erupted, and debris flew everywhere, obliterating the zombies. Yuan Konya stepped out of the cathedral, flames still flickering in her hand. A sneak attack? And by zombies, no less. He sternly ordered the two beside him, "Comrades, guard the inside of the cathedral. No matter what happens, do not come out. Protect the bishop and the believers inside." Then he gave instructions to the others and charged forward. "The rest of you, follow me. Kill these zombies." Han Chong immediately transformed into a bear, charging forward and slashing off the heads of the zombies. But the headless zombies continued to lunge at him. Still alive, he then used his sharp claws to slice the zombies in half. Looking at the rotting corpses on the snow, Han Chong said in horror, "Disgusting. Were these things?" Just half an hour later, he had eliminated all the zombies. Having transformed back into his human form, he still couldn't believe the sight of the corpses. These things. What are they? Jiayin stepped forward to look at the pile of zombies. Puzzled. "Move all the bodies into that abandoned building." He objected and shouted. "On the other hand, check if anyone is injured. These zombies are too bizarre. It could be some kind of biochemical virus. We need to isolate them and observe them for a while. They cannot come into contact with other people." Both of them glanced at what lay on the snow. He continued, "These things are unbelievable. We can't kill them, and they even know how to retreat. These are definitely not the stupid kind of zombies we see on TV." Han Chong gritted his teeth in anger. "If this is really the work of another hybrid force, I will definitely not let them off." Hearing this, Jia Hian immediately retorted, "Calm down. The important thing now is to protect the remaining survivors." He brushed past Han Chong and suddenly said, "Is another blizzard coming?" Upon hearing the news from Zhang Yi, Wei Nan was startled. "What? You were attacked by zombies too?" He looked out the window and cursed before recounting. "Last night, we encountered them as well. We lost over 100 people." The more he recalled, the more frustrated he became. He fumed. Where the hell did these damn things come from? "Isn't this a biohazard?" Zhang Yi replied in a serious tone. "No one can say for sure. These zombies are strange. Decapitation doesn't kill them, and it seems like someone is controlling them from behind the scenes." He continued in a low voice, "However, hearing you say this, I feel that the problem is a bit complicated. Our two bases are 100 kilometers apart, and were attacked simultaneously." His amber eyes widened in suspicion that if someone can really control these zombie hordes in secret, there's definitely more than one person involved. Wayne entirely rubbed his temples and replied, "Are you saying that there's a terrifying force in Tianhai City that can manipulate zombie hordes?" Then he suddenly raised his voice, causing Zhang Yi to frown. "But if that's the case, wouldn't that force be invincible? Over 10 million people died in Tianhai City. Their vengeful spirits alone could kill us all." Listening to him ramble, Zhang Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, stunned. Take your shelter as an example. No matter how fortified it is, it can't stop someone from attacking every day, can it? Zhang Yi sighed after hearing this and instructed, "Let's take it one step at a time. Also, contact the other bases and see if they've encountered the same situation." The next morning, Zhang Yi, observing from inside the shelter, saw a horde of zombies gathering near the refuge. He quickly mobilized everyone. "Let's go." Xianlei immediately utilized his ice-generating ability. Zhang Yi, directing from his position, said, "If I'm right, there's a controller among these zombies. Once we're out of their sight, these zombies will lose their direction." Outside, Uncle View wielded a flamethrower to eliminate the zombies. Flames erupted from both sides, directly engulfing the zombies in a sea of fire. The zombies, unable to escape the flames, were burned and charred beyond recognition. Connie, observing from inside the shelter, diligently recorded her assessments. "It seems to be as I predicted. The virus within the zombies is cold-loving and fears heat. After being scorched by high temperatures, it loses its activity, thus rendering them immobile. The first wave of zombies was incinerated by Uncle View's flames, but the zombies behind them quickly changed direction to avoid the fire. Noticing this, Zhang Yi said, "I have a bad feeling about this." Unsure of what was happening, Xianlei asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" Zhang Yi calmly observed and replied, "We eliminated more than half of the zombie horde last night, but by this afternoon, their numbers haven't decreased, only increased." His words startled everyone. This indicates that the virus transmission rate is extremely fast. It's possible that those who died have all turned into zombies. Zhang Yi immediately decided, "Let's head back and explain the zombie situation to everyone." Standing before everyone, Zhang Yi spoke seriously. "If this is the case, sooner or later, the entire city of Tianhai will be occupied by zombies. I can't imagine how we'll survive then." His words plunged everyone into silence, their faces etched with tension. Han Han took a small sip of tea, her expression pensive. Then she spoke, "But judging by the current situation, this trend isn't yet clear. Otherwise, the other side wouldn't just send a few thousand zombies to attack us each time." She continued sternly, "However, if we can't figure out the truth behind the appearance of these zombies, they will surely become an immeasurable problem later on." Mong and Hung sighed. "If only it were summer, all these zombies would rot into skeletons." Zhang Yi frowned. "The most frightening thing isn't their numbers, but the fact that they seem to be controlled. They aren't mindless monsters." His voice was filled with frustration. "Plus, they're incredibly difficult to kill. We can only burn them or dismember them. This adds to the difficulty in dealing with them." Han Han understood Zhang Yi's point at SO. "The most important thing is to eliminate whoever is controlling them." He replied, "Easier said than done. Where do we find them? Every time we kill half of them, they slip away." Zhang Yi slumped back in his chair and continued, "We can't even determine if there's a controller within the horde. After all, things like supernatural abilities." He hesitated for a moment, then leaned back helplessly that it's full of uncertainty. No one can use normal logic to figure this out. At this moment, Connie spoke up. "Actually, I have a theory." He looked at Connie and asked, "Oh." She quickly voiced her thoughts. "Over the past 2 days, I've been studying the zombies' bodies and have discovered something like a very strange virus. Remember back in the lab? It could withstand extreme cold, even surviving at minus 100 degrees Celsius. Moreover, it can infiltrate the nervous system of living organisms and control." Her expression was filled with doubt and curiosity as she continued, "Control their bodies." She paused, "But it doesn't fit the modern biological definition of virus. Its structure seems to be somewhere between a virus and a cell. It can invade the host body like a virus, taking control and reproducing." Zhang Yi, who didn't understand much about science, interrupted, "Connie, can you explain it a bit more simply?" Connie tried to be more concise. "After the apocalypse, due to the gamma radiation, biology has been redefined. For now, let's just call it the zombie virus. Simply put, it exhibits the habits of a part of a biological population, even social animals." Everyone listened attentively as Ni explained, "When zombies are in a horde, their actions are consistent. They even display a certain level of intelligence. But in the corpses we studied in the lab, even their reproductive instincts and responsiveness were weakened." She seriously stated her hypothesis. "So, I suspect that this virus can be controlled similarly to a biological population, and the mother organisms with the virus can somehow control them remotely." Zhang Yi became curious. "Control them?" Connie waved her hand, indicating uncertainty. "Of course, I'm not talking about vast distances. For example, animals can communicate through scent, and this mutated virus must also have its own way of transmitting information." Zhang Yi quickly guessed, "So you're saying that if we kill the mother organism, These infected zombies will also die. Connie shook her head with a sigh. It's not that simple, but at least they won't be like they are now, capable of large-scale actions and possessing a certain level of intelligence. Hearing this, Zhang Yi sat up straight. I think I'm starting to understand. He then began to elaborate. Has anyone noticed? The zombie hordes attacking these past 2 days, while seemingly ferocious, also appear to have a certain level of intelligence. Uncle View and Xianlei nodded as they listened to his analysis. But in reality, the zombies' tactics are very rudimentary, choosing to retreat after a portion of them are killed. Han Han and Meng Ning also listened intently. That IT feels like a 2 or 3-year-old child learning to speak, only able to learn one word at a time. Liang Yu suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, Zhang Yi. I think I understand what you're trying to say. She speculated those things might be mutations after human death, or after the mutated virus occupies a human body, becoming a mother organism. It has only recently gained intelligence, and is still learning human combat methods. Zhang Yi responded, if such a thing truly exists, then it could be called something like a zombie king. He rubbed his chin, continuing to ponder the issue. After all, we've confirmed 2 conditions for obtaining abilities: near-death experiences and external stimuli like the ice shard. The possibility of gaining abilities after death isn't out of the question. Zhang Yi mused, if it truly is a mutated corpse that gained intelligence, and if the attacks continue, we'll have a chance to gather more information. Zhang Yi instructed everyone, we must pay attention to every detail of their actions to find a way to deal with them. Right now, his gaze drifted towards the window. Our first priority is to quickly clear out the zombies in the surrounding area. Their existence is a major safety hazard. Liang Yu cautiously added, but there's another issue. She voiced her concern. If these are mutated corpses that have developed intelligence, how did they simultaneously cause outbreaks in various districts of Tianhai City? Zhang Yi honestly replied, I don't know. Xian suddenly thought of a possibility, the subway. She explained, we all know the nearest active infected area is the subway station. Liang Yu listened intently. Tianhai City's subway system connects in all directions and can reach any district. The zombies could be using the subway to move between areas. Zhang Yi agreed. This could also explain why we've only faced smaller hordes. Yun Kuyet Manor is relatively isolated, with only the second subway line passing through. He then delegated the task to its originator, Xian, continue monitoring the situation with the other factions. I need to understand the state of the zombie situation in their areas. He smiled confidently. Sooner or later, we'll have to figure this out and get it over with. Xian readily agreed. Of course. Zhang Yi's calculations became clearer. He said, the survival of the others isn't really our concern. If they aren't willing to make the tough decisions, then let them keep fighting the zombies. He leaned back in his chair and sighed, especially the Bai Shui Jiao. Their numbers are growing, and I'm starting to feel a bit threatened. Them being part of the equation in this crisis isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. At night, Zhang Yi prepared and looked outside. Switching to a night attack, moving with the others, he continued. Have they realized we're more effective during the day, or is this a coincidence? He poured a strange, yellow liquid from a can. Facing the enemy before him, Zhang Yi assessed. It seems they're actually learning. He informed the others, it's bad news, but also good news. At least our guess wasn't wrong. Even corpses are learning to gather intelligence. Zhang Yi added, so next, we need to verify something. With determination, he emphasized this time, we wipe them all out. Not a single corpse remains. Leaping onto his giant cat, Hua, Zhang Yi directed, we'll flank them from the rear. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Uncle View said, all right, let's have some fun today. Xianlei added, what's fun about killing a bunch of corpses? Qi Kuang looked at him and replied, kid, with so many live targets, consider it practice. Hearing this, Xianlei stepped forward and used a skill. The enemies seemed to freeze solid. Before Xianlei's skill, Liang Yu swung her sword, a long streak of light flashing as she attacked. The battle between the two sides erupted, everyone's fighting spirit soaring. Zhang Yi, riding Hua, fired his assault rifle from behind the horde. Countless zombies were hit, their limbs shattering, but fell down. Seizing this opportunity, he jumped from the cat's back into a fighting stance. The cat then used the momentum to curl up and roll across the snowy ground. It rolled into an unbelievably large, round object at an incredible speed. Wherever it rolled, the horde was scattered and the sound was deafening. Seeing them start to flee, Zhang Yi, still holding his gun, said they want to go back already. He scoffed and then aimed again. Since you're already here, what's the rush? With a gun in his hand, Zhang Yi tore through the horde, the chaos still ongoing. Afterward, Xianlei and the others ran over and asked, "Boss, what's the plan?" Zhang Yi replied, "After this probing attack, I can determine that the zombie king isn't within the horde, but can control the horde's actions." He continued, "These zombies weren't aiming to kill us earlier, but to gather intel on us, then report back to the zombie king." The other three shuddered as they listened to Zhang. "Once they fully grasp our combat skills, I'm afraid the real army will be arriving soon," he declared decisively. "Therefore, we need to take the initiative. We can't follow their rhythm." Gripping the head of a zombie, Zhang Yi said, "Let this fellow help us investigate what's deep inside the subway." Liang Yu asked, "You mean investigate the depths of the subway, then find an opportunity to destroy the zombie's lair?" Zhang Yi glanced at her and replied, "If the right opportunity arises, we need to do just that." Kicking the corpse away, he said softly, "The best defense is a good offense. We need to seize the initiative." The zombie he had just released quickly ran off. Zhang Yi raised his eyes to watch it. "Next, we'll see how much good information this little brother can bring us." Later, he picked up the remote and turned on the TV. The TV showed a scene of the zombie horde densely packed together, a grotesque sight. Xianlei exclaimed, "Just how many zombies are there underground?" Uncle View added, "Just imagine how many people died in the city, and you'll understand." Xianlei's face paled as he asked, "Will everyone who died in Tianhai City become a zombie? What about us?" XINXN, sitting in her wheelchair, seriously replied, "There's no way to make that judgment now. Corpses turning into zombies requires a viral signature." She continued, "However, if given enough time, I believe that day won't be too far off." Zhang Yi added, "Indeed, too many people have died in the city. Even if we collect all kinds of corpses, it's impossible to retrieve over 1,000. He calmly offered a solution. "We still need to address the source. Eliminate the Zombie King prototype, and we'll reduce a lot of trouble." Suddenly, something caught Zhang Yi's attention. Among the zombies shown on the screen, there was a strange monster. Its entire body was a striking blue. Zhang Yi was incredibly surprised and thought, "What is that?" It pressed its face close to the TV screen as if challenging the viewers. Utterly shocked, Zhang Yi exclaimed, "We've been spotted." He frowned in frustration and said, "This proves our assumption was correct. The Zombie King is in there. I've found it." Xianlei looked at Zhang Yi worriedly and continued, "How can we destroy the Zombie King? There are too many corpses on the ground. It'll take forever to count them all." XIN also chimed in. "The subway lines are spread throughout the city. The Zombie King is intelligent and will flee if it detects something's wrong." Zhang Yi glanced over and calmly replied, "If we're going to do it, we'll do it in one fell swoop." Zhang Yi continued, "As long as we're committed to killing it, their numbers won't be a problem. To prevent their escape, we have to start with the subway line closest to us." Liang Yu then spoke up, "We could start from Song Zhuang's location and blow up the tunnel there. That would also cut off the corpse's escape route." She continued with her suggestion, "Our goal is to kill the Zombie King. As long as it doesn't escape, we have many ways to deal with the remaining corpses." Uncle View, at this point, could only look at Zhang Yi with trust. "Zhang Yi, how exactly should we do this? You decide. This battle is unavoidable anyway." Zhang Yi took charge and instructed, "Prepare yourselves. We'll move tomorrow." A moment later, in the living room, Xianlei exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, so soon?" This isn't like you. He anxiously inquired. What if something unexpected happens underground? I mean, we don't really understand the situation down there. Maybe we've underestimated their fighting strength. Zhang Yi smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I won't gamble with everyone's lives. Xianlei suddenly grinned mischievously and asked in a low voice, Boss, why so secretive? Can't you just tell us? But Zhang Yi only cryptically replied, You just need to know that even if we encounter the most dangerous situation, I'll get everyone out. Hearing this, Liang Yu said, I understand. If that's the case, then we have nothing to worry about, right? At this moment, Yang Mi suddenly stood up and smiled gently. Then I'll go prepare some food for everyone. Hearing about food, Zhang Yi nodded enthusiastically, yes, the more the better. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Yangsheng base, Xiao Honglian stared blankly at the raging fire below. The rising heat made her pant. We can't just sit here and wait for death. If this continues, in less than a month, we'll have to abandon the oil refinery and hide underground from the horde. As soon as she finished speaking, someone from the Yangsheng base stepped forward to report, Leader, all the corpses have been dealt with. These things just need to be burned to completely die. However, we lost 67 soldiers and slaves. Honglian's face instantly darkened, and she growled, We have to change our tactics. We can't always be on the defensive. Hearing this, Qing Ting couldn't help but speak up. Do you mean we should take the initiative to go to the corpse's lair? Honglian glanced at her and said with disgust, The corpse's actions are clearly being controlled. We need to gather enough intelligence to know how to completely resolve this danger. Qing Ting immediately objected, but that's too dangerous. We don't know the scale of a large horde. At this point, his voice dropped. Recklessly investigating could lead to our entire force being wiped out. It's better to observe a bit longer. Perhaps another force will have a way to deal with this. Looking at the desolate scene below, Xiao Honglian said arrogantly, Look at the scale of this horde. I don't think they'll have it easy either. Especially the Bai Shui cult, those idiots. They've gathered over 10,000 people, practically collecting food for the corpses. She slowly stood up. None of them can be trusted. They'd be happy to see us die. We have to rely on ourselves. Turning to Qing Ting, she instructed, Let's decide this now. Have Dong Hu take 2 espers and 30 elite soldiers to the corpse's lair and carefully investigate. Meanwhile, at the Bai Shui cult headquarters, Wu Huan bowed respectfully as he reported, The number of dead cultists has already exceeded 1,000. Those infected are also likely to mutate. He continued in a low voice, The faith of the newcomers is wavering severely. If this continues, there will be trouble. Zhang Jiayin merely frowned slightly and said, It's nothing. They just have some complaints. They wouldn't actually dare to do anything. Looking at the group of followers behind him, Jiayin softly ordered, Over the next few days, arrange for some of our people to spread information among the followers. Tell them that almost all the survivors outside have been killed by the corpses. He chuckled, calculating, Without the protection of the Bai Shui cult, they won't have any strength to fight back when facing the corpse attacks. Jiayin continued calmly. Tell them that other forces are constantly retreating in the face of the corpse tides, and their casualties are even higher. His steady voice echoed. Half of them are already dead, practically on the verge of collapse. Hearing this, Wu Huan excitedly chimed in. Good idea. He paused, then muttered, No comparison, no hurt. As long as they think corpses are everywhere, they'll feel that their current lives aren't so bad and won't complain about our Bai Shui cult. Jiayin chuckled and continued. The reason they still complain is because they aren't devout enough to the Bai Shui cult. Looking at the people sitting in the distance, Jiayin grew even more confident. This way, they'll understand how fortunate they are to have joined the Bai Shui cult at this time. Wu Huan excitedly praised, It's all thanks to you, great priest. I understand. I'll immediately arrange for people to do this. Meanwhile, on an ice-covered road, a car sped along. Zhang Yi stepped out to observe the giant hole in front of him and said, Killing the zombie king is our top priority this time. As long as we can find it, I'm 100% confident in eliminating it. Looking at the three fully equipped people, Zhang Yi cleared his throat and reminded them, however, all of this must prioritize our individual safety. Don't get overzealous fighting those corpses. Killing more of those things doesn't mean anything. He immediately threw the glow stick in his hand down into the hole. Uncle View, you go down first. Uncle View replied, all right. Immediately afterward, Uncle View jumped straight down into the icy hole. He quickly descended the hidden staircase below. Looking at the desolate scene around them, Uncle View cautiously announced that there were no enemies nearby below and they could descend. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's group quickly jumped down. He carefully stepped forward, observing the gloomy room. Then, gripping his gun tightly, he quietly signaled, let's go. Zhang Yi cautiously took each step forward. That it seems the corpse's instinct is only to eat and drink. They can't infect and transform into skeletal corpses. Xianlei, hearing this, looked doubtful. They seem to have huge appetites. Judging by their actions, they must need to eat a lot. He suddenly exclaimed mid-sentence, say, in Tianhai City, there are more dead than alive. If there are more than 10 million corpses, wouldn't there be nothing left for them to eat? His words made Zhang Yi stop and think, that's right. If those corpses aren't getting enough food, what will they do? He silently speculated, could these corpses spread out from Tianhai City to other cities? Then, Zhang Yi quickly ran inside, reminding them in a low voice, what does it matter to us? Right now, we just need to make sure there are no corpses around our shelter. Xianlei, following close behind, nodded. That's true. Just then, Hua suddenly looked ahead, growling warily. Seeing a shadow suddenly flash before their eyes, Zhang Yi quickly stopped on high alert. Careful! Before anyone could react, Liang Yu swiftly threw a knife forward. In an instant, the knife plunged into the large body of the shadow. Zhang Yi, startled, went forward to observe and exclaimed, what is this? Before him lay a giant rat, motionless on the ground. Xianlei cried out in surprise, holy crap, that's a rat. It's bigger than a cat. Zhang Yi cautiously observed the rat, which was even larger than Hua, and murmured, a mutated rat. Not surprising. He turned his head and quietly said, the corpses we saw earlier were all gnawed on by rats. Xianlei frowned and added, with so many bodies, I'm afraid there's a whole pack of rats here. As soon as he finished speaking, strange gnawing sounds echoed from the dark corner. Zhang Yi said in a low voice, we've really walked into a rat's nest this time. Looking at the rats swarming towards them, he blurted out in disgust, disgusting. Despite his disgust, Zhang Yi charged forward with Hua to let's take care of them first. With that, the three of them activated their flamethrowers, incinerating the mutated rats. Seeing the mutated rats retreating in fear of the flames, Zhang Yi ordered, put away the flamethrowers and let's go. He retracted his weapon, pondering, at this rate, who knows when we can deal with them all, let alone find the zombie king. Thinking this, Zhang Yi waved his hand, opening two heavy spatial gates. Following their instincts, the mutated rats rushed into one of the gates. On the other side, they quickly swarmed out. Liang Yu, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes. Your dimensional gate, it's leveled up. Zhang Yi glanced calmly and replied, I've been researching the uses of the dimensional gate. After the last big battle, I can now use two simultaneously. Hearing this, Liang Yu nodded in agreement. That's quite convenient. Soon, the group was running along the tunnel. Zhang Yi spoke, I wonder why those rats are making so much noise. Will the corpses be alerted? Liang Yu quickly responded, these rats and corpses are both underground. What kind of relationship do they have? Zhang Yi frowned after hearing this. Who knows? Let's keep moving. Just as he finished speaking, they ran into a large group of gathered corpses. Zhang Yi exclaimed softly, found them. All four of them stood still, observing the corpses slowly moving into the dark tunnel. Wang Mai spoke up doubtfully, are they sleeping? Zhang Yi replied softly, that's quite plausible. He glanced around and explained, even as hosts of the virus, movement requires energy expenditure. So, when they don't receive commands, They hide and rest in the darkness. Wang Mai, hearing this, held up his flamethrower and asked, "So, should we burn them all?" He stared intently at the group of zombies moving ahead, recalling, Nani once said that these zombies still retain some biological characteristics. Strictly speaking, they're more like insects. The more he observed, the more relieved he felt. If that's the case, they also need to rest. If they remain in this dormant state, it might actually be a good thing. Suddenly, one of the zombies opened its eyes wide and looked over, surprising him. Then, the entire group of zombies roared frantically, staring at them. He quickly deployed a shield to block the zombies. He gritted his teeth. As expected, it wasn't going to be that easy. This is a bit troublesome. The zombies were stopped, unable to rush towards Zhang Yi's group. They stood before his shield and roared. At this moment, a warning sounded. The zombie king has detected us. He decisively ordered, "No need to hold back. Burn them." The others quickly used their flamethrowers to fire directly at the frenzied zombies. After dealing with the zombie soldiers, he ordered, "The zombie king is not far from here. Chase after it." They obeyed the order and immediately ran towards the zombie king's location. Liang Yu loudly reminded, "Those giant rats are still watching us from behind." He looked back and then said, "Don't worry about them for now. We have to quickly find the zombie king's location. Killing it is the only way to permanently eliminate this threat." Observing the burning zombies, he couldn't help but think, but this tunnel isn't completely sealed. While we were surrounded here, the zombie king might have already escaped. Zhang Yi used his ability again. The number of zombies has decreased. We can move a bit faster. At the same time, Gao Yuan and his team were fighting the giant rats. He unleashed a large fireball, killing the rats instantly. Then, rubbing his wrist, he ordered, "Continue forward. Our objective is to find the zombie king and obtain intelligence about them." His expression was serious and his voice firm. Before that, no matter what difficulties we encounter, had to be overcome. Gao Yuan and two of his subordinates went deeper into the tunnel and discovered a group of zombies ahead. A horde of zombies was moving along the tunnel towards them. He gaped in astonishment at the sight. Then he panicked and ordered retreat. Retreat quickly. Fear filled him, knowing they couldn't possibly fight against such numbers. He rushed forward, knocking away a few nearby zombies. He yelled to his men, "Run! Don't look back." The zombies frantically surged forward, wanting to tear them apart. Gao Yuan, standing amidst the horde, roared, "Quickly fall back. Our firepower can hold them off for a while. Escape through the nearest subway entrance. Hurry, hurry, hurry." One of them pointed ahead in a panic. "Here? What is that?" Right in front of them was a creature that looked like a zombie, but was enormous, its mouth gaping in a roar. It swung its arm, and its long, sharp claws instantly killed two of Gao Yuan's men. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "We're done for this time." Meanwhile, with Zhang Yi, he looked at the zombies in front of him, his voice annoyed. "This is a bit troublesome. There's a transfer station. We can't pinpoint the zombie king's location. If that's the case, how do we determine which way to go?" From behind his mask, his voice suddenly deepened. "But I have a feeling." He looked up, his slender eyebrows furrowing slightly. "That thing isn't far from us now." Ahead was the dark tunnel entrance, and with it came a rumbling noise. He warned cautiously, "Be careful, something big is coming." The shadow of something approaching was cast on the wall. Then, the zombie king appeared, its body grotesquely large. Wang Mai looked at it doubtfully. Could this really be the zombie king? Liang Yu, observing from behind, spoke up, "There's one over here too." Around them, not just one, but countless zombie kings appeared, surrounding them. Zhang Yi was stunned. Are these mass-produced or something? This definitely isn't natural. Wang Mai looked at him and asked softly, "Zhang Yi, what do we do?" He replied helplessly, "What else can we do at this point? We fight." He called out to the two beside him, "Liang Yu, Hua Hua, stay close to me. Don't stray too far." Then he activated his skill, reminding them seriously, we're outnumbered. We need to stick together." The zombie king roared as if signaling, instantly inciting the horde of zombies to charge. Zhang Yi's group quickly unleashed flames, incinerating them. Both sides were engulfed in fiery red. Liang Yu swung her sword in a clean arc, cleaving the first row of zombies in two. A zombie king grabbed a cluster of zombies and hurled them forward. Zhang Yi immediately used a shield to block the incoming zombies. On the other side, another zombie king charged with a group of zombies, but they were quickly burned to a crisp. Halted by the flames, the zombie king quickly adapted. It scooped up another handful of zombies and flung them toward Zhang Yi. At this moment, he expanded his shield on both sides, blocking all the approaching zombies. The shield gradually expanded, protecting the four of them from the horde of zombies and the zombie king. Wang Mai frowned and cursed. "Damn it, there's definitely a zombie king commanding from behind. It's a pity we can't kill these zombies right now. So how can we possibly kill that zombie king?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi raised his voice in reassurance and reminded him, "Don't rush. At a time like this, we must remain calm and observe carefully. We can definitely find the zombie king. It's nearby. I can sense it." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Mai suddenly increased his power and let out a loud yell. He then charged forward, attacking the zombies blocking his path. Liang Yu similarly used her sword to cut down all the zombies in her way. One of her sword strikes left a zombie drenched in blood, but the wound gradually healed, the blood even being sucked back in. She gritted her teeth in frustration. This thing is really tough to deal with. While maintaining the shield on both sides, Zhang Yi called out, "Hua Hua, go help Uncle View." His heavenly eye opened, and he surveyed the entire surroundings. Then he warned an alarm, "Liang Yu, get out of the way." Hearing his voice, she jumped back a distance from the giant zombie. He shouted, "Divine might." Immediately, a powerful force, like a tornado, spiraled towards the giant zombie, leaving it stunned. Finally, it was gradually swallowed by the vortex, as if falling into a black hole. The giant zombie was sucked into Zhang Yi's divine might vortex, and a loud explosion echoed. Wang Mai laughed excitedly while spewing flames, incinerating the remaining zombies. "Just you wait, you playthings. I'll burn you all to death." Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi, who was still maintaining the shield, and witnessing his astonishing power, she couldn't help but praise him. "Your current strength is truly terrifying." She looked at the remaining parts of the giant zombie after enduring one of his attacks and sighed. Looking across the entire Tianhai city, "I'm afraid there's no other Esper who could withstand that attack without being prepared." Hearing this, he chuckled lightly and replied, "What's so special about this? For me, it's just a basic maneuver." He looked at Wang Mai, who was still fiercely fighting zombies, and said, "It's still too early to relax. I think our true opponent is definitely nearby. I'm still waiting for him to appear." As soon as the giant zombies were killed, several more appeared, lumbering towards them. He gritted his teeth and frowned. How can this be? Just how many of these monsters are there? Xian Lei fearfully retreated, trembling as he asked, "We're done for. What are we going to do now?" Letting out a sigh, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a little tired. It seems this situation is more serious than we imagined, and the power behind it is even more terrifying. Hua Hua and Wang Mai were still enthusiastically catching zombies when they heard him call out, "Come back quickly." The two of them immediately returned to regroup, and he also withdrew the shield. As soon as the shield was withdrawn, the zombies surged forward like thirsty people seeing water. He opened a portal once again and then instructed everyone to follow him. "Follow me." As soon as their figures disappeared through the portal, the zombies lunged forward, wanting to follow. But by the time they charged in, the portal had vanished without a trace, causing the zombies to become disoriented and crash into the escalator railing. They looked around blankly, searching, but finding no one. At the same time, the portal on the other side had transported everyone in Zhang Yi's group to a different location. He sighed in relief. That was a close call. Liang Yu asked with amusement, "Zhang Is this your new ability? He chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It's not exactly a new ability. It's just that I have a new understanding of how to apply dimensional doors. Xian lay wearily slumped to the ground, wiping his sweat-drenched brow. Boss, you could have told us about this ability earlier. You know, I almost died back there. Zhang Yi jokingly replied, leaving the group speechless. I just wanted to surprise you all. His expression then turned serious. But at first, I didn't expect to actually have the chance to use this ability. This corpse outbreak is more dangerous than we imagined. So complex that even now, I don't know how it will ultimately develop. Wang Mai asked in a low voice, so what do we do next? At some point, Zhang Yi had lit a cigarette, a contemplative look on his face. He pondered for a moment, then exhaled a plume of hot white smoke into the falling snow. Zhang Yi looked up at the sky and answered Wang Mai. No matter what, we need to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. We can't give these corpses any more room to grow. Liang Yu looked at him curiously. So, do you have a plan? He quickly reasoned based on his understanding. Dealing with these corpses isn't actually as difficult as we might think. Even though the virus is extremely cold resistant, they won't stay out in the open in these low temperatures forever. Crouching down, he continued, I have a plan. The subway system in our area isn't complex. There's only one line that passes through, and those corpses are spread throughout the tunnels in deep sleep. He drew a few diagrams in the snow to illustrate his point. There's something that can trap all the corpses in the tunnels in the shortest amount of time, and then seal them in. Someone asked, what is it? He simply replied, seawater. Liang Yu clapped her hands in admiration. Brilliant. That's a fantastic idea. She added a few lines to his drawing. This subway line is a single track. As long as your dimensional storage can hold enough seawater, we can flood the entire tunnel. She continued to explain, and the other two nodded in agreement. The tunnel is so deep underground. By then, the rats and the corpses inside will all be submerged. At least we can eliminate the majority of them. Liang Yu continued, if the zombie king is truly alive, he'll probably drown too. Even in the worst case scenario, they won't be able to continue living in the tunnels. Xianlei couldn't help but admire Zhang Yi. He praised him loudly. As always, boss, your ability is truly overpowered. At a time like this, it's become the best weapon against the corpses. Wang Mai and Hua also expressed their admiration that I think the most impressive thing is Zhang Yi's mind. Although we each have abilities, Zhang Yi is the one who utilizes them most effectively. He chuckled softly, pushing himself up with his hands. This plan just came to me, but the actual execution will require a lot of preparation. Retrieving a large vehicle from his spatial storage, he carefully reminded them, and there's a very important issue. I need to consult some technical specialists back at the base. Zhang Yi spoke as he quickly boarded the vehicle. Let's go. We'll head back first. The sooner we implement this plan, the better. They climbed into the vehicle, which sped off through the heavy snow. His voice rose, we absolutely must increase our speed. We can't give those corpses any more opportunities. Hong Luyan rested her chin on her hand, her face grim as she watched something. It turned out that the computer screen displayed a horde of roaring zombies. Qing Ting spoke up at this moment. I never imagined that monsters like this existed underground. If they all break out, even with all the current firepower of our base, we won't be able to stop them. He continued, should we consider relocating underground? She replied, that's absolutely impossible. If we lose the oil refinery, we lose our lifeline. Hong Lian slammed her hand on the table in frustration. And no matter what, even if it costs us dearly, the oil refinery must be protected. Qing Ting hurriedly said, but if they really all come pouring out, will we be able to stop them? However, she remained firm in her decision. Then pour out the stored oil all around the refinery. Hong Lian, feeling truly uneasy, declared as soon as those corpses get here, we'll light the oil and burn them all to ashes. Qing Ting, his expression serious, pushed up his glasses that if that's the case, shouldn't we first send the soldiers' families underground? That way, even if something happens to us, there will be survivors. Han Lian agreed. Let's do it that way. Go ahead and make the arrangements. The scene shifted to the living room of the shelter, where Zhang Yi, Liang Yu, and Uncle View had just returned. Yami asked him what happened. Did you run into trouble? Zhang Yi replied calmly. We did encounter a bit of trouble, but it won't become a major issue. Han Han was wheeled over by Karan. She asked about their outing. How did the operation go? Zhang Yi beckoned them. Come here, come here. I have a very important question I want to ask you. Han Han was pushed closer. Just ask whatever you need. Zhang Yi explained. I need a way to quickly freeze seawater, a very large amount of it. Do you have any good ideas? Karan quickly replied, of course there's a way. We just need to prepare some chemical agents. But, big brother, why do you need to freeze such a large amount of seawater? Hearing this, Zhang Yi said cheerfully, I need to freeze the entire subway line, a section over 20 kilometers long. He then stroked his chin. This kind of thing isn't difficult, but it will take some time to prepare. He then turned back. That's great then. In terms of time, we're actually not that pressed. She said, if that's the case, it's easy. We just need a few simple chemical agents. Karan happily took on the task. I'll prepare a large quantity of freezing agents. We found those materials in the chemical plant before. This is the perfect opportunity to put them to use. Zhang, he was like a cat who got the cream. Good, we'll take action this afternoon and go collect seawater. Across the barren, snow-covered landscape, devoid of any trees, only their vehicle sped along. We've reached the edge of the eastern sea. Liang Yu from inside the vehicle exclaimed, it's so beautiful. This is truly nature's exquisite craftsmanship. Ji Guang replied, compared to this, the winter ice of the Mo River is truly amateurish. Zhang Yi spoke up, we don't have time to admire the scenery right now. We need to drive around and see if we can collect some water here. A little further on, Xian Lei shouted, Boss, water! I see water. Zhang Yi said seriously, let's go take a look. Once we've collected the water, we'll leave. By then, they were standing near the edge of the water and ice. He began to use his powers, opening a double door-sized portal. Water from the sea was drawn up through the portal. Uncle View exhaled a puff of smoke and complained, if I'd known, I would have brought my fishing rod. Fishing here would be amazing. Zhang Yi replied, that gives me an idea. As the water continued to be drawn upwards, he said, how about we build a fish pond back at the shelter and stock it with some of these seawater fish? Xian Lei edged closer to him. Boss, or how about we think about building a seaside villa here later on? He imagined the scenario, saying, maybe by then, the Tidewater base will have been completely wiped out by the zombies. Then we can take over their base, seize their ships, and even go on long voyages. He spoke excitedly, but for now, let's focus on solving the immediate problem. Although those long voyage ships at the Tidewater base are something I really covet. He turned around. Let's go. The initial preparations are more or less complete. As they left, a dark shadow appeared beneath the surface of the water. Xian Lei complained, hey, we're leaving just like that. Back at the shelter, he asked Karan, I've collected the seawater. The next step is to let it settle. Have you prepared those materials? She nodded. They weren't particularly special materials. It was quick. She pointed to a pile of buckets nearby. These are precipitants. Add them to the water, and they'll quickly desalinate the seawater. Zhang Yi went over to inspect them, listening as Karan explained. Only when the salt content is relatively low can the seawater freeze quickly at low temperatures. She continued, as for the rest of the preparations, they're almost complete. It'll take at least 2 more days. He replied cheerfully, all right, 2 days is definitely manageable. The system repeatedly issued warnings. The shelter is under attack. Zhang Yi sat up and listened. The shelter has currently sustained 0.00001 damage. The attack is ongoing. Please address the damage promptly. He wondered, could it be those zombies again? But that wasn't the case. It was the giant rats from the subway station. With so many of their kind killed, the giant rats had finally joined the zombies in their assault. The rats' squeaking was deafening. He cursed, Pesky vermin. He predicted, although their attacks won't breach the shelter anytime soon, this constant gnawing will eventually create a large hole. Outside, the rats continued their relentless onslaught. Zhang Yi was somewhat apprehensive. Even if they don't break through, they'll still create large holes in the outer walls. He started to get worried. This large-scale attack is just the Corpse King constantly probing and gathering intelligence. Continuing like this will only put us more and more on the defensive. He needs to take action. Instead of taking the initiative, we have to wait another 2 days. Right now, in the midst of this chaotic battle, Zhang Yi assesses the current situation. If we continue to ignore these rats attacking the shelter, I'm afraid that within 2 years at most, the shelter walls will be breached. He orders everyone, let's go. We're going back to prepare. All of this needs to be put on hold. At the Tidewater base, Ding Hai is observing the situation. These past few days, the Corpse Tide's movements have become increasingly organized, even resembling a military, exhibiting patterns. He continues, although abandoning the port will mean losing a large amount of supplies in the containers. Protecting the large ships is crucial for our long-term development. He then thinks to himself with a smug grin, other factions don't have our hunting advantage, so their losses are probably quite severe. At the Bai Shui sect headquarters, 2 people are butchering rats while talking to each other. Given the special circumstances, it doesn't matter whether they carry the virus or not. A look of hunger is clearly visible on their faces. Just one of these big guys is enough food for several days. 2 days later, Zhang Yi's group is gathered around, watching him demonstrate his ability. Finished, he begins to examine the newly formed block of ice. Although we're still a ways off from having fresh water, freezing it is already quite easy. He then orders, let's move out immediately. We can put the plan into action. They've arrived at the final station, Song Village. Xianlei reports, the explosives are all in place. Zhang Yi signals his acknowledgement, while thinking, if we want to completely freeze these corpses and rats inside the subway, we first have to block all their escape routes. The first step is to completely destroy the Song Village station. As he thinks, he presses the detonator for the prepared bombs. Instantly, the bombs explode, engulfing the area in flames. Xianlei, somewhat apprehensive, runs over to ask Zhang Yi, boss, if you do this, what if the Corpse King detects the danger early and escapes? He calmly replies, if it runs, that's even better. From the beginning, hasn't my goal been to kill the Corpse King? As long as that thing isn't near the shelter, whether it lives or dies doesn't matter to me. Hearing this, Liang Yu proposes a hypothetical, but if all the other human factions are wiped out, can we just look out for ourselves? Zhang Yi's expression remains unchanged as he answers her. If you put it that way, maybe one day the entire blue planet will be destroyed by the virus. What can we do then? He clarifies to everyone, prosperity is caring for all under heaven. Poverty is looking after oneself. Right now, I'm most concerned with the latter. At this moment, Zhang Yi is unleashing his power at the canal station. The torrent he creates resembles a waterfall, engulfing the rats. They quickly flee at breakneck speed, but they still can't escape the pursuing water. The water then reaches the feet of the corpses. Soon, they too suffer the same fate as the rats. It's unclear what Zhang Yi has done, only to see the water gradually freezing over. The zombies and rats now looked exactly like specimens in a lab. He was very satisfied with having partially resolved the trouble. This time, our problem can be considered solved. We can certainly relax for a while. As for the nuisance of the zombies and rats, let other forces worry about it. Keguang commented, a space-type superpower, truly perverse. Liang Yu asked, so what do we do next? Zhang Yi replied, what else can we do? Naturally, we beat the dog while it's down. Then he took out a rifle. Zombies or rats, these toys pose a great threat to us. We can't just stand idly by. Killing a few more is a good thing. With his rifle ready, he ordered, let's go. We'll kill as many as we can, then do another sweep and clean up afterward. The 4 of them charged forward. On the outskirts of the snowy plains, the bronze-armored zombie was crawling out of the pit. The Corpse King also crawled out of the ground, frowning. The tunnel got completely destroyed. Its face was filled with murderous intent. All zombies exterminated. Attacking the shelter. Hopeless. The bronze-armored zombies were standing in a circle, protecting the white-furred monkey. Suddenly, it perceived its master's new command. The group lumbered forward. At the Yangsheng base, Hong Luyan was constantly urging her people, "Quick, move faster." A torch was thrown into the river of oil. It immediately erupted in flames. The flames spread to the nearby zombies. She said with satisfaction, "This kind of defense minimizes casualties and losses, even with the fuel consumption. Who told us to have so many oil resources?" At the shelter under the Qingbo base, Xing Tian was extremely worried about the current situation. Every day, we have to fight against an unknown number of zombies. The brothers can still fight, but their strength is severely depleted. Don't hide, and then wait for these zombies to disappear before coming back out from underground. It doesn't matter if the iron and steel smelting plant equipment is temporarily left to the zombies. He analyzed the characteristics of the zombies. Zombies won't use equipment, and they won't destroy it. These undead are only interested in humans. At this moment, in the shelter's living room, Zhang Yi and Han Han were working together. She said, "Zhang Yi, there's a very important email here. You need to take a look." He replied, "Oh, what happened? Let me see." The words on the laptop screen startled Zhang Yi. The email was sent from the Jiangnan military region. The content was an invitation to the Central Tower in Tianhai City at 2:30 p.m. His name was on the invitation list. He said to Han Han, "The Jiangnan military region is at the headquarters in Jinling, one of the 5 major military regions of Huahua." Han Han confirmed, "That's right. I think it must be them." Zhang Yi began to question if this email is real and not some conspiracy or prank. "Yes," Han Han insisted. "Zhang Yi, I can assure you, this message definitely came from the Jiangnan region." She explained, "Because our communication system has incredibly strong defenses. Anyone who wants to contact us needs to submit a request." Zhang Yi listened attentively to every word she said. But this email bypassed our outer firewall. The only ones with that kind of capability are either top-tier hackers or a higher-up organization. This was why Han Han was certain the sender was from the Jiangnan region. But she was puzzled. "I just don't know why they've suddenly come to Tianhai City. What's their purpose?" Zhang Yi said, "If they can do that, doesn't that mean our network isn't secure?" But Han Han wasn't worried. The true heart of the shelter is the internal network. It uses independent servers with no connection to the outside world. They can't breach it. Zhang Yi speculated, "I think their arrival this time is likely related to the tide of corpses." Han Han replied, "Judging from this email, they seem to be aware of the entire situation in Tianhai City." He decided, "I think we should go over there. We shouldn't offend a high-level region like this at a time like this. Given the computational capabilities of the other factions in Tianhai City, it's unlikely to be a trap they've set. But to be safe, I'll bring the most advanced weaponry and a strong force. That's the safest course of action." Hearing this, everyone around fell silent. The air grew heavy for a few seconds. Suddenly, Chun Lei spoke, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Our lives are relatively stable now. If another force enters Tianhai City, I'm afraid it will change our current living situation." Zhang Yi turned to him and said, "Tianhai City is insignificant to the Jiangnan region. The things I possess wouldn't even catch their eye." Chun Lei had his own opinion. "If that's the case, then that's for the best. I just feel that everyone is living well now. I'm afraid of change." "Uncle, you had a different perspective than Chun Lei. I think we should trust them. The Jiangnan region is the leading power in the area. They certainly wouldn't want to see a large-scale city like Tianhai City experience widespread chaos and corpses." "Liang, you agreed that I think so too." Zhang Yi listened to everyone's opinions and finally made a decision. "All right, since the message has reached us, we have to go over there and see what's going on, no matter what." He then instructed Han Han, "You're responsible for closely monitoring the network. He continued, even though we can confirm their identity. As a precaution, we need to be wary of any potential traps they might have set without our knowledge. In Tian High City, at the Tian phone building, everything was almost completely buried under a thick layer of ice and snow. An all-terrain vehicle, unfazed by the surrounding environment, sped forward. When the vehicle stopped, several people emerged. They looked at the frozen building before them and the high snowdrifts blocking the entrance. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't believe this place has become like this." Bailey Chongqing looked at the surrounding environment with some concern. This is bad. When they arrive, there are bound to be a lot of them. This chaotic situation isn't good. Wu Di beside him spoke arrogantly. "It's all right. I'll just tidy it up a bit." Having said that, he launched an extremely powerful burst of his ability at the snowdrift in front of him. The blow tore a large hole in the pile of ice and snow. He then said, as if showing off his achievement, "Captain, after you." The entire Jiangnan base delegation, following their captain, proceeded through the newly opened path through the snow. And inside, a moment later, two other vehicles rushed over. Seeing the vehicle of the previous group outside, Xiao Honglian speculated, only one vehicle? It seems the number of people the main district sent isn't very large. She then looked at the hole blasted in the ice and snow with surprise. "This is..." Honglian quickly examined the surface of the hole and commented, "It doesn't look like it was done by machinery. It's more like it was broken open by a single punch. This is the work of an esper. There's a powerful person inside." Wu Di, guarding the entrance, called out, "Who are you with?" Honglian immediately identified herself that we're from the Yangsheng base. "I am the leader of the base, Xiao Honglian." Wu Di was quite knowledgeable. Upon hearing the name, he recognized her identity and replied politely, "So it's Captain Xiao Honglian of the Tian High City Criminal Investigation Brigade. Welcome." But he then added firmly, "Please come in, but only you can enter. The others will have to wait outside for now." She immediately ordered her subordinates, "Wait for me outside." The soldiers who followed her stepped forward worriedly and asked in a low voice, "Leader, could this be a trap?" Honglian replied arrogantly, "Even if it's a trap, if I want to leave, no one can stop me." Ding Hai and Jing Guan entered the passage together, but Wu Di, who was guarding there, immediately stopped them. "Excuse me, only the representatives who receive the invitation from the various factions can enter." Jing Guan retorted, "Bu Fu Chi. What do you have that you can't show others? Are you afraid we'll outnumber you?" Wu Di stood his ground, replying somewhat sarcastically, "We're only talking to the heads of the factions. What? Are you the leader of the Chao Wu base?" Ding Hai just then stopped Jing Guan, who was about to lose his temper, and replied to Wu Di with a hint of reproach in his voice, "We came here with sincerity. If you only want to discuss matters with me, then I'll go alone." He turned back and said firmly to Jing Guan, "You all wait for me outside." Then he winked at him, signaling, "This guy's a powerful esper. Don't provoke him." Hearing this, Jing Guan reluctantly obeyed, "Yes." However, he didn't leave the tunnel entrance, but stood his ground, ignoring the jeers of the Yangsheng soldiers. At this moment, another vehicle arrived outside. Zhang Yi, sitting in the vehicle, saw the crowd outside and cautiously drew his gun, ready for battle. But he couldn't help but hope. Speak of the devil. I hope these guys can behave themselves. But when they got out of the vehicle, the Yangsheng soldiers were also startled and wary that it's Zhang Yi's group. They knowingly parted to make way, aware of the immense fighting prowess of this group and the absolute need to avoid provoking them. Wu Di, standing guard inside, called out, "You're Zhang Yi, right? You can come in. The others need to stay outside." Without further ado, he agreed, "All right, as you wish." As he passed, Zhang Yi politely inquired, "By the way, which room is it?" Wu Di curtly replied, "Fifth floor, left-hand side, conference room 5. Zhang Yi nodded his thanks. When he entered the conference room, the other three were already present, the atmosphere inside extremely somber. Looking at the captain from the Jiangnan base, Zhang Yi thought to himself, he's wearing sunglasses indoors. Isn't he blind? He sat down in his designated seat and politely asked, "I am Zhang Yi. May I have your name?" The man replied coldly, I am Bien Junwoo, in charge of the investigation into the corpse situation, dispatched from the Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi gave a polite smile. Oh, it's Mr. Bien. I've heard of you. Just then, the door opened again, and a man entered from outside, speaking politely to those inside. Apologies for the delay. The journey was a bit rushed. Junwoo, seemingly unconcerned, instructed him, It's fine. Sit down. The man sat down next to Zhang Yi and greeted him cheerfully, old classmate. I hope you're well. Zhang Yi responded with a cold expression. Don't even mention it. Dealing with all this every day is driving me crazy. He leaned back, sighing and complaining. If this keeps up, I'm afraid my shelter won't last much longer. The man, Hong Luyan, and Ding Hai exchanged gleeful glances, thinking he really can't take it anymore. He and she exchanged glances. Though we're also suffering, as long as everyone else is too, it somehow feels a bit more balanced. Seeing Ji Xian enter, Zhang Yi thought to himself, it's him again, taking charge. As Ji Xian sat down, Zhang Yi observed him carefully. It seems that without Yi Xia, the Bai Shui sect wouldn't manage anything. Ji Xian's experience is even less than hers. Junwoo spoke coldly. Good, everyone's here. He announced the situation. The zombie outbreak in Tianhai City is at a critical point. As major factions within the city, we have an undeniable responsibility. Do you all understand the significance of establishing a shelter? I won't mention the Bai Shui sect for now, as they are a non-governmental organization. Ji Xian looked somewhat displeased at this remark. Junwoo slammed his hand on the table with a stern expression. But you four factions either directly occupy officially established shelters or inherit the majority of their resources. The atmosphere grew heavy. His face twisted into a sardonic expression. Occupying the most advantageous resources, yet unwilling to shoulder the responsibility of maintaining stability. What is this if not freeloading? Ding Hai calmly replied, Mr. Bien, those words are a bit harsh. How could we be unwilling to maintain Tianhai City's stability? He continued with a displeased tone, analyzing the situation. The scale of this sudden zombie wave is too large, with countless zombies causing chaos in numerous locations. Relying solely on our forces, we simply can't resolve this threat. Then, Ding Hai calmly said, After all, we're not like the Jiangnan region. We possess powerful weapons, and we are the most elite core of Hua Nation. After hearing this, Bien Junwoo remained silent for a long time. Then he burst into arrogant laughter. His face darkened, and his tone became sharp. Well then, if you don't have the ability to respond to this threat from now on, obediently follow my orders. Bien Junwoo arrogantly declared, I will assume command of this zombie crisis, and all of your forces must obey my commands unconditionally. Everyone was astonished. Zhang Yi thought angrily, asking me to unconditionally obey someone else's command? No way. Ji Xian immediately retorted with displeasure. That's something we cannot accept. A man quickly added, even if the Jiangnan Greater District is in charge, for you insignificant people to want to command all of us is a bit too much of a disregard for us, isn't it? Hong Luyan chimed in. Unless you dispatch a large army, it won't be possible. Bien Junwoo, without any restraint, arrogantly said, Are you suggesting that I'm not qualified? He asked mockingly, Based on your own strength, can you resolve this threat? Bien Junwoo shook his head unhappily. He hadn't been able to protect Tianhai City and had even allowed the zombies to spread to surrounding cities, affecting the residents there. He went on to criticize everyone, greedy for the little power in your hands, unwilling to let go. Suddenly, Bien Junwoo slammed his fist on the table and warned loudly, But don't you forget. He stood up abruptly and declared loudly, Tianhai City is not your possession. The Jiangnan Greater District is the highest command center of the Jiangnan region. Then, Bien Junwoo said loftily, I represent the Jiangnan Greater District. Everything I say is the will of the Jiangnan Greater District. If you don't agree to obey my commands, then the consequences are not something you can bear. Hearing his arrogant and commanding tone, Zhang Yi was extremely annoyed. Hong Luyan scoffed disdainfully and asked, "If we don't comply, are you going to send troops to annihilate us?" She continued to provoke him. "Are you trying to scare me?" Bien Junwoo retorted contemptuously. "Do you think the current situation isn't serious enough? Do you think this matter only concerns your Tianhai city?" He looked at this stubborn group and said condescendingly, "Let me tell you, we came here to investigate, and we received 2 orders. First, work with local forces as much as possible to resolve the zombie crisis, preventing the situation from worsening and spreading to other cities." Ji Xian listened silently. Bien Junwoo continued, "Second, if we find that the situation is uncontrollable and the zombie problem cannot be solved through manpower, then..." Hearing this, Zhang Yi became cautious. He suddenly realized with dismay. So it really is like that. Zhang Yi pondered seriously. Once the situation gets out of control and the threat of this area outweighs its value, abandonment becomes a considered option. Seeing that no one spoke up, Junwoo smugly declared, "Very well. From now on, all armed forces of every faction in Tianhai City will be under my unconditional command." The others remained silent for a long time, clearly unhappy. Then, Zhang Yi calmly spoke up. "I'm willing to support your actions." He smiled amiably and began to analyze the situation. "As you said, the investigation team is here because the local forces have no way to resolve the zombie and rat crisis, so you have to intervene." Zhang Yi proposed a solution and asked, "But what if we can resolve the issues surrounding our own faction?" Hong Luyan sneered disdainfully. "What do you mean by that? Don't tell me that just relying on the few people in your hideout, you can solve the zombie and rat problem?" Ding Hai calmly stated, "A hero's origins are surely humble, but this matter is of great importance." Zhang Yi observed the indifferent crowd and asked, "Do you think I'm joking with you?" He then revealed something. "Actually, around our hideout, the zombie and mutant rat problem has already been resolved." The group stared in astonishment, unable to believe it. Hong Luyan sprang to his feet in alarm, demanding, "I don't believe it. How could you have done that?" Zhang Yi said cheerfully and calmly, "What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go check it out yourselves." Junwoo, feeling surprised and suspicious, asked, "How did you manage that? I'm very curious." He coolly began to explain, "Those zombies see humans as food, so they gather in places with many people." Then Zhang Yi looked at everyone, and in Tianhai City, where are the most people? Surely it's where you all gather. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 people were shocked. He shook his head and sighed. "There are very few people where I am, less than 10 in total. Plus, it's quite remote in the suburbs, so it doesn't attract many zombies." Zhang Yi concluded that being the case, the battles against them were extremely brutal. Recalling the fights, he recounted, "After a long period of contact, I discovered a zombie king commanding them. The zombie king has intelligence and can create new zombies. It also has a symbiotic relationship with the other zombies." He said wearily, "We risked going down into the underground tunnels to destroy their nest, using all the weapons we obtained from the Shishan base." Zhang Yi regained his composure and added, "Currently, I'm maintaining the status quo in both the Shishan and Lujiang districts. As you said, if our local forces can maintain local stability, can we be granted a certain degree of autonomy?" Hearing this, Junwoo scrutinized him thoughtfully. His sharp gaze revealed a calculating glint. "Of course, we are very happy to cooperate with the investigation team. If you need our help, just ask. As long as it's something we can do, we definitely won't refuse." Zhang Yi didn't forget to set a condition. "But at this stage, we still hope to have more energy to focus within our own faction. After all, as you know, we have the fewest people." Junwoo, finding this reasonable, said indifferently, "You've done well. This also shows that your group possesses extraordinary intelligence and strength. We will need your strength in subsequent operations." These words made him smile brightly. "If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask." He nodded in agreement. "Then I thank you in advance." Junwoo then slammed his hand on the table decisively. All right, everyone, from now on, I want everyone to cooperate with us unconditionally. He declared sternly, first, let's share the information we have. No matter what grudges you may have held in the past, put them aside for now. Ji Xian spoke up, changing the subject. Next, we should still discuss how to deal with the threat of the mutated giant rats and zombies. At this moment, an irritated voice rang out from outside the room. What about the Jiangnan district people? Downstairs, Jing Quan led a group of people, pointing directly at Wu Di provocatively. What makes you so great? If you have the guts, come down here and fight me. Ding Hai felt puzzled about what's gotten into that kid. Hearing the commotion, Junwoo asked suspiciously, what's going on? Wei Nin immediately replied, nothing, just a minor disagreement between our subordinates. He brushed it off without further concern. That a minor disagreement? Let the subordinates deal with their own squabbles. We have more important matters to discuss. Outside, Wu Di pointed and sneered gleefully. Look, he's even angrier now. Kong Sheng chimed in mockingly. Useless. Besides being incompetent and angry, what else can you do? He said arrogantly, but they've already challenged us to a fight. If we don't respond, won't it look like we're afraid of them? Kong Sheng scoffed. I don't like being looked down upon either. I personally don't care, but we can't let these people from this small place really think that Jiangnan district is like them, with no real strength. Provoked, Jing Quan glared and shouted angrily, you're too arrogant. We're all espers. It's not certain how strong you really are. Kong Sheng's face hardened, and he said haughtily, very well, then let me see what kind of strength the espers of Jiangnan district possess, and what kind of strength the espers from your little place have. He immediately activated his esper ability, Steel Gene, his entire body enveloped in a green light. Seeing Kong Sheng about to confront Jing Quan, Uncle Yu couldn't help but worry. That kid from Jiangnan district is in trouble. That Chun guy's ability is very strange. It completely counters close combat. Liang Yu, from behind, reminded him, but the opponent is also an expert. You can tell from his aura and movements. Jing Quan gestured for him to come forward. Kong Sheng looked disdainful, and he kicked off a rock and charged forward. He quickly circled around Jing Quan, feinting. Next, Kong Sheng smugly kicked out, but Jing Quan nimbly dodged. Suddenly sensing something unusual, he widened his eyes in surprise. Kong Sheng's leg had been ensnared by Jing Quan's esper ability. He used his elastic body to restrain Kong Sheng. Unable to resist, he trembled in fear. Jing Quan said calmly, stop struggling. No matter how strong you are, once I've got you, you can't escape. He leaned in and said triumphantly, you might as well just surrender. Kong Sheng, refusing to accept defeat, gritted his teeth in anger. Gritting his teeth, Kong Sheng used his ability to transform his hand into a blade. He slashed at the rubber-coating Jing Quan, only managing to tear Jing Quan's clothes. Seeing this, he arrogantly declared, I told you, strength-based espers can only surrender when they face me. Jing Quan tightened his grip on Kong Sheng, that if you don't cooperate, I'll break your bones. His face paled, and his whole body trembled. Watching this, Uncle Yu sighed, the victor is clear. Suddenly, Kong Sheng turned and transformed his tongue into metal, launching it directly at Jing Quan's eyes. Pain shot through Jing Quan, and he cried out in agony. Kong Sheng quickly threw him off. Then, spitting the metal piece from his mouth, Kong Sheng said with satisfaction, did you think your eyes could turn into rubber too? Uncle Yu realized with shock, he can even strengthen his tongue, turning it into a dagger to pierce Jing Quan's eyes. Jing Quan, struggling on the ground, asked incredulously, how did you know my weakness? Kong Sheng smirked, explaining, your body can turn into rubber, but if your eyes could too, wouldn't you be blind? He then warned, go get treated. If you're late, you'll die. Hearing this, Jing Quan clutched his wound, sweat dripping down his face. Kong Sheng then turned to the crowd and taunted, if any of you think you're strong enough, you can come fight me now. Everyone looked at each other, utterly bewildered. Subordinates quickly bandaged Jing Quan's wounds. Bored, Kong Sheng turned and left. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Junwoo announced. Excellent. I've heard the intelligence you've all provided. Combined with the information we have, I know what to do next. Everyone listened intently. He added, according to our investigation, zombies like to attack crowded places. The more people, the more zombies they attract. Junwoo analyzed the situation clearly, explaining that the rat swarms and zombies had a symbiotic relationship, that if we can solve the zombie problem, the rat problem won't be difficult to handle. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Junwoo, stroking his chin, discussed the danger. The zombie horde has shown some pattern behavior. It's almost certain there's a zombie king controlling them from behind the scenes. He offered his speculation. Of course, zombie king is just a term. It could be a powerful zombie, but could also be an esper. Junwoo continued, based on the intelligence, it's almost certain that only by eliminating the zombie king can we eradicate the zombie threat in Tianhai City. So from now on, I request that all major factions move their members underground to avoid being attacked. This announcement was met with mixed reactions. Jiaxian quickly reacted with displeasure, asking, what about us? They all have underground shelters and high-level safe houses, but our Bai Shui sect has nothing. Jiaxian stood up abruptly, reminding him irritably, Mr. Bien, you can't be biased in this matter. Hearing this, Junwoo coldly retorted, your Bai Shui sect has thousands of followers. Since they've joined your sect, shouldn't you be responsible for protecting them? He sighed, his voice laced with sarcasm. Are you expecting us to protect your disciples for you? Jiaxian's face darkened with fury as he glared at him. Junwoo tapped the table calmly and said, I can only devise a battle plan based on your current circumstances. If you can't even comprehend this much, you'll simply be overrun by the zombie horde. Jiaxian angrily questioned, does that mean you intend to stand by and watch our people die? With all the other factions relocating underground, the Bai Shui sect will undoubtedly become the zombies' biggest target. Zhang Yi commented with a hint of amusement. Jiaxian asked in frustration, then how will our followers survive? As he spoke, everyone seemed to relax. Hong Lian sneered, your Bai Shui sect has so many followers, most of whom are non-combatants. If you don't have the capacity, you shouldn't recruit so many people. Facing Jiaxian's indignant expression, she smirked mockingly. Now that something's happened, of course, you have to take responsibility. Seeing the tension rising, Junwoo intervened. The Bai Shui sect's existence has its own significance. If you can't conceal yourselves, you can serve another purpose. Jiaxian looked surprised and probed. Huh? Do you have something in mind? Junwoo remained cryptic. That's classified. I can't tell you right now, but I'll give you an answer in 3 days at the latest. Junwoo waved his hand dismissively. You can all go back now. Just arrange your people according to my orders. I'll inform you of any further actions. As Zhang Yi was leaving, Junwoo called out, Zhang Yi, wait a moment. Zhang Yi turned around, startled. He paused, asking with confusion, Mr. Bien, do you have any instructions? Junwoo extended an invitation. May I visit your base? Zhang Yi voiced his doubts. There's nothing much to see at my place. The conditions at other bases are much better. Our living conditions are quite ordinary. Seeing his hesitation, Junwoo asked seriously, what? Are you not welcoming this guest? Zhang Yi waved his hands in a fluster. Of course not. Absolutely not. Junwoo reassured him gently. You don't need to be so nervous. I have no ill intentions. We've never had any conflict, so there's no need to be so wary of me. Junwoo leaned closer, his gaze deep. I just want to understand the process of how you eliminated those zombies. He then revealed something hidden. Besides, I also have quite a bit of intel that you're not aware of. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He stepped back and readily agreed. All right, if you're so keen on visiting, I have no reason to refuse. The two then walked out of the building toward the others. At this moment, Ding Hai noticed Jing Quan's bandaged head and was startled. He asked him anxiously, Jing Quan, what happened to your eyes? As Kong Sheng and Wu Di looked at him disdainfully, he explained, Leader, it's nothing. I just had a sparring match with a guy from the investigation team. It's just a superficial wound. Junwoo asked the two of them, Didn't I tell you not to cause any conflict with them? Wu Di replied arrogantly, they don't respect us. We have to show them what we're capable of. That way, they won't become a burden to us in future operations. He didn't reprimand them, only reminding them this is not allowed to happen again. The two cheerfully replied, understood. Suddenly, someone anxiously announced, there's a horde of zombies nearby. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn. The person with a weapon stationed on high ground had a clear view. A large number of zombies were chaotically rushing towards the building, roaring and frantically running. Ding Hai realized our gathering here with all this commotion has attracted those damn things. The frenzied horde of zombies surged towards them. Hong Lian's face darkened in frustration. Damn it, we run into these things everywhere. Has Tianhai City become a zombie nest? Ding Hai anxiously warned, we have to eliminate these zombies. Otherwise, they'll bring our information back, and it'll be even harder to deal with them next time. Hearing this, Junwoo suddenly understood, oh, that's how it is. He then took off his glasses and stepped forward, activating his Esper ability. His eyes turned gold and lightning crackled around him. His entire body surged with a powerful current. Junwoo's eyes became vacant, and he said coldly, exterminate. Junwoo unleashed his dazzling golden Esper power, causing the zombies to explode. The shockwave blasted outwards, and Zhang Yi quickly shielded himself. The others, stunned, followed suit. Kong Sheng and Wu Di watched with pride. The zombies were torn to shreds by his Esper ability. After it was over, he carefully observed the scene. Everyone stared ahead in shock. What happened? What just happened? Ding Hai urged everyone, look. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, seeing that the zombies had vanished. His mind reeled. Could it be that the thousands of zombies just now were all wiped out? Watching Junwoo withdraw his Esper ability, Wu Di exclaimed excitedly, the captain told us to be modest, but he ended up showing off like that. Kong Sheng added joyfully, maybe the captain felt you were right. Only by demonstrating overwhelming power can you make others willingly follow your instructions. Seeing him cough violently, Bali called out worriedly, Captain. He approached with concern and said, Captain, dealing with those weaklings, you should have let us handle it. There was no need for you to personally take action. Junwoo simply replied coldly, everyone has their role to play. We can't afford to waste time here. Zhang Yi remained silent, lost in thought. It seems like there's something wrong with his physical condition. The Jiangnan military region wouldn't be helpless against ordinary illnesses. Could it be a terminal illness? Watching him stand there sternly, he thought to himself, or perhaps this condition is related to his Esper ability. Junwoo turned around and said, all right, you all can go back now. Remember to stay in contact at all times. When I contact you, you need to quickly coordinate with our actions. Everyone obeyed. Zhang Sheng walked over and said, Mr. Bien, are you feeling unwell? I have a doctor in my house who could take a look at you. Mr. Bien politely declined. It's nothing serious, just the flu. I'll be fine after some rest. Zhang Sheng realized with a start, no need for a doctor. It seems my guess wasn't far off. Then Zhang Sheng cheerfully invited him. It's cold out here. Why don't you all come inside and sit down for a while? Junwoo readily agreed. That sounds good. I actually have quite a few things I want to discuss with you. The two vehicles sped off through the heavy snow. Wu Di rubbed his chin and chuckled. Captain, why are you being so nice to Zhang Yi? Is he your long-lost, illegitimate son or something? Junwoo, sitting in the passenger seat, replied softly, that Zhang Yi is not simple. I can sense that his power is extremely formidable. The leaders of the other factions are definitely no match for him. His voice drifted. He's a good seed. Zhang Yi and his group were currently sitting in the other vehicle. Someone from the Jiangnan district poked their head out curiously. He's that powerful? But I didn't see him make a move. How did the captain figure that out? Hearing this, Junwoo softly explained, first, it's based on my intuition. Second, it's based on experience and judgment. All three people in the car listened attentively as he analyzed. His group has the fewest members, yet they can become one of the 5 major forces in Tianhai City. That alone is enough to prove that the espers in his group are superior to those of other factions. Jun Woo smirked with satisfaction. Zhang Yi plays the role of leader, so there's no doubt that he's the strongest. He continued, moreover, they were the only ones who solved the problem of finding corpses around their area. This is also an important factor for judgment. Zhang Qing nodded in understanding, so that's how it is. He grinned admiringly. The captain truly has great foresight. Wu Di, from the back, spoke up as if filled with excitement. That's interesting. Hearing you say that makes me want to spar with him. Jun Wu glanced at him and said jokingly, Wu Di, you can't be careless. As far as I know, his ability can counter yours. His words left Wu Di dumbfounded, Wu Di became even more curious. Counter me? That's even more interesting. Captain, what ability does he have? After a moment of contemplation, Jun Wu said, it's a special type of esper ability, most likely the rare spatial ability. This time, Wu Di was truly shocked and yelled, spatial esper ability. Even Zhang Qing was equally surprised. Even in the Jiangnan military district, there aren't many people who possess spatial esper abilities. This ability has extremely high strategic value. He chuckled excitedly. No wonder the captain wants him to join our team. Junwoo didn't deny it and frankly admitted, I do have that intention. He glanced at the vehicle where Zhang Yi's group was sitting in front of him and sighed. We can test how strong his ability is, but whether he's willing to leave Tianhai City to come to the Jiangnan military district depends on his decision. At the same time, Zhang Yi, who was driving the other car, softly exclaimed, their strength is overwhelming. Their level far surpasses any of the forces we've faced before. His words made the 2 people in the back seat uneasy that we need to be more respectful towards them in the future. After all, they're people from higher up. We need to maintain a certain level of respect. Both cars quickly arrived at the prearranged location, stopping in front of a large building. Jun Woo assessed the place with surprise. I thought his hideout would be underground, but I never expected it to be a villa. Kong Shun's eyes widened, stunned by the sheer size of the villa. This is way too luxurious. Even in the Jiangnan military district, I doubt you'd find a hideout this extravagant. Tuvu glanced at him disdainfully and remarked, don't forget, this place used to belong to some of the wealthiest people in Huagua. It's not surprising that it's this high class. Zhang Qing. Zhang Yi politely invited them in. Please come in, make yourselves comfortable. Kai Er approached him and whispered, Zhang Yi, are they all sent from the Jiangnan military district? They certainly give off that disciplined military vibe. He explained and instructed their negotiators dispatched by the Jiangnan military district to help Tianhai City deal with the zombie issue. Go prepare some food and drinks. He didn't forget to ask his guests, all right, what would you like to drink? Our family supplies are rather simple. Just some alcohol, coffee, and soft drinks. Please don't mind. They couldn't believe their ears, thinking in unison. That's all. Jun Woo replied, just water will be fine. He then proposed to Zhang Yi, can we speak privately? He readily agreed that of course. Please follow me. A few minutes later, Zhang Yi and Jun Woo were seated in the meeting room. Jun Woo started the conversation. Now that it's just the 2 of us, can you tell me how you actually dealt with those zombies? He pressed further. Your previous explanation was rather vague, lacking details. It might fool them, but it won't fool me. Jun Woo stated calmly. Actually, the Jiangnan military district has access to more information than you might think. Zhang Yi thought to himself. As expected, the higher-ups aren't easy to deceive. He furrowed his brow in thought. After a moment of consideration, Zhang Yi replied, I was being cautious before for reasons you understand. Now, I'll tell you the whole truth. He knew that giving vague answers would likely leave a bad impression on the military, and he didn't want that to happen. Jun Woo listened silently as Zhang Yi explained the entire situation. He then spoke with suspicion. Why didn't you tell the truth earlier? Did you want them to lose a few more members? Was it because of past grievances? Jun Woo sharply questioned. Or do you hope to become the sole ruler of Tianhai City? Zhang Yi answered honestly. At first, I did have some thoughts of revenge against them. I don't mind continuing, Zhang Yi said. You can see it even without me saying it. The relationship between our 5 factions isn't very harmonious. Besides, Zhang Yi also clarified, everyone is just waiting for the opportunity to swallow each other's territory whole. So, if they weaken even a little, it means I become stronger. But this isn't the main reason. You understand the reality very clearly. You all know how big the subway network in Tianhai City is. I don't have the ability to help all of them, and I also realize that this method can't address the root of the problem. And the core issue is, as long as the zombie king isn't eliminated, zombies will continue to appear. Junwoo then asked, so, have you ever encountered the zombie king? Zhang Yi replied regretfully, not yet, but I firmly believe that the zombie king truly exists. Zhang Yi also speculated, zombies can choose their targets, so there must be someone deliberately targeting our 5 factions. Junwoo had a high opinion of Zhang. As expected, you're very intelligent. Zhang Yi responded modestly. I can't say I'm particularly knowledgeable, just a bit clever, barely enough to survive in this apocalypse. Junwoo proposed, you have a lot of potential. I suspect you could be classified as a Delta-level Esper. Would you be willing to leave this remote place and come to the Jiangnan military district to make a name for yourself? Zhang Yi interrupted, hold on. What did you just mention? Delta, what does that mean? Mentioning this, though slightly troubled, Junwoo still replied, it's not a secret, I can tell you. First, he asked, when do you think Espers first appeared? Zhang Yi answered immediately. After the gamma rays swept across the blue star, the Ice Age arrived. But unexpectedly, Junwoo refuted what he just said. Wrong. He stated, human mutation has existed for a very long time. Junwoo pointed out, according to the theory of evolution, all living things are still mutating. This is unavoidable. He explained further. Some mutations give organisms stronger survival abilities, and then they have more opportunities to mate, reproduce, and pass these mutations onto their offspring. He continued eloquently, just speaking of our own human species, modern humans are very different from our ancestors millions of years ago. In that evolutionary process, among billions of human individuals, some are born with special abilities. For example, in some cases, a heroic general with extraordinary strength, a gifted individual who can breathe clouds and exhale smoke, a monstrously deformed creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. They can all be considered Espers. Junwoo concluded, Espers have always existed since ancient times. It's just that there hasn't been such a widespread mutation like today. Zhang Yi was surprised by his words. The current situation you see is only due to the influence of external elements. The DNA sequence has changed, resulting in a large number of Espers. Furthermore, Junwoo also knew, and research around the world on human mutation has been conducted very early on. The levels and classifications of Espers have long existed. Zhang Yi continued. I also know about the 6 basic Esper types, but I still don't know how the Esper ranks are divided. Junwoo explained. Currently, there's a globally unified standard for Esper rank classification. The starting rank is Alpha, also known as Level 1. He elaborated, Espers of this rank have relatively weak mutation abilities, with no potential for further growth. They only display a fraction of superhuman strength, slightly stronger than ordinary people. The next rank is Beta, Level 2. Junwoo continued. Stronger than Alpha, they possess the strength of humanity's most elite soldiers, but still have limited room for growth. Then there's Gamma, Level 3. Junwoo said, moving on to the 3rd rank, to T this level, Espers possess significantly greater superhuman strength. He explained, these individuals have superpowered abilities, capable of handling hundreds of ordinary people, or possess extremely powerful support abilities. Zhang Yi thought to himself, Uncle Wong and Fatty are probably gamma-level espers. He asked curiously, what comes next? Jun Woo replied, the next level can be considered truly superhuman. He elaborated on the next rank, Delta, level 4. The most obvious characteristic of this rank is the ability to absorb the energy of other espers to facilitate their own evolution. Zhang Yi was astonished, thinking, no wonder Hua, Liang Yu, and I can absorb other people's esper abilities, while Uncle Yu and Fatty can't. Jun Woo provided more information about this rank. Delta-level espers may not display as prominent strength as the previous ranks, but they can continuously evolve until they reach their peak. Therefore, it can be understood that espers of this rank have extremely high potential. Zhang Yi was even more surprised when Jun Woo said, currently, it can be preliminarily judged that you, along with the leaders of the other factions, belong to this rank. Zhang Yi frowned, evaluating inwardly. Zeta, classify my esper ability as level 4. That's a very high assessment. Jun Woo, sitting opposite him, added above that is only the highest esper rank, Epsilon level 5. He recalled those Epsilon level espers as he thoroughly explained. Currently, these are the strongest fighting forces in the world. Not only can they devour the energy of other espers, but they also possess incredibly formidable esper strength. Zhang Yi looked at the man in front of him and curiously asked, are you an Epsilon level esper? Jun Woo didn't hide it, replying truthfully, no, I'm only at Zeta level. This surprised Zhang Yi, and he exclaimed in slight astonishment, even you are only at Zeta level? Then it's hard for me to imagine just how strong an Epsilon level esper would be. Seeing the man in front of him chuckle without speaking, Zhang Yi became even more perplexed. What? Is my understanding incorrect? Jun Woo finally explained, it is indeed a bit different from your understanding. In reality, the so-called esper rank classification and combat strength don't have an absolute correlation. It only represents a kind of ability limit. Outside the window, the snow continued to fall relentlessly. Jun Woo's voice continued. Esper abilities are divided into countless types. There are not only combat attributes and support abilities, but also other special abilities. He paused thoughtfully, then lowered his voice as if speaking of something grave. If an ability is countered or the circumstances are unfavorable for its use, it's not uncommon for a higher-ranked esper to be killed by a lower-ranked one. As soon as he finished, Zhang Yi mused, if you compare esper abilities to weapons, whether or not their power can be fully utilized depends on the user's skill. He pointed at himself, asking with some doubt, so, you think I can be classified as a Zeta rank esper, meaning level 4? Then, he chuckled, adding jokingly, that means I'm the same rank as you. You think too highly of me. Jun Woo didn't refute him, but simply stated his thoughts softly. That judgment is based on my experience. He glanced at Zhang Yi, continuing to explain carefully, actually, the classification of esper ranks needs to be assessed by professionals from the military zone. And that ranking isn't absolute. It can only be determined based on the abilities the esper displays. Zhang Yi, increasingly intrigued, listened more attentively. Jun Woo's voice continued. I'm just basing my judgment on your current performance and my experience, and I feel you can be classified as Zeta rank. Later, if an official ranking is conducted, there might be discrepancies. He added a serious warning, but Zeta is the dividing line. If an esper doesn't possess the ability to absorb energy, then they can generally be confirmed as level 3-inch or lower. Zhang Yi asked doubtfully, has Mr. Bien ever seen an Epsilon rank esper? Jun Woo shook his head and shrugged, replying quickly, never. Then he added, but I know that in the Shengjing military zone, there really is an Epsilon rank esper. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be astonished. Does such a person truly exist? Seeing the incredulous expression on the person before him, He smirked. It's not a secret. After all, when the apocalypse arrived, the major military zones needed to manage the vast surrounding areas. Jun Woo clenched his fist, his voice filled with determination. To deal with various mutated creatures and the groups of opportunists taking advantage of the apocalypse, they definitely need to rely on absolute strength to maintain control. His expression seemed incredibly excited, his hands still clenched tight. That person's abilities are so powerful that they defy common sense. Jun Woo's next words left Zhang Yi utterly stunned and bewildered. It said that if someone is glared at by him, even from 1,000 miles away, he can take their life with just a thought. It's like magic. Zhang Yi took a sip of water, the corner of his mouth twitching in disbelief as he said, "You're not kidding me, are you? Taking someone's life from 1,000 miles away? Is his ability some kind of satellite-guided ballistic missile?" Jun Woo crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, retorting, "Much more convenient than those things. I only know that anyone he sets his eyes on is sure to die, and even fleeing to the ends of the earth is useless." Zhang Yi, clutching his shocked face, exclaimed, "So this can only be explained with metaphysics." Jun Woo smirked and replied teasingly, "God himself is a gambler, so there's nothing strange about how the world turns out." His next words seemed to shock Zhang Yi even further, his expression stiffening. Theoretically, there should be a peak level in the world of espers, meaning the legendary level 6, the Omega level esper. Tapping his fingers on the wooden table, he softly explained, "But this level only exists in theory. It's never actually appeared in past eras. Only mentioned as a hypothetical esper form with unlimited growth potential, possessing infinite power." He spoke a bit more, then suddenly coughed violently, making Zhang Yi jump up in alarm. At that level, they could probably truly be called gods. Frightened by Jun Woo's incessant coughing, Zhang Yi anxiously asked, "Squad leader, are you all right? Should I call a doctor for you?" Wiping the blood from his mouth, Jun Woo, his face slick with cold sweat, declined, "No need, it's an old illness." He spoke about his illness in a resigned tone, as if accepting his fate. "I have a terminal illness, not many days left. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have proactively volunteered to lead the team here to deal with these troublesome matters." His words made Zhang Yi understand, a feeling of sympathy welling up within him. "Oh, that's how it is." He then asked seriously, with a hint of doubt, "With modern medicine so advanced, even cancer can be cured, so what terminal illness can't be treated?" He continued his suggestion, causing Jun Woo to fall into deep thought. That MY family doctor is the head physician at the First People's Hospital. "You should let her examine you. Maybe it'll help." Jun Woo raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, replying frankly, "You don't need to probe me. I really am a dying man. I came here hoping to contribute a little more to the Jiangnan military zone before I go." He removed the dark glasses he usually wore, revealing lifeless eyes, like those of a blind man. "Then, when this is over, when I pass away, my wife and children will have a better life." His pupils lacked the vitality of a living person, the whites of his eyes abnormally pale. Jun Woo spoke with "My ability comes at the cost of my eyesight. That's why I can only be classified as Zeta rank." Facing Zhang Yi's surprised expression, he continued, "Its fatal flaw limits the number of times I can use this ultra-high killing power. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi could only sigh in sympathy. He became more serious. "So that's how it is. But I really didn't expect you to tell me about your esper ability so readily." Jun Woo looked at him and sincerely offered a partnership. "The operation to eliminate the corpses in Tianhai City requires your cooperation." Putting his glasses back on, he continued to remind him, "Therefore, understanding the opponent's abilities is crucial. And I also want you to know that my ability cannot be used infinitely. Doing so will only hasten my death." Looking through dark glasses, through which the person in front of him was just a blurry red figure, Junwoo said in a disappointed tone. Right now, I'm practically blind. I have to use this visual aid to see anything clearly, and even then, I can only make out vague, glowing red shapes. He then extended a direct invitation. Are you interested in joining my team? Your abilities are promising. You might even reach Epsilon rank someday. How about coming to the Jiangnan military district to make your mark? Zhang Yi didn't answer immediately, instead replying seriously, I don't have such ambitions. I'm not interested in achieving fame or building a career. He chuckled, his words implying a refusal that I just want to live a comfortable life with those around me in this apocalypse, and wait until the world returns to normal. Junwoo quickly interjected, don't refuse just yet. The living conditions in Baoshua City are much better than here. He tried to persuade Zhang Yi, who listened attentively. There, people can live just like they did before the apocalypse. There's a bustling city, clean streets, and a vibrant nightlife. Outside, snow continued to blanket the apartments in Tianhai City. Junwoo's voice resonated. There are also comfortable apartments, something you won't find here in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi stood up and mused. More comfortable than my shelter. Junwoo covered his mouth with a chuckle, continuing his persuasion. Tianhai City isn't safe. It borders the East Sea. If the ice melts, this will be the first place to be submerged. He hadn't even finished standing up before Junwoo's words made him sit back down. And there's also the possibility of enemies coming from the other side. Only the central regions are safe. Have you ever considered that? Zhang Yi wavered slightly, but replied firmly. Who can say what will happen in the future? We'll deal with it when the time comes. The discussion concluded, and Junwoo calmly stood up to say goodbye. I've said all I needed to say. We won't bother you any further. If you need anything, I'll contact you later. Before seeing them off, Zhang Yi politely offered a meal. Why don't you have dinner first? The food is already prepared. Junwoo declined outright, citing prior engagements and own need for the meal. We brought rations, and we still have some matters to attend to. He looked at his team, who were obediently sitting and drinking water, and said, We've rested enough. Let's get going. The three others quickly stood up and bowed their heads in thanks. Thank you for your hospitality. Wu Di looked at Zhang Yi and offered a friendly invitation. Zhang Yi, if there's a chance in the future, let's spar some time. Before Zhang Yi could agree, Junwoo scolded him loudly. What time do you think it is? Don't be childish. Kai watched the vehicle drive away through the heavy snow and commented, They have such a strong, killing aura. Yami agreed, indeed. You could feel it from a distance. They're completely different from anyone we've met before. The man beside him breathed a sigh of relief, saying, It's a good thing they're not enemies. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. Just then, someone interjected, surprising both Zhang Yi and Yami, but there are only 7 of them. Trying to resolve the corpse problem, I'm afraid it won't be easy. He looked at the person sitting in the wheelchair and asked, Han, do you have any ideas? She glanced over and replied, the Jiangnan military district, sending them here doesn't necessarily mean they're relying on them to completely resolve the corpse situation. Zhang Yi listened carefully as she continued her reasoning. This is most likely just the first group. Once they investigate the cause of the corpse outbreak, they'll likely dispatch a large-scale army to station here. At that time, the entire situation in Tianhai City will completely change, and we will inevitably be affected. He pondered. That sounds reasonable. This is indeed very likely to happen. Chun-Lei, sitting on the sofa, asked worriedly, Will we be driven out of this shelter then? He thought seriously and replied, Probably not. Han interjected, Even if that happens, it's not the worst-case scenario. Suppose the patrol team discovers the scale of the corpse horde is too large. If they still want to completely resolve it, the price they'll have to pay will be too high. Her words left the other 2 stunned. In that case, if the investigation team discovers the scale of the corpse horde is beyond imagination, and they still insist on a complete eradication, the price will be enormous, and the problem will become extremely complicated. He suddenly understood, a realization dawning on him. So that's it, he thought. The reason the border troops invited me to Baoshua City was to leave an escape route for me. After Han's explanation, Zhang Yi pondered. Right now, if we could handle the corpse problem, that would be great, but it's easier said than done. Kai Air clasped her hands anxiously in front of her chest. Now we all know that both the corpses and the rats are underground, and their numbers are staggering. They've likely occupied the entire subway network of Tianhai City. She approached him and softly suggested, relying solely on our strength to deal with a wave of corpses and rats is unrealistic, unless we find the Corpse King and eliminate the root cause. She leaned against him helplessly, gently persuading him as he continued to ponder, we don't have the ability to handle this. We have to hope for the Jiangnan military district's help. So, Zhang Yi, don't worry too much. After all, our capabilities are limited. As soon as she finished speaking, he said loudly, the root of fear stems from the unknown. Our biggest problem is our lack of understanding of these corpses. He pondered again, muttering, what exactly is the Corpse King? Is it a mutated corpse that developed sentience, or some kind of evolved human? Chun Lei, sitting beside him, chimed in, currently, we can only speculate that the outbreak of the corpse crisis has little to do with the other four factions. After all, their losses have been quite severe. Zhang Henin gently pushed the wheelchair in front of Zhang Yi. She countered, we can't be so sure. Although they suffered heavy losses, we can't confirm that they're completely unrelated to this. She furrowed her brow and lowered her voice, offering an example. Take the West Mountain base, for instance. They conducted large-scale human experiments before. Who knows, maybe another force is doing something similar, causing this corpse disaster. After listening, Zhang Yi thoughtfully instructed everyone, we should wait and see. At least we need to know how capable the people sent by the Jiangnan military district are. He looked around the room and added, they have extensive team combat experience. The awakened have strong abilities, and combined with the Jiangnan military district's advanced technology, they might achieve something. Then what? Zhang Yi gently squeezed Kai Air's hand, looking at her lovingly. If they can't resolve the trouble, then we'll step in. Meanwhile, at the Bai Shui sect headquarters, Kong Yu was praying when someone entered. She turned to look at the newcomer and asked, what did you see over there this time? The person quickly replied, the Jiangnan military district sent a very powerful group, especially their border army captain, Bian Junwu. She pondered, murmuring to herself, Jiangnan military district. She then asked, will they affect us? The newcomer, presumably Ji Xian, based on his investigation, replied, currently, the situation in Tianhai City has a huge impact on the surrounding areas. If the Jiangnan military district sends troops, I'm afraid our Bai Shui sect won't have much room to develop. Moreover, Bian Junwu issued a warning. If they can't resolve this corpse disaster, the Jiangnan military district might use the final measure. Kong Yu murmured in a daze. The final measure? He explained, we can't just sit idly by and let that happen. She pondered for a moment, then sighed. I'm afraid we're not the only ones thinking about this. Remembering the people she knew, her expression turned serious. Zhang Yi, Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai, and even Xing Tian, none of them want to see that outcome become reality. At this moment, at the subway station, someone walking near the riverbank amidst the ice spoke, perhaps after filling it with water and freezing it. The expansion of the seawater caused the ground to crack like this. Jun Wu leaned against the front of the vehicle, seemingly impressed. Truly remarkable. That kid is a genius. Wu Di took a deep breath and scoffed. Boss, is that really worth praising? I think it's just a very ordinary method. Wu Di was confident that he could do the same. For example, if I had spatial abilities, I would know how to fill this subway tunnel with something. He sarcastically downplayed Zhang Yi's supposedly clever method that in reality, his actions are no different from drinking poison to solve the problems around his area without completely eliminating the corpse disaster. So what's the point? Zhang Qin got out of the vehicle and teased Wu Di loudly. Wu Di, your arrogance matches your name. The captain was right. You need to learn to recognize other people's strengths and stop looking down on everyone. Wu Di ignored his advice and retorted haughtily, I do look down on him. Clearing out the subway tunnel was nothing. If it were me, I could have wiped out those corpses single-handedly. Jun Woo, who had been silent until then, noticed Wu Di's words. He scoffed and asked, are you that confident? Wu Di replied, even more assuredly, of course. Jun Woo then posed a question that stopped him in his tracks. But do you know anything about the Corpse King's strength? Wu Di was taken aback. How would I know? I've never even seen it. Jun Woo chuckled and explained, but Zhang Yi cleared out the entire subway line without any casualties. Pushing up his glasses to cover his emotionless eyes, he turned to Wu Di with a serious expression. Don't let your abilities make you arrogant. The key is knowing how to utilize your strengths. Yours aren't simply limited to combat. Being able to achieve this with your intellect is what truly impresses people. Wu Di remained unconvinced and retorted stubbornly. So what if he's smart? If we're choosing a new teammate, we need someone strong, a combat type. We don't need another pack mule. Not wanting to continue the pointless argument, Jun Woo called out to everyone. Alright, let's go and see what this horde of corpses looks like. They quickly got into the vehicle. Zhang Qing, taking the wheel, asked, Captain, where are we going? Jun Woo thought for a moment before replying, to the Yangsheng base first. A while later, their vehicle arrived at the Yangsheng base. Jun Woo switched his glasses to telescope mode to observe the distance. Through the magnified lenses, he saw and heard someone shouting, hurry up, get out of here. Looking in another direction, he saw the horde of zombies gradually approaching the base. Siwoo brought a full bowl of food to Jun Woo. Captain, please eat. Someone from the Jiangnan district, after checking information online, spoke up. According to the data they provided, each wave of corpses has a fixed number, at most 10,000. He observed the images on his computer for a while. Then he reported further. This suggests that the number of corpses the Corpse King can control simultaneously is limited. Or perhaps the rate at which corpses are transformed into zombies isn't as fast as we imagined. The others ate their meals while listening attentively as he continued to report on the general situation of the corpse horde, that we can take advantage of the zombies attacking the Yangsheng base to infiltrate their lair. Once the Corpse King is eliminated, the zombies' movements will become disorganized. Jun Woo set down his chopsticks and spoke softly, preparing for battle. According to the interpreter, there was still a large number of armored corpses underground, as well as a Corpse King with undetermined abilities. Wu Di excitedly volunteered, Boss, how could those dead things pose a threat to us? Besides, the underground is empty right now. He pretended to warm up, boasting, you guys don't need to lift a finger. Just let me flatten them all by myself. Zhang Qing, irritated by Wu Di's arrogance, interjected, Wu Di, we're not here for a brawl this time. He glanced at the others behind him and scolded. Killing more corpses is meaningless if the Corpse King escapes. Remember, eliminate the Corpse King. Don't get caught up in anything else. Wu Di scratched his head and chuckled, my bad. I forgot. Jun Woo's vehicle drove straight to the subway tunnel entrance. They disembarked, carrying weapons and tools, with an air of grandeur. Zhang Qing took out a huge spearhead and carefully inspected it. Finding no issues, he raised the spearhead towards the sky with a fervent air. They gathered near the tunnel entrance. Siwoo went ahead for a closer inspection. She placed her hand on the ice near the entrance and used her ability, Void Gaze. Thanks to her ability, she could easily observe what was inside without going underground. After looking, she couldn't help but be surprised. There were still some corpses that hadn't left the tunnel, but they weren't showing any strong reactions. After carefully observing the situation below, she reported there are still some corpses inside the tunnel, but no special entities detected. Jun Woo, leading the team, jumped into the opening first. Let's go down. They quickly moved along the tunnel. Siwoo, using her Void Gaze ability, quickly located the corpses, found them. There's a large group of corpses ahead. That's probably their lair. Junwoo turned to her, gun in hand. Did you find the Corpse King? She pondered, using her ability to search Corpse King through void gaze. She saw a strange creature among the group of corpses ahead. Siwoo frowned and reported, I only found a white-furred monkey. Hearing this, Junwoo ordered everyone, let's round them up and then figure it out. Rushing forward, he sternly reminded, it's best if we can capture it alive. Junwoo's group rushed towards the location where Siwoo had detected the group of corpses. He instructed Bailey and Wu Di clear out the corpses. While moving, he continued giving orders to the others. Xiaoming, keep an eye on them. Check for any unusual individuals and report to me immediately. The rest of you, come with me to capture the Corpse King. Inside the subway tunnel, the figures of Junwoo's group and the horde of corpses drew closer. They responded in unison. Understood. Zhang Qing charged forward with his weapon, yelling, die again. He then used his ability, unleashing a beam of light at the corpses in front of him. Instantly, a long line appeared amidst the scattered corpses, leaving only a blood-soaked stain on the ground. Wu Di, never one to be outdone, arrogantly declared, the vice captain's speed is too slow. Step aside and let me show you how it's done. He used his ability, his entire body becoming enveloped in a faint blue light. Wu Di conjured 3 magic orbs in his hands, then hurled them forward. His targets were the bloodthirsty zombies, and all 3 orbs hit their mark. The subsequent attacks were similar, each hitting its target with deadly accuracy. Seeing his handiwork, Wu Di laughed loudly. I'm the king of the battlefield. The power he possessed was ephemeral cannon, capable of extreme penetration. A group of armored corpses charged towards Wu Di, their expressions ravenous. He showed no fear. Oh, these are the armored corpses. Huh? Let me see how tough you really are. Suddenly, Junwoo patted Wu Di's shoulder from behind. Take a break. Leave the rest to me. He then directed the others. We'll each take one. One of the corpses had an eye shot out. The first one, personally sent back to the earth by the captain. Zhang Qing and Kong Sheng combined their attacks, starting with a lightning-fast kick that took down the second one. The armored corpse, its shoulders severed, screamed. In pain, Kong Sheng coldly assessed, too tough. Another member, not wanting to expend so much effort, brought out a flamethrower. The armored corpse was instantly defeated. He chuckled. Sometimes it's better to use combined tactics. Junwoo, fighting another one nearby, grew bored. He shoved his gun into the armored corpse's mouth, and without even needing to look, he knew it was finished. Suddenly, Xiaoming noticed something and urgently informed his teammates. The zombies are moving. That white-furred monkey and 6 other armor corpses have run away, and a large number of zombies are heading this way. Junwoo calmly stated, now we can confirm that the white-furred monkey is the Corpse King, and the zombie horde is coming to buy time. He quickly rallied his team. Let's go. We have to catch it today. We absolutely cannot let it escape. Just as they were about to leave, another group of zombies appeared before them. The captain revealed his divine eyes, and in the blink of an eye, annihilated them all. Their path cleared. Junwoo ordered pursue them. At the Yangsheng base, zombies from all directions suddenly converged. Hong Luyan, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, what's happening? In the subway tunnel, Jiangnan's group discovered the Corpse King trying to escape. That's it. Junwoo said that we have to capture it alive. One member shouldered a bazooka, aimed, and fired at the armored corpse's leg, causing both it and the Corpse King to tumble to the ground. Zhang Qing advanced with his spear, placing it against the Corpse King's throat to restrain it. As expected, the armored corpses ceased their attack. Junwoo seemed incredulous. This is the Corpse King? The one secretly directing the zombie army from behind. Wu Di scoffed disdainfully. I thought something that could control a horde of zombies would be incredibly powerful, but it turns out it's this weak. Zhang Qing, on the other hand, was deep in thought. He disagreed. This makes sense. If it could truly control countless zombies, it would represent the mind of the horde, or even be some kind of control type esper. It's perfectly normal for it to not possess strong combat abilities itself. Xiao Ming understood Zhang Qing's point, and oh wonder, even though it can control such a large number of zombies, it doesn't dare to launch a full-scale war against humanity. Because it's too weak itself, it needs to keep a large number of armored corpses around to protect itself. Its combat power is so low that even an ordinary adult could kill it. Junwu pointed his gun at the Corpse King's head. Let them kill each other. But the only response was the Corpse King's ferocious growl as it directed the armored corpses to attack. Zhang Qing just smirked and with a single sweep wiped out the weak armored corpses. You might not know it, he said, but I'm the vice captain with the iron arm ability. Junwu had the last word for the Corpse King. You're quite restless. Then he swiftly ended its life. Jiangnan's group put the Corpse King into a bag. Junwu and the others left. When they stepped out of the tunnel, the sight that greeted them was surprising. This is a large group of other zombies, but they weren't moving. They just stared blankly at the sky as if they were clinically dead. Junwu and Xiao Ming quickly understood. Without the Corpse King's control, these ordinary zombies won't exhibit any collective behavior. This means that even if their numbers are large, they won't pose a significant threat to human forces. Junwu brushed past the motionless zombies that let's go. Don't bother with them. They'll disappear on their own soon enough. The Corpse King was placed in the vehicle with Xiao Ming. She was deep in thought that we have to speed things up. Everyone is waiting for the results of my research. The next day, Xiao Ming rushed out to announce to everyone, we have the analysis results. First, the Corpse King's identity. It's not a monkey or an ape, but a human. Or rather, it was once human. Xiao Ming explained in detail. Its body contains a large amount of the zombie virus. This virus has distinct biological habits. The infected corpse can transmit the virus to other bodies, turning them into zombies. The original host somehow connects with ordinary zombies, allowing it to command the zombie horde. The Corpse King, through learning, helps the horde evolve its attack methods. Zhang Qing commented, it sounds not that different from humans. Another member asked, so in other words, as long as we eliminate all the Corpse Kings in Tianhai City, we can resolve this zombie crisis, right? Xiao Ming replied, theoretically, yes. Without the Corpse King leading the horde, even a vast number of zombies won't pose too great a threat. At this moment, Junwu suddenly spoke up, but there's still one unresolved issue. If Tianhai City doesn't have just one Corpse King, then where did the original Corpse King come from? Corpse Kings are mutated humans or corpses. So how did the first one get infected with the zombie virus? Xiao Ming replied uncertainly. This point is very difficult to investigate clearly. After all, the scale of the zombie horde is too large, and with limited resources, tracing the origin is extremely challenging. It's possible that the Corpse King is just a type of zombie, similar to ordinary zombies and armored zombies, all created by the initial Corpse King. Xiao Ming frowned and continued, and its sole purpose is to command other zombie hordes. Hearing this, Zhang Qing chuckled lightly and said, it looks like we're going to be busy. At least we have some good news. By eliminating the Corpse King first, the zombie horde problem will be easier to solve. Seems like this mission isn't as troublesome as we thought. They just have larger numbers, that's all. Wu Di, equally laid back, complained, so many zombies, how long will it take to kill them all? Then, he suddenly had a bright idea. Wouldn't it be great if we could gather them all together and let me wipe them out with my meteor shower attack? Zhang Qing immediately dismissed the idea that it's not that simple. If it were that easy, headquarters wouldn't have needed to send us here. However, their leader had a different perspective. Gathering them in one place and eliminating them in one fell swoop is actually not a bad idea. Wu Di exclaimed excitedly, boss, you understand me. A brilliant idea, right? Zhang Qing and Kong Sheng were a little uneasy. But how can we do that? The entire Tianhai City. Zombies are scattered everywhere like stars in the sky. Moreover, If we really gather them together, their sheer number will be difficult to handle. Junwoo also understood the difficulty. The zombie horde's movements are purposeful. They're targeting the 5 major forces in Tianhai City. Although it's unclear whether they're doing it intentionally or carelessly, zombies will follow human activity, that's for sure. But this only strengthened Junwoo's resolve at SO. Why don't we gather all the humans in Tianhai City in one place to attract all the zombies? Then, we can eliminate all the corpse kings at once. Furthermore, this will also allow us to verify a hunch I have. Everyone was puzzled. A hunch. Woody asked on everyone's behalf, "Boss, what are you thinking?" Junwoo explained his reasoning. Up until now, the Tianhai City zombie tide has only shown a tendency to spread in small scales towards the surrounding cities. The majority of zombies are still concentrated in the Tianhai City area. Xiaoming nodded continuously, listening attentively. This phenomenon is extremely unusual. If zombies have a virus in their bodies, then based on their biological instincts, they should spread outwards towards areas further away. The local living creatures aren't enough for them to feed on, so why are they still staying in Tianhai City and constantly attacking the major forces? Junwoo's tone was resolute. I really want to see if there's a human element behind all this. Perhaps the Corpse King was intentionally created by someone. If it exists, then we have to deal with this hidden force as well. Near the Yangsheng base, Hong Lilian looked at the motionless zombies in front of her with confusion. Why did she feel like these zombies had all become stupid? But then she breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what had happened, it was good news nonetheless. Qing Ting appeared out of nowhere and said, "Could this be related to the investigation team sent by the Jiangnan district?" Hong Lian had also considered this possibility. It couldn't be ruled out. Both of them had the same thought. Is this the strength of the Jiangnan district? Just a 7-person team solved the biggest problem of an area on their first day in Tianhai City. Over at the White Snow sect, the dead outnumbered the living. Li Jian and his wife were now hurriedly searching for their son. "Where did that boy Kai Lu run off to?" his wife said, frowning. "It's chaotic every day now. Why doesn't he listen?" Suddenly, they saw their son lying in a corner next to a member of the White Snow sect. Their faces turned pale immediately after discovering their son's genitals had been severed. Li Jian's first reaction was to run towards him, shouting Lele, but the perpetrator, Yuan Kongjia, used magic to blast him aside. Caught off guard, Li Jian fell to the ground. Yuan Kongjia gestured towards Kai Lu. "Too filthy. You must be cleansed." Ji Xian came from behind and embraced her, calling, "Sect leader." Kongjia explained to him, "The source of sin cannot be forgiven. I'm helping him." Ji Xian replied softly, I know. You're always right." When they walked away together, Li Jian dared to approach his son, Kai Lu. Li Jian's wife noticed another familiar figure hiding behind the wall. Trembling, she asked, "Tu Bebe, what is going on? Weren't you always with Kylo?" Bebe replied in a panic, I didn't do anything. It's just that after we narrowly escaped death, he kissed me, and then the sect leader saw us." As for her, she covered her face and sobbed. I don't know why she became like this. Where Kong Jiao was, she was talking to Ji Xian that I did the right thing, didn't I? This was wrong in the first place. I just helped them go in the right direction. Ji Xian wholeheartedly agreed with Kongjia that you're not wrong. It's those children who are bad. He kissed her thigh as he spoke that I end the apocalypse. There's no need for love. Impure relationships between men and women should be forbidden. Kongjia paid no attention to this, only sighing. They can't possibly understand my suffering. If only all men were like you, then this world would be free of conflict. Ji Xian comforted Kongjia. This world will be as you wish. Then she asked, that child is Li Jian's son. Won't he have some kind of reaction? Ji Xian chuckled and replied, I'll talk to him so he understands your suffering. I think he'll understand. Kyla became distraught after losing his manhood. That what's the point of living anymore? His mother could only comfort him. The three of us will live together. Live well, live well. Li Jian went outside to meet privately with Ji Xian. Ji Xian frowned and reminded him, didn't I tell you? You have to address me by my title during work. Ji Xian then inquired, is your son all right? Li Jian said heartbrokenly, the wounds on his body have healed, but the wounds on his soul will never heal in this lifetime. A man who loses his foundation will never be able to hold his head up again. Seemingly touched on a nerve, Ji Xian reacted sharply. The White Snow sect is a large sect. If it's not managed carefully, it's easy for unrest to occur, and romantic feelings between men and women can easily become the root of all disasters. Actually, it's not just you two, it's everyone. Li Jian couldn't argue with him and could only accept it. Grandmaster, your teachings are correct. As Ji Xian left, Li Jian paled, thinking to himself, what kind of screwed up logic is this? Castrating people to stabilize the sect? What's the point of this sect's existence then? If humans can no longer reproduce, won't they become extinct? After looking over the map, Junwu, targeting the White Snow sect, said, let's decide on the operation point here. He also explained his reasoning. The White Snow sect has the largest number of people, which can attract the zombies. Besides, this place is in the central area. Gather the forces in Tianhai City and cooperate to wipe out this wave of zombies. At the Yangqing base, Hong Lian was also very busy. Dot will be right there. Copy that. At the church, Ji Xian grasped the situation and reported back to Yuan Kongjia. The investigation team has requested everyone to gather at our location. It seems there will be a major battle with the zombies. This wasn't good news for them. Kongjia sighed heavily. Many people will die again, and their gathering here is also a threat to us. Ji Xian comforted her. Fortunately, we moved quickly. If they had discovered us, we would be doomed. Kongjia frowned and replied, let's do it your way. As she spoke, she clasped her hands in prayer. But we don't need to worry too much. The gods above will protect the believers of our White Snow sect. In the living room of Zhang Yi's shelter, he also received the assembly notice, but reacted with confusion. They're telling us to gather at the White Snow sect? Why choose that dilapidated place instead of somewhere else? He paused to think it over. Wait a minute, they're telling us to bring all our combat personnel. They want to have a major battle with the zombies. Are they confident enough to start a war like that? Could they have received some important intelligence? Han Han saw Zhang Yi's restlessness and asked with concern, what's troubling you? Zhang Yi, seeing her, called out, you've come at the right time. Come here. Han Han took the phone and read the notification. She said calmly, this is good news. Zhang Yi was curious. Explain. Why is it good news? Han Han countered with a question. What does the White Snow sect have? Zhang Yi replied, drawing on his memory. They're quite poor. Apart from having a lot of people, they don't have any other resources. You mean they have a lot of people? Han Han smiled and nodded. Exactly. Their biggest characteristic is their large number of people, and this is also their only advantage. The investigation team's purpose in telling us to gather at the White Snow sect is very clear. The people of the White Snow sect, along with those from other factions gathering there, will definitely become the most prominent target in Tianhai City. They want to eliminate all the zombies there. Zhang Yi suddenly realized, if that's the case, doesn't that mean they know how to deal with the zombie horde? Han Han smiled and replied, if it's an investigation team dispatched by Grandmaster Zhang Nan, their strength is undoubtedly extraordinary. They have more intel than us, and the documents we provided have given them a deeper understanding of the zombies than we have. Zhang Yi pondered in recollection. Speaking of which, the main reason our previous mission failed was our limited knowledge of the underground situation. From beginning to end, we never saw the Zombie King and could only speculate based on fragmented information, which led to fear of the unknown. Zhang Yi crouched down, determined. If that's the case, let's go there and see for ourselves. Han Han agreed. Anyway, such a large-scale strategic operation won't affect us too much. Let's go see what they're planning. The group quickly assembled and were briefed on the situation. Their reaction wasn't overly surprised that, they want to start a war, huh? A human alliance fighting against the zombie army. Zhang Yi continued, I just didn't expect them to be so fast. They've already formulated a plan after only being here for a day. A professional team is truly impressive, but I still want to say this. The most important thing is to ensure your own safety. Your lives are paramount. Everything else comes second. Understood? Kan Ni and Yang Mi seemed displeased and spoke up. So that means you're all going to the White Snow sect and leaving us at home, right? Zhang Yi explained, those who aren't part of the combat team don't need to go. If a real fight breaks out, the number of zombies we'll face will be unimaginable. We won't be able to protect you then. Connie immediately protested, but you'll need a doctor. If you get injured, I can treat you. Zhang Yi teased, you can't even protect yourself. Do you expect me to take care of you on the battlefield? Don't be silly. Connie stubbornly insisted. If it were before, I'd understand bringing me would be inconvenient, but this is a large-scale battle. We need to ensure adequate logistical support. I think not only us, but logistical personnel from other factions will also be going. Weinin was also persuaded. She's right. This is the strongest strategic assembly in Tianhai City. The battle won't end quickly. If it's a prolonged fight, logistics are crucial, especially medical personnel. Zhang Yi relented. Fine, you can come with us this time. Just stay hidden at the back and only come out to treat us when we're injured. Connie happily hugged him and said, I understand. Thank you, Zhang Yi. Yang Mi suddenly stood up and volunteered, Big brother, take me too. My shooting skills have improved a lot recently. Zhang Yi responded with a wry smile. Have you forgotten that guns aren't very effective against zombies? In the end, he made the decision, except for Connie, no one else is allowed to come. Everyone else stays at the base. Before departing, Zhang Yi handed Connie a gun. She took it and said, I understand. Zhang Yi still felt uneasy and advised, keep it for self-defense. It's very effective against people. At the White Snow Sect headquarters, Ji Xian led his team out to greet them. Welcome to the White Snow Sect. He asked, may I know why you suddenly requested all the major forces to gather here? If we had been informed in advance, we could have prepared better. Wu Di replied with a disdainful tone. In your current state, what else can you possibly prepare? We're here to help you. Just obediently follow our commands. Seeing the dissenting looks on the faces of the White Snow Sect members, Wu Di only added fuel to the fire. What? You seem very boo-foo. Or do you want to spar? I can go easy on you. Han Chang couldn't help but retort, don't be so arrogant. Even though the people from the Jiangnan region are strong, we're not weak either. Ji Xian interrupted him. Han Chang, silence. Then he bowed his head apologetically. Please forgive him. The White Snow Sect has suffered heavy casualties recently, so the emotions of our followers are a bit agitated. Finally, Jun Wu said, we'll discuss the plan after everyone arrives. Ji Xian smiled. All right. Would you like to go to the guest rooms to rest first? Stepping inside, Jun Wu looked at the refugees and asked Ji Xian, what are the specific casualty figures? He seemed a little surprised by the question. I'm truly sorry. We haven't kept track of that. The number of deaths is probably around 3,000 or 4,000. Jun Wu frowned. 4,000. So how do you manage to feed the thousands of survivors during the apocalypse? I'm very curious how you do it. Ji Xian replied, we organize search parties to nearby supermarkets and shopping malls to collect food and other survival supplies. Jun Wu seemed to look down on this casual attitude. Oh, is that all? Everyone who heard this felt the awkwardness in the air. Wu Di sneered. Losing almost half of your followers certainly makes it easier to feed the remaining ones, doesn't it? The White Snow Sect members retorted angrily. Don't spout nonsense. We've never done anything like that. Don't compare us to those beasts. Wu Di continued to provoke them. So you can't survive on thin air either, can you? The other party, stung by his words, could only manage you. Both Jun Wu and Ji Xian turned and snapped enough. Stop talking. Then he bowed his head and said, there is indeed a secret, but it concerns the survival of our White Snow Sect, so it cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Jun Wu didn't seem too surprised. Oh, is that so? But immediately after, Ji Xian changed his mind. If you insist on knowing, I can tell you. Please follow me. Han Chang, confused by his contradictory statements, asked, Grandmaster, shouldn't we keep this from outsiders? Ji Xian replied without concern, it's all right. The investigation team from the Jiangnan region wouldn't value these meager things of ours. Everyone followed Ji Xian to a building. Zhang Qing whispered to Jun Wu, Captain, the smell of blood is very strong. He had to admit, indeed, after losing light, my other senses have become extremely sensitive. My intuition tells me the building up ahead is a colossal, terrifying monster. Reaching the entrance, Ji Xian suddenly turned back to the group and asked, Everyone, this is the secret of the White Snow sect. Do you still wish to enter? Wu Di, filled with disdain, replied, just a bunch of tricks and illusions. The only thing inside is probably just a magic apple tree. Junwu looked at them and asked, this is the plant that sustains you. Ji Xian replied, indeed, this is a mutated plant we discovered. It's called a blood vine. It possesses incredibly strong vitality. It can absorb nutrients from its surroundings, convert them into life force, and bear fruit. He plucked a fresh fruit and presented it to Jun Wu, saying with a smile, this red fruit is our most important food source. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. We've been eating it for months, and so far, no one has shown any signs of mutation from consuming it. Jun Wu pondered, scrutinizing the fruit. Jun Wu looked at the apple with some curiosity and said, that sounds plausible enough. However, does it bear enough fruit to feed thousands of your people? Ji Xian replied, normally, it wouldn't be enough, but there are ways to accelerate the fruiting process. He gestured forward as he spoke, for example this. Everyone looked in the direction Ji Xian was pointing. There were several cocoons hanging there. Xiao Ming shuddered. Those are people. You're using people as nutrients to make it bear fruit. Ji Xian calmly explained, to be more precise, human remains. He then led everyone further into the building, where the tree was hung with human cocoons. Ji Xian appeared to pray sincerely. May these pioneers become the hope of survival for those who follow. Their flesh and blood are my sustenance. Wu Di frowned. How is this any different from cannibalism? Xiao Ming, beside him, offered a different perspective. There's a difference. At least it avoids viral infection, and psychologically, it's easier to accept. Ji Xian turned back to the group with a sincere expression. Everyone, this is the biggest secret of our White Snow sect. It concerns the lives of thousands of our members. Please help us protect this secret. Jun Wu tossed the apple behind him and replied, don't worry, we will protect your secret. Wu Di, disgusted, tossed the apple to Kong Sheng. Here, you take this cursed thing. Kong Sheng, equally apprehensive, passed it on. I don't want it either. Whoever wants it can have it. They left, oblivious to Ji Xian's sinister smile. The cocoons of remains twitched slightly, unnoticed by anyone. After a while, Junwu got down to business. That I've heard rumors about your sect leader. Some leaders in the greater district are very interested in her abilities. I want to meet her. Please arrange it quickly. Ji Xian seemed wary but agreed. Please wait a moment. I'll inform the sect leader. Once he was gone, Wu Di expressed his unease. I have a bad feeling about this White Snow sect. It feels sinister. Kong Sheng said, that's not surprising. After all, it's a religiously structured organization. It's bound to be a bit strange. Xiao Ming pondered. But the White Snow sect has managed to survive until now and sustains so many members. That in itself demonstrates a significant capability. Zhang Qing asked Jun Wu, Captain, is the higher-ups really interested in that Yuan Kongya? He replied, when we arrived, the higher-ups sent a message telling us to investigate her abilities. If it's true, as the intelligence suggests, that she can awaken people's Esper abilities without them having to pay any price, then the higher-ups will definitely want her. Zhang Qing seemed to believe this. That truly is a highly coveted power. But Jun Wu, on the other hand, how could it be that simple? Zhang Qing was taken aback. What do you mean? Jun Wu shook his head in exasperation. When people want to gain any kind of power, they always have to pay a corresponding price. Most Esper awakenings happen after someone has brushed with death. It's equivalent to exchanging their life for power. Her ability, it said, can awaken Esper abilities in others without them having to pay any price. Jun Woo smirked. Are there such good deals in this world? Zhang Qing seemed enlightened. I'm also very skeptical about that point. Jun Woo continued. They've already considered this point. They've been researching espers for a long time, and they all feel that Yuan Kongya's ability is too unbelievable. So, this time, we'll take the opportunity to investigate her ability a bit and see if it's truly as miraculous as the rumors say. Suddenly, Zhang Qing asked him, what if it really is like the rumors? Jun Woo replied seriously, if it really is like that, then her ability from a strategic standpoint is absolutely no less valuable than an Epsilon level 5. Seeing the group's tension, Jun Woo quickly reassured them. I'm just saying it's a possibility. But we still don't fully understand Yuan Kongya's ability, so we can't make any judgments. When he saw a girl walk out of the temple, Zhang Qing guessed to himself, that must be Yuan Kongya. Could she really be, as the higher-up suspect, a strategic-level existence? A moment after Jun Woo finished speaking, everyone crowded around. Captain, how was it? Is that Yuan Kongya really an Epsilon? Or not? Jun Woo replied, judging an Esper based solely on my own eyes isn't enough to give a definitive answer, but this girl definitely has something wrong with her. Xiao Ming was surprised. What's wrong with her? Jun Woo pointed to his head. Here. Everyone who heard this wasn't too surprised. Having something not quite right upstairs seemed reasonable. Zhang Qing just chuckled. After all, those who follow religions are either swindlers collecting money or fanatics. Jun Woo decided to set the matter aside. In short, we'll slowly consider her abilities later. After we deal with the zombie issue, we'll have plenty of time for this. He continued. Next, we have more important matters to discuss. Zhang Yi's vehicle stopped, and as it got out, he quickly instructed Connie, you must stay by my side and not go anywhere. Later, I'll arrange a safe place for you to wait. Connie smiled and nodded. I'll listen to you. Seeing Wayne and arriving only then, Zhang Yi asked, why are you all slower than us? Wayne Ann said, there are a lot of things to deal with at the factory. We can't just breeze through things like you. Small groups have their own advantages. They entered the temple. What caught Zhang Yi's attention is her. He looked at Kongya, thinking to himself, she must be Yuan Kongya, the leader of the White Snow sect. I didn't expect her to be so young. Wayne Ann was also quite surprised. She's that young? She looks underage. Hearing this, Zhang Yi teasingly said, guest, please watch your words and restrain your beastly nature. Wayne Ann panicked and defended himself. Whoa, what nonsense are you talking about? You know me, I've only ever liked older people. Zhang, you wouldn't let him off. I'm not saying you're wrong. After all, lacking a mother's love isn't a crime. Wayne Nan was speechless. You brat, you. Jun Woo started to speak. Last night, we hunted down a group of zombies. The truth is, after the zombie king is killed, all the zombies lose control, and the zombies and rats turn into headless flies. Hong Lian had thought the same thing. It turned out to be true. Jun Woo continued. So, the root of the zombie problem in Tianhai City is to kill all the zombie kings controlling them. Wayne was still curious. What exactly is a zombie king? Can you explain it to us in more detail? Jun Woo seemed to have been waiting for this question, and he replied, of course. He opened a black bag and pointed to the white monkey inside. This is the zombie king. Everyone's expressions changed. This is the zombie king? It just looks like an ordinary white monkey. Jun Woo recounted his research. The zombie king can control zombies, and its intelligence is quite high, possibly no less than humans. But its combat power is very weak. Zhang Yi immediately replied, sound a bit like insects. An intelligent specimen can produce many zombies, but lacks strong combat abilities. Jun Woo returned to the discussion. Zombies appear every day to attack people, but the zombie king itself is relatively weak and won't appear only hiding in the deepest part of the tunnels. So, we need people outside to attract the zombie horde. Then an elite team can enter the tunnels and kill the zombie king, solving the problem. Without the zombie king's command, those zombies will be easy to deal with. Even in large numbers, they won't be a major threat. Ji Xian immediately realized the intention behind this. So, you mean to use our white snow sect disciples as bait to attract the zombies, and then you all go down and deal with the zombie king? He and Konya were naturally not happy with this plan. Ding Hai spoke up to explain, "Don't get so agitated, you two. Looking at all of Tianhai City, the White Snow sect has the largest number of people. Choosing your place as the battlefield is logical and reasonable." Jun Wu continued, "Although it sounds cold-blooded, it's practically the most sensible approach. Moreover, unlike the other four factions, you possess complete protective gear." Seeing Ji Xian's furious expression, Jun Wu tried to offer the most convincing words he could, "But you don't need to worry too much. Right now, the weapon energy of all the factions is gathered here, which can guarantee the greatest safety margin for you." Ji Xian snapped, "But wouldn't this attract all the zombies in Tianhai City here?" "That's precisely Jun Wu's objective," he replied, "that if it really is as you say, that's the ideal outcome. We all hope to resolve the zombie issue in Tianhai City in one fell swoop." However, Ji Xian stubbornly objected. "What about the lives of our White Snow sect disciples? What do you take their lives for?" Hong Lian replied, "Zhang Ji Xian, you should be more clear-headed. Why don't you consider this? If we don't use this method to deal with the zombies, won't your White Snow sect be wiped off the map? Even if we other factions are driven into a corner, we still have a last resort, completely sealing our people within our shelters." Zhang Yi's group listened attentively to Hong Lian. Relying on those structures, even more zombies wouldn't be able to break through. But what about you? With so many people relying on rudimentary defenses, do you really think you can hold out for long? Zhang Ji Xian frowned in displeasure. "That's still no reason to use our people as bait." At this point, Jun Wu interjected, "Oh, then tell me, what better method do you have?" He spoke with a strained tone. "We didn't hesitate to travel all the way from Jinling to face this zombie threat with you. Right now, the 7 of us are here, and all the energy weaponry of the other factions is here as well. If you say your disciples are bait, then aren't we bait as well? Have I left you to face this crisis alone?" Zhang Yi stood up to express his viewpoint. "You need to understand that people like us are the front line. When it's time to die, we'll be the first to die. With so much energy weaponry, all of it brought here to protect your disciples, what more do you want?" Zhang Ji Xian retorted, suppressing her anger. "Mr. Bien, you need to give us a plan that people can trust and follow." Jun Wu replied, "Just relax. I've already thought out the battle plan." He calmly and thoroughly explained, "The basic plan is similar to flanking support against zombies, but now it seems more like flanking support around food." Zhang Yi grimaced after hearing this. "Great, so you're telling us to be the food to attract the zombies, is that right?" Wei Nin understood. "It's probably something like that, a huge trap waiting for the zombies to jump into." Jun Wu calmly continued, "After all, they're a low IQ biological horde. As long as we find the right method, they won't be that difficult to handle." Zhang Yi, on the other hand, wasn't very comfortable. "Easy to say, but if we attract all the zombies in Tianhai City here, how many will there be? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, relying on us, relying on a practically non-existent defense. The pressure won't be ordinary." Jun Wu immediately replied, "At that time, we'll need you all to fight to the death. After all, this is for your own homeland." Hearing this, Ji Xian couldn't help but retort sarcastically, "I'm just afraid that some people will deliberately sabotage us, leading to heavy losses for our White Snow sect." "What then?" Knowing he was talking about her, Hong Lian glared irritably. Zhang Ji Xian snapped, "Stop your suspicions, Zhang Yi. When the zombie horde arrives, who would dare try anything funny?" Jun Wu asked one last time, "So, does anyone have any further objections?" Konya spoke up, "While we're drawing the zombies, I hope we can protect those without combat abilities, especially the children. Junwoo nodded reassuringly, no problem. Where's the safest place here? We can clear out a space to accommodate children who can't fight. Those under 14, not including 14-year-olds, they can go there. As for others, they need to assist the defense force this afternoon. Konya suggested the current location. Let's use this church as a shelter. God will protect his faithful followers. Junwoo addressed those going into battle. This battle might be lengthy, not something that can be concluded in a day or two. Everyone, prepare for a long fight. Zhang Yi calculated silently. The snowmobiles, supplies, and reserves are sufficient. A long fight isn't a concern, but his gaze shifted towards Konya. I need to find an opportunity to get Konya into the temporary staging area the White Snow sect has set aside. Thinking this, Zhang Yi ran over and called out, Miss Konya, I need to trouble you with something. Before Kong, you could turn around. Ji Xian stepped forward to answer on her behalf. Mr. Zhang Yi, what is it? Tell me, and I'll do my best for you. Zhang Yi frowned, thinking Ji Xian's protectiveness towards Yuan Konya is excessive. He's even explaining himself to avoid suspicion. He said, our sect leader is devoted to serving God and won't be distracted by other matters. Zhang Yi decided to be direct. Is that so? Among the people I brought is a highly skilled doctor. She's my girlfriend, but she's not a deviant and has no combat ability. So, I'd like to have her stay with your sect leader, Miss Konya. What do you think? Hearing the last part, Ji Xian snapped, Mr. Zhang Yi, please be mindful of how you address our sect leader. Zhang Yi quickly corrected himself. My apologies. I assumed someone devoted to God wouldn't care about such worldly formalities. Konya stepped forward and replied, of course. It's admirable that Mr. Zhang Yi brought his girlfriend to the battlefield, demonstrating your commitment to this operation. You're even willing to risk your girlfriend's safety. Moreover, doctors are essential personnel. Let her wait with us at the church. Zhang Yi appeared satisfied, as expected of a wise sect leader. All right, it's settled then. He patted his chest, adding, with her here, I'll also dedicate myself to protecting the church's safety, which benefits everyone. After Zhang Yi left, Ji Xian whispered in Konya's ear, he's the biggest instability factor in Tianhai City. I hope he doesn't become our enemy. He stepped outside and suddenly noticed something. That's Li Jian. Why is he here and dressed in White Snow sect clothing? Zhang Yi, seeing him acting suspiciously, thought, walking like that, he's trying to avoid attention. He hurried back to the vehicle and instructed his girlfriend, Connie, go sleep in the vehicle with Lianyu for a bit. After the battle starts, I'll take you to the church. The leader of the White Snow sect is there. They'll definitely risk their lives to protect it. If any of us need healing, we'll go there to find you. Connie smiled and replied, okay, no problem. Zhang Yi continued, also, there are a few things I want to warn you about. He looked around to make sure no one was listening. They decided to get in the car to talk privately. Zhang Yi said, Yuan Konya is not an ordinary person. She can help others awaken their abilities, but I'm still not entirely at ease with her power. Remember, if she mentions helping you awaken your abilities, you must refuse, understand? He carefully reminded Connie, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. All the gifts of fate are secretly marked with a price. So don't be greedy for small profits, or you'll suffer a big loss sooner or later. Connie held Zhang Yi's hand and assured him, I remember. Look at you, so worried about me. He gently replied, it's not that I'm worried about you. It's that I care about you too much. Besides that, I need you to keep an eye on Yuan Konya for me. Connie asked, do you think there's something wrong with her? Zhang Yi didn't answer, only giving her instructions. Her very existence is a big problem. In short, observe her every move secretly and let me know. Connie nodded, no problem. Wei Nin reminded Zhang, everyone is helping to set up the defenses. We don't know when the zombies will come, so you guys should familiarize yourselves with the environment quickly. He looked at his troops and said, I brought all my resources here. We can't lose this battle. Even Wei Nin couldn't help but worry. Damn it, I hope that Bien Junwoo doesn't mess with us. Zhang Yi quickly comforted him. Just do our best. Right now, besides trusting them, we don't seem to have any better options. Looking up at the building in front of him, Zhang Yi thought here, close to the command post. So the view from the rooftop must be excellent. But when he tried to enter, someone stopped him. This is the forbidden ground of our white snow sect. Please leave. Zhang Yi scoffed. Forbidden ground? Have you guys been reading too many wuxia novels? The White Snow Sect member stubbornly refused. We can't explain that clearly. Mr. Zhang, please don't make things difficult for us. He readily agreed. All right. The guest follows the host. I'll find another place. A while later, the group climbed the stairs, complaining to Zhang Yi. Couldn't you just use your dimensional door? Why make us climb floor by floor by floor? It's so troublesome. He calmly replied, I'll use the door to teleport when there's no one around. That kind of ability can't be easily exposed. Everyone was now on the rooftop. Looking down, Zhang Yi thought, very good. Except for a few blind spots, the firing range here can basically cover everything. He happily shouldered his gun and announced, all right, I'll defend here. If you want, you can stay in this building. We don't need to fight on the front lines anyway, so we can improvise. Li Jian was extremely hesitant about whether he should tell Zhang Yi what he knew and ask him to take his family away. He opened the tent flap and called to Kai Lu, son, there's going to be a battle here soon. We don't know when the zombies will swarm. Come with mom and dad. The boy inside yelled in a panic. I'm not going. Go away. Both of you just go. What about Bobo? She rejected me, didn't she? It must be like that. Li Jian left helplessly, thinking heartbrokenly. The White Snow Sect has turned my son into this. Staying here any longer is pointless. Maybe I should try contacting Zhang Yi. That night, Zhang Yi was startled awake. He looked out the vehicle's window, furrowing his brow in suspicion. Only that building is heavily guarded, not allowing anyone to approach. There must be something there. Shady. Zhang Yi opened the portal and slowly went in to investigate. The appearance of the cocoons bewildered him. This was the White Snow Sect's secret forbidden ground. But what were these plants for? Providing food, or did they have some other function? Zhang Yi drew his sword, 8 times speed. He looked at the dense vines in front of him. This type of plant was clearly related to supernatural abilities. It was best not to touch them. Yet, speaking too soon, Zhang Yi accidentally cut them down and calmly walked inside. His jaw dropped when he saw another plant that, is this a plant world? Then, Zhang Yi smiled with satisfaction. This trip was indeed the right decision. He furrowed his brow, wondering, there's no doubt I've discovered a huge secret of the White Snow Sect. Should I continue to investigate further, or? Zhang Yi picked an apple and decided, I can't miss this opportunity. He briefly checked it. Very good. No supernatural energy. I'll quickly collect this. Then Zhang Yi looked up at the cocoons, hesitating slightly. There shouldn't be some giant insect inside, right? He smiled decisively to in for a penny, in for a pound. After cutting a cocoon and storing it in his system, Zhang Yi was elated. The task was smoothly completed. The next day, he discussed with everyone the zombies suddenly stopped acting. Either the horde has retreated, or they've set a trap and are acting according to their secret plan. Now I can't help but think that the Zombie King's intelligence might be far beyond what we imagine. Hong Lian agreed. Those strange things display too much intelligence. If you say someone is behind it, directing them, I believe it. If they still don't appear, are we just supposed to stay on the defensive here? Zhang Yi waved his hand, and the base on the other side has become quiet again. Although our people have gone underground, there are surveillance cameras on the surface, and we haven't found any zombies. Then he turned to Junwoo and asked, could it be because we killed a zombie king? Junwoo replied, this is just the beginning. Perhaps the zombie king is still observing. But what we have to do is patiently wait. This is like fishing, seeing who is more patient, the angler or the fish. Zhang Yi took out a leaf and said, Connie, you're quite skilled with using knives. You're in charge of cutting this, okay? She replied, these fruits and branches need to be studied slowly in the lab. The environment here isn't suitable for that. Zhang Yi smiled and said, just cut it first. Maybe things aren't that mysterious. As soon as Ni cut it open, she saw the head of a skeleton. Zhang Yi was surprised. So that's how it is. Inside the abandoned building is a giant mutated plant. It can absorb nutrients from bodies and then produce this red fruit. Liang Yu also reported to me that we saw quite a few White Snow sect followers eating this fruit. This is probably their food source, which means their forbidden ground is actually a living granary. No wonder they're so careful and don't let anyone near it. Zhang Yi quickly instructed Ni, after we return, analyze the components of the fruit and leave to see if there's anything unusual. Connie nodded. Give me some time. This plant is excellent for research. I'll take a slice and examine it with a microscope and biological reagents. Xiaomang from the Jiangnan Corps is also in the process of researching it. It's just a body depleted of nutrients, nothing unusual. She told everyone, as for the fruit it bears, it has some hallucinogenic effects. It can help the higher-ups of the White Snow sect control their followers better. But I haven't detected any pathogenic bacteria. Moreover, the sugar content is quite high, so it can be considered a nutrient-rich food. Bien Junwa seemed to understand that I see. When we get back, take apart the rhizome. Let's see if the experts in the lab can cultivate it. This thing is very interesting. At this time, Etienne was counting the apples on the tree, 3968, 3969, 3970. He sighed, one is missing. He didn't seem too surprised, as if he had already guessed. Their curiosity is truly overflowing. The next day, Junwoo announced to everyone, the zombies are gathering again, and they're heading this way. Preliminary estimates put the number at over 100,000. Everyone, be prepared. This will be a fierce battle. Everyone's expressions were noticeably tense. Junwoo added, you don't need to eliminate the zombies. Just stall for time and create an opportunity for our investigation team to eliminate the zombie king. Zhang Yi listened and thought, with Junwoo's personality, he's likely to use everyone as bait. Not to mention the number of zombies. A zombie tide like this could reach 200,000, 300,000, or even more. Hong Lian spoke up, I'm afraid we won't last long. When we're overwhelmed by the zombies, we'll die here. Junwoo immediately replied, if you think the defense is too difficult, you can switch tasks with our investigation team. Of course, she didn't dare. Then let's stick with this arrangement, Captain Bien. We're relying on you all. Inwardly, she admitted, the investigation team has a total of 7 people and still has to go underground to fight the zombie king. I'm not stupid. How could I switch with them? Junwoo finalized everything. Everyone, prepare yourselves for the battle. Before leaving, Zhang Yi called him over and asked, Mr. Bien, we understand now. As long as the zombie king is dealt with, the zombie threat will end. Why don't you ask the Jiangnan Grand District for? District? Junwoo just chuckled and said, do you think the Tianhai City situation is that serious? Zhang Yi looked at him, puzzled. Isn't it serious? Junwoo explained seriously, listen, Zhang Yi, these are extraordinary times. Looking at the entire Jiangnan Grand District, what Tianhai City is facing with the zombies is actually quite common. You have to understand that countless strange incidents occur throughout the Grand District, but the number of investigation teams like ours is limited. So, unless the situation is so severe that it's uncontrollable, the Grand District won't dispatch a large force to suppress it. You should have a chance to go out and see the inland areas of the Central Plains, the lakes, rivers, and streams. Within those mountains and rivers, that's where the real chaos lies. Zhang, he shook his head, declining to, no need. I'm quite attached to my family. It's better to stay in Tianhai City. Junwoo replied, if you change your mind someday, you can contact me. Let's talk again after we've dealt with this zombie issue. Zhang Yi looked seriously outside, silently hoping, hopefully, I'll still be alive by then. The zombies had approached their perimeter in large numbers. Someone from the White Snow sect announced, the zombies are here. Commence battle. Zhang Yi left Connie in the care of Yuan Konya. Please protect her. She replied firmly, don't worry, Even if the zombies breach the outer defenses, the Esper guarding the gate can hold them off for a while. Firing continuously, Zhang Yi wondered, how many can I kill with one shot? One dies, and 1,000 more advance, only increasing, never decreasing. Countless people on the building were also providing support, explosions occurring continuously. The commander announced, second line of defense, firewall activated. The zombies were immediately incinerated. However, their numbers didn't decrease. Hong Luyan ordered her team, aim for their legs. Bullets streamed from their guns, hitting countless zombies trying to get close. A small group of young men were also lying in wait, rushing out and yelling kill as the enemy approached. They and their companions attacked with sturdy iron axes. Not only that, but a horde of armored zombies had also appeared. This horrified Hong Lion and armored zombie can tear a person apart with its bare hands. Why are there so many this time? Ching Ting, behind her, had a similar expression. How can we fight so many armored zombies? Hong Lian tried to regain her composure and commanded, do your best. Prepare for a fight to the death. Zhang Yi opened a portal and said, armored zombies, not bad. Just in time for me to experiment a bit. Large caliber armor-piercing rounds combined with my sniper rifle and Esper abilities. Let's see if I can take down those armored zombies. Surprised me. With that, Zhang Yi produced a cannon, blasting an armored zombie's head to pieces. He looked pleased. IT worked. Ordinary zombies surged forward, acting as shields for the armored zombies. Zhang Yi scoffed. You think hiding will keep you safe from me? He blew the heads off countless armored zombies. Everyone who saw it was stunned. Such terrifying power. It's a good thing he's on our side now. Wei Nan's Heavenly Legion entered the battle. He commanded them all, yelling kill. Wei Nan, using his fire axe, powerfully struck down. In an instant, he destroyed a significant number of zombies on the battlefield. Lak Lak also fought, freezing the zombies with ice, then using her claws to eliminate them. Ding Hai transformed, saying, one-on-one isn't my forte, but in the realm of ice and snow, I am king. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly split in two. The zombies were affected by the landslide, collapsing in a heap. An infected rat appeared, and a fighter cut off its head, but he was still attacked by another one, forcing him to just kick them away. Zhang Yi above said, it's clearly the most rudimentary defense, but they've been able to hold out for such a long time without being wiped out by the zombie horde. The existence of the White Snow sect is truly puzzling. He continued firing his gun, incinerating an armored zombie in an instant. But this also made Zhang Yi suspicious. Aren't armored zombies supposed to be smarter than ordinary zombies? Why haven't they become wary even though I've killed so many of them? Could their orders be to kill everyone here? Unbeknownst to everyone, countless zombies were pouring out of the tunnels. The Wu army group, hiding in a spot, observed with bewilderment. There are already hundreds of thousands, right? Why are there still more? Could there really be millions of them? I don't know how long they can hold out. Wu Di calmly smiled and replied, don't worry. In order to survive, they will definitely fight to the death. As long as we can buy enough time to deal with the zombie king underground, it doesn't matter if they all die. Jun Wu echoed this sentiment. As long as we prevent the horde from spreading, the lives of a few people are not worth worrying about. Then he moved his legion. Let's go. It's our turn to make a move. Jun Wu said to Xiao Man, Si Wu, use your ability to scout the situation, then we'll go down below. She used her ability to check, immediately reporting to Jun Wu. There's a terrifying number of zombies and quite a few armored zombies and white-haired apes. Jun Wu clenched his fist. It's a trap. He and Wu Di were incredibly annoyed. Those damned beasts actually know how to strategize. The Zombie King's learning speed is truly frightening. Zhang Qing was a little worried. So what do we do now? Jun Wu calmly replied, wait for now. Let those people lure more zombies over here first. The battle grew increasingly fierce and chaotic. Zhang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhausted. How much longer would this tide of zombies last? Amidst the chaos outside, only one sound could be heard. Kill. Ni prayed inside. God, if you really exist, please protect Chen Yuan and the others. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. Only the most devout believers receive the protection of the divine. Ni realized that Kanya was looking at her. She stammered, hello, hello. Kanya stepped down and asked, are you distressed, feeling like you can't help your man? Connie furrowed her brow and replied, it is a little bit. After all, I'm a doctor. I can only do support work and can't go to the battlefield with him. Kanya spoke while using her ability through her gaze. Perhaps you also have the potential to become a superhuman. Connie was suddenly captivated, but Zhang Yi's warning snapped her back to reality. Connie, you must be careful with the people of the White Snow sect. She calmly replied, is that so? This is the first time I've heard anyone say that. Kanya smiled serenely. Your potential is unmatched. You just lack the opportunity to become a superhuman. Connie thought for a moment and found it reasonable. That's right. People on our side can also become superhumans. So why can't I? Kanya sensed her wavering and continued to entice her. Chu Connie, your man needs your help. I can make you a superhuman. Do you agree to accept? Connie seemed eager. Become a superhuman. Kanya smiled sinisterly and repeated, yes, become a superhuman. Zhang Yi's voice appeared in Connie's mind once more. Absolutely do not believe anything Yuan Kanya says. Absolutely. Thus, she successfully refused the offer. Thank you, but I don't need it. Kanya remained unfazed. It's all right. You can think about it slowly. A divine blessing is a kind of opportunity that not everyone can encounter. She continued to pray, taking no further action. 20 minutes later, the battle still hadn't ended. Hong Luyan reported, my side is about to collapse. How are things on your end? Jun Wu replied, we've located the zombie king. Everyone try to hold on a little longer and there will be results soon. Zhang Yi, after a while, was finally able to relax a little. He had finally eliminated all the armored zombies. He looked towards the group of young men with anticipation. The other zombies are left to you all. Xiaozi attacked while saying, now's the time, Liang Yu, Uncle Yu. Liang Yu continuously struck, severing the heads of the stiff zombies. Uncle Yu, with a gun in each hand, hit every shot, but the number of enemies didn't seem to decrease much. Other groups also began to arrive as reinforcements. Suddenly, a virus-infected rat emerged from the ground. It pounced toward the member of the White Snow sect. She was bitten, only having time to scream, God, save me. But by the time the rat was dealt with, she had already breathed her last. Ji Xian helplessly directed his people, return to the divine kingdom. Zhang he had seen early on, but could only say, although their deaths don't matter much, the rear can't afford to be careless right now. Hong Lian was now extremely anxious. At most, we can only hold on for another half an hour. It's been over 40 minutes. Why are the zombies still attacking? Jun Wu replied, there's still a lot of zombies underground. Everyone, try for another 10 minutes. We'll be able to wipe them out very soon. Damn it, concentrate firepower to protect the people in the cathedral. The other followers, abandon them if necessary. The result for those who couldn't escape in time was death, crying for help in vain. Save me, Zhang Yi sighed. It seems we can buy a little more time. Suddenly, the cat beside him meowed. Then it grew larger and larger, becoming a shield for Zhang Yi. He was utterly surprised. Here, what's this? A new species. Just as I saw the flying armored zombies. The cat snatched them and tore them apart. The rest moved into Zhang Yi's spatial gate. They flew back and forth, finally falling into his sights. Zhang Yi hastily summoned countless gates to trap the armored zombies. He thought, with so many, I have to expand my defense perimeter. If I can't fight them, I'll run. It's no shame in that. However, the explosion below attracted them before they could fall into the trap. The armored zombies immediately changed direction and flew down. Zhang Yi quickly informed everyone. There's a swarm of flying armored zombies in the sky. Everyone be careful. Everyone was stunned. What? The armored zombies have evolved again. The flying armored zombies attacked simultaneously, causing a few unlucky people to lose their lives. When Weinan fought back, they cleverly dodged. Zhang Yi's expression became tense. It seems that unless the martial arts group succeeds in killing the zombie king, this place will sooner or later become a human hell. He decisively commanded everyone, "Listen up, everyone, full retreat. Be prepared to retreat at any moment." Having finished, Zhang Yi looked towards the cathedral. "Now, I have to get Chu Ni out quickly." But the armored zombies had flown in earlier than he expected, surprising Zhang Yi. Damn, Connie. He used his double gates to rush over. Just in time, when Zhang Yi landed on the roof, the armored zombies had been beaten to a pulp. The situation seemed more stable as they could no longer attack. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are experts in the cathedral. Connie should be safe for now. When he arrived at the cathedral, he saw Yuan Kongya, the hidden expert of the White Snow sect. Seeing his girlfriend, Zhang Yi immediately called out, "Connie!" He rushed over to embrace her, then comforted her. "It's okay. I'm here." Kongya had been watching him, but hadn't spoken. He can appear from the sky, unless his ability is related to space. Connie anxiously asked him, "Zhang Yi, can we no longer defend?" Zhang Yi reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Come with me." At this moment, the zombies rushed in, ignoring the screams behind them. "Sect leader, save us." Zhang Yi took Connie's hand and ran. Zhang Yi pulled Connie into the green swirling portal. Seeing this, Kongya muttered, "So this is how he uses his spatial ability." Then both of them appeared on the rooftop. From above, they watched Hua fighting below. Then it jumped up to the rooftop where they were standing. Connie looked at the bodies of the flying armored zombies with surprise. Hua didn't eat their heads. Zhang Yi speculated. It seems they aren't mutated creatures, but rather someone modified them. She worriedly asked, "Zhang Yi, what should we do?" Below, everyone is fighting the zombies. Hong Luyan used her fire ability to keep them from getting close. Some used freezing abilities to immobilize the zombies. Some ordinary people without abilities used weapons. Fighting spirit. Zhang Yi informed everyone. "Everyone get ready to go. The moment our defenses fall, I'll take everyone away immediately." Chunlei ran as fast as he could while calling for help. "Boss, I can't hold on any longer. Come save me." He ordered Hua, go, bring Fatty back here. It obeyed the order and immediately jumped down to the rooftop. It ran straight into the stream of zombies, even knocking a few of them over. Then Hua reached Chunlei and scooped him up. He sat on its back, happily saying, Hua, you're here." Hua only took a few leaps before returning to the rooftop. Chunlei got down, panting and wiping his sweat. Zhang Yi, holding a bomb, suddenly noticed something unusual below. The zombies are about to retreat. The zombies were in a dazed state, no longer attacking. Suddenly, all the zombies turned and ran in the same direction. Hong Luyan, her hands ablaze, announced the Wu army found the zombie king. The zombies are retreating to go back and save the zombie king. Everyone cheered, so happy they were laughing and crying. "We're alive. Thank God." Hong Luyan said, "Everyone, rest for a bit. Those who are injured, come to me for supplies." Zhang Yi and Connie hugged each other joyfully, breathing a sigh of relief. He patted her head and, looking at the cheering people below, said, "I hope that from now on, they won't be startled awake by zombies, even in their sleep." Guang and Liang Yu walked over. Guang said, "It's finally over. The White Snow sect's base still has less than 500 people. The casualties of the soldiers from the other alliances are also around 10%. We're alive. It really wasn't easy." Zhang Yi extended his arm, and a hand grasped his right arm in response. "Fortunately, we didn't have any casualties." Connie asked, "Zhang Yi, are you injured? Let me take a look." He declined her offer. "I'm fine." She turned to ask everyone, "Is everyone all right?" Everyone replied, "We're fine." Then Connie asked Zhang Yi, "Can I go check on their injuries?" He reminded her, "Be careful." Then she took her first aid kit and went to the injured people from the Chao Wu base. As Connie bandaged the severed arm of one of them, he cried out, "I'm still alive." Then she gave another person an injection. After she finished, she wiped her sweat and let out a long sigh. Connie reminded him, Be careful not to lift anything heavy for a while, so the wound doesn't reopen. The man said happily, "Thank you." She replied, "You're welcome. Go get your supplies." At the same time, Bu Jiao walked over and said, "They're all wives of great warriors. They need your care." Li Jian looked at the many corpses on the snowy ground, blaming himself. "I was the one who brought my neighbors to seek refuge with the White Snow sect, and as a result, most of them." Li Jian's wife comforted him. "It's not your fault. Living in these times, we can only take things day by day." He decided, and then joined the others in carrying away the bodies. It seemed everyone was busy dealing with the aftermath of the battlefield. Suddenly, someone announced they're back. It was the group from the Jiangnan district, only 2 of whom were injured. Zhang Yi stepped forward and asked, "Did you kill all the zombie kings?" Junwu immediately replied, "5 zombie kings, all eliminated. The bodies are in the vehicle." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, overjoyed. Then, Zhang Yi handed Junwu a few things. He asked, "What's this?" Zhang Yi explained, "Food made for evolvers. It can help restore evolution's physical strength and mental state. Very useful." Junwu accepted them, speculating, "It seems you have a very powerful support evolver on your team." A few days later, the zombies in Tianhai City were temporarily eradicated. Within the Tianhai God Alliance, apart from Zhang Yi's forces, it seemed the other factions had suffered devastating blows. There was still fear among them. Zhang Yi became the target of their solicitations. He quickly gulped down some water. Having just finished drinking, and while screwing the cap back on the bottle, he suddenly turned his head and asked, "What's up?" Hong Lian, with a friendly smile, said, "Although our past wasn't entirely pleasant, after fighting alongside each other this time, we're friends now. If you need anything from me, just ask." Happily agreeing to the alliance, he praised, "To be able to lead a force like this as a woman, you're truly remarkable." Zhang Yi asked with some doubt, "Did you work in the military or the police force before?" She didn't hide anything. "I was a police officer in the Criminal Investigation Division of the Tianhai City Police Department." Zhang Yi gave her a thumbs up, praising, "A true heroine." He asked curiously, "So, doesn't that mean you hold everyone's files?" Hong Lian replied, "Only up until the apocalypse. That's all." Then she turned to leave. "I have things to do, so I'll go ahead." He thought to himself, "I wonder if she can help me find information related to the White Snow sect." Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. Zhang Yi instinctively grabbed the hand, while his other hand slapped Ding Hai across the face. He stumbled and cried out, "Brother!" He immediately let go, looking at the person in front of him with a bewildered expression. "Sorry, who are you?" Ding Hai rubbed his shoulder and said, "It's all right. I wanted to ask if you're interested in leaving the city. I can take you to see the vast world outside. What do you think?" Zhang imagined the blue sea and high waves, murmuring, "The vast sea." Then, thinking of the dangerous sea creatures, he shuddered. Forget it. It'd be more practical if you brought me some seafood." He laughed. "That's easy. Next time we return from outside the city, we'll bring you the freshest seafood." Zhang Yi asked, with so many deaths this time, "Are you still planning to go outside the city?" Ding Hai sighed, "We lost quite a few fighters, but luckily, I still have some crew members on the ship. With them, we can still go out." Then he waved goodbye. "I won't take up any more of your time. If you're interested, you can come find me. I'm going to make preparations for departure." Zhang Yi muttered to himself, Wei Ding Hai, Xiao Hong Lian, and even Zheng Yixian of the White Snow sect all want to recruit me. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Then he called out to the others, "Connie, wait for me in the car. The rest of you, please stand guard for us." Chun Lei jokingly replied, "Roger that." He just grunted in response. Then, Liang Yu and Ke Guang stood guard in front of the car. Hong Lian grumbled, "And here I am, stuck playing guard duty all day." Ke Guang sighed, "Young people full of energy. It's understandable." Inside the car, Connie and Zhang Yi sat facing each other. Zhang Yi spoke, "Connie, there's something very important I want to ask you." Connie just gave a forced smile. Then she quickly became serious. "What's the question?" he prompted. "While you were in the cathedral, did you observe anything unusual or out of place about Nguyen Kongjia?" She shook her head. Nothing seemed out of place. Why? Zhang Yi voiced his suspicions. Nguyen Kong Jia only has two known abilities, blessing and grace, both support powers. But the night of the zombie attack, someone in the cathedral with ice-type offensive abilities repelled the zombies. I suspect that person was Nguyen Kong Jia. He then asked, think carefully. Was there truly nothing unusual about her, especially that night? How did she fight? Connie recalled, she spent most of her time praying those days. If I had to say something unusual, she suddenly remembered something. Actually, there's one thing. She said she could help me awaken my abilities. Zhang Yi asked anxiously, did you agree? Connie shook her head. Even though I really want to become an awakened, didn't you tell me to stay away from the White Snow sect? So I refused. He stroked his chin, analyzing that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Nguyen Kong Jia wouldn't be so kind, casually helping someone awaken their abilities, and even giving me the ice shard. She must have an ulterior motive. He looked at her, seriously demanding, Connie, tell me everything. Don't leave out any details. She recalled, after I refused, she didn't force me. She just said if I ever wanted to awaken my abilities, I should go find her. Then the two monsters attacked the cathedral. The image of Nguyen Kong Jia effortlessly stopping the bronze armored corpse flashed in her mind. Nguyen Kong Jia just raised her hand, and the monster was frozen. With a wave of her hand, the monster was flung outside. Zhang Yi was astonished that T.O. be able to freeze the ice abilities of two powerful bronze armored fly corpses with such fast reaction speed and immense physical strength. This suggests enhancement type abilities. Doesn't that mean she has at least 4 different types of abilities? He was puzzled. How could she have awakened so many abilities? He analyzed the situation further. People with ability potential can awaken their abilities after using an ice shard. When I cleared the battlefield, I saw awakened corpses without their cores. Could there be a connection? Then he seemed to realize something. If Nguyen Kong Jia's ability is death regression, and after an awakened dies, their abilities return to her through the implanted ice shard, then she could possess multiple abilities. Thinking of this possibility, Zhang Yi shuddered. Could Nguyen Kong Jia be inciting the zombie outbreak to level up her abilities? Then he shook his head, and oh, that's not right. The zombie outbreak mostly affected the White Snow sect's followers. Nguyen Kong Jia wouldn't be foolish enough to destroy her own sect's foundation. He held his head in his hands, worried that I can't figure it out. I just can't figure it out. Seeing this, Connie asked Zhang Yi, what's wrong? Zhang Yi calmly replied, I'm fine. He thought to himself, this is all just speculation. I can't act rashly. I need to find proof. He felt like Nguyen Kong Jia was hiding behind a curtain, manipulating everything, more dangerous than she appeared. Zhang Yi stepped out of the car and into the falling snow. He muttered, I really hope I'm overthinking this. As he walked, he wondered if Nguyen Kong Jia really is behind this. Why hasn't she made a move recently? Zhang Yi pondered. Besides, looking at her, she doesn't seem like she could control the tide of zombies. He thought for a moment, then shook his head, sighing inwardly. The clues are a bit messy right now. I need to investigate further. Suddenly, a cough sounded nearby. He looked towards the source and saw it was Jun Woo. He speculated, could it be that Nguyen Kong Jia is holding back because of the Jiangnan district leader? He scratched his head in frustration and sighed. Well, I'll find out sooner or later. He then approached the group from the Jiangnan district. Wu Di looked him over appraisingly to S.O. This is the new member the boss brought back. Doesn't seem like anything special. Isn't he just a good sniper? Zhang Yi asked. Brigade leader, are you alright? He glanced at the bloodstain on the handkerchief in Jun Woo's hand and realized this is a deep-rooted illness. Jun Woo quickly hid the handkerchief and replied, same as always. Not long left. Just then, Wu Di spoke up. Leader, let's hurry back to Blizzard City. You can get treatment back there. Maybe it can stop things from getting worse. Jun Woo shook his head in refusal that I know my own body. He then turned to Zhang Yi. Let's do one last check to finish the job. Once we confirm there's no zombie king in Tianhai City, we'll head back. You're coming with the others, right? Do you want to come back with us? Zhang Yi declined. Tianhai City is my home. I'm very familiar with it. It's hard to leave. I'll visit Blizzard City sometime in the future. Jun Wu replied, all right then, if you've thought it through. Wu Di just snorted. Does he really think anyone could just go to Blizzard City? Zhang Yi turned to leave, waving, take care of yourself. See you again. Suddenly, Wu Di called out, Zhang, I hear you're pretty skilled. Want to spar a bit? Zhang Yi stopped. He tilted his head to look at him. He looked towards Jun Wu and saw him nod. He thought to himself, it seems he's not going to stop this pointless sparring match. Zhang Yi raised his hands in a gesture of humility. My friend, my skills are in sniping and logistics. You're an elite of Blizzard City. It seems a bit like bullying if you pick a fight with me. I'll just admit defeat. Wu Di suddenly became angry and snapped. You haven't even fought yet. How can you admit defeat? You're the leader of a faction in Tianhai City. Don't you care about your face? Zhang Yi remained unmoved. What leader? I'm just hanging out with a group of friends. I have things to do. I have to go. We'll talk later. Wu Di, dissatisfied, turned to Jun Wu. Leader, this guy's too cowardly. Are you really going to let him join us? He doesn't seem to fit in at all. Jun Wu smiled and replied, it's precisely because he's not like you that I like him. If everyone in the investigation team was like you, we'd be doomed. As Zhang Yi walked away, he considered his next move. Jun Wu is about to leave, and Hong Lian might be leaving soon too. I need to go and ask for information quickly. He then went to the Yangsheng base, where he found Hong Lian with another person. Zhang Yi spoke up. Squad leader Hong, do we have a guest? Hong Lian retorted, we just finished our discussion. How do you have free time to come find me? Zhang Yi didn't answer immediately but smiled and suggested, let's go for a walk outside. She frowned warningly. I'm warning you, don't get any ideas about me. He waved his hand in denial. You're overthinking it. I have something I need your help with, and it's not convenient to talk here with so many people around. She finally agreed. Fine, lead the way. Then the two of them strolled to a deserted spot. Hong Lian spoke up, can you talk now? Zhang Yi said directly, I want you to help me look up some information. She asked on who? He replied, information on the two main bases of Tanbo and Truvu, as well as the leaders of the White Snow sect and their assistants. She smiled knowingly. You're still not at ease about them. He calmly replied, I'm just following the principle of better safe than sorry. Hong Lian agreed, but also needed something in exchange. Giving you their information isn't impossible. However, what will you exchange for it? Zhang Yi asked her, what do you want? Food, energy sources, or weapons? She made her request. With so many deaths recently, Tianhai City has enough resources to share. I'm not lacking in those things. If you need that information, then exchange it for a promise. He asked, what kind of promise? She stated, if one day we encounter danger, I hope you can help us once. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Oh my God, even at this point, you still believe in this kind of promise. He readily agreed. Since you trust me so much, I accept this exchange. Hong Lian said as she turned back, the information is in our base's server. We'll send it to you after we return. He became curious. When are you planning to return? She replied, tomorrow. What about you guys? Zhang Yi answered honestly, we're leaving soon too. That night, the crescent moon hung high. At the banquet hall, Hong Lian spoke up. Hai Tian is currently facing difficulties. Our Yangsheng base suffered heavy losses, and many things have to start from scratch. We must return quickly to make arrangements. Ding Hai also said, I also have to arrange for my subordinates to go out to sea to work. Hearing this, Kong Jia sighed. It seems everyone has to leave. Holding a box containing ice soul orbs, she continued, after this battle, our Tianhai City suffered heavy losses. There are also gaps in our combat forces, so I've decided to contribute my meager strength. Everyone listened quietly as she explained. Due to the limited number of ice souls, I can only give 2 orbs to each group. If you encounter someone with talent, give it to them. If you can't find a suitable candidate, you can give it to existing espers. It can activate the body's potential, making the esper even stronger. Under Zhang Yi's apprehensive gaze, Kong Jia, with her gentle appearance, seemed like a large, dangerous, and unpredictable snow bear. Zhang Yi held the box of ice souls, apprehensive. If Nguyen Kongjia's ability is death regression, will she use her ice soul to attack everyone? He recalled his conversation with Kai Ni. Chu Kai Ni refused the ice soul offered by Nguyen Kongjia. Did that mean the use of the ice soul was determined by the recipient, not by Nguyen Kongjia herself? Zhang Yi thought to himself, I can't let Nguyen Kongjia discover anything unusual. At this moment, Hong Lian spoke. Leader Nguyen, thank you. Zhang Yi replied, you're welcome. We owe you one this time. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. She smiled warmly and replied, in the future, we can become a united front, coexisting and supporting each other. That's how it should be. Then she saw everyone off. Zhang Yi looked at the 3 ice soul orbs and thought, 3 ice soul orbs? Just enough for Kai, Xin, and Ran. It's just that there's no telling what level their abilities can reach. Then he looked towards the other 4 team leaders. As for them, it's better not to tell them. What if they betray us? Zhang Yi walked alongside Hong Luyan and reminded her, after you return, don't forget our agreement. She hugged him and said, don't worry, I'll send it to you as soon as I get back. After all, I'm hoping to receive his support. Zhang Yi patted her back, so we have a deal. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Where do you think you're going? He immediately let go of her, wondering, is your base starting to fall apart? Hong Lian warned, keep your voice down. Watch first. Boy leaned close to a tall man and said to Kai Lak, let me go. I found a better place. I hope you can understand. We're not right for each other anymore. His face paled in disbelief. You can't leave me. We promised to be together forever. Have you forgotten? She retorted, I found someone more suitable for me. He's stronger than you. He can protect me and provide me with abundant supplies. If you were me, what would you choose? Kai Lak grabbed her hand and pleaded, boy, I love you. Can he love you more than I do? Boy remained indifferent and spoke harsh words. To be honest, I initially approached you because your father was the divine father of the church. I might have had some feelings for you, but with the current situation, talking about love is unrealistic. Her new boyfriend touched Boy's shoulder and reminded her, all right, we should go. This farewell needs to end. She followed her new partner as they started to leave. Boy whispered, sorry, brother. I've taken up your time. Let's go. Kai Lak rushed after her, continuing to plead, boy, don't leave me. If you dare to leave, I'll die right here. Boy flung his hand away and shouted impatiently, like Kai Lak, will you stop it? Look at what you've become. You're still delusional about that. Zhang Yi watched as Kai Lak collapsed onto the snowy ground, thinking to himself, is it cold enough to freeze there already? Boy coldly said only one thing to Kai Lak, sorry. Then she turned and took her new boyfriend's arm. Kai Lak collapsed, clutching his head and wailing in anguish, then walked away by himself. Hong Lian commented, this kid looks like he hasn't been through any real hardship yet. So childish. Zhang Yi replied, this is a good thing for him. How can he grow without experiencing pain? Preparing to leave, he waved to her, I'll be waiting for you to send me the information. She replied as she opened the car door, see you later. Then the group from the Yangshan base drove off. Leave? Zhang Yi suddenly saw Li Jian and his wife chasing after Kai Lak. He sighed, pitying the hearts of parents everywhere. A few days later, he contacted Hong Lian via computer. I've received the documents. How are things on your end? She replied, we've officially begun reconstruction. I have to go now. He responded with a simple MHM. Zhang Yi stretched, considering his next move. It was time to return to the shelter and analyze the data with Kai Ni and the others. Before that, he had to convince Jun Wu and the others from the Jiangnan base to stay a while longer. Suppress Yuan Kongya. The car stopped, and he quickly got out. Zhang Yi arrived at the Jiangnan group's lodging and asked Jun Wu, Brigade Leader, can we talk privately? Jun Wu wondered, have you changed your mind and decided to come with us? He replied, it's not about that. I still have some concerns I'd like to discuss with you. Wu Ding seemed to want to say something. Boss. Jun Wu pointed to a spot outside. All right, let's go over there. After the two reached the designated spot, Jun Wu spoke. No one else is here. What do you want to say? Zhang Yi looked at him and asked, Brigade Leader, I hope you can stay in Tianhai City a little longer. I keep feeling like this mission ended too easily. We assumed from the beginning that the T Wong had a high IQ. So how could they not realize we were baiting them into launching another zombie wave? Junwoo said frankly, we've considered the issue you mentioned, but mutated corpses aren't human after all, and their intelligence is limited. And since the beginning of that battle, no large-scale zombie groups have been found. Zhang Yi continued suspiciously. Then have you ever seen a creature higher level than the T Wong? Junwoo didn't understand his meaning. Looking at Zhang Yi thoughtfully, what are you trying to say? Just be direct. He didn't hide anything and stated clearly, I suspect someone is behind the zombie tide. The T1 we killed might just be puppets. Or there's a more frightening possibility that the so-called T Wong and the tide being dealt with was just a show put on for you in the Jiangnan region. Junwoo crossed his arms and listened seriously, falling silent for a long time. Zhang Yi voiced his suspicions. This battle seemed like it would be difficult for us to win, but in my opinion, it went too smoothly. Every action was as if the zombies were deliberately cooperating with us. Don't you find that strange? Junwoo didn't rush to answer, looking at him questioningly. Do you have any basis for saying that? I need evidence. He shook his head and sighed. I don't have conclusive evidence yet, but these suspicions are real. Junwoo lifted his dark glasses and said, it's good to be cautious. Being overly cautious can make life tiring, but it certainly makes it harder to die. However, don't worry too much. The Tianhai City issue is, for the Jiangnan region, small scale. He lowered his hand as if visualizing his words. No matter how chaotic it gets, we can suppress it easily. Zhang Yi, somewhat reassured, smiled and replied, I understand. So, if I discover anything, I'll let you know as soon as possible. Will you guys take over then? Junwoo declared seriously, in all areas under the jurisdiction of the southern region, once an incident with a high threat level occurs, we will act. Of course, if you're still worried, you can come back with us. There's no place safer than Blizzard City. He quickly waved his hand, changing the subject. Let's talk later. I have to take my squad back first. Junwoo calmly followed. Let me see you off. Zhang Yi smiled. All right, thank you. As the two approached Zhang Yi's car, a voice suddenly called out, wait a minute. They turned to look. Zhang Yi asked curiously, who is this? Li Jian grabbed his arm, speaking incoherently in a panic. My son, my son. Then he ran off. Junwoo watched, puzzled. What was that about? Zhang Yi explained. Something happened to his son last night. He's been looking for him. I guess he hasn't found him, or... Junwoo patted Zhang Yi's shoulder and said, safe travels. He replied softly, After Zhang Yi's car left, Junwoo waved, murmuring, safe travels. Then he said to himself, it seems we'll have to stay a while longer. Zhang Yi drove, hoping, I hope I won't have to come back here again. He then took out a white cloth. Written on it was the following information. 28 days ago, my family of 3 and our neighbors were taken by the Grand Preceptor to the Bai Shui cult. After Yuan Kong, you learn of my abilities, he took me to see the blood fruit. At first, I thought it was just food for the Bai Shui cult, watered with blood. But the blood fruit can make the mind feel like it's in a coma. Euphoric, like a hallucination. Having read that far, he clenched the cloth tightly. Zhang Yi remembered Li Jian's panicked and exhausted expression. Kai, sitting beside him, asked curiously, what is that? He quickly tucked the cloth into his pocket. Zhang Yi, deciding not to reveal anything for now, said casually, nothing, just a shirt I changed out of. She saw him smile and turn away, her cheeks slightly flushed. Zhang Yi smirked, thinking to himself, the Bai Shui cult seems even more terrifying than I imagined. At Zhang Yi's house, Han Han stared pensively out the window. Seeing this, Yang Mi reassured her, Big Brother Zhang and the others will be back soon. Don't just stand there staring blankly. She replied yes. Han Han sighed. When will I be able to go fight zombies with them? But then she saw 2 cars heading their way. She exclaimed joyfully, they're back. Yang Mi was surprised. What? Then the door bolt was opened, and Zhang Yi and the others entered. Han Han wheeled herself over to him. Brother, are you all right? I was so worried about you. Kai also spoke up. Big brother, you're out there risking your life, but we can only stay at home. I can't help you at all. I'm really sorry. Zhang Yi rubbed their heads, gently comforting them. Everyone is just doing their part. No need to blame yourselves. Besides, with your big brother here, what danger could there be? He then patted his own bicep for emphasis. Yang Mi set out the food and reminded them, let's eat. We can talk about anything at the table. Then everyone sat around the dining table. They toasted their beers together. Zhang Yi asked, did anything happen around the shelter while we were gone? Yang Mi replied, it was eerily quiet. Nothing happened at all. He raised his beer to his lips and said with a smile, that's good. Kai asked curiously, did everything go well for you guys outside? Zhang Yi answered seriously, our squad didn't encounter any danger, but the other teams did. He recalled the countless deaths. Many teams had less than 1% survival rate. Kai sounded a little gloomy. I wonder how many people are still alive in Tianhai City. Maybe we're the last survivors. Chunlei, stuffing food into his mouth and raising his beer, said loudly in an attempt to comfort him, don't be so sad. The best outcome is that our people are still alive. Come on, everyone, bottoms up. Let's celebrate our victories, step by step. Then everyone toasted again. Zhang Yi turned to Yang Mi and asked, you've been continuing your research on how to prepare those ability-enhancing dishes, haven't you? She replied enthusiastically, I cook every day. After all, everyone is fighting on the front lines. We can't be idle on the home front. I put all that food in the fridge. After a while, seeing Chunlei run to the bathroom, someone commented, that fatty, he really knows how to drink. He's already had 2 bottles of red wine by himself. Liang Yu recognized the underlying meaning of this. This is a typical example of frantic indulgence after experiencing fear. After all, he almost didn't make it back alive. Suddenly, Zhang Yi stood up and said, I'm finished eating. Han, after you're done, come directly to the control room to find me. She replied, okay. In the control room, Zhang Yi was fiddling with something by himself. When Han wheeled herself in, he said, come here, I want to show you some documents. She approached him. When she arrived in front of the screen, he said, take a look at this. The screen displayed Nguyen Kong Jia's complete information and portrait. Han looked it over and asked, puzzled, who is this? Zhang Yi voiced his suspicion. I suspect that Nguyen Kong Jia, the leader of the Bai Shui cult, possesses the death regression ability. The Ice Eaters of the Bai Shui cult awaken and level up their abilities because of it, and after they die, their abilities return to Nguyen Kong Jia. Seeing Han's incredulous expression, he continued, the zombie horde outbreak might also be a method Nguyen Kong Jia uses to seize abilities. But currently, there's no concrete evidence to support my speculation, so I want to investigate this thoroughly. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Han understood after listening and continued to scroll through the information. She replied, understood. Let's continue looking. Nguyen Kong Jia, at the age of 3, lived with her parents in Tianhai City, Hua Country, at 256 Jinling Street, Chonglam District. In the same year, Nguyen Tai Van and Na, the Jia, Mai Tu established a branch of the Thenlai cult in Tianhai City. Nguyen Tai Van served as the leader of the Thenlai cult, and Na the Jia, Mai Tu served as the high priestess. To recruit followers, the couple Nguyen Tai Van claimed that their daughter, Nguyen Kong Jia, possessed divine power and regarded her as the saintess of the Thenlai cult. 13 years later, while flying back to Hong country to participate in a Thenlai cult gathering, their plane crashed. The deaths of Nguyen Tai Van and his wife exposed the deception behind the Thenlai cult to a large number of its followers. Exposed by rival cults, Nguyen Kong Jia, revealed to have no divine powers, became the target of the enraged followers. Tianhai City Police received a report in 2046 and rescued Nguyen Kong Jia. The number of people involved in the incident reached 136, but after being rescued, Nguyen Kong Jia seemed to vanish into thin air. After the apocalypse, Nguyen Kong Jia reappeared as the leader of the Bai Shui cult. Using the manipulative tactics learned from the Then Lai cult, she expanded her influence, making the Bai Shui cult one of the largest organizations in Tianhai City. Han Han commented after reading this. She's a pitiful person. Zhang Yi wondered. After going through all this, could she still become a savior in the apocalypse? No, she sighed, expressing her thoughts. After experiencing something like that, just maintaining a normal mental state wouldn't be easy. If it were me, I'd only be thinking about how to destroy the world or reshape it to my liking. He speculated, perhaps I figured some things out. During this zombie crisis, everyone thinks the Bai Shui cult's biggest loss was those tens of thousands of followers. He then shook his head, but now, I fear the deaths of those followers were intentionally caused by Nguyen Kong Jia to conceal her own scheme. Han Han asked, do you have any evidence to prove this? Yes. Zhang Yi smiled. I didn't before, but I do now. She asked, puzzled, what is it? He continued, remember I said I suspected Nguyen Kong Jia's ability is death regression? Zhang Yi looked down at Han Han, holding up 4 fingers. I saw Nguyen Kong Jia use her abilities during the Tide of Corpses battle, including Blessing, Grace, a superhuman system ability, and an ice-type ability that I'm particularly familiar with. He analyzed. If those were her awakened powers, she wouldn't have hidden them until the battle with the Tide of Corpses to reveal them. This means the source of those abilities is still unknown, and it proves what I said. After the deaths of those who consumed the Ice Soul, their abilities returned to Nguyen Kong Jia. Han Han also pondered, analyzing the situation. If we analyze it this way, the extent of Nguyen Kong Jia's power is completely unpredictable. Every ability has a weakness, but someone with multiple abilities is practically invincible. Zhang Yi said, that's why she's willing to let the war continue in Tianhai City. Only when those who consume the Ice Soul die can Nguyen Kong Jia become stronger. He frowned. Regardless of whether they belong to the Bai Shui cult or not, as long as they consume the Ice Soul, their deaths benefit Nguyen Kong Jia. She shrugged. That's true, but without direct evidence, it's difficult to deal with her. Zhang Yi lowered his voice gravely. She used the Tide of Corpses to destroy most of the fighting force of our 4 factions, and before leaving, she gave us the Ice Soul. This means she'll make a move against us. The only place Nguyen Kong Jia is wary of now is the Jiangnan region. I'm afraid that once the border troops leave, the Bai Shui cult will attack. He then took out a piece of cloth. This might be considered evidence. Han Han took it, observed it for a moment, and asked, puzzled, what is this? He replied, right before I left, Li Jian secretly slipped it into my hand. Zhang Yi sighed. His son died. If it weren't for that, I don't think, given his personality, he would have risked telling me these things. Han Han read the words on the paper. Bloodvine has hallucinogenic effects. Some of the roots seem to be spawning strange creatures. Suspected zombies. Han Han continued reading. Boys not old enough to join the Bai Shui cult must undergo a purification ceremony. Yuan Kong personally performs castration. Yuan Kong personally strangles a female priest. And the last words on the cloth, she said, my son is dead. As his father, I am powerless to avenge him. If one day, if the opportunity arises, I hope this information will be useful to you. She turned to Zhang Yi. If this is true, then I can understand what she's been doing. He replied, Li Jian was a priest of the Bai Shui cult. From what he wrote and the issues I've discovered, we can basically conclude that there are major problems between Yuan Kongya and the Bai Shui cult. The Ice Soul is a huge conspiracy. Even the zombie crisis could be related to her. He continued, if we let her continue to develop, I'm afraid the entire Huan nation, even the world, will be taken over by her. She sighed. Even if we expose her, she'll bite back. After all, everyone was deceived by her from the beginning, especially the majority of Bai Shui cult followers who are brainwashed to the point of being willing to die for her. Zhang Yi became serious. He said gravely, we must quickly think of a way to deal with her. But Han Han voiced her opinion. Just relying on us isn't enough. We have to let the other powers in Tianhai City know about Yuan Kong, Ya's conspiracy. The most important thing is we need to get the support of the Jiangnan region. With all the forces in Tianhai City suffering heavy losses, even if we join forces, we may not be a match for Yuan Kongya. He pondered and then immediately agreed that you're absolutely right. But to the Jiangnan region, even if Yuan Kongya schemes against everyone, it doesn't concern them. The Jiangnan region exists to maintain stability, not to uphold justice. They have no reason to intervene. They might even recruit Yuan Kongya to use her. Suddenly, he realized something that's right. What if the Jiangnan region actually supports Yuan Kongya? Zhang Yi remembered his previous conversation with Junwu. Should I accept Junwu's offer, bring everyone to the Jiangnan region, and abandon the shelter I've been staying in for so long? After thinking for a moment, he dismissed the idea, and I'm quite comfortable in my shelter. The Jiangnan region requires labor in exchange for residency. He was faced with a difficult choice. If I go, I'll die from overexertion. If I don't go, I'll be killed by Yuan Kongya. What should I do? Han said, everything in the world comes for profit and leaves for profit. As long as we grasp their core interests, we don't have to worry about the Jiangnan region not cooperating with us. She asked, Brother Zhang Yi, what is the Jiangnan region most worried about right now? Zhang Yi replied, someone shaking their dominant position. Han continued, then let them know a little about who controls the zombie tide. Zhang Yi confessed his thoughts. Isn't it because there's no evidence? The bloodvine branches and leaves I secretly took were tested by Chuku Air, and there's no zombie virus. Han said, it doesn't matter if there's no evidence, as long as the people of the Jiangnan region suspect Yuan Kongya. She continued, as long as there's suspicion, the Jiangnan region will definitely investigate. If Kongya doesn't resist, it means she's guilty. Even if she does resist, she'll eventually be exposed. Zhang Yi added, so you mean to exaggerate the threat so the Jiangnan region can't ignore her? Han continued, exactly. And if Bianjun Wu knows Kongya has multiple abilities, do you think the Jiangnan region will be interested in her? Zhang Yi considered this. That's right. We just need to attract the Jiangnan region's attention. They'll take her away for investigation, and Tianhai City will be safe. He mused, good idea. I need to plan this carefully. A hasty decision is too risky. Han interrupted his thoughts. Brother, we haven't looked at the information on one more person. Zhang Yi said, is he important? Ever since we encountered the Bai Shui cult, Isian has been like Kongya's puppet. Isian does everything, and Kongya just controls things from behind the scenes. Han replied, but we need to determine if this is Kongya's plot alone, or if the Bai Shui cult is involved. If it's the former, we might be able to incite the Bai Shui cult against her. If it's the latter, she continued, we have to be prepared to face a sinister cult and a lot of espers. Zhang Yi said, the Bai Shui cult suffered heavy casualties, more than half, maybe even close to total annihilation. So many espers died. If they knew the truth, they're putting on a good act. So, I think only a few people know. Han replied, maybe. The answer is in here. Zhang Yi stood silently, lost in thought. An image of Yi Xian appeared with the information. Zhang Yi Xian, born into a middle-class family in Tianhai City. Neighbor of Yuan Kong, since the age of 8. During the period Kongya disappeared, Yi Xian also left the city. Zhang Yi said, it seems Yi Xian must know all of Kongya's plans. You could even say they planned this together. Those cult members are just nourishment that Kongya cultivates for herself. He fell into deep thought. Just how much esper power has she absorbed? Then Zhang Yi said, no. We need to think this through carefully and avoid being dealt with by the Bai Shui cult. Sa Ming jumped off Zhang Yi's bed. Zhang Yi said, that's comfortable. If I have to leave Tianhai City, I'll take you with me. He continued, now, whether we go or stay, as long as Yuan Kongya is still around, I won't have peace of mind. The Tea True, the Bai Shui cult, the Ice Soul, the Blood Vine, what's the connection I'm missing? Zhang Yi wondered, if Kongya can really control zombies, why did the armored flying zombies attack the church? If she can't, who's working with her? He thought, if the Blood Vine can really create zombies, why isn't there a zombie virus inside it? Zhang He seemed to be lost in some kind of space. The night sky in this space glittered with stars. He stood before a strangely large tree and said, I remember it being only a little over 100 meters tall. Am I wrong? As if noticing something, Zhang Yi exclaimed. This is... Looking down at its roots, he said, so that's how it is. Zhang Yi continued, I actually forgot about the bloodvine's roots. Zombies always live underground and are better adapted to dark, humid environments. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure from behind. The person was dripping blood from their hand onto the roots of the tree. The roots seemed to be infused with energy, transferring down to the zombies. Zhang Yi narrated, Li Jian. It turns out he was the deciding factor. Over there, the zombies opened their eyes and awakened. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly widened. He woke up in a cold sweat, muttering, I understand now, I understand everything. Picking up the notebook by his bed, he seemed about to do something. While writing, Zhang Yi said, the zombie crisis erupted 21 days ago. 5 major forces were attacked simultaneously. That was a month ago when Li Jian was brought to the Baishui cult. He continued, in other words, the reason why there were no zombies in the city before was because the Bloodvine's zombie-creating power was too weak. Before the zombies could even launch an attack, they died in the heavy snow. An image of a strange creature appeared along with his voice. After Li Jian joined the Baishui cult, with the blessing of Li Jian's power, the Bloodvine produced a large number of mature samples, T-Wong, in a short period. Li Jian connects with the creatures. Kanya can only control the Bloodvine and cannot directly command the zombies. The T-Wong aren't very intelligent and can only receive simple commands. The armored flying zombies attack Kanya. Zhang Yi said, as for why I didn't receive any information from the Bloodvine, they hid the crucial evidence before I arrived. Then they deliberately left a loophole, leading me to investigate the Bloodvine, thus eliminating my suspicions. He sighed. Finally, all the logic has been clarified. This must be the truth. Zhang Yi calculated. As long as I understand the root cause of everything, I can find a solution. Zhang Yi said, Kanya is controlling the T-True to surround the city's safe zone, definitely to prevent her deadly weapon from being threatened. The Jiangnan investigation team believes that the city's crisis has been resolved. He continued, Kanya wants to wait for the investigation team to leave before taking action against others. She must still have quite a few zombies left. He wondered, even if I stabilize the situation and prevent them from leaving, Kanya has absorbed the abilities of so many people. If she's exposed, who can kill her? Based on Jun Wu's physique, would he be willing to sacrifice his life? Zhang Yi sighed. The more I think about it, the more problems arise. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice. Brother, can I come in? Zhang Yi replied, come in. Han Han entered and said, Brother, I've thought of some things I want to discuss with you. Handing the notebook to her, he said, take a look at this first. Han Han looked at it and said, this is... Zhang Yi continued, I compared Li Jian's words with the issues surrounding the Bloodvine. My deductions are probably 80 to 90% accurate. Han Han asked, do you have a plan? He replied, I have a few ideas. Tell me if you see any problems. Focusing, she said, okay. The Baishui cult, seen from above, was a blanket of white snow, with a few figures faintly visible. Isian said, everyone gather your tents, sleeping bags, and other belongings, then continue carrying the bodies. Everyone replied in unison. Understood. Snow continued to fall on the rooftops. He walked across the grounds. The leader of the Baishui cult was currently standing, praying, when Isian below said, don't worry, everything went relatively smoothly. No one in Tianhai City can stop us. Thousands of our followers are dead. No one will suspect us. They'll even pity us. Now, we just need to wait for the investigation team to leave. Kanya said, I still have some unease. Isian wondered, wasn't our arrangement perfect? What are you worried about? Turning to her, she said, that night, someone saw me use another person's ability. Isian asked, are you talking about the woman Zhang Yi brought here? Kanya continued, this is what I've been worried about. I don't know if it will become a hidden danger. Isian reassured her, don't worry. Who says a person can't have multiple powers? Our Bai Shui cult suffered the most casualties, so no one will suspect us. If there are suspicions, they'll only be about the secret of the Ice Soul, and the Jiangnan region won't interfere. He continued, even if they knew the secret of the Ice Soul now, it wouldn't solve anything for them. Xian reassured her, don't worry. Who says a person can't have multiple powers? Our Bai Shui cult suffered the most casualties, so no one will suspect us. If there are suspicions, they'll only be about the secret of the Ice Soul, and the Jiangnan Great District won't interfere. He continued, even if they knew the secret of the Ice Soul now, it wouldn't solve anything for them. Kongya continued, that's right, in the face of absolute power, everything else is insignificant. So we should act as soon as the investigation team leaves. She said, the best delicacies are saved for last. Once I obtain the abilities of the head of each family, my power will reach unimaginable heights. The Bai Shui cult leader added, I will become the god of the new world. At this time, Han Han said, if we start searching for traces of the hidden zombies tomorrow, using their existence to confirm your suspicions, the Jiangnan region might be even more concerned. Zhang Yi continued, we have to do this without telling others about these suspicions and complete the zombie search. Han Han said, it's true that we can't let others know, otherwise it will cause unnecessary panic. But if that's the case, she unconsciously asked, do you need someone to do this? Zhang Yi replied, at this point, only I can do this. Han Han turned away and replied, brother, if you need anything, you can contact me anytime. He said, no problem. The next day, everyone was going about their usual activities in the communal house. Seeing Zhang Yi go out, Uncle View asked, where are you going? Do you need us to go with you? Zhang Yi replied, I'm just going to clean up the scattered zombies around here and practice the sword skills Liang Yu taught me. Liang Yu said, then I'll go with you. I can give you some guidance. Uncle View added, including us, something like cleaning up zombies can't be left to just 2 people. Shen Lok agreed. That's right, we'll come and help too. Zhang Yi said, it's just a few scattered zombies. I can handle it alone. He continued, all right, then let's split up. Everyone will operate around the hiding place, each clearing a section. The other 3 replied in turn, okay, no problem, all right. Zhang Yi said, everyone go change your clothes first. I'll go ahead. Hua Hua jumped onto him as he said, Hua Hua will come with me. Zhang Yi stepped onto the large pickup truck amidst the falling snow. The truck then sped off quickly. It stopped in front of a roadside station underground. Zhang Yi excitedly stored the car in his spatial storage. Holding the navigation device, he said, we're still more than 10 kilometers from the Bai Shui cult's base. Let's take the subway and see if there are any zombies. Hua Hua, I'm counting on your sense of smell to help me find them. Hua Hua meowed meow. Okay. 1 man and 1 cat began to descend into the subway tunnel. Zhang Yi walked quickly, venturing deeper inside. Noticing Hua Hua sniffing around, he asked, anything? Zhang Yi wondered, that's strange. There should definitely be a large number of powerful sea zombies here. Could I have the wrong location? Let's try somewhere else. A dimensional door immediately opened, and they quickly entered. On the other side of the door was a deserted railway track. Hua Hua, as if sensing something, immediately bristled its fur, looking fierce. Zhang Yi looked at the navigation device and said, they've already run this far? This tunnel ahead is incredibly dark, and now it's emitting a strange aura, making both cat and man tense. Zhang Yi muttered, so they're hiding here, huh? Looking in that direction, he said, Ngaoshan District, an area forgotten by all powers due to its lack of resources. How cunning. Zhang Yi calculated. How can I avoid alerting the Zombie King and prevent Kongya from discovering that I've found this place? He seemed to have an idea and said, I've got it. Retrieving a robotic rat from his spatial storage, Zhang Yi said, it's a good thing I had Ka Ran make this robotic rat earlier. Not bad. Placing the rat down and activating it, Zhang Yi said, all right, I'm relying on you now. Holding the remote control, he continued, go robotic rat. The small rat quickly scurried into the dark tunnel. From the control screen, Zhang Yi followed its every move. He said, "No way, I've practically run through the entire city. It can't be. Konya has no reason to abandon such a powerful trump card." Calming himself, Zhang Yi muttered, "Let's search again. There has to be something." 2 hours later, a horde of silent zombies appeared. Seeing this, Zhang Yi exclaimed, visually estimating there are at least 300,000 zombies here. He deduced the death toll in the city is close to 20 million. If Konya has enough time, she'll definitely turn these bodies into zombies. I have to get back and tell Junwoo quickly. The robotic rat moved along with his voice. "I'm not taking the robotic rat back. Its perspective will serve as proof of the zombie horde's existence. I have to hide it well, so Konya and others won't find it." Having finished, Zhang Yi stepped out of the dimensional door. He said, "Although my suspicions have been confirmed, I'm not happy at all. The real challenge is still ahead." Bali said, "Boss, we've finished our work these past few days. We've confirmed there are no traces of surviving zombie kings. The city's zombie situation seems to be over." Junwoo replied, "Should we return to Blizzard City to rest for a bit?" He continued, "For now, there don't seem to be any major issues." The team captain pondered, "The city mission went so smoothly. It feels strange no matter how I think about it. Even if we stay, we won't find any suspicious points. We can't just stay here forever." Junwoo finished speaking, saying they should return to report their mission first, and if anything happened later, they could contact Zhang Yi and the others. Everyone agreed, thinking that after completing this mission, they could rest for a while and also receive the headquarters reward. "Fantastic." The vice captain said it was a pity that Zhang Yi and Konya weren't returning with them. Xiao Meng asked the vice captain if he was looking forward to seeing them again. Zhang Qing replied that there were a few decent espers in the city, but Zhang Yi and Konya's abilities were the most interesting to him. Siwoo added that people with special type abilities who could reach Zeta rank were rare, and Zhang Yi would be an important asset to any team. Konya's ability was strategic level, while Hong Lian, Xing Tian, and Ding Hai's combat-oriented abilities were more common. Junwoo said they could discuss this matter later. He thought that Zhang Yi's ability was indeed rare, and if he didn't want to come to Baoshua's city, they couldn't force him. If Konya could really create a large number of espers, then whether she wanted to come or not wouldn't be an issue. Their vehicle sped through the white snow, when suddenly a phone vibrated. The captain picked it up, puzzled. Zhang Qing asked, "Boss, is that headquarters?" Junwoo replied, "No, it's Zhang." Wu Di said, "That guy, not calling earlier, not calling later, calling just as we're leaving. Is he trying to cause trouble?" The captain answered the phone. "Hello, this is Bien Junwoo." Zhang Yi said, "Captain Bien, it's Zhang Yi. Have you left Tian High City yet?" Junwoo replied, looking out the car window, "Almost." Zhang Yi said, "Captain Bien, I've discovered a horde of zombies in the Gaoshan district, at least 100,000 units." Junwoo quickly said, "Stop the car." The vehicle screeched to a halt. Everyone else in the car was confused. Junwoo's face darkened. He seriously asked, "How did you discover this? Is the information reliable?" Zhang Yi frowned and replied, "I've always suspected the zombie threat wasn't completely eliminated. So after I returned to my hideout, I've been actively investigating the subways until I found them." He started thinking, "My guess, and Yang Xin's, is that Bien Junwoo will definitely stay after hearing this. With her squad strength, plus the threat from the Jiangnan district, we might be able to eliminate Yuan Konya." While he was lost in thought, the voice on the other end asked, "Where are you now?" He replied, "I'm home." Junwoo then said, "All right, I'll come find you." He hung up, opened a dimensional door, and turned to the cat behind him. "Hua Hua, let's go home." On the other side, he turned to Zhang Qing. "Turn around. Go to Zhang Yi's hideout." Upon hearing the order, Zhang Qing turned the vehicle around and headed back. Wu Di, sitting in the back seat, asked in confusion, "Boss, why are we going to find Zhang Yi?" Hearing the question, Junwoo simply adjusted his glasses. "The zombies might not be completely dealt with. We can't just leave like this." Suddenly, he covered his mouth and coughed violently. Wu Di exclaimed in alarm, Quick, check on a boss. Siwoo quickly rummaged through the medicine box, taking out 2 pills and handing them to him. The hand that had just covered his mouth was now soaked with blood, staining the glove crimson. Seeing this, everyone in the vehicle was instantly horrified. He calmly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and said evenly, "There's no need for such expressions. I don't regret it. Possessing and using these abilities, if it weren't for them, how could we have escaped death so many times? Heaven has granted us these gifts, silently marking us. You must maintain absolute rationality. This is crucial." The space inside the vehicle fell silent as he leaned back against the seat, exhausted. Back at the hideout, as soon as he stepped inside, he complained loudly, "Zhang Yi, if what you've discovered isn't worth this trip, you'll regret calling us over here." Junwoo didn't show much emotion, simply picking up the remote and turning on the TV screen. "I'll show you something." The screen now displayed a scene inside a tunnel. In the distance, a large group of figures could be seen slowly approaching. Only then did everyone clearly see that it was a horde of zombies, shambling forward step by step. Everyone in the room gasped in horror. Zhang Yi turned to look at them, his eyes serious. "The first time I saw them, I was terrified too. Their numbers are truly overwhelming. Without your help, Tianhai City won't be able to deal with them. That's why I had the audacity to ask you to stay." Wu Di spoke up. "How many people know about this?" Zhang Yi replied, "Only me and one advisor from my team. Most of my team and the other factions don't know about this." Wu Di asked probingly, "Do you suspect someone is behind this?" Zhang Yi frowned slightly and said softly, "I don't know. This is a serious matter, and I don't know what to do. I can only ask you for advice." He sighed and put his hands on his hips, his face a picture of helplessness. "That if even you don't know what to do, I can only take my people and leave this unfortunate place." Suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes lit up. "Oh, by the way, does Chungbao City provide food and lodging?" Wu Di didn't answer, instead returning to the previous topic. "Besides these videos, do you have any other evidence?" Zhang Yi spread his hands. "That's all. I really don't have anything else. I'm not a professional investigator." Discovering this much was already a stroke of luck. Hearing this, Wu Di adjusted his glasses and replied, "I understand. We'll figure out how to handle this, but you'll have to contribute when the time comes." Zhang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "My team is alright, but the other factions in the city suffered over 80% losses in the last zombie attack. I don't know if they can handle a large-scale attack like this." Wu Di said coldly, "This is your home. You have to do your part." Zhang Yi sighed. "Alright, I understand." Hearing his confirmation, Wu Di seemed somewhat relieved and said, "Then we'll be going." Seeing them about to leave, Zhang Yi quickly called out, "Aren't you going to eat before you go? My place is quite big. You can stay and rest." Seeing Zhang Yi's enthusiastic invitation, Wu Di simply waved his hand in "Oh need. We're not used to staying at other people's houses." Zhang Yi smiled gently. "Alright then. If you need anything, just let me know." With that said, they filed out, got into the vehicle, and sped off across the white snow. He stood there, watching the car disappear into the distance, muttering, "Forgive me for hiding the true number of zombies. I was afraid you'd give up halfway, which wouldn't benefit my plan. Don't blame me, I just want to survive." Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was tense. Junwoo's expression darkened as he pondered. Who is controlling the zombie horde? Is it the leader of the various factions, the hidden figure who hasn't appeared yet, or Zhang Yi, who's currently beating around the bush? Zhang Qing broke the silence. "Boss, should we investigate what Zhang Yi said with the local forces of Tianhai City?" Junwoo frowned at "No. Not before we figure out why these zombies were hidden so far away in the subway. Whether it's a person or a natural disaster, everyone from every faction is a suspect." Wu Di chimed in, "Someone is raising zombies." Zhang Yi, "I think he's the most suspicious." Zhang Qing disagreed. "Probably not. Zhang Yi has no reason to do this. He's not short on supplies, his companions are still alive, and he even volunteered the zombie intel. Jun-woo fell into deep thought. If it's not him, then who could it be? The other factions in Tianhai City have suffered heavy losses. No one would intentionally trigger a zombie tide to deplete their own strength, right? Siwoo hesitantly spoke. Could it be some unknown force? The situation grew more and more puzzling. Jun-woo finally spoke. Let's go to the Gaoshan district and take a look. Zhang Yi fiddled with the lighter in his hand, pressing the button. A golden-orange flame flickered to life. Staring at the flame dancing in the air, Zhang Yi began to calculate. With the investigation team heading to Gaoshan, the hidden zombies will definitely be awakened by Yuan Kongya. This means the real zombie war in Tianhai City is not far off. He closed the lighter, his resolve hardening. Shao AI, notify everyone in the shelter to gather in the living room. Await my command. Understood. Order received, she replied promptly. Through the loudspeaker, she announced, everyone in the shelter, please gather in the living room immediately. Then she looked at Zhang Yi and asked, shall we proceed to the next step? By now, everyone had emerged from their rooms and gathered in the living room. Uncle View asked, Zhang Yi, what's going on? Xianlok also asked anxiously, what happened? Han Han wheeled herself over, her face serious. New discoveries. Seeing that everyone was assembled, Zhang Yi finally spoke. After this investigation, I discovered that this zombie siege isn't a natural disaster, but man-made. He paused, then continued, the conspiracy behind this involves everyone in Tianhai City. His words were met with stunned silence. Recalling Yuan Kongya's appearance, he voiced his thoughts. Ever since I learned that Yuan Kongya has more than one ability, I've noticed that after the zombie siege, many corpses are just empty shells with no ability fluctuations, as if their abilities were absorbed after death. With that, he grabbed the remote and turned on the TV, displaying footage of zombies shuffling along. Everyone stared in shock. He continued, this is a large number of zombies I found in a very secluded place in the Gaoshan district. Zhang Yi sat down on the sofa, glancing at everyone, that if Yuan Kongya truly has a death recap ability, able to absorb or upgrade powers after an Esper's death through their soul fragments, then there's a high probability these zombies are being cultivated by her. Hearing this, Yami panicked. So, doesn't that mean she definitely has to kill me? She recalled the time she had displayed her abilities and worry gnawed at her. Seeing her anxiety, Zhang Yi comforted her. Don't worry for now. If things are as we suspect, Yuan Kongya's plan won't succeed. Liang Yu also asked with some concern, if what you say is true, Yuan Kongya currently has at least a dozen, or maybe dozens, even hundreds of abilities. Who can possibly deal with her? Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, then slowly spoke. Someone can. She quickly asked who. Zhang Yi looked up, pointing confidently. Bien Junwoo. Hearing him mentioned, she relaxed, crossing her arms and nodding. Exactly. Bien Junwoo's uniform is so powerful it instantly destroys everything in its sight. If not for the significant side effects, considering his ability level, Bien Junwoo could definitely reach Y rank. Zhang Yi looked at everyone seriously. I'm telling you this, so you can be prepared to evacuate at any moment. The supplies in my other dimensional space are enough for our group to survive safely wherever we go. Suddenly, someone in the group spoke up. So, is our enemy the zombies or the Bai Shui cult? Zhang Yi analyzed. Regardless of who it is, as long as Bien Junwoo's side fails, the Southern Fang region definitely won't give Yuan Kongya the chance to besiege us. At that time, the Kiss of Death will launch a precise attack, annihilating the entire Tianhai City in an instant. Hearing him, everyone's mouths twitched, their eyes looking at him with apprehension. Zhang Yi leaned back tiredly, waving his hand. Everyone, go prepare. Inwardly, he hoped, hopefully, this plan can proceed smoothly. He took out a remote control, chuckling softly. Let it lead the way for Bien Junwoo and his group. Immediately, a robotic rat with glowing red eyes darted off. Arriving at the location where the zombies had previously gathered, Junwoo said in a deep voice, "Xiaowu, use your aerial illumination ability to scout the situation inside the tunnel." She stepped forward, activating her illumination ability. The situation inside immediately came into view. "Boss, it's safe for now. No zombies." He replied, "Let's go down." The group immediately rushed in, their eyes scanning their surroundings cautiously. While running, Wu Di said doubtfully, "That Zhang guy, are you sure he spotted zombies here?" Junwoo, observing everything around him since their arrival, replied, "I suppose so, but this place is eerily clean." As they were running, Xiao Wu suddenly stopped, her eyes filled with fear. So many zombies. Seeing her sudden halt, Junwoo stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Wu?" Her eyes widened, staring at the horde of zombies in the tunnel. She whispered, "The number of zombies here is terrifying. At least 100,000. Junwoo adjusted his glasses, frowning. "Dealing with 100,000 is rather troublesome. We should still seek assistance from the southern Fong region. Use missiles to attack these coordinates." He ordered a retreat. "Let's go." The group immediately turned to leave. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and everyone looked back warily. Zhang Qing cried out in alarm. "Not good. The tide of corpses is coming." He scowled, pointed, and ordered, "Retreat." Back to the surface. The group quickly ran forward. Behind them, the flying armored corpse and the horde of zombies were rushing towards them, frantically giving chase. It flew swiftly, closing in on the group. Seeing it approaching, he quickly used his ability, a stream of white light shooting towards it. Die. It was hit by the ability, blood immediately spurting out. He looked back at the zombies, puzzled. That's not right. The movements of these zombies aren't the same as before. Zhang Qing, as if understanding, spoke up. "They were probably putting on an act for us before, intentionally leaving those 6 corpse kings for us to kill, so we'd leave afterwards." He turned and slashed at an armored corpse, angrily saying, "You bastards, if you weren't going to obediently stay deep in the tunnels, then I'll send you back to your graves." Then he looked at Wu Di. "You protect the boss and the others. Go ahead, I'll follow." He nodded in agreement. He took a fighting stance, yelling at them, "You pieces of trash, come on." The group quickly ran out of the tunnel. Junwoo yelled, "Get in the car." Everyone scrambled to open the car doors and rushed inside. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from within the tunnel, flames billowing out. After the explosion, thick black smoke rose as Zhang Qing stumbled out of the tunnel. He went to the car, opened the door, climbed in, and said, "Drive." Si Wu, who was driving, warned, "Hold on tight." As soon as she finished speaking, the car sped off. The zombies and the flying armored corpse chased after them. Looking in the rearview mirror, they were relentlessly pursuing a dense mass of roaring creatures. He looked out the window, frowning and saying, "Faster." She anxiously replied, "I can't go any faster. I've got the pedal to the metal." He rolled down the window, leaned out, and used his ability. Streams of white light shot straight at them. Xiao Zhihui also pulled out her gun to assist, firing accurately at them. The armored corpses weren't afraid of the bullets, heading straight for him. "Watch out!" A panicked voice rang out. In a moment of carelessness, the claw of an armored corpse was right in front of his face. His eyes widened, thinking, "Damn, it's so close. I can't dodge in time." Suddenly, a cold light flashed, passing by him and striking the creature. It was Junwoo. His eyes gleamed with a cold light. He leaned halfway out of the window, looked at them, and activated annihilation. Golden orange light enveloped the entire group of armored corpses and zombies. At the same time, they were encased in a gigantic bag. They thrashed within the enormous bag, holding them back. Siwoo quickly drove, putting distance between them. He sat back down, covering his mouth as he coughed violently. Everyone started to panic. "Leader, these things don't get tired. Just running away isn't a solution. We have to find help." He took off his glasses, wiped his mouth, and said, "Get to the nearest shelter. Then notify all the factions in Tianhai City to send reinforcements. Siwu said tensely, we're almost to the Yangsheng shelter. He replied, good. Notify everyone. Have them immediately send people to Yangsheng shelter to help. She quickly responded, understood. Behind the horde of zombies, and the armored corpse, having broken free from the bag, was furiously chasing the vehicle. Zhihui, leaning back in her seat, wondered what Zhang Yi had found out and why he wanted to see Yuan Kongya and Zheng Jiatian's files. Then a call appeared on the screen in front of her, and Si Wu's face popped up. Zhihui stammered in surprise. Si Wu, without paying attention, urgently said, a zombie tide is attacking. We're almost at your shelter. Prepare yourselves. Hearing this, Zhihui abruptly stood up, her face pale. That weren't the zombies dealt with? How could they suddenly be back? No, you still want to come to our shelter. Si Wu's urgent voice came through. There's no time to explain. We'll talk when we get there. Zhihui hurriedly called back. Hey, but the screen had already disconnected. She leaned on the table, slightly bewildered. What on earth is going on? A knock came from the door. She looked towards the door and said, come in. Qing Ding reported, boss, production in the base has been restored. Are there any further arrangements? She anxiously instructed, immediately inform everyone to return to the shelter at once. A large-scale zombie tide is coming. Tell them to quickly take cover. Hurry. The shelter. Zhang Yi received a call from Junwu. Zhang, we need your help now. The other squads have agreed to resist the zombie tide. Everyone is heading towards the Yangsheng shelter. He quickly replied, we'll be right there. Hanging up, he muttered, Junwu and his squad can't die at the hands of the zombie tide. I still need to utilize Junwu's abilities to eliminate Yuan Kongya together. He stood up and put on his cold weather gear. Seeing him preparing to leave, Liang Yu quickly said, we'll go with you. Hua also ran to his feet and nudged him, wanting to go along. Before leaving, he instructed, don't worry too much. Everyone stay close to me. If the situation gets bad, I'll use the two-way door to quickly bring everyone back to the shelter. Everyone smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing that the preparations were complete, he said, all right, everyone go change into your combat gear. I'll talk to Connie and the others. Before he could speak, Connie hurriedly said, can I go with everyone? He didn't answer but instead instructed, you and Han stay home and don't be afraid. Organize the most important things and pack them in the living room. If anything unexpected happens on the battlefield, we'll come back as soon as possible to get you. Don't bring too much, 1 bag per person at most. Understood. She nodded in understanding. After everyone leaves, I'll go tell them. Han reminded him, brother, don't forget, this is our only chance. He replied with a serious expression, I understand. Liang Yu, Uncle View, and Xianlei walked out. She said, we're ready. He turned and patted Connie's head gently to we're going. Remember to prepare everything and wait for us in the living room. She obediently replied, okay. Watching their car drive away, she silently prayed that everything would end well. Hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by an urgent voice. Something's happened. Jiatian ran up, panting. Kongya, not understanding what was going on, looked up. He regulated his breathing, then began to speak. The incident in the West Mountain District has been discovered by the Jiangnan Regional Investigation Team. She startled, asking back, Jiangnan Region? Haven't they left Tianhai City already? He closed his eyes and shook his head, replying, I don't know, but logically speaking, even if they want to search, they would search around the 5 major powers. After all, these places are the most populated. He continued, initially, we thought that the West Mountain District was rarely visited and practically a dead zone when the zombie outbreak occurred. There shouldn't be any active corpses nearby, so we used it as a hiding place for the bodies. Pausing for a moment, he continued, however, now not only have the bodies been exposed, but they've also been alerted and have started attacking the members of the investigation team. They've requested our support, and have fled to the Yangsheng shelter. She spoke with a hint of worry. Could this be a trap to lure us there and annihilate us in one fell swoop? He replied, the news I received through the bloodvine is that the group of corpses has been disturbed. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, then said, currently, the remaining forces in Tianhai City are basically insufficient to oppose us. The only thing I fear is the strength of those in the Jiangnan region. Thinking of Jun Wu's supernatural ability, her eyes flashed with greed, thinking to herself, it would be great if that power could be mine. None of the 36 supernatural powers I've absorbed can compare to even a tenth of his. Then she regained her calm expression and asked, if we don't go, they'll be suspicious, right? He immediately replied, you're right, we should go. Having said that, he bowed and respectfully said, I will go there alone, and you stay here. If anything unexpected happens, you'll be safe. She walked down the steps, step by step, standing before him, smiling meaningfully. Only you are the best to me. Then she wrapped her arms around him, whispering, be safe. A few minutes later, he, with a flushed face, walked out of the church. She turned around, clasped her hands in prayer, thinking to herself, it doesn't matter who gets sacrificed, as long as my score is lower. At the Yangsheng base, Hong Luyan and the base's people were already waiting at the gate. She looked at her phone, impatiently saying, why haven't they arrived yet? Suddenly, the voice of someone from the Yangsheng base rang out. Boss, do you see the captain and the others over there? Her eyes widened, and she screamed in horror. What? Oh my God! In the distance, a car was speeding towards them at breakneck speed, followed by a whole horde of zombies. Her face darkened, and she cursed, damn it, what the hell did they do? As they reached the gate, someone was already waiting. Quick, come this way. The car quickly sped through, driving straight inside. Jun Wu ran to the front, shouting loudly to those behind, quickly, take cover inside the shelter. The scale of the horde behind is too large. Everyone ran towards the gate, using their abilities to attack the horde that was swarming towards them like a disturbed beehive. The people from the Yansheng base scrambled to open the shelter door, yelling, quick, get in here. Hong Lian hurriedly backed towards the door while using her ability to hold back the horde. As she stepped through the door, she cried out, close the door. Obeying the order, someone inside the base quickly grabbed the door and slammed it shut with force. The zombie's arms, just reaching through the opening, were snapped by the impact. Returning to the control room, he sighed and looked at the surveillance monitor. Hong Luyan slammed her hand on the table, thinking to herself, my oil refinery, it absolutely cannot be destroyed. Jun Wu calmly spoke, I've already notified Zhang Yi, Xing Tian, Wei Dinghai, and the Bai Shui sect followers. They will send people to help soon. Then, we'll be able to attack from both inside and outside, and deal with the horde outside. Hong Luyan walked over to a nearby control panel, pulled it up, and frowned. The scale of the horde outside is no less than what we faced at the Bai Shui sect that day. Our fighting force is now half of what it was then. How can we fight? She clenched her fists, dissatisfied. That can't you request reinforcements from the Jiangnan region? He replied, basically, every investigation team has its own mission. It's not like we can just transfer people whenever we want. Transferring personnel requires an order from the highest level of the Jiangnan region. Hong Lian closed her eyes and said helplessly, so we just wait here to die. Siwu walked over and sat down in a chair, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her eyes scanning the surveillance monitor. She said, this is the situation outside. Everyone gathered around, looking at the screen, their expressions grim. Hong Luyan crossed her arms and sighed. All right, none of us can escape now. Suddenly, Jun Wu covered his mouth, coughing violently. Everyone rushed over anxiously to support him. Someone called out worriedly, boss. Zhang Qing also anxiously asked, Captain, are you all right? Jun Wu coughed until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. That it's nothing. Cough, cough. It seems now we have no choice but to borrow external power. He raised a hand to wipe his mouth and said weakly, "They've gathered now. We can contact headquarters to request an airstrike." Hearing this, Hong Luyan asked excitedly, "You mean we can have the Jiangnan region launch missiles here?" She thought to herself with joy, "That's great. One missile down, and the hundreds of thousands of zombies outside will be turned to ash." Junwoo looked up and said resolutely, "At this point, that's all we can do." Inside the Jiangnan regional headquarters, Zhou Zheng paced back and forth anxiously. He didn't know how Bien Junwoo's team in Tianhai City was handling the zombies, or why they hadn't returned yet. Speak of the devil, the phone rang. The screen displayed Bien Junwoo. He quickly answered, "How is it?" On the other end, Junwoo said, "We need reinforcements. There are several 100,000 zombies surrounding our shelter." Zhou Zheng frowned in surprise. Was the situation in Tianhai City this serious? Junwoo replied, "That's right." Hearing the confirmation, Zhou Zheng quickly said, "Hold on." He hung up the phone and began to ponder deeply. Bien Junwoo's team was one of his most elite investigation teams, and even they needed to ask headquarters for support. It seemed the zombie threat had quickly escalated into a blizzard. After all, Tianhai City was only a little over 300 kilometers from Blizzard City. He looked at the control screen and ordered, "Investigate the surroundings of the Yangsheng shelter." The surveillance monitor immediately displayed the current situation at the Yangsheng shelter. He added, "Analyze the zombie situation." The device started locking onto targets and analyzing them. The zombie count is 395,861. Among them, 395,521 are humanoid zombies, and 340 are large zombies. He raised the device and began reporting the situation. The number of zombies is immense. A few hundred bullets won't be enough to kill them all. Ammunition production at the military factory is scarce. Every bullet used is one less. The most effective solution is still to use the kiss of death. He continued, "According to my observations, the Yangsheng shelter is located 172 meters underground. Within the Yangsheng base, the defensive force is extremely strong. I plan to deploy the kiss of death directly at the Yangsheng base. This way, we can completely eradicate this zombie wave." He expressed his thoughts with some worry, but doing so will turn the entire Tianhai City into a dead zone. He continued to analyze the pros and cons. Aren't there only a few people left in Tianhai City? Sacrificing a small number of people now to prevent the zombie threat from spreading to other cities is currently the most effective method. He frowned and thought, currently, the number of survivors in Tianhai City is probably around tens of thousands. Deploying the kiss of death is indeed the fastest and most effective way to eliminate hundreds of thousands of zombies. But it also means we're giving up. He thought about the consequences of using the kiss of death, slightly apprehensive. Wherever the kiss of death strikes, radiation will linger in the air for nearly 20 years before dissipating. In other words, we'll have to stay in the underground shelter for almost 20 years. He glanced at the supply crate in the corner, thinking to himself, the supplies in the shelter absolutely cannot last that long. This idea is basically condemning us to die in a dark hole, never seeing the light of day again. At this point, he spoke up, "Commander Zhou, please give us a little more time. We want to try one last time." The other side replied, "All right, I'll give you 24 hours. If the zombie tide continues, I will deploy the kiss of death." Seeing him hang up, everyone rushed over to ask what had been said. She asked, "What did headquarters say? When will they send us ammunition?" He calmly relayed the information. Headquarters reported that the number of zombies is too high, and they've decided to use the kiss of death to eliminate them all. "What?" she exclaimed in shock. Angrily, she said loudly, "How can they do this? Based on the kiss of death's range, all of Tianhai City will become a wasteland, and people will die from radiation poisoning. Are they leaving us to die underground too?" He said wearily, "Getting angry won't accomplish anything now. We must find a way to deal with the zombies outside. Otherwise, we'll just have to live underground until we run out of supplies and die." He checked his watch and said in a low voice, We have 23 hours and 58 minutes until the kiss of death is deployed. He looked at her and continued, I need you to hand over all the information about this place to me immediately, especially regarding weapons and equipment. Then he turned to Xiao Wu and instructed Xiao Wu explain the situation from beginning to end to the other families. Let them understand that if they don't fully cooperate this time, everyone will be in a desperate situation. He adjusted his glasses and said coldly, each word emphasized, furthermore, tell them that if anyone dares to desert, they will be hunted down by the Jiangnan region. Xing Tian sat in the car heading towards the Yangshan shelter, his eyes closed in thought. Can I finally contact the Zombie King directly through the blood tendrils? Can I get the Zombie King to order the horde to disperse? Lost in his thoughts, an alert blared. He looked up, startled. Within 24 hours, the kiss of death will attack the entire city of Tianhai. He slammed his fist against the car wall. Damn it! His face darkened as he thought. What can I do to ensure the survival of the investigation team and the retreat of the zombie horde without arousing their suspicion? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi sat in his car, reading the announcement. He just smiled faintly. I wonder what the people of the Baishua cult will do when they learn about the threat of the kiss of death. Remembering the power it held, he shuddered slightly. The power of the kiss of death is truly terrifying. Without hesitation, he immediately called back to base. Connie, immediately take everyone to the shelter down to the 3rd basement level. Tianhai City may be attacked. Sitting in the driver's seat, Liang Yu also frowned, her face filled with worry. Xianlei's face paled as he yelled, We're done for. We're done for. This time we're really dead. Boss, hurry up and get us out of here. 24 hours is enough time for us to escape Tianhai City. He calmly replied, They've already said that if we dare to flee, we'll be hunted down by the Jiangnan region. You don't think the zombie horde is more terrifying than the Jiangnan region, do you? He clutched his head, stammering, This is just making things difficult. Uncle Yu also sighed, hundreds of thousands of zombies. Easier said than done. Even if there were 300,000 pigs, we couldn't catch them all in 24 hours. He leaned back against the seat wearily, closing his eyes. Don't worry. This zombie crisis isn't insurmountable. As long as we can prove that the Baishua cult is behind the zombie horde, the ensuing trouble won't be ours, but theirs. He opened his eyes, his gaze now filled with anticipation. The next step is to see if everything can achieve the desired effect. At the Yangshan base, everyone was taking inventory of their weapons and equipment. Jun Wu spoke first. If we want to eliminate the zombie horde, the most important thing is to eliminate their command center, the Zombie King. This time we disturbed the zombies and they took the initiative to attack. He pointed to a spot on the map and continued, So I guess the Zombie King is definitely behind those corpses, possibly still in Gao's Sun District. He declared loudly, Therefore, we must break out, confirm the Zombie King's location, and eliminate it. After the zombies lose their command, they won't be as terrifying. Hong Luyan crossed her arms, frowning. What do we break out? There are too many zombies, and we can't create an escape route with just the firepower we have. Hearing her words, Zhang Yi's figure immediately appeared in his mind. We have to rely on that guy with the teleportation ability. Wu Di said unhappily, to think that at this critical moment, we have to rely on that guy to save us. The ringing of a phone broke the silence in the car. Zhang Yi quickly reached out and grabbed it. The caller ID displayed the name Bien Junwu. He felt a little surprised. Why is he suddenly calling? He immediately answered the phone. Squad Leader Junwu, are you alright over there? Junwu's voice came from the other end. We're okay for now, but we don't have much time left. Don't rush over here for support yet. Go to a beach first and use your ability to gather a large amount of seawater. He immediately guessed Junwu's intention. You want to take advantage of the extremely low temperature and use frozen seawater to weaken the zombies' mobility after releasing the seawater. Onto the land. Without hesitation, he quickly said, Give me 4 hours. The vehicle immediately turned around and headed in the opposite direction. A considerable distance away, on a high snow-covered hill, rows of vehicles belonging to the families had fully assembled. Wei Nan sat anxiously in the car, checking his phone. How much longer? Why is it so slow? He glanced nervously through the window at the horde of zombies in the distance, calculating in his mind, should I abandon the zombies to gain the trust of the Jiangnan region, or should I kill everyone in Tianhai City? Seeing the people from a Yangshan base struggling to attack the zombie tide, he found himself in a difficult situation the zombie tide won't be able to break through their defenses in a short time, and turning against the Jiangnan region is a foolish decision in itself. He silently resolved, although it's painful to abandon so many zombies, it's the only way to resolve this dilemma. I have to make it look convincing, so they don't discover the death squad I control. His expression turned cold as he thought to himself, in that case, I'll do nothing at all and let the zombies attack the humans based on their instincts. For hours later, seawater filled another dimension. After completing the task, he hurriedly called Jun Wu to report. The seawater is ready, but I have to find a high vantage point to pour it down. Don't get your hopes up too high regarding its effectiveness. It can only guarantee that it will disrupt the zombies' formation and slow their movements. After all, the area around the Yangshan base is flat. We can't completely submerge them. Jun Wu replied, that's enough. Just give us a little time to break through the encirclement. He turned to Hong Luyan and said, find a high point near the Yangshan base and drive directly there. She raised her hand, giving the okay sign. The vehicle slowly made its way up to a high point some distance from the Yangshan base. Xianlei looked at the dense mass of zombies surrounding the base and sighed. Fortunately, the zombies' attention is drawn to the Yangshan base. If such a large number of zombies were to chase after us, it would be really difficult to escape. The vehicle stopped on a high, snow-covered hill. Hong Lian announced, we're here. Everyone got out of the car and looked down at the base from above. Someone asked anxiously, with so many zombies, will seawater alone be enough? He opened his interdimensional space and casually replied, we'll find out if we try. He continued, let's begin. As he finished speaking, seawater began to pour down from his interdimensional space. Zhang Yi looked back and grinned. Ready? The three nodded in unison. Yes. The seawater continued to pour down, sweeping away the zombies. They roared in pain. Hearing the noise, the zombies surged towards the source of the rushing water. Seeing that scene, he secretly rejoiced. They weren't thinking clearly, unlike their previous operations. Watching the zombies fearlessly rushing towards the seawater, he looked amused. As expected, just as I predicted. He dusted off his hands, laughing inwardly that I knew it. Nguyen Kong de Nuoi and Trin Jai Tien wouldn't risk everything. So, let's see your trump card, that Blade Gang, in action here. The variant zombies followed the noise, circling in the seawater. In the control room, he observed the entire situation outside through the surveillance monitors. Seeing the opportune moment, he issued the order, commence attack. Immediately, gun barrels emerged from the ground, their muzzles aimed at the variant zombies. Simultaneously, bullets flew from the barrels, a whirlwind of metal unleashed. They pierced the bodies of the variant zombies. Ding Hai, standing before the group, shouted loudly, begin the assault. He unleashed his ability, Ice Age. The water instantly froze, trapping the variant zombies and bronze-armored soldiers in the ice. They struggled futilely. The others also charged into battle with their weapons. He fired his gun from above while reporting the situation to those inside. We can't hold out much longer outside. You have to get out quickly. The voice on the other end replied, understood. Inside the base, he gathered everyone. He loudly instructed, prepare to break through the encirclement. Unleash all our firepower. Tu Hong Lian chuckled in response, that we only have one chance. If we're going for the thrill, let's see it through to the end. With that, she turned to the oil refinery control panel. Without hesitation, she slammed her hand down on the red switch. The ground immediately shook violently. A loud explosion echoed. Flames erupted skyward. He gaped in disbelief that, oh my god. Tu Hong Lian blew up the refinery. Looking at the base engulfed in flames, Trungdike exclaimed, "It's a good thing our combat uniforms are heat-resistant. Otherwise, we'd be severely burned. She's ruthless." The fire raged, its flames blazing brightly. The variant zombies surrounding the base were also consumed by the flames. He spoke softly, "Let's go." Then he quickly ran. The base was now completely incinerated, leaving only a glowing red patch. The people in the underground base were monitoring the situation through the surveillance screens. Hong Lian raised an eyebrow in amusement. "How exciting." Quan Vo gave a military salute and sincerely said, "Captain Chu is decisive." She paid no attention, turning her back and waving her hand dismissively. "Let's go. We need to take advantage of the chaos and get out of here." Tuvu quickly asked, "But it's a raging torrent outside. How are we supposed to leave?" Tuvu considered the most viable options, then said, "If we swim, we'll become targets for those flying bronze-armored soldiers." Hong Luyan gritted her teeth. "Even if it's dangerous, we have to try. This is our best chance." The junior commander suggested, "We could quickly assemble a canoe and break out." Tandin hurriedly asked, "We don't have much time. Can we really assemble a canoe?" He confidently replied, "Just cooperate with me. Give me the supplies I need and a few personnel. It won't be a problem." He agreed. "All right." He looked at his wristwatch. "You have to complete this mission in 15 minutes, he said seriously. He glanced at the situation on the monitor, slightly worried. The area covered by the zombies on the snowy field was too wide. The zombies standing on the outer perimeter seemed unaffected. Moreover, the zombies in the water were gradually crawling towards the shore. Soon, they would surround the lake around the Yongsheng base. He paused, adjusted his glasses, and continued. "By then, escaping won't be so easy." The junior commander perked up, rolling up his sleeves. "Give me 2 bicycles. 10 minutes, tops." He looked at the bicycle's outline, silently planning in his head. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhang Yi. He answered the call, and Zhang Yi immediately asked, "So, are you guys out yet?" "I'm waiting anxiously outside." Junwoo slowly replied, "We'll be out soon." "Zhang Yi, your marksmanship is pretty good. Help me snipe those flies in the sky." He glanced at the bronze-armored soldiers hovering in the air, gripped his gun, and decisively responded, "Okay." A few dozen minutes later, a rudimentary canoe was completed. The junior commander said with satisfaction, "All right." Junwoo, already in his protective suit, brushed his hands and instructed, "You guys come with us and spearhead the charge." Hong Lian, putting on her jacket, nodded in agreement. "Understood." Having finished dressing, she nodded towards the exit. "I'm opening the door." He, holding the canoe, replied. He pressed the switch, activating the motor. The engine sputtered to life, and water began to pour in. He forcefully pulled the canoe and charged outside. With a bang, he threw it into the water. Everyone scrambled out. Jumping onto the canoe, the group arranged themselves, getting into position. The 2 propellers under the water quickly spun, pushing the canoe forward. Hearing the noise, the bronze-armored soldiers swooped down. 2 or 3 people at the front aimed their guns directly at them and opened fire. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Boss, watch out." A bronze-armored soldier reached towards him. Before its arm could make contact, a bullet from afar powerfully slammed into its head. Red blood splattered. Zhang Yi stood in the distance, gun smoke still curling from his weapon. Godike, seeing it was him, picked up his gun and said competitively, "Let me. I could do it too." Truong Tan patted his shoulder, advising, "You really shouldn't. The recoil of the sniper rifle could flip this boat." Hearing this, he threw the gun down, pouting, "Such a hassle." Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. "Ah, water. Look in the water." A whole horde of zombies was heading towards the canoe. The junior commander quickly grabbed the lever. A red vortex appeared. The zombies in the water bared their fangs and claws, growling at the group. On the shore, the forces of the various houses were fiercely battling the zombies. In the water, the canoe still had a ways to go before reaching the bank. He angrily unleashed his ability that "I'll take on these zombies." He pulled down his hood, walked over, and patted his shoulder, speaking sternly. Put away your ephemeral cannon. I'm a captain. This kind of heroic act is in your place. He then pushed up his glasses, thinking to himself, I need to do something. Truong Tan hurried forward and grabbed Quan Vo's hand, which was pressing on his glasses. He advised, Boss, don't be hasty. Don't you see the scale of these zombie hordes? Even if you use annihilation, you can't kill them all at once. Quan Vo's hand slowly lowered. Lost in thought, Quan Vo realized Truong Tan was right. He was only a Delta-level Esper. He couldn't create miracles. Truong Tan interrupted his thoughts. Let's hit ashore first and then talk. The water is stained red with blood. As soon as we take down some zombies, more just keep coming. Zhang Yi glanced at the canoe and gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, why didn't you leave after dealing with the tide of corpses? You insisted on staying here and causing trouble. If you die here, what are we supposed to do? Such a nuisance. He yelled, we must use all our strength to rescue the members of the investigation team. At least ensure the safety of their captain. The Bai Shui cultists, hearing the order, responded in unison. Yes, the group surged forward, fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a bronze-armored soldier lunged, its sharp claws slashing at its opponents. Blood splattered as they cried out in pain. Zhang Jiayan's face darkened, and he furrowed his brows, cursing, useless. Good thing after you die, your Esper abilities return to a ya. Otherwise, it would be a real waste. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was waving his hand. Everyone, get in the car. Let's play with these zombies. Uncle Vu and Xian Lei looked at each other, dumbfounded. After everyone got in and settled into their seats, Zhang Yi gave his instructions, pressed the accelerator, and circled the fighting group. Uncle Vu didn't ask any questions. Simply uttering, oh, the car started moving. Hearing the noise, the zombies rushed towards the vehicle. Everyone leaned out of the car, throwing grenades at the zombies. The grenades detonated, instantly exploding and tearing apart the zombies caught in the blast. Zhang Yi took out his sniper rifle, thinking to himself, these zombies are really much weaker than the groups we encountered at the beginning. They really are without the Bai Shui cultist control and have returned to their most primitive state. He targeted 2 zombies, continuing to ponder, however, how will they resolve the current situation? Witnessing the investigation team die here? Impossible. They must have another way to make these zombies disappear. The zombies grew in number, relentlessly attacking without fatigue. He started to get anxious and, oh, we're running out of time. The canoe was about to reach the shore, but the shore was now swarming with zombies, and bronze-armored soldiers were circling in the air. Without thinking twice, he leaped, landing precisely on the canoe. Zheng Qing was startled. Zhang Jiayan, how did you get here alone? He ignored the question, looking towards Quan Vo and saying anxiously, Mr. Bien, there are too many zombies outside. We can't break through the encirclement. Let me take you away first. No matter what, you must stop Jiangnan District from destroying Tianhai City. Quan Vo roared angrily. What good is saving me? If the zombies don't retreat, everyone in Tianhai City will die. Jiayan shouted back, are you kidding? We're exhausted, and there are still hundreds of thousands of zombies. How are we supposed to deal with them? Jun Wu's face paled as he said, playing with lives. Zhang Jian thought angrily, that damn Jun Wu. If it weren't for your sudden arrival in Tianhai City, I would have achieved our goal long ago. Zhang Yi wondered, why is this situation different from what I expected? Aren't the zombies under their control? Why is Zhang Jiayan so impatient? Could it be he's unwilling to sacrifice what he painstakingly cultivated and is deliberately putting on an act? A shout interrupted his train of thought. Captain, over there. The group in white gathered around Jun Wu, who was coughing repeatedly. Wu Di was alarmed to see him coughing up blood. Then, Wu Di shot out countless beams of green light. The light beams shot directly at the approaching zombies. The number of zombies was overwhelming. Wu Di's attack just now opened a bloody path. Jun Wu ordered everyone, quickly get out. In the car, Liang Yu asked, hundreds of thousands of zombies surrounded the investigation team. Can they still survive? Zhang Yi speculated. The actual situation is far different from what I imagined. Can the Bai Shui cultists no longer control the corpses? Or are they going crazy, wanting to kill the investigation team? He frowned and thought, if the Bai Shui cultists can't control the horde, how can we solve the problem of the zombies besieging the city? He smiled mysteriously. It seems that when the time comes, I'll have to go over there and show off a bit. Xianlei asked him, what are you going to do? As he created a two-way portal, he replied, go and save them like this. Xianlei complained, why didn't you say so earlier? Wouldn't it have saved us a lot of trouble from the beginning? He explained, you've misunderstood. The saving I'm talking about isn't the saving you're thinking of. Xianlei asked in confusion, isn't it all saving? What's the difference? Zhang Yi looked at his watch. There are less than 16 hours until the god of love's death will arrive. Liang Yu said, perhaps the 24 hours set at the beginning was an excuse to tell the investigation team. The people of Jiangnan district certainly wouldn't believe we could solve the zombie problem. Xianlei worried, boss, let's run. There's still time. We can definitely leave Tianhai City. Zhang Yi replied, I said before, if everyone can't solve it, I'll go and show off a bit. This is my final experiment. We still have time. After I fail, we can still leave. Then he jumped into the two-way portal. Xianlei was startled when he saw Zhang Yi jump through the two-way portal. Boss. Hua was also so surprised that her jaw dropped. At this moment, Zhang Yi had jumped onto the heads of the zombies. Inside the car, Uncle Vu firmly reminded them, we must trust Zhang Yi's abilities and wait for him to return. After saying that, he raised his gun and fired towards the front. The zombies immediately exploded. On the other side, Zhang Jiayan was also using his abilities to eliminate the zombies. Then he landed and said, Captain Jun, come with me. Leave this place. We still have hope. But Junwu frowned and coughed a few times. You leave if you want. I have to stay with my teammates. Zhang Jiaqian frowned in displeasure, thinking, damned fool, you really don't know what's good for you. Then don't blame me. And then he coldly leaped away. They're undoubtedly doomed. And I can't die with them. We'll wait until those zombies kill these people. Then I'll contact Bloodvine and have the zombies commit suicide. That way, the god of love's death won't befall Tianhai City. Just as he left, Zhang Yi appeared. Qing Ting asked in surprise, Zhang Yi, what are you doing here? Junwu was also surprised to see him. Did you come to save us? But he only coldly replied, the situation is worse than I imagined. Right now, I can only teleport one person away. Hearing this, Junwu looked around thoughtfully. Who should go? If the zombie problem isn't solved, no one can leave. Then he said, if you weren't sure you could save us, you wouldn't have come yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Yi hesitated. I have a method, but it's not very promising. Wu Di immediately asked, what is it? Zhang Yi smiled slightly and said, you should still remember the two abilities of the Ice Soul, right? It can help awaken the abilities of those who haven't awakened, and it can help those who have awakened to awaken their potential. He calmly continued, to be honest, I obtained an Ice Soul before which enhanced my supernatural power, allowing me to reach a relatively high level in Tianhai City. Hong Luyan, who is fighting, added, actually, I've also used an Ice Soul before. If I'm not mistaken, Wei Dinghai and Xing Tian have used it too. This information surprised Zhang immensely. So that means, once we die, Yuan Kongyao will receive 3 powerful supernatural abilities? I thought I could trick them into eating the Ice Soul by lying about having used it before, but they've already consumed them all. At this point, Junwu spoke up. Are you suggesting we use the Ice Soul to enhance our own powers and then break through the encirclement? Zhang Yi quickly nodded in agreement. Currently, that's the only path we can take. Without waiting for a response, Wu Di confidently patted his chest. Boss, let's give it a try. Seeing this, Zhang Yi summoned the Ice Soul treasure. This Ice Soul is for you to use. But strangely, Junwu just stood silently observing without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhang Yi pursed his lips hesitantly. Could it be that Junwu saw through my little scheme? In an instant, the atmosphere between the two became quieter than ever. Finally, Junwoo accepted the box from Zhang Yi. Seeing him take it, Zhang Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Junwoo looked at the eye soul in his hand and softly said, "At this point, I can only try." Just then, Wu Di suddenly rushed forward. "Let me go with you." The others echoed, "We'll go together." But Junwoo refused them all. "I'm enough on my own." He then glanced at Zhang Yi, calculating, by using this, Zhang Yi will owe me a favor. With that thought, Junwoo immediately pressed the ice soul against his forehead, and a dazzling light radiated outwards. Seeing this, Zhang Yi smiled with satisfaction. "My goal is achieved." Up above, Yat Xian, witnessing this, thought happily, "Excellent. Junwoo's body is already strong on the outside, but depleted within. Even if he doesn't die by the zombies, he'll die from overusing his powers. Now, Junwoo's powerful supernatural ability will belong to a Jia." He recalled how Nguyen Kong Jia had reached the 5th level of the Western Dragon Scale and rejoiced inwardly. Our goal, to dominate the entire world, is one step closer. Thinking this, Yetsian confidently looked down at the crowd below. At this moment, Junwoo took off his glasses and said, "It's been a long time since I've used my own eyes to see the world." He tested the spiritual power surging within him and exclaimed, "This power! I must have reached the initial stage of the Western Dragon Scale." But his joy was short-lived. Junwoo suddenly turned pale and vomited a mouthful of blood. Wu Di and the others, seeing this, cried out in alarm. "Captain!" But he only coldly ordered, "Close your eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, the zombies frantically rushed towards Junwoo. Standing to the side, Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, thinking, "I want to see just how strong Junwoo is in his fully awakened state." Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted, blasting away all the zombies. Junwoo stood calmly, watching the monsters being annihilated by his power. Even Zhang Yi, standing nearby, had to summon a shield against the intense pressure. He furrowed his brow in thought. So this is the power of the initial stage of the Western Dragon Scale. Looking at Junwoo, who was still frantically destroying zombies in the distance, Zhang Yi was stunned and puzzled. Is he trying to eliminate the biggest threat for his teammates? By now, the surrounding zombies had completely vanished. Zhang Yi looked at Junwoo's back and silently thanked him. "Captain, thank you for your sacrifice. Your sacrifice will not be in vain." Witnessing this entire scene, a crazed glint flashed in Yat Xian's eyes, and "Oh, I can't celebrate yet. We're just one final step away from victory. That idiot Zhang, he has actually helped us a great deal." He smirked, thinking to himself, if today the leaders of Hai Cheng's largest bases and Junwoo have all used the Ice Soul, all I need to do is kill them all. By now, the dazzling light below had disappeared, and Junwoo quickly turned around. Zhang immediately pretended to close his eyes tightly, but Junwoo simply patted his shoulder coldly and said, "Stop pretending. Weren't you watching the whole time?" Seeing this, Zhang Yi opened his eyes and gave a wry smile. "You caught me." But when he saw Junwoo's face, his smile froze. Because at this moment, Junwoo was staring at him with a profound smile. Zhang Yi chuckled nervously. "Captain, thank you for saving everyone." But Junwoo tightened his grip on Zhang Yi's shoulder and said in a low voice, "You're a good schemer. Even I fell into your trap." Hearing this, Zhang Yi calmly lowered his voice. "I sincerely apologize. I didn't want to do this. This was a contingency plan. If I truly had another choice, I definitely wouldn't have resorted to this." But Junwoo just shook his head. Forget it, forget it. I wasn't going to live much longer anyway. I should thank you for letting me experience the peak of my power, even if only once." He then looked down at his hands. "It's just a pity I only had one chance to feel the strength of the initial stage of the Western Dragon Scale." After that, Junwoo suddenly staggered a few times and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yi hurriedly supported his body and said, "Rest assured, after you're gone, I will take care of the remaining issues in Tianhai City. Seeing this, Quanvo looked at Zhang Yi suspiciously. What other secrets was he hiding? But before he could get an answer, Junwoo breathed his last. Quanvo's limp body fell into Zhang Yi's arms. A moment later, the others opened their eyes. Hong Lian asked hesitantly, Is it over? Seeing Zhang Yi holding Quanvo, No Dai cried out, Boss. He rushed forward and pulled Quanvo's body away. His voice trembling, Boss, wake up, don't sleep. If you sleep any longer, you won't wake up again. But he was met with only silence. No Dai sobbed desperately like a child. Zhang Yi immediately stepped back to give space to the others. Tu Vu and the others sadly saluted their fallen captain. Under the snowy sky, the atmosphere became more somber than ever. No Dike still clung tightly to the cold body, while everyone else saluted Junwoo. After a long moment, Truong Tan spoke. Now that the captain is dead, according to the regulations of the Great District, I, the deputy captain, will temporarily assume the role of captain. He then took the communication device from Junwoo's body and immediately made a call. On the other side, at the Blizzard City Command Center, Chu Zheng had been observing Junwoo's group through the monitor. Truong Tan reported, Commander, the zombies of Tianhai City have been completely dealt with. Chu Zheng sighed heavily. Oh, he's gone. It's for the best. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is the best destination for him. I believe he wouldn't want to linger on a sickbed. Truong Tan asked, Commander, what are our next steps? Chu Zheng looked at the screen in front of him and said, Bring Junwoo's body back. Truong Tan quickly replied, Yes, Commander. After the call, Truong Tan turned and announced, Blizzard City has canceled the plan to launch the Love of Death. Zhang Yi's group breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yat Xian stepped forward and muttered, May your soul be immortal in heaven. Hearing his voice, Zhang Yi turned and stared at him. While Yat Xian was distracted, Zhang Yi suddenly pulled a knife from his spatial storage. Someone shouted in alarm, Zhang Yi, what are you doing? He roared angrily. What am I doing? I'm taking your life. With that, Zhang Yi thrust the knife into Yat Xian. The sharp blade was now stained with his blood. The smile on Yat Xian's face disappeared, and he grimaced in anger. Where did that knife come from? Mid-air, he yanked the knife out, blood dripping down the blade. Yat Xian immediately collapsed to the ground. Hong Lian frowned and shouted, Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Everyone else stared at him warily. Seeing this, Luong Diet's group quickly rushed to Zhang Yi's side. Both sides watched each other cautiously. A voice suddenly rang out, Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly attack and injure someone? The Bai Shui sect members stood up and shouted, You despicable person, I will definitely kill you. Zhang Yatxian also weakly questioned, Zhang Yi, why did you do this? Ding Hai also frowned and spoke up, Zhang Yi, you need to give us an explanation for this. Otherwise, we won't let this go. Zhang Yi sneered and asked, Zhang Yatxian, at this point, are you still going to keep up the pretense? He coldly pointed his sword at him and questioned, Isn't the Bai Shui sect the biggest backer of the Tianhai City's corpse tide? Hearing this, Hong Lian's eyes widened in shock. What? The one behind the corpse tide is the Bai Shui sect. A Bai Shui sect member roared in anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know how many of our sect members the corpse tide has cost us this time? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent. The heavily injured yet Xian paled upon hearing these words. Damn it, how did Zhang Yi discover this secret? He shouted in a fluster, Stop slandering us. Seeing this, Zhang Yi sneered, Whether it's slander or not, they'll figure it out after I'm done. It's you, Zhang Yatxian. What are you afraid of? Then he slowly revealed the truth. Everyone, the ice soul pill is a deception. After an Esper dies, Yuan Kong Jia can absorb the Esper's power through those who have consumed the ice soul pill to enhance our own abilities. Therefore, even if all the Bai Shui sect members die, it doesn't matter to Yuan Kong Jia. Zhang Yi continued coldly, and she can use the dead to create a zombie army. Compared to ordinary people, this kind of immortal army that completely obeys orders is stronger and doesn't die easily is her true trump card. Everyone looked at Yat Xian suspiciously after hearing these words. He clutched his chest and yelled, "Slander. You're slandering us. If we really had the ability to create a zombie army, how could we have been suppressed by your major powers in the first place?" Yat Xian pointed at Zhang Yi and said coldly, "Without evidence, you're attacking me based on your own speculation. I could just as easily say that you're the one behind it all." Hearing this, Zhang Yi sneered and pointed. In the abandoned building next to the Saint Beloved Han Cathedral, a giant blood-colored vine is being cultivated. It can absorb nutrients from corpses and the earth to cultivate a corpse king, and the corpse king also has the ability to create zombies. He then continued, "If you say I can't provide evidence, do you dare to go see that vine with me?" Yat Xian continued to argue. "What if there's nothing there? I can't just take a pointless risk like that." Zhang Yi shrugged and agreed. "If I'm wrong, you can come after me anytime." Yat Xian, cornered, paled with resentment. What a scoundrel. The Bai Shui sect members also chimed in. "Fine, we do things properly. Are we afraid of you? If it turns out to be different from what you said." One of them declared furiously, "I will rip your guts out." But they were all stopped by Yat Xian, who said in a panic, "No, we can't let them near the blood vine." Changqing frowned suspiciously at those words. Not allowing them to go, could there be a problem? Yat Xian ignored him and ordered, "We can't let them go see the blood vine." He frantically asked, "What if they use the excuse of seeing the blood vine, then attack and steal it? What then?" The Bai Shui sect members, hearing this, also loudly questioned, "Zhang Yi, you're despicable. We almost fell into your trap. If you want to fight, then we'll just have to fight you." Seeing this, Zhang Yi chuckled. "Good, come on then." As soon as he finished speaking, the Bai Shui sect members frantically charged and attacked Zhang Yi's group. His face darkened as he angrily said, "Enough. I don't have time to waste with you all." As Zhang Yi lowered his hand, a white light flashed in his eyes. Anyone he glanced at felt as if space itself was distorted. Suddenly, an immense energy tore them apart into hundreds of pieces. Yat Xian, witnessing this scene, was rooted to the spot, speechless. The blond man from earlier, seeing his comrades torn to shreds, paled and trembled. It was then that Changqing cried out in shock, "Pupil technique." Hearing this, Hong Luyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Yi's strength is actually this powerful? The people from our Yangsheng base haven't offended him, have they? At this moment, Su Chunlei's shout brought everyone back to the present. "Boss, that Yat Xian is trying to run." Yat Xian, without a word, darted forward. Zhang Yi, seeing this, sneered and said, "He wants to find a chance to inform Yuan Kongjia. We have to eliminate Yuan Kongjia before him. Otherwise, after we expose them, everyone could die." Changqing frowned and questioned, "Why should we believe you?" But Zhang Yi simply replied indifferently, "True or false, won't you know if you come with me? I believe the people of the Jiangnan district won't be so easily fooled by me, right?" With that, he ran towards his vehicle and ordered, "Get in the car, quickly." Only then did Changqing frown and say, "What happened in Tianhai City must be explained. We can't let our captain die in vain. Let's go follow them." As soon as he finished speaking, the convoys followed after Yat Xian. Elsewhere, Yuan Kongjia was still praying with her hands clasped. "May the Lord bless us." Just then, a blue-white light suddenly entered her head. Kongjia stared at her hand in confusion. Whose ability is this? Pupil technique. It seems like Captain Bianjun Wu of the investigation team. And then a triumphant smile spread across her face. Bianjun Wu's power is finally mine. But then, Kongjia suddenly realized something strange. That's not right. How could Bianjun Wu be dead? Who killed him? Who would dare kill him? When did things start going wrong? At the same time, Yat Xian was staggering back towards the cathedral, clutching his wound, thinking to himself, "Before I die, I must tell a Jia about Zhang Yi." Seeing Yat Xian running towards them covered in blood, the gatekeeper anxiously stepped forward. "High Priestess, sir," he softly offered, "let me help you inside." But Yat Xian had lost all reason. He thought viciously, what a troublesome wretch. That look immediately made the gatekeeper shrink back in fear. Afterward, he shoved the door open. Yuan Kong Jia, seeing Etienne covered in blood, frowned and asked, "Who did this to you?" But at that moment, he collapsed weakly in front of her. Yuan Kong Jia quickly rushed forward to support Etienne's limp body. Immediately after, she used her ability, trying to heal his wounds. But Etienne quickly grabbed her hand and weakly said, "Don't waste your power. My wounds are too severe. Saving me will take too much out of you. Danger is coming. Our secret is out. They want to kill you." He weakly reached his trembling hands towards Yuan Kong Jia. "You must live well for our ideals." Having finished speaking, Etienne closed his eyes and breathed his last in Yuan Kong Jia's arms. His hand went limp and fell to the ground. Yuan Kong Jia bowed her head silently before Etienne's passing. At this moment, all emotion had left her eyes. Yuan Kong Jia murmured, "You'll definitely find another way to return to my side, right?" Immediately afterward, a brilliant golden light from Etienne's body entered Yuan Kong Jia. It was the power of his consciousness. Meanwhile, outside the abandoned building, Zhang Yi's group had arrived at the entrance. He frowned, looking at the building before him, and said, "The truth lies here." After that, Zhang Yi stepped forward. "Follow me. I'll prove it to you." Seeing them, the gatekeeper blocked their way. "This is the forbidden ground of our Baishui sect. You cannot." Kong Shin stepped forward and squeezed the gatekeeper's neck, snapping, "Quiet." In an instant, the gatekeeper fainted at his feet. Seeing this, the group slowly entered the building, looking at the vines tangled everywhere. Xiao Hong Luyan frowned and questioned, "Where's the evidence you spoke of?" She thought to herself, "I've been here before. Judging by the samples and research reports I collected, those corpses are just ordinary mummies that have been drained of all nutrients, aren't they?" Zhang Yi coldly countered, "Do you think a place we can freely come and go is really as simple as it appears?" Then the group slowly ascended the stairs. After that, they entered the room full of vines. Zhang Yi's voice rang out again. "Zombies controlled by the virus living in their bodies prefer to live in dark and damp places underground." He looked at the giant tree before him and said, "A suitable scientific research facility for cultivating the virus disappeared from Tianhai City long ago. But here..." Zhang Yi paused for a moment and continued, "The environment down below is perfect for cultivating the virus, isn't it?" These words caused by Li Chongqing and the others to fall into contemplation. Without saying a word, he walked straight towards the roots of the tree and quickly delivered a powerful punch to the ground. There, the others quickly shielded their faces from the dust cloud that followed the punch. At this moment, a hidden cellar beneath the roots of the tree appeared before everyone. This discovery caused Zhang Yi, Chongqing, and Hong Lian's faces to simultaneously drain of color in sheer terror. At this moment, beneath the giant roots were thousands of armored zombie insects and the Zombie King. Hong Lian's face paled as she roared, "The Zombie King! Armored zombies! So the source of a disaster is here. Baishui sect, you damned bastards." Chongqing also spoke with an indignant voice. "This guy really set up a huge game, treating us like fools, causing the captain to sacrifice his life to save us." He then sneered and ordered, "Kill them all." The Jiangnan district group were all filled with resentment, waiting for the attack command. Seeing everyone's hateful expressions, Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. Everyone's rage has reached its peak. So even if Yuan Kongya is powerful, we still have a chance. At this moment, Li Chongqing's group strode quickly forward. He turned his head and ordered, "Destroy this tree. Don't leave a single trace." Qi Guangming immediately nodded firmly and replied, "Leave it to me." After the assignments were given, the Jiangnan district group turned and left. Only Zhang Yi remained, observing Guangming carefully examining the giant tree. At this moment, a golden light emanated from his hand, and then a small octopus appeared. Seeing this, Zhang Yi frowned and assessed, an emitter-type ability user. It seems he can condense his ability, transforming it into timed, explosive energy. As soon as he finished this thought, a terrifying explosion blew away everything remaining inside the room. After dealing with the tree, Guangming slowly ran towards Zhang Yi's group. By the time they got outside, they were confronted by members of the Bai Shui sect, the smoke and flames of the burning building behind them, and the horrified looks on the sect members' faces. The Bai Shui sect members quickly blocked their path. If you want to see the sect leader, you must first make an announcement. But before he could finish speaking, Chongqing swiftly charged forward. With just a few swings of his staff, he swept away all the Bai Shui sect members. Chongqing then walked towards the door, under Liang Duyet's astonished gaze. At this moment, their entire group stood right in front of the door leading to the main hall. Without needing an order, Wu Di stepped forward and used his ability to shatter the door. A green light shot straight towards the door, causing it to explode. Upon entering, they saw Yuan Kong yet tightly embracing Yi Xian's body. Wu Di, without hesitation, roared furiously, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned countless energy orbs and immediately fired them towards Kongya, who was sitting dazedly on the platform. Facing this attack, she widened her eyes in fury. Yuan Kongya placed Zhang Yixian's body on the ground and slowly stood up. Without a word, she waved her hand, creating a shield that blocked all the energy orbs fired towards her. Watching this scene, Zhang Yi frowned and warned, "Everyone be careful. She's using a telepathic barrier. She also has at least a dozen abilities." Hong Lian, her eyes filled with murderous intent, declared, "I refuse to believe that the combined power of all the espers in Tianhai City can't kill her." She then quickly ran to Kong Ya's side and unleashed a fierce blaze of fire. Kong Sheng also summoned his giant snow wolf. "Follow me," he roared. A barrage of esper abilities rained down on Kongya, but they were all blocked by the shield in front of her. Zhang Yi stared intently at Kongya, deep in thought. He wasn't sure if his divine might could break through Yuan Kongya's telepathic barrier. Suddenly, Kongya's body rose into the air. The Bai Shui sect members below cried out in unison, "Snow God! Snow God! Snow God!" Zhang Yi and the others instantly recognized this as Yat Xian's ability. Floating in midair, Kongya frowned and proclaimed, "You foolish, insignificant mortals! You have no idea who you are defying. I am the apostle of God on earth, the enforcer of divine authority. All acts of blasphemy will be met with divine punishment." She spread her arms wide, channeling Yat Xian's telekinesis. "Let me cleanse this world of its faithlessness." As soon as she finished speaking, the ground beneath Zhang Yi and the others began to shake violently, startling everyone. Zhang Yi quickly activated his 8-fold speed and dashed backward, thinking she's actually reached LV5, the Yapuxalong rank. Just then, rocks and debris began to rise into the air, converging around the group. Kongya flicked her wrist dismissively, and a massive boulder slammed down towards the fleeing group. The falling rocks resembled a meteor shower, terrifying everyone. Zhang Yi quickly activated his spatial gate, swallowing one of the giant boulders whole. However, many espers couldn't react in time and were crushed to death. Zhang Yi yelled, "Get behind me!" Seeing Zhang Yi using his spatial gate to block the meteor shower, everyone ran towards him. Kongya spoke coldly and indifferently, "You should all return as well." She then glanced at those she had killed. Kongya clasped her hands together, gathering power for a larger attack. She looked down at Zhang Yi and softly said, "Your spatial power. I want it." With that, she raised her hand and sent countless rocks hurtling towards him. Zhang Yi focused intensely. He thought to himself, "Even if I open two-way gates, I won't be able to defend against this." Yuan Kongya's telekinetic control is far superior to Zhang Yatxian's. They're not even on the same level. Is this how it ends for us? At that moment, Xing Tian joined the battle. He roared, Xing Tian platoon. Hong Luyan also activated her ability, Flame Dragon Breath. Zhu Yu also fired a beam of blue-white light, ice, and snow blast. Zhang Yi's group split up, each facing a different direction, creating a barrier to block the incoming meteor shower. Qi Guangming raised his gun and aimed. Take out the leader first. If Yuan Kongya falls, the boulder storm will naturally dissipate. With that thought, he fired a volley of bullets. But before the bullet could reach Yuan Kongya, she stopped it. Seeing the bullet stop mere inches away, Kongya's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect this bullet to be able to penetrate my psychic barrier. Zhang Yi, witnessing this scene, was equally surprised. Her range of abilities was too broad, making it virtually impossible to counter. Curious, Zhang Yi asked, what kind of bullet did you use? It actually pierced through her psychic barrier. Qi Guangming calmly replied, primordial bullets, specifically designed to deal with mutated organisms. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. As expected of someone from the Jiangnan district, in just half a year, you've even developed bullets specifically to deal with espers. He frowned and thought, I wonder if my spatial gate can withstand these primordial bullets. As Zhang Yi pondered, Bali Chongqing's voice interrupted his thoughts. We can't let her control the pace of the attack any longer. From now on, everyone will follow my commands. He looked intently at Kongya and said softly, although she now possesses powerful esper abilities, she's still a young girl. Her combat experience is still lacking compared to those of us who have been through hundreds of battles. We just need to identify her weakness and defeat her in one strike. He then turned and gave his orders. Qi Guangming, fire again. Chongqing quickly identified Kongya's weakness. Everyone saw that the speed of the rock storm had slowed considerably. It was clear she couldn't multitask. So, later, aside from Qi Guangming using primordial bullets to restrict her movements, the rest of us will continue to attack with long-range abilities. I will be in charge of the main assault. As for Zhang Yi, Chongqing glanced at him. We'll create an opening for you to use your Dong Thuet, divine authority, and deal Yuan Kongya a fatal blow. He continued coldly, I'll go and harass her. If necessary, you can kill me too. Zhang Yi didn't object, replying, all right. Seeing that everything was settled, Chongqing announced, let's begin. Immediately, Hong Luyan and Zhu Yu both moved forward to support Qi Guangming. Kongya noticed their movements. She quickly maneuvered a large rock to block the incoming bullet. At that moment, Chongqing suddenly closed in on her. From behind, his spear, imbued with terrifying power, thrust straight towards Kongya's back. However, the spear only managed to strike her psychic barrier. Seeing this, Zhang Yi below recognized his opportunity. My turn. A shimmering moonlight radiated from his eyes. Before Kongya's horrified gaze, his immense pressure distorted the space around them. She exclaimed in shock, Zhang Yi knows Dong Thuet? But Kongya refused to be outdone and continued to use her esper abilities. Then let's see whose Dong Thuet is stronger, the border martial armies or yours. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted in the sky between two intense streams of gold and blue light. Bali Chongqing was also thrown back by the intense pressure. He gritted his teeth and muttered, she also possesses the captain's annihilation. Like that, Xiao Hong Luyan, observing from below, gaped. The platoon leader's ability, she's mastered it too. The others exclaimed in terror, she's even mastered annihilation. How can we possibly fight her? Chongqing stood up and said loudly, she's just obtained the platoon leader's ability. She doesn't know how to use it yet. We still have a chance to defeat her. Meanwhile, Yuan Kongya continued to stare at Zhang Yi with suspicion. At that moment, he was stuffing his face with steamed buns. Mimicry, divine authority, truly not something ordinary people can withstand. Using it once requires immediate energy replenishment. But luckily, I'm a spatial ability user. The thing I least fear is a war of attrition. Seeing this, Yuan Kongya's face turned livid with rage. Mere mortals dare to injure me? You all deserve to die. With that thought, she began to gather her strength, creating a furious whirlwind. Zhang Yi's group hurriedly retreated to avoid the vortex. Chu Chun-Lei said anxiously, "Boss, let's run." Zhang Yi frowned and retorted, "Run where? Do you think we can escape now?" He then shouted as he activated mimicry, "Now, we can only fight. If we win, Tianhai City will have lasting peace. If we lose, we'll think about that after we lose." Hearing these words, Yuan Kongya sneered, "You still want to lock onto me? Let's see how you use mimicry this time." With that thought, she began to move continuously, making it impossible for Zhang Yi to lock onto her. At the same time, the others were desperately fleeing from the violent whirlwind. Xing Tian stood to the side and roared, "Xing Tian army, attack!" And Qi Guangming also started firing at her. Yuan Kongya, seeing the bullets stopped right in front of her, gritted her teeth in anger. Just a few annoying insects. She threatened loudly, "Do you really think you can resist me? Laughable." As soon as she finished speaking, terrifying whirlwinds surrounded Zhang Yi's group, but they were blocked by a spatial gate. Sensing the danger, Zhang Yi quickly opened another gate. "Everyone, follow me." Everyone quickly rushed inside before a hail of giant stones rained down. Just then, a massive boulder crashed down where they had just been standing. Trapped in the middle of the whirlwind, Qi Guangming thought in despair, "I'm done for." Just when he didn't know what to do, Bai Li Chongqing's voice rang out, "Break it!" Guangming asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Without a word, Chongqing grabbed Guangming and burst out of the whirlwind. Yuan Kongya, seeing this, sneered, "Strong defense, but how many of my attacks can you withstand?" Just then, Zhang Yi's voice rang out behind her, "Divine authority." The two sides clashed violently, creating a massive explosion in the air. As everyone watched anxiously, Zhang Yi quickly said, "Get out of here. This fight is no longer something you can interfere with." Liang Yu agreed without hesitation. "All right, let's go." With that, the three of them climbed onto Hua Hua's back. "Be careful." Waiting until everyone was far away, Zhang Yi turned back to observe. At this moment, Kongyu was struggling to resist the fierce attacks from all sides. Wu Di, with a look of hatred, gritted his teeth and unleashed his Esper ability. Wei Dinghai and Xiao Hongluyan were also using their powers to deplete her Esper ability. Kongya coldly thought, "A bunch of ants I can't seem to kill." She saw Zhang Yi approaching from behind and frowned. "And that guy keeps looking for a chance to hit me with his Esper ability. If he doesn't die, I'll have to be distracted guarding against him." She snorted coldly. "It's clearly a certain death. What are you all struggling for? Just give up. I don't have the patience to keep playing with you all." A glint of light flashed in Konya's eyes. She shouted, "Let me completely purify you all with one blow." At this moment, her entire body was enveloped in a brilliant golden light. The dazzling light forced everyone below to shield their eyes. Zhang Qing, who had just arrived, yelled, "Run! Get away!" On the other side, Zhang Yi was gritting his teeth, expanding a spatial gate to block the immense pressure. By now, everyone around had fled. Those who couldn't escape in time were swallowed by the light, their desperate cries echoing, "Help!" While activating his Esper ability, Zhang Yi thought to himself, "Fortunately, the origin gate can block it." But at this moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to Wei Dinghai's severed arm. He gritted his teeth, freezing the wound. "How can we fight like this? Are we just waiting to die?" Everyone's faces were pale as they faced the immense pressure. An S-class Esper. Is she truly unbeatable? At this moment, Kong Ye's smug voice rang out. "Zhang Yi, your ability is very strong, but I've absorbed the Esper abilities of 36 people, including Bian Junwu's. How will you deal with that?" She declared confidently, "I also really want your ability." Hearing this arrogant declaration, Zhang Yi's face darkened. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, we have to use all our trump cards next, or we might really die here. We know that even without you saying it." Wu Di thought, his face pale upon hearing these words. "Even if we fight with our lives on the line, can we really win?" At this moment, Zhang Yi wasn't feeling much better. Fighting desperately gives us a chance to live. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Just as he finished speaking, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open. Immediately afterward, countless green pillars of light rose up, surrounding them. Zhang Yi quickly opened a spatial gate and escaped. At this moment, Wu Di also erupted with his Esper ability, pushing back the vines. Immediately afterward, he charged straight towards Konya. Zhang Qing watched this scene in horror. Wu Di's flying cannons consume mental power. Once his mental power is depleted, it's his lifespan that's being consumed. Now he started burning his life away recklessly, regardless of the consequences. Looking at the person before her, Konya thought irritably, what a nuisance. At this moment, Wu Di had reached S-Class level 5. He laughed maniacally, "Die, you hateful bitch." With that, he unleashed countless blasts of Esper energy. But all were blocked by Konya's psychic power. Unwilling to give up, Wu Di gritted his teeth, gathering his strength to form a giant ball. At this time, Zhang Yi had also moved to the area below their battle. He quickly activated his divine power. Now, Konya was surrounded by Wu Di and Zhang Yi. In the blink of an eye, the spot where she had just been standing was now a spectacular explosion. Looking at the explosion in the sky, Uncle Yi was stunned, wondering if it was finally over. Yuan Konya staggered to her feet from the dissipating smoke, frowning in thought. If this continues, I'll eventually be worn down to death. At this moment, Wu Di rapidly aged. Seeing this scene, he was utterly astonished. She's still not dead? Unbelievable. But before he could finish his thought, he plummeted downward. Baili Zhang Qing quickly jumped up and caught his aged body. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was continuously stuffing food into his mouth. A war of attrition. That's what I'm least afraid of. But glancing back, he saw Xiao Hongluyan and Wei Dinghai, both seriously injured. Seeing this, Zhang Yi turned to look at Zhang Qing, thinking, only the two of us are left. Can we win? While he was pondering, Konya's voice interrupted him. Why are you all doing this? Wouldn't it be better to just obediently let me help you find release? Zhang Yi sighed. Fine. It seems your limit is only this much. Although you've accomplished less than I imagined, it's almost enough. Hong Luyan gasped in shock. He still has a trump card he hasn't used. Zhang Yi began waving his hand, giving orders. Get out of here. I'll take over the next battle. Zhang Qing frowned in confusion. Zhang Yi, you're not joking, are you? Zhang Yi countered, do I look like I am? Since he had said so, Hong Luyan and Dinghai turned and ran up. We'll leave it to you then, Xing Tian said through gritted teeth, glancing at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, our last hope rests on you. He gathered all his Esper energy in his hand and then transferred it all to him. On the other side, Zhang Qing was instructing his comrades, you take him and leave. I'll stay here with Zhang Yi and fight to the end. Konya was puzzled. What is he trying to do? Zhang Yi, looking perplexed, accepted the gun from Zhang Qing, the squad leader's gun. He replied, there are probably about 10 origin bullets left inside. He gave a confident smile and softly said, good, I'll take it. With that, Zhang Yi raised his head and looked into the distance, murmuring to himself, everything should come to an end now. Konya chuckled mockingly. Zhang, what gives you such confidence? You know nothing about my power. I haven't even used my full strength yet. As she created swirling vortexes, she confidently declared, I'm starting to adapt to the powers within my body now. Don't worry, I'll soon be able to adapt to your power as well. With that, a much more powerful and terrifying storm instantly appeared, engulfing Zhang Yi. Baili Zhang Qing leaped onto the falling rocks, his eyes fierce as he roared, die. Yuan Konya simply frowned and extended her hand. Immediately after, Zhang Qing was knocked backward by an invisible force. She then glanced behind her and asked, you think standing behind me will allow you to hurt me? After speaking, Konya instantly shot a terrifying tornado toward Zhang Yi, but it was quickly absorbed by him through a spatial gate. Then the tornado emerged right next to Konya's side. With just a glance, She made the tornado completely disappear. Spatial manipulation, right? Can you handle this move? After her words, Konya activated dozens of swirling tornadoes surrounding Zhang Yi. Just then, a blinding explosion erupted where he had been standing. However, Zhang Yi had quickly moved to a safer location. At this moment, below, Xiao Honglian's group was also watching the battle. That he's never shown his true strength in front of us before. Konya now frowned. Are you just going to run? Seeing this, he laughed confidently and provoked her. If you have the ability, kill me. So, Konya immediately summoned dozens of tornadoes. In the blink of an eye, the vast sky was covered by the frenzied vortex. Konya said angrily, let's see how you run now. But in just a few seconds, her smile froze. Konya was utterly astonished by the sight before her. Zhang Yi walked unharmed in front of her, sneering, is that all you've got? Immediately following was a battle of overwhelming power and annihilation. Spheres of light appeared, and everything they swept over was turned into rubble. Watching this scene, Hong Luyan muttered in horror, this defensive power, it's too terrifying. Wei Dinghai also stammered, it's a good thing we didn't insist on targeting Zhang Yi from the beginning, otherwise we would definitely be the ones annihilated. Man Siwu also spoke up, but continuing to expend energy like this isn't a solution. Zhang Yi's attacks aren't having any effect on her. Even if he can delay her, he can't win. Once Konya gets bored, she could completely throw him aside and attack us first. Hearing this, Zhang Qing frowned and added, currently, we have no choice but to trust Zhang Yi. If Konya really wants to kill us, we absolutely cannot escape from a transcendent of her level. At this time, Konya was frantically chasing Zhang Yi, despite him hiding using his ability. Konya thought irritably, if Zheng Jitian were still by my side, he would definitely tell me how to deal with this Zhang Yi nuisance. Thinking this, she then turned her attention to the people standing below. Just capture the people Zhang Yi cares about. She thought smugly, not noticing that the three uncle you had long since disappeared, that I don't believe he won't surrender. It wasn't until she realized they were gone that Konya gasped in astonishment. Where are they? At this moment, Zhang Yi stepped out, laughing mockingly that you're just figuring this out now? It's too late. This blatant provocation enraged Konya. She growled. Damn it. Konya frowned, looking towards Bai Li Changqing's group. If I attack Xiao Honglian's group, I'll be leaving myself open to Zhang Yi. He'll definitely attack me. I need to figure out how to get out of this predicament. She glanced towards Zhang Yi, thinking he's like a damn turtle in his shell. Not only can I not break it, but I have to constantly worry about the snake hidden inside striking. This is so frustrating. She sighed. Calm down, Konya. Don't let him lead you around. There has to be a weakness. Then she activated her fire ability. That if I can limit his movement and break his turtle shell, this will be much easier. Instantly, hundreds of fire dragons erupted from her, streaking towards Zhang Yi. He quickly used his space shield to block the incoming attack. However, in a flash, the fire dragons bypassed him and burrowed into the ground. This action made Zhang Yi suspicious. White smoke began to billow from the snow-covered ground. The space in front of him was quickly enveloped in the rising smoke. Zhang Yi instantly realized her plan. He sneered, trying a sneak attack. In the blink of an eye, a massive body of water appeared on the ground. The water then abruptly rose into the air, surging towards Zhang Yi and filling the space around him. He frowned. Not good. He quickly realized the problem. His movement ability was limited to 300 meters. This galaxy was thousands of meters wide. He looked towards Konya with apprehension that she's trying to cut off my escape. From above, Konya exhaled a white, icy breath. The massive body of water surrounding Zhang Yi rapidly froze solid in a matter of seconds. Konya looked exhausted after using her ability, but a smug smile spread across her face. Even if you're good at dodging, you can't avoid such a large-scale attack. She walked forward leisurely. Konya couldn't believe her eyes. This can't be. Zhang Yi said, interesting combo, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. Kong was still fixated. Zhang Yi, I don't believe I can't kill you. She tried to unleash her power, but her face suddenly darkened. She felt disoriented and unable to act. Zhang Yi taunted her. Come on, if you're capable, come and kill me. Oh, and by the way, just so you know, I'm the one who put that hole in Zhang Yiqian's chest. Hearing this, Kong became even more enraged, trying to attack Zhang Yi. Fine, then I'll send you down to be buried with him. But her attack was easily deflected. All right then, I'll be waiting. Kong's head was spinning. She asked, her voice strained, What did you do to me? Zhang Yi smiled with satisfaction. It seemed Bian Zhen's poison had infiltrated Kong's body. He said loudly, Judging by your appearance, you still can't control your own power. I guess your discomfort isn't because the souls of those dead people are lingering around you, is it? Kong yelled, Shut up. You don't know anything. She frantically used her power. Zhang Yi took this opportunity to drain her energy. Use it. Use as much as you can. The negative energy brought by those powers will completely invade your body. After you die, the origin of your Shilong rank will belong to me. He said to Konya, I know you hate this world and want to destroy everyone, but come to think of it, you're not innocent either. If your parents hadn't started that cult and cheated so many followers out of their life savings, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing this, she flinched as if a current of electricity had run through her. She remembered how she had been tormented. Remembering how she had been trampled on, Kong screamed madly. Now, Zhang Yi's image in front of her was like a distorted video. She roared ferociously, Zhang Yi, what have you done to me? Answer me. He replied calmly, guess whether I'll tell you or not. Kong could only choke, muttering, self-righteous. Suddenly, she erupted with energy, uttering just 2 words, blessing. But before she could do anything, she started coughing violently. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity now. Kong coughed and said, annihilation. Watching the scene, Xiao Honglian was a little puzzled. What method did this Zhang use? Did he poison his power? Ding Hai, standing next to her, replied, even if he could poison, that's for Cillian rank. Chang Qing affirmed, it's the captain's ability. Si Wu analyzed. After she absorbed the captain's power, she also got the side effects of the captain's power. Then she turned to Chang Qing and asked, was this intentional on Zhang Yi's part or a coincidence? Wu Di cursed, damn, he actually schemed against us. Chang Qing remained impassive. He did nothing wrong. In that situation, only the captain, using the I Soul characteristic, had a chance to survive. He continued, this guy can actually lay out such a big game. He's really too formidable. Even we have become pawns in his hands. Wu Di still disagreed. His health doesn't allow it, but he loves to show off. Formidable my ass. This guy, I definitely have to. His words were cut short by a coughing fit. Si Wu advised, all right, the situation here has nothing to do with us for now. You should rest first. Everyone placed their faith in Zhang Yi. Only if Zhang Yi defeated Yuan Kong, could they survive. At this moment, Zhang Yi continuously attacked Konya with Ice Soul, while his opponent was still frantically resisting. He looked smug. The origin of a Cillian rank is mine. Now, he raised his gun and fired a shot, but instead of dodging, Yuan Kong directly blocked the bullet with her body. The bullet grazed Konya's arm. She thought to herself, damn it, using my ability will only weaken me further, but not using it will get me killed by Zhang Yi's speed. Could it be? I'm going to lose? Zhang Yi smiled victoriously. Yuan Konya, what's wrong? The fight's barely begun, and you're already thinking of surrendering? Well, if you surrender and nullify your own ability, I might consider letting you live. Finishing his words, he intensified his attack on Konya, urging her to make a decision. Seeing that she didn't respond, he clicked his tongue. Still not giving up, huh? Konya asked fearfully, when are you actually going to kill me? Tell me, I want to know. Zhang Yi coldly replied, go ask Yama. A bullet shot from his gun like a rocket, heading straight for her. Suddenly, she erected a shield, blocking the bullet's path. Who ends up asking Yama is still uncertain. She thought, I can't waste any more time with him. I have to leave first, deal with the problem I have, and then come back and kill everyone here. Finally, she decided to run. Zhang Yi laughed. Running? Useless. Today, no matter what, you're gonna die by my hand. Even God can't save you, I told you that. He finished the bowsy he'd been eating. Time to have a drink to finish my meal and finish this fight too. Hong Lian watched his back and said, Yuan Kongya is running. Zhang Yi won. Chongqing pondered, a white Poseidon level Esper is severely injured. If I could seize her core. Siwu said, if we can successfully ambush Yuan Kongya, a white Poseidon level core. Ding Hai looked tensed. I've lost an arm. My strength has greatly decreased. I definitely can't maintain my position. Might as well risk it all. A pair of blue eyes flashed. Ding Hai shot off like lightning. Everyone stared after him in astonishment. He charged towards Kongya, the two clashing. Ding Hai's entire body was covered in ice, and ice shards radiated outwards. Suddenly, the ice shattered, and he cried out. A massive shard of ice fell from the sky, piercing his stomach, causing blood to gush out. Zhang Yi called out, everyone, Yuan Kongya is gravely injured. If you want her core, be my guest. He stepped out of a spatial portal. Chongqing gravely assessed. In the end, he's the biggest winner. He continued, the captain initially wanted him to join the team, but now that he's actually here, I'm afraid he intends to become our leader. Hongsheng looked slightly saddened. Captain, he could have lived a little longer. Chongqing consoled him. There's nothing we can do. Who told him Zhang Yi was more skilled, outmaneuvering all of us? The battle wasn't over. Zhang Yi pulled out another baozi and chewed it, looking at Kongya as he thought to himself, good thing I have spatial ability. I'm not afraid of running out of food. I just wonder how much longer you can hold out. Kongya finally landed, only to be immediately pursued by Zhang Yi. She quickly retaliated. There's no other way but to fly up again. Zhang Yi is teleporting from one spatial gate to another. Kongya is frustrated. He's really a stubborn dog. Zhang Yi said for the reward, the core power of that Western dragon heterogeneous. It's nothing more than stewing an eagle. I can stew it. It just depends on how long that old eagle needs to be stewed. The next day, at an abandoned supermarket, the ceiling suddenly cracked. It was Kongya. Having just landed, she looked around. An unidentified object was flying towards her and immediately exploded. Kongya was starving and dizzy. It had been a day and a night without food, water, or rest. She couldn't hide her exhaustion. Kongya's eyes reflected the image of Zhang Yi standing there, holding a rifle. She quickly retaliated. Seeing her continued resistance, Zhang Yi asked, still not giving up? Everyone around you is dead. Your parents, Zhang Jitian. So many people from the Wan Jiao sect, the Bai Shui sect, all died because of you. Aren't you ashamed? Don't you feel like you're the one who should die? Kongya didn't answer, but turned and ran. Zhang Yi was exasperated by her stubbornness. Can you really run? Fine. Let's see how long you can last. By the third day, Kongya was dragging herself along like a soulless corpse. 3 days without rest, food, or water. It was truly hopeless. She trudged along wearily. Zhang Jitian, if only you were still alive. Zhang Yi observed from afar. He was finally about to wear her down to death. Kongya looked like she was about to collapse. At times like these, the human survival instinct is truly powerful. She forced herself awake, telling herself, don't sleep. But she was truly exhausted. Clinging to the last sliver of hope, Kongya clasped her hands and prayed to God. God, am I not your most faithful follower? Please save me. But the only response to her plea was the whistling wind amidst the snowy landscape. Kongya began to complain. Why? God, you haven't guided me. Have I done something wrong? But everything I've done was only to create a pure, untainted world. Zhang Jitian, what should I do? Can you tell me? Before Kongya's eyes now was the image of her parents standing in heaven. Dadia, come with mom and dad. Let's go to the kingdom of heaven. Immediately, the image of Jitian appeared, waking her. Kongya, wake up, wake up. But for a moment, Kongya considered giving up. Let it go. Everyone I cherish is dead. Everyone who loved me died because of me. What's the point of living anymore? She embraced Jitian. If I die, I can see them again. But it was all an illusion. She was hugging a withered tree, murmuring, Zhang Jitian, I'm hungry. At this point, Kong Yu was completely exhausted. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to finish her off, but he missed. He remained calm. She's not dead yet. I'll just shoot a few more times. It'll work eventually. And he gave her a few more copper candies. Once again, this time, Kong Yu's truly gone. Finally, it's resolved. 100-mile journey, 90 miles already covered. Hopefully, there won't be any more unexpected incidents. He said to Kongya, now only her upper body remained. I don't have a huge desire to become stronger. But if I don't become stronger, I'll be beaten, so I can only continuously pursue greater strength. Then, Zhang Yi absorbed her essence. His entire body was enveloped by an immense energy. His eyes shone with a golden light. Zhang Yi's power increased dramatically. He sat between two spatial gates, his hands wielding power. He brought his hands together and then struck the mountain in front of him. The power was terrifying. It quickly blasted a large hole in the mountain. Yes, oh, this is the power of the void. Zhang Yi assessed. The void can devour everything. If used with my dual cultivation gates, is there anyone in this world I can't kill? But he remained level-headed, using Kongya as a cautionary tale. I can't be too self-righteous. Every thick hide has its horsefly. Complacency will only lead me to destruction like Kongya. But with my current strength, even if I encounter someone stronger, I still have the ability to protect myself. Then he called someone to report the situation. Uncle Long, it's Zhang Yi. Kongya has been killed by me. We're safe now. Everyone who heard was incredibly relieved. That's good. That's really good. Zhang Yi added, where are you all now? What's the situation with those factions and the people from the Tianhai City investigation team? The other end replied, we've returned to the shelter. Except for Wei Dinghai, who died, everyone else has returned to their bases. The members of the investigation team have gone to the Qingba base to recover. They're seriously injured, especially Wu Di. It looks like he's about to die. Zhang Yi grasped the situation on the other side. He said, all right, wait until I get back to discuss further. He quickly drove back, the car approaching the gate. Everyone in the house was already waiting. He walked in cheerfully, hua, jumping up in delight. Everyone cheered in unison. Zhang Yi, brother Zhang Yi, big brother, boss. Seeing Kan Ni and Yang about to rush towards him, he held out a hand to stop them. I want to rest for a bit now. We'll discuss everything after I wake up. This made the two of them smile wryly. He threw himself onto the soft bed and sighed. Relaxation. Then quickly fell asleep. Zhang Yi punched his back and complained, what? I've slept for 2 days and still feel uncomfortable. My head is dizzy, my back and shoulders ache. No good, I definitely can't do that again. It was too much. He chuckled inwardly. However, with my current strength, there's definitely nothing in Tianhai City that can threaten me. When he walked out of the room, he saw Hua already standing at the door. Zhang Yi happily picked up the cat. At this moment, Kan Ni was talking. I wonder if Zhang Yi is awake yet. He's been sleeping for so long. Yang Mi replied, this time, the number of survivors in Tianhai City is truly small. Kan Ni called out to him. Zhang Yi then walked over and said lovingly, Zhang Yi, you're finally awake. You slept for 2 days and 2 nights straight. We were scared to death. How are you now? Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? I'll give you a detailed health check. He calmly replied, I'm fine, just tired. Resting for 2 days has made me feel much better. He confidently declared, I'm very well, extremely well. Liang Yu came over and asked, was Yuan Konya killed by you? Zhang Yi shook his head. I wouldn't say I killed her. She died because her mental and physical strength exceeded her limits. Yang Mi and Ka Ni breathed a sigh of relief after hearing him say that. Liang Yu continued to ask suspiciously, did you absorb her essence? Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. He said cheerfully, I've indeed become a bit stronger now, but only a little bit. Chun Lei praised, boss, aren't you invincible now? Uncle Yu too, that's great. From now on, let's see who dares to disturb our lives. Yami clapped her hands. Zhang Yi, you're so powerful. Zhang Yi remained silent, lost in thought. Having killed Yuan Konya and absorbed her essence, The people from the Jiangnan district will definitely send someone to recruit me. He continued to think, if I go, I might face dangers everywhere like Bien Junwoo walking on the edge of a precipice. If I don't go, he assessed the current situation. If the higher-ups of the Jiangnan district are even slightly narrow-minded, they will definitely cause trouble for us. So Zhang Yi remained immersed in his thoughts. Regardless of whether I'm recruited by them or confront them, my people will definitely not suffer. I must take the initiative against them now. Thinking this, he picked up his phone. I have to go to the Qingba base now and discuss things with Bali Chongqing. Having made his decision, Zhang Yi put Hua down on the chair and stood up. Chunlei asked, "Boss, what are you doing?" He walked and replied, "I'm going to change my clothes and then go find the people from the investigation team to discuss some things." Liang Yu stood up and suggested, "I'll go with you." Chunlei and Ji Guang said in unison, "We'll go too." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "It's enough for me to go alone. You guys rest well at the shelter." Scene change now in the car. He made a phone call. "I'm coming over to see you guys now." The other end of the line replied, "Okay, the captain is dead. We also need fresh blood." He said, "Your captain sacrificed, so you should get new captain." At this time in Qingba, Chongqing was also talking on the phone. "Wait until you get here, we'll talk more." Then he hung up and stood up. Let it be. Chongqing thought, this kid, his ambition isn't small. Should we let him join our team? He turned and walked, pondering. A near Y-rank Esper, Shilong, in other elite teams, they're all captains. The district definitely wants to keep him, but this captain position of ours. At this moment, a few people were already waiting. Xiao Meng inquired, "How did it go?" Chongqing replied, "Zhang Yi just called me and wants to come find us, but his intention is if he wants to join our investigation team. He wants to be the captain." Wu Di clenched his fist and shouted, "That cunning villain!" Chongqing continued, "I think he's not wrong to want that. Moreover, he was the greatest contributor to this operation in Tianhai. His strength is undeniable, but he lacks interaction with us. Making him captain might reduce effectiveness." Wu Di continued to rant. Who does Zhang Yi think he is? Even if he wants to join our team, what makes a newcomer qualified to be captain? If he becomes captain, I'll leave. Kong Sheng then spoke up. "Did he really say that to you? That's a bit arrogant." The others agreed. Besides Uncle Bai Li, no one else is qualified to be captain. No matter what, Zhang Yi has to follow the rules when he gets here. They fell silent. Zhang Qing took the initiative to break the silence. The higher-ups will decide who becomes captain. Whether or not I become captain isn't important. What matters most is the future development of the team. He said seriously, "Zhang, you will be here to talk to us soon. I think we should see what his attitude is like first." As the car arrived, a group of people were already waiting. Zhang Yi closed the door and said, "So many people came to welcome me? I'm truly overwhelmed by this special treatment." Xing Tian seemed a little exasperated by his words. Zhang Yi is so powerful, yet he's still wary of me. He then said, "You're really cautious. I wouldn't dare to make a move against you." Xing Tian tried to lighten the tense atmosphere. "Is your current strength close to Yuan Kongya's original level?" He sighed, "It's not as simple as you think. Let's not talk about that battle. Take me to meet the investigation team first." The soldiers parted to let the two of them through. Wei Nin spoke to him. That battle was devastating. Wei Dinghai died, and over 90% of the espers under our command were killed or injured. Even the powerful investigation team suffered heavy casualties. From now on, you're the boss of Tianhai City. We'll all rely on you. Hearing this, Zhang Yi scoffed inwardly. The effects of expanding influence are showing. Except for more people and more things to manage, there's no benefit. My life was so carefree before. They quickly arrived at the door. Wei Nan said, "They're inside. I'll go ahead. If you need anything, just contact me directly." He pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room, Wu Di sneered with a sour tone. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Yi laughed wryly to himself. "Great. It seems the last battle really took a toll on him. But why is he always targeting me? Could it be because I'm more handsome than him? So he's jealous? Zhang Yi explained, the battle is over. Can't I come to see the wounded? After all, we might be working together in the future. If I'm too cold, people might say I'm unapproachable and unsympathetic to the injured. Wu Di glared at him, annoyed that he already considering himself the captain. He yelled, what are you so smug about? Just based on you want to join our investigation team? Are you even qualified? Zhang Yi met his gaze with a smug look. Based on the fact that I dealt with Yuan Kongyao, what do you think? Am I qualified? He fell silent, gritting his teeth and turning away. Then he announced to them, gentlemen, after you return, absolutely do not forget to report the situation in Tianhai City to the higher-ups of the Jiangnan Greater District, so they know about my contributions. He continued arrogantly, of course, I also regret the death of Captain Bien Junwoo. If given the opportunity, I hope to inherit his will, protect this land, and bring a happy and peaceful life to the people of the Jiangnan Greater District. Hearing his self-satisfied words, everyone in the room felt their goodwill towards him diminish. Zhang Qing said helplessly, don't worry, we won't forget your contributions. However, regarding your joining the investigation team, it's still up to the higher-ups to decide. Zhang Yi seemed puzzled. It's just a formality. Who else could it be besides me? He quickly approached Zhang Qing. Brother Bai Li, let's go outside and talk. There are some things that aren't suitable to discuss with the team members. Kong Sheng and Siyu gritted their teeth in anger upon hearing this. Zhang Qing thought to himself, I also want to test Zhang Yi's attitude. Alright, since you want to talk to me privately, I certainly won't refuse. Zhang Qing put his arm around Zhang Yi's shoulder and led him out of the room. The two of them went to the armory. Zhang Yi asked, Brother Bai Li, do you agree to let me be the captain? Zhang Qing replied, you've made such great contributions. Even without my support, the higher-ups will choose you. Zhang Yi responded, that's true. Zhang Yi pointed to himself. As long as you truthfully report my contributions, based on my current strength, the higher-ups will definitely appoint me as captain. Zhang Qing put his hands on his hips and sighed. Although I really don't want to discourage you, the Jiangnan Greater District is very strict in selecting captains. Although you have made great contributions, you're still a newcomer. He scratched his head and added, of course, that doesn't mean you can't become the captain. I'm just giving you a heads up, in case you have too high expectations and end up disappointed. Zhang Yi, confident in himself, said, thank you for your concern, but I'm confident that I can be your captain. Zhang Qing changed the subject. Can I ask about your current strength? Before he could finish a sentence, Zhang Yi interrupted, compared to Bien Junwoo, I'm only stronger, not weaker. He clenched his fist. If you've reached the epoxy long level, you're definitely qualified to be our captain. Zhang Yi explained, I'm probably not at the epoxy long level yet. The two continue to talk back and forth. Zhang Qing said, the more you say that, the more it makes people feel like you have this confidence. Zhang Yi asked, are you just giving up like that? Zhang Qing finally answered, I do want to be the captain, but the investigation team needs a strong leader. From that perspective, you are more qualified than me. Zhang Yi spoke cryptically. What if I said I could kill Yuan Kongyao, and the biggest contribution belongs to your investigation team? What do you think? Hearing this, Zhang Qing was extremely surprised. Zhang, what do you mean by that? Everyone knows that you killed Yuan Kongyao. We simply have no way to deal with the epoxy long level Esper. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, his expression serious. If it weren't for the relapse of Bien Junwoo's Esper ability side effects, killing Yuan Kongyao would have been a bit difficult for me. Bien Junwoo made the biggest contribution, so I hope to have my share of the credit recorded under his name. Zhang Qing, in a gloomy mood, gritted his teeth as he thought. This crisis in Tianhai City could be called an A-level crisis. The materials, women, accommodations, genetic medicine, and reputation the biggest contributor could obtain were immeasurable. Could he just give it all up like that? No, that's not right. He shook his head vehemently. Something's fishy. He wouldn't give up so readily, would he? Unable to understand, he asked Zhang Yi, you don't want to go to the Jiangnan Greater District headquarters? Zhang Yi explained to him clearly. Talking to a smart person is so convenient. You're right. I don't want to go to Blizzard City. Zhang Qing looked slightly doubtful. Oh, your main purpose in coming here is to have us help you cover up the truth of this matter, thereby avoiding being noticed by the Jiangnan Greater District, right? Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Not necessarily. I don't have anything against going to Blizzard City. To be honest, when Bian Jun was suggested I try out there, I was quite tempted. But after seeing all of you fighting so hard and struggling like this, I'd rather not go if I can help it. But he paused, then continued with a serious expression. If I do go to Blizzard City, I'll definitely want the captain position. Zhang Qing felt a strange thought cross his mind. If Zhang Yi didn't go, he still had a chance to be captain. But if Zhang Yi went, he definitely wouldn't have a chance. Zhang Yi placed a hand on Zhang Qing's shoulder. I'm very hesitant right now. Going is good. Not going is also good. I have a fear of making choices. So why don't you help me make this choice? He gently persuaded. Do you want to continue being the vice captain? Or do you want to be the captain? Zhang Qing brushed Zhang Yi's hand off his shoulder. If headquarters finds out we concealed this intelligence, we'll be severely punished. Zhang Yi replied calmly. When did I tell you to conceal intelligence from the higher-ups in Blizzard City? This surprised Zhang Qing. Then Zhang Yi began to explain. You all saw me kill Yuan Kongya, right? So, Zhang Qing countered, so the opposite is true. It didn't happen. Zhang Yi added, do you know what level my current strength is at? At this, Zhang Qing began to ponder, I don't know, but based on logic. Zhang Yi then offered another suggestion that let's not talk about logic. Let's just talk about evidence. You can't confirm the things I said, so not reporting them isn't concealing anything. But Zhang Qing was a bit hesitant, but we have to explain to the higher-ups. Ow! Zhang Yi confidently offered advice that I've already thought it all out for you. Give the greatest credit to the deceased Captain Bian. Just say everyone worked together, exhausting Yuan Kongya's energy, leading to Yuan Kongya's death due to the side effects of his own power erupting within him. Zhang Qing sighed thoughtfully. You don't sound like a warehouse manager. You sound more like a web novelist. Zhang Yi deftly responded to his compliment. What are you talking about? Web novelists are all poor devils. They'll starve to death. Anyway, I've said a lot. You can decide on the rest yourselves. Hearing this, Zhang Qing secretly assessed the situation. It seemed that Zhang Yi had intentionally worsened his image within the squad earlier. This way, as long as he went back and mentioned it, the squad members would definitely agree with Zhang Yi's approach. Then, Zhang Yi retrieved his gun from his spatial storage. The type of bullets he used before, they're called origin bullets, right? Seeming to understand Zhang Yi's intentions, Zhang Qing hurriedly stopped him. Don't even think about this. Origin bullets are strictly controlled strategic materials at the Greater District headquarters. I can't give them to you. He said dejectedly. Can't we negotiate? Zhang Qing offered a condition. Yes, you can. Join the headquarters. Become one of us. After careful consideration, he replied, forget it. I'm not willing to risk my future for a bullet. I'm going back. See you around or rather, let's not. Zhang Qing asked him one last question. Zhang, now that you have such great power, are you really willing to settle down and live an ordinary life? Zhang Yi said indifferently, what's wrong with living an ordinary life? After saying that, he waved goodbye to Zhang Qing. He quickly walked back to his vehicle. Xing Tian inquired, have you finished your discussion? Zhang Yi cheerfully replied casually, just a little chat, handed over some matters, and that's it. Wei Ning clasped his hands with a forced smile. Aren't you staying for a meal? However, he placed a hand on Wei Nan's shoulder and said, don't be like that. If you have any problems in the future, come directly to me. If it's convenient, I'll help you resolve them. Of course, you and everyone at the Qingba base must listen to me, understand? Xing Tian replied mechanically, no problem. You're smarter and more capable than me. I have nothing to worry about handing over the Qingba base to you. Then he turned and said goodbye. All right, let's head back. Sitting in the car, he assessed the situation currently. The 5 major forces in Tianhai City have been almost completely eliminated. With such a sudden shift in power, the surrounding cities are definitely eyeing Tianhai City, this lucrative piece of land. He sighed helplessly. The tree may desire stillness, but the wind will not cease. Although I'm not afraid of the threats from the surrounding cities, constantly fighting back and forth won't allow me to enjoy life. The car sped on its way back. It seemed that the existence of a force like his in the Jiangnan region was indeed necessary. On the sea in the Shijiao region, a ship was braving the heavy rain, heading forward. There was no one on the deck. Inside the cabin, Mazumi was writing a memorial. Jinguji, sitting beside her, asked, "So, how's my fortune today?" She simply said 2 words, "extremely auspicious." He looked up at the sky and cheered. "That's excellent. If we continue like this, it won't be long before we can land in that Tianhai city." Then he turned to Daigo and asked Daigo, "How much longer do we have to travel?" He calmly replied, 3 more days. He said joyfully, 3 more days. In 3 days, we will set foot on the land known as Shinjo and write our own legendary story. At this time, in Blizzard City, a vehicle was approaching. The city gates opened to allow the vehicle to enter. The people who got out of the vehicle were members of the investigation team. People from the city came to greet them. "Please follow us to the disinfection zone for inspection." After they exited the disinfection zone, someone was waiting for them. Secretary Zhou of Zhonglan New City, Lieutenant Colonel Bai Li, "Please follow me." After saying that, he led them into the base. At the command center, he said politely, "Lieutenant Colonel Bai Li, please." Zhang Qing began to move inside, saluting respectfully, "Commander." He turned back to offer praise. "Headquarters will launch a full-scale assault on Tianhai City. I didn't expect you to be able to defend it." Zhang Qing hurriedly replied, "This success was thanks to the detachment leader suppressing the head of the evil snow cult. Otherwise, we would all have been handed over there." Commander Chu thought to himself, Bien Junwu was a good soldier. A pity he sacrificed himself for a dispensable city like Tianhai. He invited Zhang Qing to sit down and talk. Commander Chu asked about talent. "Did you encounter any promising seedlings during your time in Tianhai City that could be brought back to headquarters for training?" Zhang Qing didn't hide anything and listed them. Xing Tian from Qingba Stronghold, Xiao Honglian and Zhuge Qingting from Yangsheng Stronghold, Chen Qingguan from Chaowu Stronghold, along with Zhang Yi, Liang Yu, and Yang Mi from Zhang Yi's team. He then focused on the main point. "You mentioned this in the report. Can you tell me more about Zhang Yi?" Zhang Qing felt a pang of melancholy at its coming. He thought, his mind racing. What should I say? After all, Zhang Yi's strength was on full display when he resisted the Zoom wave. It seems I can only conceal what happened in the final battle. Having made up his mind, he began his explanation. Zhang Yi is indeed a very capable individual, possessing the extremely rare spatial ability. If he were to come to headquarters, he could definitely become elite with his abilities. However, Zhang Qing continued, this person, his mindset and personality are not reassuring. Commander Chu asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? Does he have a bad temper?" He offered negative remarks to make the commander believe him. Zhang Yi's personality is extremely selfish, like those espers from other cities who have experienced too many bloody and cruel events. It makes him lack a sense of collective responsibility, running away in the face of danger, lacking faith. He scratched his head, thinking, was I too harsh? Then he added another compliment, but then again, this mentality of his is understandable considering the current times. It's hard to find someone with unwavering faith. Commander Chu rested his chin on his hand, pondering a few things to verify. Based on Bailey Zhang Qing's report, Zhang Yi is just an ordinary Zeta rank Esper. Even with a rare ability, his personality isn't easy to control. Afterwards, Chuning discussed another matter with Zhang Qing. I am also deeply saddened by Bien Junwa's death, but his position will not remain vacant. From today onwards, you will be the captain of the Black Robe Squad. Zhang Qing trembled with joy upon hearing this. Finally, tears welled up in his eyes as he saluted. Thank you, Commander, for the promotion. I will definitely devote all my strength to the Commander in Blizzard City. Chuning leaned back his chair. The official appointment documents will reach you in 2 days. Your Black Robe Squad will receive a first-class commendation. Bien Junwoo also receives a first-class commendation posthumously, and his family will receive the treatment of martyrs, enjoying a Class A resource supply from headquarters indefinitely. Zhang Qing bowed his head. "Thank you, Commander." He then left the command center. It was a happy ending for everyone. While they were walking, someone called out, "Deputy Captain Bailey, oh no, I should call you Captain Bailey now." He said loudly, "Professor Li." Li Ningshu asked him, "Where's the thing you were talking about?" Zhang Qing handed her a container and said, "Oh, here it is. I originally wanted to deliver this to you personally after reporting to the president." She examined it closely. "This is the mutated plant you mentioned?" Zhang Qing explained. "It has a very strong growth ability and can also create a Zoom virus that infects living beings." Hearing this, Ningshu commented, "It doesn't seem that impressive." Zhang Qing thought in frustration. "It nearly wiped out Tianhai City, and it's not impressive? Well, I suppose the things Professor Li researches are even stranger." She then left after receiving the container of the mutated plant. At this time, in Chuning's office, he pondered a few things. It seems that the crisis in Chengdu, part of Tianhai City, is much more serious than I imagined. After all, this is the first time a captain-level figure has been killed in battle. Commander Chu paced, muttering to himself. It seems it's time to borrow the strength of others. He then made a call and gave orders. Immediately issue a notice in my name to all influential forces in the entire Jiangnan region. Tell them that in 10 days, I will hold a conference for espers in the entire Jiangnan region at Blizzard City, and they must attend. He emphasized if anyone disobeys, they no longer need to exist. At the shelter, in his bedroom, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Yang Mi awakened her esper ability after eating 2 of these, and can even create esper vapor. There was a knock at the door. He called out, "Come in." It turned out to be Ka Ran, Ka Ni, and Xian. He held up 2 boxes and explained to the 3, Yuan Konya is dead, so there's no harm in consuming the ice soul now. You are all very important to me. How you divide these 2 ice souls is up to you 3 to decide. Xian immediately replied, "No need, I forfeit. Leave this opportunity to the 2 of them." This surprised Ka Ni and Ka Ran. She proudly stated, "My mind is the best esper ability. Compared to me, you 2 need its power more, so it's best to leave it to you." Ka Ran seriously asked her again, Xian, have you thought it through clearly?" She cheerfully replied, "I've thought it through. You 2 don't need to worry about me. Go and receive the esper abilities you desire." The 2 then looked solemnly at the box containing the ice soul. Zhang Yi didn't say anything more, just said as concisely as possible, "You both know how to use it. Place it on your forehead." Hearing him say this, the 2 began to do so. He added, "Just in case, both of you lie down." After the ice soul entered them, the uncomfortable feeling gradually increased. Ka Ran was sweating all over. After a while, she opened her eyes. Zhang Yi anxiously got up and asked, "How is it? Did it work?" Ka Ran clenched her fist. "Big brother, I have an esper ability now." She then picked up a spoon from the table and began to test her new ability. The spoon twisted into several loops. Karen confidently spoke about her power. "My ability is related to metal and machinery. It seems I can control the metal that my body touches." Zhang Yi asked curiously, "So your ability is related to machinery? Can you enhance weapons?" Karen replied with a crumpled nose, "Of course." She continued in a certain tone, "And not just weapons. Any mechanical creation in my hands will be reformed into its most perfect form." Surprised by Ka Ran's words, Zhang Yi quickly asked for her help. "That's great. Your ability perfectly complements your mechanic work. Come back and help me enhance all those guns." Ka Ran happily agreed, guaranteeing to complete the task. "Right, boss. Help me name this esper ability." But he told her, "You should name your own ability." Ka Ran expressed her feelings. "Boss, You saved my life, and you gave me this Esper ability. So you should be the one to name it. Zhang Yi relented and thought of a new name. If your ability is to control machinery, then let's call it divine machine manipulation. Connie, who had been in a trance while receiving her Esper ability, finally woke up. Meeting Zhang Yi's attentive gaze, she protested shyly. Why are you staring at me like that? Am I pretty? He replied seriously, beautiful. You've always been beautiful. His answer made Connie look away uncomfortably, but she quickly ignored him and turned to ask Karan. Karan, did you succeed? What's your Esper ability? She quickly replied, divine machine manipulation. Connie happily commented, that's a really useful Esper ability, very suitable for you. Karan then asked, what about yours, Sister Connie? Connie, without hesitation, described the ability she had just acquired. My ability can accelerate cell repair and regeneration by increasing the activity of cells in the body. This ability can be used not only on myself, but also on others. Hearing this, Karan immediately said cheerfully, Sister Connie, no wonder you look so much better. Connie continued to explain her ability. Not only cell regeneration, but my hands can also heal other people's illnesses. They can even replace a scalpel to perform surgery on the human body. After finishing her explanation, Connie walked towards XNXN, who asked in surprise, Sister Connie, what are you doing? Connie circled behind XNXN, using her ability while softly explaining, I want to see if I can cure your polio. As she worked, she constantly instructed, don't be afraid, relax. XN gradually calmed down and reported her sensations to Connie. I feel like something is being pulled out. A moment later, Connie withdrew her hands, which were enveloped in her Esper ability, from XN's back. XN looked at Connie's clenched hands curiously. Sister Connie, what is that? Connie presented something bloodstained to XN and said with satisfaction, this is what I took out of your spine. Now, try to see if you can stand up. Connie gently encouraged XN, don't be afraid, try it. But XN still seemed hesitant. Seeing this, Karan also encouraged her, XN, try it. Finally, XN mustered up her courage, took Karan's outstretched hand, and decided, I'll try. Leaning on Karan for support, she struggled to stand. Immediately afterward, she took a few shaky steps forward. I can stand up. I can feel them. Although her legs were still trembling, XN was able to stand. She let go of Karan's supporting hand and stood firmly on her own. Everyone in the room was overjoyed, and Connie congratulated her. As XN staggered towards them, Connie reached out to help her, but XN instead threw herself into the arms of Zhang Yi, who was standing next to her, causing Connie's face to immediately pale. Meanwhile, XN was excitedly hugging Zhang Yi tightly, saying, brother, I can stand up? I'm a normal girl now. Zhang Yi patted her comfortingly, a little helpless. Very good, very good. From now on, you can walk on your own 2 feet. That's really great. XN skipped out of the room. I have to go tell them. I can stand up. Zhang Yi gently called after her. Slow down. She replied excitedly, I know. Outside in the living room, XN ran from Chun-Lei to Uncle Yu, excitedly showing them that she could stand and walk on her own. Zhang Yi led the 2 girls down from upstairs, watching the scene, and couldn't help but sigh. Having Esper abilities is really convenient. Being able to do things that humans couldn't do before. This is probably what it means to be an evolved species, right? He continued to share his thoughts as he walked into the living room. Because of the reason that led to the majority of people on the planet dying, the people who remained are the fire seeds. After evolving Esper abilities, they produced a strong and superior population.